This audiobook contains 0 censored sentences and 159 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Synopsis: Lucian, whether by fortune or misfortune, transmigrated into the world of Honkai Star Rail and became an emanator of abundance. As he struggled to find a way to avoid the fate of being hunted as an emanator of abundance, he suddenly obtained the godly script system, a mysterious system that granted him a unique conceptual ability each time he completed a character script. With the godly script system, he not only saved the characters of the script from their doomed destinies and forged unbreakable bonds with them, but his actions in the scripts also affected reality itself. From a moment he became the supreme guardian of Belobog and started with the script of Tribios, his legendary life in the new world began. Belobog Clippeth Fort, a young man, his presence both striking and ethereal, sat quietly at the edge of a bed, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, yet his mind was occupied with thoughts about the origin of the universe. Any man would understand that this was the kind of question every man pondered during that so-called moment of clarity, or, better yet, a moment of profound reflection. As the morning sunlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and gradually climbed up the young man's neck, his appearance became clearer. He was a handsome young man with flowing locks of jet black hair framing his sculpted features, some strands cascading in untamed waves while a single, meticulous braid rested over his shoulder, adorned with delicate ornaments that glimmered faintly in the light. Meanwhile, his eyes, an uncanny shade of molten gold, glimmered with an unreadable intensity, sharp, yet strangely distant, as if holding secrets too heavy for mortal words. "Sorry, I didn't manage to satisfy you, Lord Lucian." A cool and slightly apologetic mature woman's voice suddenly sounded from behind the young man named Lucian. Lucian turned his head and glanced at the beautiful, long-haired blonde woman lying limp and naked on the bed. Her right hand rested on her forehead, long golden hair scattered in disarray, her chest rising and falling, her skin snowy white. She was none other than the former supreme guardian of Belobog, Cocolia Rand. Lucian took a lock of Cocolia's golden hair and gently twirled it between his fingers, then replied, "You've done very well already. I'm an emanator of abundance. Well, you've lost the power of the Stellaron, so of course you'd be tired." Hearing his comforting words, Cocolia actually felt a touch of happiness and gratitude in her heart. It was only natural, because of the pressure of ensuring Belobog's survival, along with the mental strain brought by the Stellaron. She was both physically and mentally exhausted. However, after spending a peaceful night with Lucian and feeling cared for by him, all that pressure was gone, and she felt as if she had become 10 years younger. Unfortunately, she couldn't return the same comfort to him. "If you hadn't woken me up, sealed the Stellaron, melted the ice and snow, and brought new life to this land, I might have led everyone to ruin under the Stellaron's influence." As she spoke, Cocolia reached out and grabbed Lucian's arm, looking at him with deep gratitude in her eyes. Seeing such a gentle side of Cocolia, Lucian couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. It was hard to imagine that this former supreme guardian, so proud and imposing in the game, could show such a delicate, womanly side. Any ordinary person would never be as lucky as him. Fortunately, he was a transmigrator, and this was exactly the kind of privilege a transmigrator deserved. A long time ago, back on Earth, when he was about to take a trip by plane, a fortune teller near the airport read his fortune and said he was destined for great luck. He didn't know whether he should be happy or not, but that very same day, he was indeed struck by great luck. Feeling bored on the plane, he decided to play Honkai Star Rail on his phone to do dailies, when suddenly, the plane he was on was hijacked by some terrorists. Unluckily, when the terrorists broke into the cockpit, they apparently damaged something, causing the plane to gradually go off course, heading toward the Bermuda Triangle. In the end, after the plane reached the Bermuda Triangle, a huge turbulence suddenly hit before it went down into the sea and exploded. By the time he regained consciousness, he was already in the world of Honkai Star Rail, and just so happened to appear before the Aeon of Abundance, Yaoshi, at death's door with his body broken beyond recognition. Whether it was due to Yaoshi's benevolence or something else, he was blessed by them, gaining a new body and becoming an emanator of abundance. By chance, he later arrived on Jarilo 6 and simply went with the flow. As for his journey in Jarilo 6, it was nothing complicated. He simply suppressed Cocolia, used the power of abundance to seal the Stellaron, cleared away the eternal winter known as the eternal freeze, brought everything back to life, became the savior of Jarilo 6, won everyone's trust, and became the new supreme guardian. As for last night, whether it was out of gratitude or because she wanted to keep him in Bellowbog, Cocolia actually offered herself to him. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of panicked knocking echoed at the door. Mother, something's wrong. Lord Lucian is gone. I can't find him anywhere. Bronya's voice came from outside the door, sounding somewhat anxious. Cocolia's body trembled in fright, afraid her adopted daughter would walk in and find her in a compromising situation with Lucian on the bed. I understand. Cocolia replied with a solemn voice. You go take care of your tasks. They'll send someone to look for him. All right. I just hope Lord Lucian hasn't abandoned Bellowbog. After sending Bronya away, Cocolia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Cocolia got up from the bed, absent-mindedly lifting a lock of golden hair, revealing her rosy profile before speaking up. Even though I've lost the power of the Stellaron, I can still let you relax and be a hands-off leader. I'll handle Bellowbog's affairs myself. After leaving these words behind, Cocolia went to bathe and get ready for the day before leaving the room. Only after watching her go did Lucian finally get up, head into the bathroom, and soak himself in the bathtub. Staring up at the ceiling, Lucian couldn't help but let out a sigh. How should I deal with those Arbiter Generals if I run into them in the future? And what if the Xianzhou Alliance, the Galaxy Rangers, or the IPC find out that I'm an emanator of abundance? It was well known that the Aeon of the Hunt regarded the Aeon of Abundance as a mortal enemy, so the factions of the Hunt and Abundance were naturally sworn enemies as well. If the Hunt faction learned that an emanator of abundance had taken over Jarilo 6, they would definitely come to purge him, since the existence of an emanator of abundance meant a proliferation of abominations of abundance. If that happened, he bet the Interastral Peace Corporation, IPC, would want a share of the action, making the situation worse. Given that, he absolutely had to become strong enough to take on all 7 Arbiter Generals at once. No, even that might not be enough. Just think about the fate of the previous emanator of abundance. Shoo-hoo! Lucian couldn't help but sigh when suddenly Ding detected a host with exceptional looks. Abundant progeny system request to bind. Do you accept? A woman's voice rang out in his mind. Of course, as a transmigrator, he naturally knew what a system meant. System? Did my wish get heard? Lucian was dazed for a moment before quickly responding to the system. Accept the bind. However, before he could finish, another, even more seductive woman's voice suddenly echoed in his head. Ding! A host with outstanding talent has been detected. Godly Script System has intercepted and successfully bound. What the heck? Wasn't it supposed to be the Abundant Progeny System? Lucian was startled by the sudden occurrence. Why would a system snatch the chance from another? Greetings. The Godly Script System is at your service. Here are the instructions. 1. A random conceptual ability will be granted to the host for every random character script completed, with a 3-day cooldown. 2. While the host is in the script, the target character will fall asleep and enter an untargetable, invincible state. 3. After completing the script, the character will automatically form a contract as the host's follower. Here's some details about followers. 1. Followers cannot betray the host. 2. If followers die, the host can revive them. 3. Followers can request to borrow abilities from the host, and the host may lend his abilities at will and reclaim them at any time. Important, some events in the script may partially affect reality. As Lucian listened to the instructions, he understood that they were straightforward and no-nonsense, so he quickly figured out what kind of system this was. Simply put, he just had to clear something like dungeons to earn rewards. Of course, that wasn't the main point. Conceptual ability? Huh? So generous. Starting right off with something at the conceptual level. If it's really the kind of conceptual ability I'm thinking of, I won't have to worry about being used as cannon fodder anymore. Lucian couldn't wait to open the system panel, so he opened it immediately, and what greeted his eyes were only 4 simple parameters. Host, Lucian ability, none follower, none script, 1 system, start the script. Not wanting to waste time, Lucian immediately started the character script with a single thought. Random character script starting. Tribios, randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Disarm, able to remove any equipment from a target. Amphireus Tribios. Upon reading the name, Lucian felt somewhat astonished because it was not someone from Bellow Bog, where he was currently, but, if he remembered correctly, a character from Amphireus. Moreover, she was a character from 1,000 years before the main story even began the combination of Tribi, Trian, and Trinan. If this were set during the timeline of Amphireus in the main story, I would know it perfectly, but when it comes to its past timeline, my knowledge is lacking. Before transmigrating, Lucian had always enjoyed reading the story of Honkai Star Rail, and he also liked learning about the history in every version. So he knew quite a bit about Amphireus history. However, due to incomplete source material, he did not know every historical detail. Fortunately, as an emanator of abundance, he at least had the ability to protect himself. As for the conceptual ability he gained called Disarm, being able to remove any equipment from a target did not seem to have much offensive power and was more of a support type. Forget it. Lucian always believed there was no such thing as a weak ability. If something performed poorly, it was the user's fault for being too weak. He was confident that he could make use of anything, even if it seemed useless. Script started entering. As this notification resounded in his mind, everything in Lucian's sight began to change. Everything he saw spinning around as he felt as if his whole body were being drawn into an unknown place. He felt himself rising higher and higher before the ground appeared beneath his feet, drifting with a mystical aura. Suddenly, all the scenery shrank toward his eyes. In just a moment of daze, Lucian found himself already standing in a city, with people bustling around and lively voices filling the air. Everyone's attire was quite unusual, somewhat like the chitons and hematonts of ancient Greece on Earth, while the surrounding buildings were magnificently exquisite, with a strong sense of religious presence. Every stone tile seemed to proclaim this place as a holy, religious land. At a glance, it truly felt as if he had traveled to ancient Greece. Right, Tribios was the holy maiden of Janusopolis, born in Amphireus' religious city-state Janusopolis. Lucian quickly sorted out his current situation and checked his own state again. Good, the power of Emanator is still here. Seems like I can use it even inside the script. Since this script was about Tribios, he naturally needed to seek out that holy maiden. He just did not know what year it was or where to find her. Just as Lucian was about to ask a passerby, 2 men and a woman walked past him, talking among themselves. Hurry up. The holy maiden is going to pray in the temple of the 3 fates and listen to the prophecy of the Titans. Grand Counselor Nalio will attend this time too, so the Titans must have some big announcement. I want to pray as well. I hope the 3 fate Titans will answer my prayer. Leaving these words behind, the 3 soon walked away. Lucian, upon hearing their words, froze for a moment. He felt that the name Denalio was a bit familiar, but he could not remember clearly, so it must be a minor character. Regardless, since the holy maiden was going to appear, he now had a chance to approach her. In the end, Lucian followed the 3 believers toward the so-called Temple of the 3 Fates. Reality, Amphireus, eternal holy city of Okima. At this moment, inside the private bath of the Chrysos, heirs known as the Hero's Bath, 5 people were bathing together. One of them was a beautiful blonde woman leaning against the side of the bath. Amidst the mist, Droplets slid down her collarbone, reflecting a pearly glow on her flawless skin. Her dazzling curves could easily blind anyone, but sadly, there was no one else here to appreciate them. On the other side was a lavender-haired girl who submerged herself in the water, leaving only her head exposed. Between them, 3 little red-haired girls sat at the edge of the bath, playing with the water with their tiny feet. "Agi, are you all right? You look really tired." Tribby, one of the little red-haired girls, gazed at the blonde beauty with her wide, concerned eyes. "I'm fine, teacher," Aglia replied with a gentle smile. "I just feel like my humanity is fading more and more." Everyone could tell, as she said this, that although she smiled, there was no emotion in her eyes. It was not that she was cold by nature, but after being a demigod for so long, her humanity had been worn away. No worries. Even if you lose your humanity, Agi will still be by your side. Tryon, another little red-haired girl, grinned and splashed her feet in the water. Cass as well. If you have any problems, just come to us." Trinan, the last of the 3 red-haired girls, smiled quietly as she looked at the lavender-haired girl who only showed her head above the water. "Thank you, Lady Trinan." Castorice nodded gently. Chrysos heirs. They were a group of individuals imbued with great power who rose up after the Titans of Amphireus fell, and 5 of them were among these individuals. Having golden blood, and sometimes called heroes, some of these individuals, according to the prophecy of Genesis from the world-bearing Titan, Kephael, were tasked with seizing the core flames from the Titans to uphold the world, becoming demigods. In order to inherit the core flames of the Titans, to resist the Black Tide, and to protect their world, they spent their entire lives traveling across the land. In Amphireus, the Titans were not only the force that held their world together, but also the rules that governed all things. In other words, they were the gods of Amphireus. Aglia was the demigod who inherited the core flame of the Romance Titan, and was also the leader of the Chrysos heirs. Castorice, on the other hand, was still searching for the Death Titan and had been searching for several hundred years. As for Tribby, Tryon, and Trinan, they were the demigods who inherited the core flame of the Passage Titan. In truth, the 3 of them were originally one being called Tribios, or rather, they were just 3 out of 1,000 who made up the whole. Tribios had voluntarily split into 1,000 little Tribios to obtain demigod power, but over 1,000 years, only these 3 out of the 1,000 had survived. "Agi, Gah, we're so sleepy," Tribby suddenly called softly, her eyelids heavy, sounding drained. "We just saw our mother," Tryon suddenly added, and Lucian. Trinan's murmur followed. In the next moment, the 3 suddenly passed out in the water. Aglia and Castorice immediately stood up in alarm, rushing to check on the 3 little girls, but then something strange happened. Aglia reached out to touch Tribby, but her hand passed right through. She could not touch Tribby, Tryon, or Trinan at all. At this moment, even the leader of the Chrysos heirs, who had lived for 1,000 years and seen everything, was stunned. "Teachers," no matter how Aglia called out, the 3 little girls did not respond. Even her golden threads had lost their connection, as if the 3 before her were nothing but illusions. As a demigod, any target bound by her golden threads should always remain within her senses, and no one had ever escaped that. But now, the golden threads around the 3 little girls had all been severed, which meant a power greater than a demigod had intervened. Luckily, she could still see their chests rising and falling, proving they were alive. "Lady Aglia, are they all right?" Castorice was also completely at a loss. Her eyes could not hide her worry. "I don't know, but this is extremely strange. I've never seen anything like it." After a moment of thought, Aglia spoke again. "Cass, stay here and watch over them. They'll seal off the bath and contact Hyacinth. For now, we can't let anyone else know about this. And he'll also check the last name teacher mentioned." Lucian, saving the holy maiden Aglia, quickly put on her clothes and left the hero's bath. Castorice, on the other hand, stayed beside Tribby, Tryon, and Trinan, never leaving them for even a moment. She could do nothing but bring death, so beyond that, She was powerless and could only pray for the three in her heart. At this moment, Tribby, Trian, and Trinan all shared the same dream. In their dreams, they saw their homeland, their mother, themselves, and a mysterious young man. Meanwhile, at the Temple of the Three Fates in Janusopolis, countless people gathered together, waiting for the prophecy ritual. However, what made this time different from the previous ones was that the ritual would be presided over by Grand Counselor Denalio. Lucian stood among the crowd, wearing the same local attire as everyone else. It was almost laughably easy for him to use the power of Emanator to weave a set of clothes. "Everyone, please be quiet." An old woman, who was none other than Denalio, stood at the entrance of the temple and called out in a loud voice. In an instant, everyone fell silent. "Today, we are here to hold the prophecy ritual, where the Holy Maiden will listen to the Titan's prophecy and bring lasting peace to Janusopolis. Everyone, please pray for the Holy Maiden." As soon as she finished speaking, the believers pressed their hands together and lowered their heads in silent prayer. Before long, Lucian heard a string of chattering noises in his ear and could not help but raise his hand to scratch it. He could feel a tingling sensation, as if his earwax was being pushed around. While all the believers bowed their heads in prayer, only Lucian raised his head, observing his surroundings, searching for the figure of Tribios. Janusopolis was a city-state built into the mountains, surrounded by towering cliffs, and the place for the so-called ritual happened to be on a cliff. As Lucian looked up, he saw a group of people standing at the edge of the cliff. 10 guards held long spears. 2 priests held scriptures, and a beautiful woman with long red hair. "Holy Maiden Mortis, please begin the ritual," Denalio shouted toward the red-haired woman, her voice echoing against the surrounding cliffs. All the believers then raised their heads to gaze at the altar at the edge of the cliff. Mortis? Upon hearing the name, Lucian was stunned for a moment, then searched his memory for relevant information. From what he knew from the game before he transmigrated, he recalled that Mortis was Tribios' mother, as well as the previous high priest and the Holy Maiden of Janusopolis. During a certain ritual, she had been plotted against by the regime's politician, forced off a cliff, and died. However, that event had happened in the year 3750 of Amphirius Light Calendar. At that year, Tribios was still just an 8-year-old child, right? Realizing this, Lucian could only take things one step at a time. Given that the system had not given any specific requirements for completing the script, he could only improvise for now. In the end, Lucian silently looked up at the red-haired beauty as she ascended the altar at the edge of the cliff, waiting for the right moment. "Holy Maiden, please begin the ritual as soon as possible." By the altar, one of the 2 priests impatiently urged Mortis. At the same time, the 10 guards behind also moved forward, as if threatening her. Mortis calmly looked at them, then glanced at the believers gathered below the cliff. She knew there was no way she would leave alive today, because everyone behind her was Denalio's people. Knowing that the officials and priests wanted to fully control the power to deliver prophecies, they would definitely never let her live. And this ritual was the perfect opportunity to make her death seem reasonable and legitimate. "Tribios." Mortis softly whispered her daughter's name. She was not afraid of death, she only worried for her daughter's safety. Thankfully, before she left, she had already arranged for her most trusted person, Codex, to take her daughter and escape, hoping it would go smoothly. Remembering her daughter, Mortis walked up to the altar. Given that the altar was built at the edge of a cliff, even a small accident could send someone plummeting to their death. Just as Mortis stood upon the altar, preparing to commune with the Titans, a man's voice suddenly came from behind. "You think we'd let your daughter escape? Codex should have been caught by now." As one of the priests said this, Mortis' heart trembled violently. Codex was the only helper she could trust now, so she had entrusted him with leading her daughter through a secret passage to escape. However, now that the enemy had seen through her plan, it meant her daughter couldn't escape. "No, you're not allowed to hurt her." Exclaiming in panic, Mortis' expression changed drastically as she tried to escape from the altar. Knowing her daughter's future fate, She couldn't die yet. Unfortunately, at that exact moment, the altar began to shake. Rumble. In just 2 seconds, the altar shattered into several pieces and tumbled off the cliff. Mortis, unable to escape in time and losing her footing, fell along with the stones. It was a drop of several hundred meters, but falling from such a height could mean only one thing: death. An endless wave of despair, unwillingness, fury, and regret surged through Mortis. Various negative emotions instantly filled her mind. At this moment, she knew she was utterly powerless and could only accept the fate of dying from the fall. Imsoli, Trebius. Dash. At the same time, near the entrance to the temple, the believers, witnessing the Holy Maiden's fall, could not help but scream. Denalio, on the other hand, curled her lips in a barely noticeable smile upon seeing Mortis fall. Because the city was built into the mountains, accidents involving people falling from the cliffs were not rare throughout history. So for this reason, Mortis' death would be seen as an accident, and no one would be held accountable. In the end, she would have total control over the right to deliver prophecies. As for the content of the prophecies, was it not up to her to decide? As she thought this, Denalio found the sight of Mortis falling even more beautiful. Her figure plunging at breakneck speed truly looked like a gift from the gods. However, in the next second, a dark shadow suddenly shot up from the ground. In the blink of an eye, it soared 100 meters into the air. At the very instant when Mortis fell and the dark shadow rose, the two met and, surprisingly, stopped in midair. Everyone looked up in astonishment as they saw an unknown young man holding the Holy Maiden in his arms. Divine Envoy He saved the Holy Maiden. Who's that? How can he fly? Is that man from the Sky City? He doesn't look like a local either. After a brief silence, the believers broke out into a flurry of discussion. Just moments ago, the Holy Maiden had fallen from the cliff, leaving everyone so shocked that their minds went blank, but by the time they regained their senses, the Holy Maiden had already been rescued. At this moment, the believers all looked up, their gazes fixed on Lucian, but even after watching for a long time, no one could figure out who he was. Especially with a face that handsome, he definitely wasn't a local. Denalio, on the other hand, stared at the two figures in midair with a dark, gloomy expression. Just one more second, and the Holy Maiden would have died from the fall, and then the entire authority to convey the Titan's prophecies would have fallen into her hands. Yet, out of nowhere, this man appeared and ruined everything. If she didn't die by accident, then let her die at the hands of foreign assassins. Denalio immediately executed Plan B and sent someone to inform the assassins lurking in the shadows. All those assassins were foreigners she had picked up since childhood and trained into loyal death sworn. So in this way, no one could trace anything back to her. Meanwhile, Lucian, standing in midair while holding the Holy Maiden in his arms, was like a messenger of the gods. Coupled with a beam of light shining on one side of his handsome face, he appeared even more divine. Mortis snapped out of her despair, only to find herself tightly embraced by an unfamiliar man. For a moment, she didn't know if she should be grateful to be alive or embarrassed by being so close to a man, as all she could feel was a pair of strong arms holding her. Even though she was suspended 100 meters in the air, she felt strangely safe. Who are you? Why did you save me? Mortis looked at Lucian with confusion and asked discreetly. By right, all of the Holy Maiden's guards in the city had already switched to Denalio's side. So for someone to appear at the critical moment and save her, he was definitely going up against Denalio, just like her. However, she had no idea who her savior was. My name's Lucian. You can call me a divine envoy. Lucian looked down at the red-haired beauty in his arms and answered with a gentle smile to calm her. In his eyes, Mortis was like a startled wildcat, just waiting for someone gentle enough to soothe her mind. As for why I saved you, well, it's simply because I love beautiful things like you. Tell me, would you just watch as something you love get shattered? Of course not. No one could watch what they love get destroyed and feel nothing. So at Lucian's question, Mortis gently shook her head, understanding his meaning. Such a straightforward and cheesy confession if it came from anyone else. It would have sounded like the shameless seduction of a scumbag. But coming from Lucian, Mortis strangely felt no offense or discomfort at all. In fact, it was oddly comforting. Maybe she thought it was because Lucian was actually an envoy of the Titans. Are you a Titan envoy? If so, please punish those who have lost their respect for the Titans, and guide those who are lost back to the right path. Mortis pressed her hands together in prayer and pleaded to Lucian from within his arms like a praying maiden. Her eyes shone with such sincerity and honesty that it was impossible to refuse her request. Lucian obviously would not refuse, given that he wanted to approach Tribios. Starting with her mother was a good plan. All right, but whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Lucian could finish, a dozen whistling sounds suddenly tore through the air. Lucian calmly looked up and saw that they were arrows flying toward him and Mortis clearly meant to kill. In response, with just a thought, a barrier appeared around Lucian, and the next second, the arrows froze in midair, 3 meters away from him, as if held by an invisible force. Seeing this, Mortis felt a storm of emotions. She had never imagined Danaelio would go this far to kill her. Didn't this mean, even if she hadn't died from the fall, she would have been shot to death by a rain of arrows? Maybe there were even worse things waiting for her. If she hadn't met Lucian today, she would surely be dead, and her daughter would be targeted as well. As she thought about her daughter's possible fate, Mortis grew even angrier. Of course, she wasn't the only one who was angry, as at this moment, Lucian's smile had vanished. He glanced at the source of the arrows, then looked at the old woman at the entrance of the temple, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. Ungrateful wretch. Same kind as the Council of Elders. Lucian was the type to always take revenge and never wait until the next day. So, disarm. Ripdash. As soon as Lucian's words fell, in the next moment, Danaelio was stripped clean from head to toe, down to the ribbons on her shoes. Her clothes seemed to come alive and burst apart on their own. Lady Danaelio is naked. No one knew who shouted it, but that shout immediately drew everyone's attention. Shameless. How indecent. It's all black. Huey dash. In an instant, every eye was on Danaelio. Someone even threw up upon seeing her naked body. An old woman with wrinkled skin, completely exposed and watched by everyone. There could be no greater humiliation. Danaelio, on the other hand, was still in shock and had no idea what had happened. She only knew she was now naked. However, since her 2 hands weren't enough to cover herself, she could only shield the most sensitive parts. Don't look. Nobody can look. If you keep staring, they'll gouge your eyes out. Finally, snapping out of it, Danaelio screamed at the top of her lungs. Her shame so overwhelming, she couldn't even maintain her official, dignified persona. Tha! Mortis burst out laughing in Lucian's arms, clearly enjoying her nemesis' public disgrace. She couldn't help but marvel that the power of this divine envoy truly was strange, just a word. An immortal was left with nothing. Lucian was quite satisfied with the effect of disarm, even if it was just a generic trick. It was pretty amusing. Was she the only one who wanted to kill you? Lucian asked coldly. Mortis nodded. I think the others haven't turned against me openly yet. All right, watch. Lucian raised his hand, and in the next moment, the power of abundance gathered into over a dozen seeds. He then flicked his fingers, shooting the seeds like bullets. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Green afterimages traced through the air one after another. They were the shadows of the seeds. In the next second, bang, a seed struck Danaelio right between her eyebrows like a bullet, going straight through her head and instantly killing her. Meanwhile, the other seeds landed on the ground and, within 10 breaths, grew into golden-leaved trees. Danaelio's corpse soon hung from a branch of the trees like a piece of fruit, almost looked like a work of art. Next came the second corpse, the third, the fourth, 15 in total. Needless to say, the other 14 corpses belonged to Danaelio's assassins, the ones who had shot arrows at Lucian. Amid all this, the believers could only stand frozen, staring in shock at the dozen golden trees that had suddenly grown from the earth. Prophecy of Janus, all of this had happened so suddenly that no one was prepared. First came the shredded clothes, then the pierced head, and finally, the dozen dead bodies that were hung from golden trees for all to see. No one could have imagined that the Grand Counselor would meet such an end. Hum! Suddenly, a deep hum echoed from the depths of the Temple of the Three Fates, followed by several soft murmurs. Even though the voice was indistinct and the words were vague, making it impossible to understand what was being said, everyone in Janusopolis knew that this was the voice of the passage Titan Janus delivering a prophecy. Among the three Titans of fate, Janus was the most revered Titan because, compared to the formless Talanton and the silent Oronix, Janus was far more willing to guide mortals along their path. Thump! 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 In an instant, those who had been standing all dropped to their knees in succession, yet raised their heads to look at Mortis in Lucian's arms, waiting for her to interpret the prophecy and reveal the truth to all. For only the holy maiden who delivered the prophecies could understand the words of the Titans. Mortis closed her eyes, focusing all her attention on listening to the words of the passage Titan. Lucian could not help but frown because all he heard were incomprehensible utterances, with no way to make out their meaning. "Respected Janus, I ask you, is Tribio safe?" Mortis asked in a solemn tone. Upon hearing Tribios' name, Lucian could not help but be concerned as well. "Well, is your daughter all right? If the script's protagonist were in trouble, that would be a big deal." Mortis kept her eyes closed and nodded her head gently. "Janus said she is perfectly safe, so I don't need to worry. If the passage Titan said so, it had to be true." Mortis never doubted it, so the worry that had been hanging over her finally lifted. Soon, the Titan's voice once again chattered on incomprehensibly. What did Janus say this time? Lucian lowered his head and looked at the beautiful woman in his arms, asking softly as she kept her eyes closed. Once the Titan finished speaking, Mortis finally opened her bright, beautiful eyes and met Lucian's gaze. "Janus said you were to stay in Janusopolis, stay by my side." Mortis' expression was firm and unwavering as she spoke, clearly not lying. Does the Titan language always pack so much meaning into so few words? Lucian raised his eyebrows and could not help but complain inwardly. However, he was also thinking that this passage Titan truly had the power to guide people onto the right path. They probably knew the future would be better with him staying, or else they would not have so easily trusted an outsider like him. Besides, he was confident he could change Tribios' tragic fate. For example, had he not already changed the outcome of death for the holy maiden in his arms? Suddenly, Mortis seemed to realize something and looked at Lucian. "Aren't you a Titan envoy?" Mortis asked in wonder. "Why can't you understand their language?" "Actually, I'm not a Titan envoy." Lucian shook his head. "I'm an envoy of an aeon, or rather, an emanator of an aeon. I come from beyond this world." "Aeon, emanator, beyond this world?" Mortis did not quite understand, but she was shaken because her worldview had just taken a hit from something beyond her understanding. It was only natural. After all, the sky had been sealed by the Titans, so no one could leave and no outsiders could enter. Given that, how had Lucian appeared here? Before Mortis could continue questioning Lucian, the believers below could not wait any longer and began to shout loudly. "Holy Maiden, please deliver the prophecy to us." Only the Holy Maiden could interpret the Titan's prophecy. In the past, the Holy Maiden would receive the prophecy, pass it to the government official, and then the official would announce the prophecy. Now that the Grand Counselor was dead, naturally, the believers only trusted the Holy Maiden. Seeing this, Mortis had no choice but to deal with what was in front of her first. She gently patted Lucian's chest, signaling him to descend to the entrance of the Temple of the Three Fates. Holding Mortis, Lucian walked step by step through the air, passing right above everyone's heads. His aura was truly at its peak. As soon as his foot touched the stairs on the ground, a patch of green grass grew beneath him, causing the believers to cry out in surprise. "Everyone, I have heard Janus' prophecy. The divine envoy is to remain in Janusopolis to guide our way forward." In the prophecy, the divine envoy refers to the person beside Milord Lucian. Mortis reached out her hand to Lucian with great solemnity. As both the high priest and holy maiden, she stood as the representative of the three titans of fate and all of Janusopolis. Please guide us, divine envoy. As expected, with Mortis' speech, all the believers shouted in reverence together. I sincerely hope you will stay and help me help all of us. Can you? Mortis asked gently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lucian. Seeing the atmosphere set so perfectly, Lucian felt it would be letting down the locals' enthusiasm not to agree. Besides, he had planned to stay anyway, to find Tribios and finish the script. Having a position of authority would only make things easier. All right. Lucian reached out and placed his hand in Mortis' palm. However, it felt strangely like being proposed to in public, leaving him a bit embarrassed. Mortis smiled at Lucian's positive answer, firmly grasped his hand, and then declared to the believers, "As you all heard, the divine envoy has accepted us. May Janus reveal to us the road ahead, as well as all that is yet to come." Hearing Mortis' declaration, the believers erupted in cheers, as though they had received some kind of priceless treasure. Of course, it was because they all believed Lucian to be the divine envoy of the Titans that they were so excited. Mortis had no intention of revealing Lucian's true identity either. Since the Passage Titan had said so, there was definitely a good reason for it, so there was no need for her to do anything more. After a long period of celebration, the Holy Maiden and the priests finally completed the prophecy ritual, bringing this farce to an end. Originally, it should have been Holy Maiden Mortis who died, but thanks to Lucian's intervention, she survived, while Grand Counselor Denalio died. Now, Lucian had even become one of the leaders of Janusopolis. After all, being handpicked by the Passage Titan himself, no one dared to object. Of course, with Denalio's death, the power vacuum left many at the top of both the sanctum and the city itching to climb higher. Unknowingly, time passed into evening, or rather, to the parting hour, according to the Amphoreus calendar system. Nonetheless, the light from the dawn device ensured it was never night in Amphoreus, so even after work hours, the sky remained blindingly bright. Mortis had arranged living quarters for Lucian right inside the Temple of the Three Fates. But they were not ready yet. Your own chambers are still being cleaned, so why don't you come rest at my place first? Once all the believers left the temple, Mortis asked Lucian with gentle eyes, though there was a hint of shyness in her gaze. She couldn't help it, since this was her first time inviting a man to her home. Everyone assumed she must have had a partner to give birth to her daughter, but in reality, she was still pure. Tribios having a beautiful woman invite him to her home, Lucian naturally would not refuse. In the first place, he had already been looking for an opportunity to visit Mortis' home and get close to Tribios, and now the chance had come. Under Mortis' guidance, the two of them walked into the Law Titan's altar, then turned left, entering a grand ceremonial ground known as the Archive of Prophecies, where quite a few people were at work. Mortis then operated a device nearby, unlocking a hidden door. A spiral stone staircase appeared, winding down from the floor. Not gonna lie, this is too complicated just to visit someone's home. Lucian maintained a calm expression, but inwardly, he complained. Next, the two descended the stone stairs and reached a large door. Wind chimes hanging over the lintel clattered wildly, filling the air with a chorus of ringing, like a flock of startled metal birds. Mortis pushed open the door, and the racket immediately spilled, unrestrained, into this spacious room. Well, this is my home and also my bedchamber. Please come in. Mortis stepped aside to make way, her voice gentle. Lucian stepped inside, his footsteps growing quieter against the floor, and what met his eyes were stone pillars and bookshelves. There was no trace of a home atmosphere at all. Honestly, it could only be called an underground storage room, but with just a bit of casual decorating, it was called a bedchamber. It was clear that the Holy Maiden truly did not receive much special treatment here. Lucian had just reached the center of the room when suddenly, Mama, a bright child's voice, full of endless attachment and joy, suddenly rang out, instantly overpowering the noise of the wind chimes. A tiny figure, like a swallow returning to its nest, came dashing out of the warmly lit depths of the room, hurtling forward like a gust of wind. Her short, fiery red hair was a little fluffy, with a few playful strands sticking to her forehead as she ran. She crashed straight into Mortis' arms like a little cannonball, the force making Mortis instinctively stagger half a step back, letting out a short, doting laugh. In an instant, that layer of lingering fatigue on Mortis' face vanished as her daughter dove into her arms, like a thin mist swept away by sunlight, instantly replaced by radiance. Mortis bent down, naturally spreading her arms wide, hugging that small, warm body tightly, her face blossoming into a pure and gentle smile. "Slow down, my sweet girl." Mortis' voice was as soft as melted honey, full of laughter. "Be careful not to fall." Seeing the little girl, Lucian recognized her instantly. This incredibly adorable little girl was Tribby, or more accurately, this was Tribios as a young child. Tribios buried her little face in Mortis' chest, rubbing affectionately and letting out a satisfied murmur. A few seconds later, as if remembering something, she suddenly lifted her head. Her blue-violet eyes, clear as a lake in early autumn, peeked over her mother's arm and waist, full of unabashed curiosity as they locked on the stranger standing beside her mother. Needless to say, there was nothing but a child's pure curiosity in her gaze. No hesitation, no shy probing, just the purest, most open curiosity and scrutiny. Her small hands still hugged her mother's waist, but her body subtly turned toward Lucian, radiating an innocent, animal-like inquisitiveness. It was clear Mortis had protected Tribios well, never exposing her to the dark side of human nature. Understanding this, Lucian's heart couldn't help but soften a little, so without hesitation, he took a small step forward, letting himself be fully illuminated by the warm light filling the room before slowly squatting down in front of the mother and daughter. Now his eyes were level with the little girl clinging to her mother, brimming with wonder and curiosity. He offered the gentlest, least threatening smile he could, meeting those pure, searching blue-violet eyes with calmness. "Hello, Tribios." Lucian kept his voice soft, like a feather falling on a calm water, smiling sincerely. "My name is Lucian. Nice to meet you." Hearing this, Tribios' long lashes fluttered like startled butterfly wings, blinking rapidly, and her small mouth opened a little, revealing a flash of white baby teeth. She looked at Lucian, then instinctively looked up at Mortis. "He is Lord Divine Envoy, sent by the gods to help us." Mortis' hand comfortingly rested on her daughter's head as she explained. In truth, she had not expected Lucian to be so approachable and would even lower himself to meet Tribios at eye level. After hearing her mother's explanation, Tribios' gaze returned to Lucian's face. "Are you Janus Envoy? Or Talentons? Or Oryx?" "No, I'm not any of those." Lucian smiled and shook his head. "I come from beyond this world, and by the way, above the Titans, there are higher gods called Aeons. I'm the envoy of the Aeon of Abundance." "Really? Then can you make the black tide disappear?" Tribios blinked her big eyes, full of curiosity. "Of course I can, but I need your power for that." Lucian smiled gently. "When you grow up, come help me drive away the black tide, okay?" Naturally, he was just humoring a child. Even if Amphireus was aided by an emanate of abundance, he did not believe that the power of abundance alone could solve the problem, since this world was, in fact, not as simple as it seemed. Besides, his main goal was not to save Amphireus, but the script's protagonist. Meanwhile, seeing the two interact, Mortis chuckled softly. She still knew nothing about gods beyond the Titans, so she naturally did not expect Lucian to solve the threat of the black tide. She was simply happy to see him treating her daughter with such kindness. Of course, Tribios will be the most amazing holy maiden of Janusopolis. Well, little holy maiden, Tribios quickly accepted the friendly stranger before her, leaving her mother's arms to grab Lucian's arm. "Lord Divine Envoy, can you tell me a story?" I want to hear your stories. Seeing Tribios' eagerness, Lucian was not surprised by this. Before he had come to this world, back in his old life on Earth, children had always liked him, especially little girls. None could resist him. Thankfully, this talent worked just as well in this world. All right, let me tell you the story of a merciful medicus, Yausher. Saying this, Lucian gently patted the empty spot on the carpet beside him. As if guided by invisible threads, Tribios hesitated for just a moment before letting go of her mother's hand, and, with her little body brimming with excitement and a hint of cautious eagerness, quickly ran over and sat down beside Lucian. She curled up, hugging her knees, her gaze fixed on Lucian. Mortis watched her daughter get drawn in so easily, her eyes flickering with a complex emotion, then quietly sat down beside Lucian as well, listening closely as he spoke about the outside world. Beyond the sky lie the galaxies, and Amphireus is just a tiny speck of dust in that vastness. In front of the Aeons, the Titans are like children. To all sentient beings, whatever you seek will be granted. Merciful Medicus Yausher is the nurturer of all life, the god of abundance, whose purpose is to see life flourish without end. They are an Aeon who never refuse prayers, who cannot bear to witness death and disease. Tribios immediately held her breath, inching even closer to Lucian, so near that he could catch the faint floral scent in her hair. For a long time after that, Lucian told stories to the mother and daughter, explaining the outside world, paths, emanators, and Aeons. Tribios kept asking questions, curious about everything, and Lucian, always patient with children, answered each question in turn. Even though he was telling stories for the little girl, Mortis ended up listening even more intently than her daughter. She never interrupted, only showing with her beautiful eyes that she was paying attention. Soon enough, she watched her daughter nestled by Lucian's side, her little face now free of all defenses and full of pure trust and joy, the light shining in her daughter's wide eyes brighter and more sparkling than ever before. Mortis' gaze lingered on her daughter for a long while before slowly moving to Lucian, who had lowered his head and was smiling gently as he spoke to her daughter. She saw the focus and patience in Lucian's eyes as he told stories, saw his natural responses to her daughter's every tiny reaction, and saw the quiet, heartfelt love and care that needed no words. In the next moment, Mortis felt as though something had suddenly and forcefully struck her in the chest. Even though the impact was not painful, it brought a strange, almost burning ache to her eyes. If only this bit of light, could always shine warmly on Tribios. As Mortis thought this, her heart felt so immense, so heavy, and so full of hope that it made her tremble. She looked at her daughter resting contentedly and at the gentle storyteller, and memories of Lucian holding her earlier that day floated up in her mind. Lucian's handsomeness, gentleness, decisiveness, and powerful sense of security. Mortis' throat seemed blocked, and she could not utter a single sound. Only her long silent heart beat heavily and powerfully in her chest, as if knocking at some crucial question about the future. Before long, an unprecedented thought emerged in Mortis' mind. Tribios needs a father. Because Tribios had been born from the fruit of fate, she had no father and had never experienced a father's love. Maybe he can. Mortis' thoughts paused as she suddenly felt drowsy from the warm atmosphere. Maybe because the threats that had always hung over her and her daughter's heads had vanished. Her constantly tense mind finally relaxed, leaving her unguarded, as if a burden had been lifted. Just as Lucian was talking about Penacony, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. He looked over and saw Mortis leaning her head on his shoulder, asleep. Looking down, he saw Tribios had also fallen asleep. Clutching his sleeve, both mother and daughter had relaxed completely, letting down all their guard. It was one thing to invite a man they had just met home, but now both mother and daughter suddenly slept leaning on him. More importantly, because his current clothes left his shoulders bare. Mortis' cheek pressed directly against his skin, allowing him to clearly feel her delicate, soft skin and her gentle breath. Well, this script experience is just perfect 5 stars for me. Even though he called it script, Lucian felt it was no different from reality, impossible to tell apart. In the end, he let himself be drawn into the warmth of this family, and simply stayed like this until dawn arrived. Clean up some trash after an unknown amount of time had passed. Mortis' eyelashes trembled as she slowly opened her drowsy eyes. At first, she still felt a little dazed, but then she suddenly realized where she was resting. She was leaning on Lucian's shoulder. As if an electric shock had passed through her body, she gasped sharply and immediately sprang away, sitting up straight. Her cheeks flushed as if ignited, the heat quickly spreading to her ears. She hastily raised her hand to fix the stray red hair at her temples, trying to divert attention and make herself look less flustered. "Sorry," Mortis apologized in a low, soft voice. Lucian, who was awake the entire time, turned his head, his gaze falling on her crimson cheeks. "It's fine," Lucian replied softly, the corners of his mouth seeming to lift slightly into a smile. In fact, he was quite curious. Logically, considering Mortis' child was already 8 years old, she shouldn't have such a flustered reaction like a young girl who had never been in a relationship. She had the face of a beautiful married woman, yet she gave off the feeling of a teenage girl in front of her crush. He truly couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lucian's reply, Mortis' heart suddenly skipped a beat. I didn't do anything rude in my sleep, did I?" Mortis asked in a low voice, her fingertips unconsciously twirling the ends of her long hair. "No," Lucian replied, a barely noticeable hint of amusement in his voice. "Your hair just tickled me a bit." Hearing this, Mortis couldn't help but quietly raise her eyelashes and happened to meet Lucian's gentle, smiling eyes, the gaze as clear as a mountain stream, reflecting her inescapable shyness at this moment, yet gently melting all her embarrassment. "So, do you have any plans for Janusopolis?" Mortis quickly calmed herself, returning to her dignified and elegant demeanor. "My reason for coming here is only for you and her, nothing more." Lucian spoke solemnly, pointing at Tribios, who was still sound asleep nearby. "If you run into trouble you can't handle, I will step in. As for the governance and diplomacy of Janusopolis, you're the high priest and holy maiden, so you make the arrangements. I'm fine with just holding the status of divine envoy. Just like Belobog, even though he was the supreme guardian, the governance had been handed over to Kokolia and Natasha to manage. Honestly, he really didn't have the time or interest to work himself to the bone, dealing with affairs every day, facing politicians' false smiles. He had had enough of it in his original world. Wasn't it much better to bask in the sun, stroll the streets, spend time with gorgeous ladies and kids, and simply enjoy life? He'll be honest. The current Holy Maiden of Janusopolis is already a hollow title. Mortis showed a look of distress. Now, the pro-Holy Maiden faction has already been scattered, and I only have the title of Holy Maiden, with no real power. My only friend has also been killed. In this vast Janusopolis, maybe the only person I can rely on is you." Lucian knew some of the background facts of Janusopolis. Just as Mortis had said, the Holy Maiden of Janusopolis had already been sidelined for generations and was just a puppet. She had become nothing but a tool for those in power to deliver fake prophecies. She could only listen to the prophecies of the Titans and then relay them to the government officials, who would alter the prophecies for their own interests before explaining them to the masses. Mortis believed this was wrong and tried to resist, which was why she was targeted by Denalio and her people. Of course, the high-ranking officials from other factions were the same. They also wanted to monopolize the authority to convey prophecies, because the prophecies of the 3 Titans of Fate were true predictions. All the people of Amphirius believed in them. Hence, even if the prophecies were mixed with personal interests, every one of those clueless people would still believe them. In other words, the one who delivered the prophecies could influence thousands of city-states with a single word and reap enormous wealth. Because of that, all the high-ranking officials of Janusopolis wanted to be the one favored by the gods. making killing or imprisoning the holy maiden a necessity. In a theocratic system, the high priest and the holy maiden were supposed to be the supreme authorities, yet Mortis had been stripped of her power, which showed just how rebellious those in power had become. In that case, today's plan is decided. Lucian stood up, straightened his clothes, and reached out his hand to the red-haired beauty, inviting her. Decided? Where are we going? Mortis asked with a puzzled look. I'm taking you to clean up some trash. Lucian curled his lips and answered in a calm tone. It was known that the officials and priests of Janusopolis all worked in the Temple of the Three Fates. Mortis was extremely familiar with the interior, so it was easy to find them. Vinculum, high priest in charge of funerals. He's most deeply colluding with Denalio, and he also took part in the assassination. Mortis' voice beside him was truly magnetic, making Lucian find her voice very pleasing to the ear. He turned his head slightly and saw that Mortis was holding a small notebook that seemed to be filled with names. As expected, beautiful women truly hold grudges. You don't need to tell me their crimes. Just give me a name, and I'll kill one. It's that simple. Hearing Lucian's domineering words, Mortis not only felt no fear, but her heart beat even faster. All women admired strength, and she was no exception. Having such a strong man by her side, radiating masculinity, it was impossible not to feel her heart race. Especially Lucian's trust in her, it truly made Mortis feel overwhelmed. Halt! No one is allowed to enter without Lord Vinculum's authorization. When Lucian and Mortis reached their destination, 2 guards blocked their way at the door. Even though it was the Holy Maiden and the Divine Envoy themselves standing before them, these 2 guards still refused to give way, which only proved that Mortis truly had no power at all. TSK. Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance and waved his hand impatiently. 2 branches suddenly appeared out of thin air, binding the guards and dragging them underground, turning them into nutrients. Just like that, the 2 guards never even had time to shout before they died. Lucian continued forward, leading Mortis into a large room. At the far end sat a middle-aged man, who seemed to be writing a letter and paid no attention to the newcomers. Is that guy Vinculum? Lucian asked calmly, confirming with Mortis. Yes, that's him. Mortis nodded, gazing sharply at the middle-aged man. Vinculum finally noticed the commotion, raised his head, and frowned when he saw Lucian and Mortis. Holy Maiden! Divine Envoy? You Pucci. Before Vinculum could finish his words, 2 golden branches suddenly appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his chest, lifting him into the air. In no time, bright red blood flowed down the branches to the floor. Vinculum, his eyes bulging wide, could not utter a single word and died just like that. Even in his last moments, he never imagined he would die, so abruptly didn't even get to keep his own wallet, as it was taken away by Lucian. Let's go, next one. You just have to show your beauty only to me. Are you the astrologer priest, Cleonides? Igriagis, divine envoy. Next life, try divining your own future more. Are you the healer priest, Glycera? What do you want? Revenge. Ophius, magistrate of law. Philoxenus, commander of the guards. Nicorite, the Grand Counselor's chosen successor. Every time Mortis read out a person's name, it wouldn't be long before that person died. In the end, after half a day, her little notebook was finally cleared out. Who would have thought this ordinary notebook would become a death note? After so many years, it was the first time Mortis felt she could live so freely. Ever since Tribios was born, she had a weakness and was forced to compromise with those in power. Now that all those scheming villains had gotten what they deserved, it truly felt as if a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Is that all? Don't leave any threats behind. Lucian spoke calmly while wiping the blood that had splattered on the back of his hand. After killing so many people, his emotions hardly fluctuated. Once one gained great power, it was hard not to get a little carried away, especially since deep down, he knew this was just a script like playing a game. When you kill NPCs in a game, especially the villain NPCs, you really can't feel any guilt. Or maybe I was never a good person to begin with. As Lucian pondered this, Mortis responded to his question. Yes, that's all. All these names were the key figures who had grown too powerful. They controlled too much and couldn't be brought under control. Mortis then lit a match and set her notebook on fire. "Thank you. Thank you very much." Mortis continued softly while watching the flames burn her notebook. "If I hadn't met you, I would have been dead by now. And Tribios might have been hurt by them too. How could I ever repay you?" As she spoke, Mortis looked at Lucian, her beautiful eyes gentle and sincere. "Do you remember what I said I liked the first time we met?" Instead of answering Mortis' question, Lucian asked one of his own. Mortis thought for a moment and then answered, "You like beautiful things, like me?" After saying something so embarrassing, Mortis immediately blushed. What I want is simple." Lucian laughed lightly. "You just have to show your beauty only to me. That's enough as thanks." "Can you?" Faced with such a teasing, intimate question, how could Mortis, a woman who had never been in love or a relationship, possibly resist? As a result, her lovely face grew even redder, so embarrassed she almost melted. Of course," Mortis replied in a voice as soft as a mosquito, lowering her head and not daring to meet Lucian's eyes. Even though it didn't directly state their relationship, she still understood the meaning behind the words. Lucian reached out and tucked Mortis' hair behind her beautiful, elf-like ear. Mortis did not resist his intimate gesture, but her heart was pounding wildly. In truth, she herself was surprised. They had known each other for less than 2 days, and she was not the type to fall easily, but she really felt like she had been tied to him by God's red string. Remembering those warm moments with Tribios, the scenes where he had saved her, stood up for her, the way he smiled, it was all too hard to resist. Murder dash! As Lucian and Mortis were lost in their lovey-dovey moment, someone suddenly shouted, and soon, the lower floor of the Temple of the Three Fates broke out into noise and chaos. Needless to say, someone had discovered the corpses. Lucian had, in fact, deliberately left the corpses on display as a warning to everyone. It was meant to intimidate them. "It's the astrologer priest. Lock down the building. Hey, the magistrate is also dead. A Lady Nicorite's been killed too." Shouts and warnings from the guards and priests echoed all around, causing the people working at the temple to fall into panic. Before they could react, they were already surrounded by guards who formed layer after layer, sealing off the temple completely. It was important to know that everyone who died today was a top figure in the political and religious leadership of Janusopolis. So with them gone, Janusopolis governance was left like a headless chicken. Mortis suddenly grabbed Lucian's hand. "Janusopolis will be in chaos for a few days. I need to seize this chance to reclaim my power, so I probably won't be able to come home. Could I ask you to take care of Tribios for me in the meantime? You'll be all right by yourself?" Lucian asked hesitantly, raising his eyebrows. "Fufu, you've already helped me so much." Mortis gave a confident smile. "If I can't do something like this, I'd really be useless." Lucian had to admit, Mortis' beautiful, married woman face was truly stunning when she smiled. "All right." Lucian nodded and smiled back. "They'll take good care of Tribios and wait for you to come home." Upon hearing his simple phrase, "wait for you to come home," it went straight to Mortis' heart. At this moment, she understood clearly she really had fallen into this man's trap and probably would never get out. And so, after they parted, Lucian returned to the Archive of Prophecies, opened the hidden door, and went back to the basement room where Tribios lived. When he entered, he found the red-haired little girl already awake, writing and drawing at a small desk. "Now, that I'm Tribios Guardian, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do." Lucian was stumped for a moment. It was only natural. In the first place, the system hadn't told him the conditions to complete the script or given him any mission as a guide. So he had no idea how to complete the script at all. "Lord Divine Envoy, are you looking for Mama? She's not home." Tribios' childish voice quickly pulled Lucian out of his thoughts. Her tiny figure, like a little butterfly, ran up to Lucian and looked up at him with her big, shining eyes. Seeing this, Lucian nearly had his heart melted by this adorable creature. Feeling overwhelmed by all this sweetness, he felt like some strange new side of himself was awakening. Of course, wasn't anything weird, maybe something like a fatherly side. More importantly, he had to remember that this little girl would one day split into 1,000. If 1,000 adorable little tribios surrounded him, he would definitely get diabetes. Heartwarming moments. Your mama has important work and won't be home for several days, so she asked me to keep you company. Lucian placed his palm gently on Tribios' head, softly rubbing her hair. Oh, so Lord Divine Envoy, what are we going to play? Tribios let Lucian's large hand ruffle her hair without resistance and asked curiously, "Don't call me Lord Divine Envoy. Just call me Big Brother." "Okay." Lucian smiled as he picked the little girl up and held her in his arms. "Let's go for a walk in the city. How about that?" "But Mama said I can't go outside." Tribios softly shook her head. "Mama said outside is dangerous." "Well, that's not the case anymore," Lucian replied with a smile. "All those bad people who made things dangerous have already been chased away. Besides, as long as you're with me, no one can hurt you." "Really? Then I want to see what the outside world is like." "All right, let's go." Even though the Temple of the Three Fates was under strict guard, Lucian found it effortless to come and go as he pleased. At this moment, the generous afternoon sun shone down on the market of Janusopolis, warming the stone-paved streets. Lucian's tall figure moved silently through the noisy crowd, his broad right hand carefully holding a much smaller one. Tribios, at 8 years old, was like a canary set free for the first time, her gem-like eyes brimming with curiosity about the world as she eagerly looked left and right, tightly holding Lucian's long, fair fingers. "Big brother, look." Tribios suddenly tugged Lucian to a stop, excitedly pointing at a honey stand. On a large stone slab, sticky golden honey with plump-dried fruit was spread out, giving off a sweet fragrance like sunshine. She lifted her small face, her desire nearly overflowing from her eyes, but she pressed her lips together and only dared to stare longingly at the biggest piece of candy. Lucian lowered his gaze, taking in her silent plea. He said nothing and walked straight to the stand before a silver coin landed with a clink in the old lattice clay bowl. "I want this one." Lucian looked at the candy he wanted. When the honey amber candy, wrapped in reed leaves and nearly half the size of a small palm, was handed over, Lucian turned slightly and indicated it was for Tribios. Tribios' eyes instantly sparkled even brighter than the Aegean Sea under the sun in his original world. "For me?" Tribios asked hesitantly, her voice trembling a little. After seeing Lucian give her a gentle nod, she joyfully took the treat and hugged it tightly in her arms. "Thank you, big brother. You're the best." Tribios' face blossomed into a sunflower-like smile before she affectionately rubbed against his leg. In that instant, however, Lucian's body stiffened slightly. Is this the destructive power of a lowly? Tribios was then lifted by Lucian's strong arm, and her view suddenly widened. Sitting securely in Lucian's sturdy embrace, Tribios happily nibbled on her honey candy, the crispy crunches mixing with her contented little hums. In no time, her nose and lips sparkled with golden sugar crystals. Just after finishing more than half of the candy, Tribios suddenly remembered something. She struggled to hold up the small piece that was left, stretching it toward Lucian's mouth, her little face shining with the joy of sharing. "Big brother, let's eat together." Lucian stopped in his tracks, eyeing the candy treat pressed to his lips, sticky with sugar and tiny fingerprints. "All right, let me have a taste." He quickly lowered his head, taking a bite. In the next second, the overwhelming sweetness instantly filled his mouth as he chewed and swallowed the piece of candy with a bright smile. Seeing Lucian accept it, Tribios was even more pleased, giggling as she licked her fingers and leaned against his shoulder. Leaving the busy main street, they turned onto a quiet stone path leading toward the Temple of the Three Fates. Tribios swung her little feet, pointing at the ground with a giggle. "Let's step on our shadows." At this moment, their shadows stretched long on the ground, thanks to the shining dawn device that was far from Janusopolis. "I'm an adult, so I don't step on shadows." Lucian smiled wryly and gave an excuse. "No way I'd let myself do something like that out in public." Thinking this, Lucian kept walking when Tribios suddenly leaned forward to count the passing gray doves on the roadside wall, which made his arm instantly tighten as he held her small body steady. Once the doves vanished, Lucian, still holding Tribios in his arms, continued walking, and soon, as they reached the steps to the temple, they saw a thin boy standing there, selling a handful of wildflowers in a bucket. In that instant, Tribios' eyes were drawn to the pink flowers among them. Soon, Tribios climbed down from Lucian's arms and moved close to the flower basket to admire them. Lucian handed over a copper coin to the boy, and the boy immediately offered the fullest pink flower. Tribios happily smelled the fragrance, then glanced at the silent Lucian beside her before she suddenly stood on tiptoe and carefully tucked the pink flower into his belt. "Big brother, you look even better now." Tribios looked up, her eyes pure and smiling. Sunlight passed through the stone pillars, softly wrapping the pair together, making those who saw their interaction unable to help but smile warmly. Lucian looked down at the flower on his belt, so out of place yet so delicate, then at the girl's beaming smile. He truly could not bring himself to disappoint her. "Thank you for the flower. I really like it." Right after saying this, Lucian bought another flower and tucked it into Tribios' hair, making her laugh even more joyfully than before. Tribios' little hand then slipped into Lucian's broad palm, feeling its warmth. "Big brother, you smell like stones warmed by the sun." As she spoke, Tribios' voice was soft and sweet as honey. "Oh, really?" Lucian cracked a smile. "Do you like it?" "I do." Hearing Tribios' energetic answer, Lucian smiled and said nothing more. He held her small hand even tighter, leading her up the sun-drenched stone steps one step at a time. For the next 5 days, Lucian always stayed with Tribios. He taught her various things, took her out, told her bedtime stories, and more. Maybe because she had so little contact with others, Tribios' affection for Lucian grew quickly, and soon she became clingy wherever he went. She would stick to him. Unfortunately, the script made no real progress, which left Lucian feeling a little lost. Even after staying with the script's protagonist, no missions or anything like that have triggered. Could the real protagonist be the grown-up Tribios? Lucian couldn't help but wonder. If that's the case, doesn't that mean ID have to live here for 10 years and watch her grow up? Seriously? Is this script actually a grooming simulator? Gifts shortly after the parting hour of the 5th day arrived at dusk. Mortis, who had been busy handling affairs in the temple, finally returned home. As soon as she entered, she saw Lucian teaching her daughter how to draw. In her eyes, the two of them looked so close, as if they were a true father and daughter, while she was just the stepmother. "I was only gone for 5 days, so why does it feel like there's no place for me in this home anymore?" Mortis suddenly felt uneasy inside. "Have you finished everything you needed to do?" Lucian's voice sounded, carrying a hint of concern. Hearing his words, Tribios, who was focused on drawing, immediately looked up, and the moment she saw her mother, she quickly dashed over like a little butterfly. "Mama." Mortis scooped her daughter into her arms dotingly, and the two pressed their faces together in an affectionate embrace. Seeing this, Lucian hurriedly stood up, planning to leave and give the mother and daughter some private time together. As for what was going on at the temple and the city, he had no interest at all. "Tribios misses you very much, so spend more time with her." Lucian smiled at Mortis, then patted Tribios' head before turning to leave. "Mama, can Big Brother sleep with us tonight? I like sleeping with him." Tribios' sudden request left both Lucian and Mortis a little embarrassed. Even though they knew she was just being innocent, it still felt a bit awkward to sleep together so suddenly. "But my sweet girl, our bed is very small. Once we get a bigger one, we'll invite him, okay?" Mortis was only coaxing the child, but in Lucian's ears, it sounded a little different. "Okay." Tribios pouted regretfully, then looked at Lucian and waved her hand. "See you tomorrow, Big Brother." "Yeah, see you tomorrow." Lucian smiled back, and with that, he left the room, but just as he closed the door, he heard voices from inside. "Tribios." "Mama, can I go to work with you tomorrow?" "Mortis." "Oh, why do you want to work?" "Tribios." Big Brother said you work really hard, so I want to help make things easier for you. Mortis, thank you, my sweet girl, but not yet. There are still some bad people around, and they might hurt you. Try Bios. Why not let Big Brother chase them all away? Mortis, Big Brother likes you, and he likes me, but we can't just take advantage of that because of his feelings for us. Liking someone goes both ways. He does so much for us, so we should be grateful and do things for him in return. Do you understand? Try Bios. Ma'am, I understand. Try Bios. Then can you buy me some colored pens? I want to draw Big Brother a picture as a gift. I also want to tell him thank you for liking me. Mortis, of course you can, my sweet girl. Lucian, who hadn't even gotten far when he heard this conversation, couldn't help but smile as a warm feeling bloomed in his chest. Honestly, he never expected anything in return. He only treated this place like a game, planning to finish the script, leave, and get his reward for clearing the script, but now, he was starting to feel reluctant to leave. I really am getting sentimental. Lucian sighed to himself, unable to hold back his smile as he left through the secret passage. When he reached his own chambers, he found the bedroom alone was much larger than Mortis' whole place. So calling it luxurious was no exaggeration. It was only natural. He was, after all, known as the divine envoy in the public eye. So the people in power had to save face and never stopped Mortis from giving him such a fancy place. However, now that all those people had been eradicated by him, he could stay here with a clear conscience. As time passed the next day, someone knocked on the door to Lucian's chambers at the entry hour dawn. Lucian opened the door and was greeted by the sight of Mortis, a stunning beauty with red hair and elf-like ears. She stood at the doorway, dignified and elegant, her white dress dazzling against her crimson hair, making her look even more divine, as expected of a holy maiden. Good morning. As Mortis greeted Lucian with her usual smile, Lucian smiled back and greeted her as well. Did you sleep well? Yup. Thanks to you for giving me this place. Foo-foo, it's only natural. Mortis chuckled softly while covering her mouth. You are the divine envoy and also my savior. Me doing my best for you is a given. After saying this, she fell silent for a moment before speaking again. By the way, can you come see Tribios? Mortis asked softly. She has something she wants to say to you. Lucian didn't even need to guess it was surely about the gift they had talked about last night, so he nodded without hesitation, closed the door, and followed Mortis back home. Once again, they went through the complicated secret passage to the underground room. As soon as the door opened, a flash of red shot out and jumped in front of Lucian. It seemed Tribios had been waiting here for a long time. Good morning, Big Brother. Tribios greeted as she held up a drawing. Big Brother, this is a gift for you. Thank you for liking me. I like you too. Lucian, however, stood frozen on the spot. He had expected a gift, but he didn't expect Tribios to jump out like this, which really caught him by surprise. Cracking a smile, Lucian took the drawing paper from Tribios. On the paper, there were 3 little figures, a man, a woman, and a child. It looked like the 3 of them were holding hands, with a temple, trees, and the dawn device in the background. Seeing the drawing, Lucian felt a strange sense of happiness. Something he couldn't really describe. This is wonderful. I really like it. Thank you. Lucian brushed his hand over the paper, and emerald green branches soon grew out of thin air, weaving around it to form a photo frame. Seeing how much Lucian cherished her gift, Tribios couldn't have been happier. She beamed like a flower in full bloom. I also have a gift for you, to thank you for everything you've done for me. Mortis took out a red string with a white 5-petaled flower attached. I made it myself, and I've blessed it. I hope you like it. She gently lifted Lucian's left hand and tied the red string around his wrist. In my homeland, there's a saying, a thread ties the fates of those destined to meet, and that thread is this red string. Upon hearing this, Lucian looked at Mortis with a half-smile. Doesn't that mean you giving me this red string is because you want to tie me to your side? Lucian's blunt question instantly surprised Mortis, who instinctively averted her eyes. A blush eventually crept over her face, but she still tried to stay calm. Just as Lucian had guessed, Mortis really did have that thought, she just didn't dare admit it. Frankly, there was no helping it. One should know that both of them had only known each other for 7 days, while that so-called love at first sight only happened that quickly in fiction. However, considering their current situation, maybe this really was what they called love at first sight. MM. In the end, Mortis, in a low voice, affirmed Lucian's question. However, in the next moment, as if remembering something, Mortis bravely looked up to meet Lucian's gaze, her expression slightly nervous. Actually, I've never been married. My child was actually born from a fruit gifted by the Titans. Tribios was still young and didn't understand what they were talking about, so she just blinked her big eyes, looking at her mother and big brother curiously. Looking at Mortis' sincere, yet tense gaze, Lucian smiled slightly and gently patted her head. I know. In fact, he had already guessed as much. When he played the game before transmigrating, he had checked the background story and never heard anything about Tribios' father, not even a single word. Besides, as Tribios grew up, she looked more and more like Mortis, almost as if she was carved from the same mold, without any trace of another parent. Because of that, Lucian was sure that Tribios had no father. As for where Tribios came from, he could now somewhat guess. She was a child born from the divinity of the 3 Titans of fate, entrusted to Mortis to raise. Perhaps 8 years ago, the Passage Titan had already designated Tribios as the future demigod to inherit their core flame. Well then, I also have a gift for you. Lucian, still smiling, raised his hand. Abundance's blessing may you live a long, prosperous life. 10 years later, well then, I also have a gift for you. Lucian, still smiling, raised his hand. Abundance's blessing may you live a long, prosperous life. He reached out and touched Mortis' brow with his fingertip. A ripple of green light from abundance quickly spread around the two of them. There was no thunderous sound, only an indescribable surge of vitality flowing into every part of the body like a warm current. Mortis felt as if her very bones and blood were whispering. It was like a dried riverbed suddenly filled with clear water, as every inch of her skin greedily absorbed this pure vitality. Invisible particles of life seeped into her veins, not by brute force, but as if the very essence of vitality itself were quietly merging within. Life quietly took root and expanded deep within her flesh, like a slumbering seed breaking through the earth, sprouting and blooming in an instant. An unspeakable sense of fullness and boundless vitality soon swept through her soul, surpassing pain and turning into trembling joy. Before long, the light gradually faded, leaving only a fleeting shadow of branches and leaves on her palm. Mortis stood still, feeling the lingering warmth of life at the center of her brow, as if she had just been embraced by the world's most vigorous heartbeat, with a fragment of life's essence imprinted deep in her soul. Is this the blessing of abundance? Mortis had heard Lucian speak of abundance before, and had some understanding of the blessings bestowed by abundance, like granting eternal youth, immortality, extraordinary healing, and so on. In her eyes, it was a godlike power, yet it had come so easily that it felt a bit unreal to her, as if all of this was just a dream before dying. Wow, Mama looks even prettier now. Tribios suddenly let out a cry of surprise. As she said, after receiving the blessing of abundance, Mortis looked even more lively and beautiful than before. Tribios, they'll give you a blessing when you grow up. Okay. Lucian crouched down, gently patted Tribios' head, and explained softly. Once you receive the blessing, you'll always look the same as you do now, so you won't get taller or grow up. They'll give you this gift when you're an adult. Hearing that she wouldn't grow taller or older, Tribios shook her head furiously, looking just like a little red rattledrum. No, I want to get taller. I want to grow up fast. Seeing this, Mortis and Lucian shared a knowing smile. And so, from that day on, Lucian officially became a part of Tribios' childhood and also entered Mortis' life. Time passed day by day. During this time, Mortis recalled the banished members of the Holy Maiden faction and began a power struggle. Because the original high-ranking figures had already been eradicated by Lucian and replaced by a new group of officials and priests whose positions were still unstable, all power was soon taken back, with Lucian enforcing strict measures behind Mortis. As a result, the theocratic government of Janusopolis gradually stabilized, with the Holy Maiden becoming the supreme authority. Meanwhile, since the status of divine envoy did not belong to the political system, it stood apart, ranked even higher than the Holy Maiden, second only to the Titans. Lucian did not care about this, since he never intended to get involved in politics in the first place. He simply stayed by Trivia's side every day, watching her grow up. Of course, free from threats. Mortis and Tribios moved from the underground of the temple to the grand building next door, using it as their residence. 10 years of peaceful life passed before they even realized it. Morning sunlight shone brightly, crossing the white marble colonnade, making Lucian and Mortis on the bed stand out dazzlingly. Lucian's fingertips lingered in Mortis' thick red hair, his movements gentle and soft. Her hair tips wrapped around his fingers, carrying the lingering warmth of last night, mingling fig and ocean scents. "Are you going to hear the Titan's prophecy today?" Lucian's voice dropped low, his lips nearly brushing Mortis' delicate earlobe. I have a feeling something big is about to happen, so I want to ask Janice." Mortis leaned lazily against Lucian, lashes down, a faint ripple of a smile at her lips that only he could understand. A peaceful sweetness filled the air, as if time itself had frozen in this small space. Even after 10 years, under Abundance's blessing, Mortis still looked as young and graceful as before. Lucian had checked for himself she was indeed still an untouched mother, a virgin. Even though this tender moment was wonderful, Lucian had never forgotten his true purpose. 10 years ago, he guessed that raising Tribios to adulthood was the condition to finish the script. Yet even now, there was still not a single sign of it being completed. Knock, knock. Just then, the door of the bedroom was knocked, and before either of them could answer, a head poked in. Big Brother. A bright, birdsong-like voice that was already far too familiar resounded. A red-haired figure swept in, wearing a long, pure white chiton embroidered with golden thread. It was none other than the now-grown, 18-year-old Tribios. After 10 years of careful care, she had become a tall and graceful young lady, her beauty enough to topple a kingdom, just as beautiful as her mother. "What is it, Tri?" Lucian asked Tribios softly. "I want to order a new dress, so I want you to come with me." Tribios clung to Lucian's arm, her tone a little coquettish. Lucian smiled helplessly as Tribios half-dragged, half-pulled him away from Mortis. Mortis watched them leave, the smile on her lips deepening as she unconsciously rolled a tender golden sprout from the world tree between her fingers. "Foo-foo, that child's all grown up now." At noon, the marketplace in the city was as bustling and noisy as ever, the air thick with the scent of dust, spices, baked bread, and olive oil. At the same time, the sunlight was harsh, and the crowd surged like a tide of color. In this bustling place, Tribios pulled Lucian along, squeezing up to a stall piled high with painted clay jars. She picked up a slender-necked amphora depicting a divine envoy holding a holy maiden, studying the lines with full attention. With her other hand, she naturally and intimately linked arms with Lucian, resting her head slightly against his broad shoulder. Both of them were outstanding in looks and figure, and their natural closeness formed a scene that drew everyone's attention. "Sir, buy a flower for your wife." At that moment, a skinny boy held up a wildflower and offered it to Lucian. He clearly didn't know who the divine envoy was, or who the holy maiden was, or even Tribios herself, and just thought Tribios was Lucian's wife when he saw them so close. "She's not. Thank you for the flower." Lucian was about to explain their relationship, but before he could, Tribios had already taken the wildflower from the boy and handed him a silver coin, thanking him. He turned to Tribios in astonishment, meeting her mischievous, smiling eyes. "See? I'm old enough to be called your wife by kids now." Tribios stood on tiptoe, her warm breath brushing his ear like a feather as she whispered, her voice light with the thrill of mischief. She paused on purpose, her teasing smile almost overflowing as she continued. If we went somewhere nobody knew us, I bet we'd get a ton of blessings. Hearing this, Lucian couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head helplessly. Honestly, he felt as if he had groomed himself a bride. He was just about to tap Tribios lightly on the forehead to scold her when a murmur suddenly echoed from above. It was none other than the voice of a Titan. However, it was extremely rare for a Titan to reveal themselves directly in public, as the last time everyone had heard their voice like this had been 10 years ago. Tribios closed her eyes, clasped her palms together, and began to mutter. It's Kephael, the world-bearing Titan, the prophecy of Genesis. ID love 1,000 of you prophecy of Genesis? Hearing Tribios mutter, Lucian remembered that it was the prophecy left behind after the death of the world-bearing Titan. Kephael. It was the focus of Amphireus' main story in the future the so-called Flame Chase journey. However, he clearly recalled that Kephael was supposed to have died 10 years ago on the very day Mortis fell off the cliff. It seems my existence caused some subtle changes. Or maybe this script isn't following the game's plot at all. For a moment, Lucian truly couldn't figure it out when he heard Tribios mutter something again. Overthrow the gods. Return the core flames. All shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone shall witness the miracle. Only one shall live till the end, and they alone will witness Era Nova. As expected, it was time for Tribios to obtain the divine authority of the Passage Titan. Lucian silently pondered the next step in his mind for a moment before concluding that perhaps making Tribios a demigod was the key to completing the script. Regardless, it would always be beneficial if Tribios got stronger. Big brother, he'll tell you a secret. Tribios couldn't wait to share the prophecy she had heard with Lucian. But unfortunately for her, Lucian beat her to it by grabbing her hand and saying, "Let's go find Janus and obtain the core flame of passage." You already know everything? Tribios stared at Lucian with wide eyes. She felt a little disappointed inside, since she had wanted to see Lucian's surprised face. When they returned to the Temple of the Three Fates, Mortis was already waiting at the entrance. Naturally, she also understood the world-bearing Titan's prophecy, and she could guess that with Lucian's personality, he would return right away, so she personally waited at the entrance. As she expected, Lucian and Tribios soon appeared before her. "My sweet child, you've grown up, so it's time for you to succeed me." Mortis took her daughter's hand, her tone gentle. "Go find Janus. After that, you will become the next holy maiden of Janusopolis." Tribios nodded firmly and entered the temple alone. In the original story, Tribios would sneak in to get the core flame of passage, only to be discovered by the guards and chased all the way as a heretical traitor. But now, things were different. Mortis was the supreme authority of the city, and Lucian was a divine envoy. So here, Tribios was second only to these two, standing above everyone else. "Please, you must protect her." Suddenly, Mortis embraced Lucian gently, placing her hands on his back. "I can see it clearly her feelings for you are just like mine were for you. Perhaps this is why she's never called you father all these years. If you're willing to accept her, please take care of her." Lucian held the delicate red-haired beauty and gave a gentle nod. He was genuinely not surprised by how things had developed. In the first place, the reason humans had age taboos was simply because their lifespans were short. As the saying goes, when you were born, I wasn't. When I was born, you had already grown old. However, for those with long lifespans, such regrets simply didn't exist, and feelings changing was just a part of life, something you get used to. A long while passed, and Tribios finally came out. At this moment, she was holding a core flame in her hands. It was a crystal burning with fire, engraved with the symbol of the Passage Titan, Janus. "I must go to the gate of infinity next. Only by passing through that gate can I truly master Janus' divine authority." Tribios explained, then gazed at Lucian. "Can you go with me, big brother?" Her expression was complicated, clearly something weighing on her mind. "All right." Lucian nodded calmly and, without another word, took Tribios with him. Along the way, Tribios kept sneaking glances at Lucian's face while thinking about her earlier conversation with Janus. Janus, the one who guides the world, shall see their soul shattered into 1,000 pieces, akin to glass crashing upon the ground. Tribios, it's all right, that's just as I wished. I know this journey will be a long one, but with 1,000 cells to accompany me, it'll never be lonely. Besides, I still have Mother. And him. Such was the maxim that unveils Tribios' fate. You shall shatter into 1,000 pieces, live for all eternity, and be separated from the one you love. Being split into 1,000 pieces was one thing, but the line about being separated from the one she loved truly worried her. She couldn't shake the feeling that the prophecy was talking about Lucian leaving her. Soon, they reached the Gate of Infinity, also known as Destiny's Gate. From far away, Lucian could see the enormous stone gate towering into the sky. Legend had it that Janus created it to communicate with mortals, and that a creature made by them stood guard nearby. It's already time to fulfill my promise, huh? Lucian spoke softly and couldn't help but sigh. Promise? Tribios tilted her head in confusion. Remember when you were 8? You gave me your drawing? Lucian explained while gazing at the stone gate. I told you then, when you grew up, I'd grant you the blessing of abundance. Now, you've grown taller, you've matured, and you're beautiful. You're ready to receive it. He reached out to Tribios, a green glow swirling around his fingertip. If I accept your blessing, will you leave me? Tribios stepped back and asked seriously. Upon hearing this, Lucian was momentarily stunned, his body frozen. Seeing Tribios like this, he realized that if he answered yes, she would probably refuse his blessing right away. Of course not. Lucian smiled and shook his head. If you don't accept abundance, you'll be the one leaving me by dying of old age. Hearing this, Tribios immediately sighed in relief. She stepped forward and pressed her forehead against Lucian's fingertip without hesitation, accepting the blessing of abundance. Consequently, the eternal life foretold by Janus' prophecy came to pass. Right after receiving the blessing, Tribios quickly hugged Lucian tightly, burying her face in his chest. If I shatter into 1,000 pieces and I'm no longer myself, will you still love me? As Tribios asked this, Lucian could feel her body tense. If that happened, I'd love 1,000 of you. Lucian gently stroked Tribios' head and comforted her softly. Tribios looked up, her eyes meeting Lucian's deep gaze. 3 seconds passed before she stood on tiptoe and lightly pressed her lips to his, then broke free from his arms and ran toward the gate of infinity, clutching the core flame of passage as she passed through. Lucian stood frozen, raising a hand to touch his lips with a dazed expression. He had to admit, the gentle sensation from just now was so wonderful he wished it could have lasted a little longer. Buzz dash. Soon enough, a sharp sound wave erupted from the gate of infinity. A burst of white light bloomed, dazzlingly bright, and when the light faded, Lucian looked again at the enormous stone gate. Over there, he saw a group of little red-haired figures. I shrank. Among them, a red-haired little girl, identical to the young Tribios from 10 years ago, looked at her own palm, muttering to herself, "And there's more of us." Suddenly, the other red-haired girls laughed and shouted together, each with a bright smile. Naming session, Lucian looked more carefully and saw that it really was a group of little Tribios. All of them looked exactly the same as that little girl from 10 years ago, all wearing the same clothes and having the same red hair, except their hairstyles were different. Some had braids, some had ponytails, some had bangs covering their eyes, and some had long hair down to their waists. Big Brother Lucian, a girl whose hairstyle was exactly the same as Tribios when she was a child, ran straight toward Lucian. Right after, the other little girls also shouted Big Brother Lucian, before rushing at him together. One after another, they kept running out of the gate, and soon, the square, which had been empty a moment ago, was quickly filled with red. Even though Lucian had already expected something like this, he was still taken aback. 1,000 little Tribios, of course. That would be quite a sight. Lucian picked up the first little Tribios who ran up to him, just like he had picked up Tribios 10 years ago. Very soon, the second, third, fourth, not one more, not one less, exactly 1,000. Now, his legs were surrounded by little girls clinging to him, each one soft and fragrant. He had always looked down on lollicons, but now that he was experiencing it for himself, this ticklish feeling of wanting to pat their heads or pinch their cheeks was irresistible. I turned into so many. We all looked like we did when we were little. All the little Tribios seemed to have a telepathic connection and could feel what each other felt. If one of them got hurt, the other 999 would feel it too. Likewise, if 999 of them felt pain, the last one would have to bear it multiplied by 999. Fortunately, the blessing of abundance had not disappeared, so all 1,000 of them could live forever and heal themselves. Big brother, give us names. That way, you can tell us apart. Names, huh? Let me think. Lucian was suddenly at a loss, because the game story never gave names to all the 1,000 little Tribios. However, as 1,000 pairs of expectant eyes stared at him, he really couldn't bring himself to refuse. Coincidentally, the one in his arms was Tribi, the one at his left leg was Trian, and the one in his right leg was Trinan, the 3 little Tribios that appeared in the game. You're Tribi, you're Trian, you're Trinan, you're Trisha. Soon, all the little Tribios lined up, letting Lucian give them names one by one. Trilly, Triana, Trilla, Trini, Triona. For a whole 1,000 names, Lucian racked his brains, digging up everything he had learned from 9 years of schooling. Thankfully, in the end, he managed to name all 1,000 little Tribios. Yay! 1,000 little girls cheered, dancing with joy. It seemed the childish side of them was still the strongest. Maybe this was the price of becoming a demigod. Tribi wants to hug Big Brother's right arm. Trian wants to hug Big Brother's left arm. Trinan will hug Big Brother's leg. Trisha wants to hug Big Brother's leg too. A group of little girls started fighting for Lucian's attention again, each wanting to get close to him. Unfortunately, there was no way he could give everyone the same treatment, so he used the power of abundance to pick them all up at once. However, he hadn't expected that 1,000 little Tribios would resonate with his power of abundance. In the next moment, they all began to glow and turned into balls of light, gathering together and merging into one. Bang! Suddenly, the ball of light burst open, revealing Tribios, who landed gently on the ground. Yes, she had returned to her original tall, adult self. I turned back. Tribios, looking at her hands, was a little surprised. Did this mean that even after being split into 1,000, she could be changed back by the power of abundance? Evidently, she could even split at will whenever she wanted a certain little Tribios to separate. She could do it, but each time she split, a piece of her soul would split off as well. It must be because of Big Brother Lucian. Tribios was certain of this in her heart. Lucian was also a little surprised, since he truly didn't know that the power of abundance could fuse 1,000 little Tribios together. It was undoubtedly a lucky accident. Big Brother, you treat me the best. Tribios happily threw herself into Lucian's arms. As long as you're happy. Lucian stroked Tribios' head affectionately. After a little thought, Lucian more or less figured out how it worked. Given that the power of abundance would keep Tribios' body fixed in whatever state she was in when she received the blessing, no matter what happened, she would always return to that moment's form. In other words, the state when she received the blessing of abundance would be her default state from then on. Simply put, because of the fusion with the core flame of passage, combined with the blessing of abundance from Lucian, Tribios could split and merge freely. An unintentional act ended up giving Tribios a new ability, truly a good outcome. My mission isn't finished yet, Big Brother. I have to leave Janusopolis for a while. Still in Lucian's arms, Tribios looked up and met his eyes. However, this act reminded her of the moment they kissed before. So her cheeks involuntarily flushed. I have to take up my duty as a messenger and spread the prophecy to everyone. I might not be back for a long time. As she spoke, Tribios quickly split again, turning back into 1,000 little tribios. She couldn't help it. She was just too shy and afraid Lucian would bring up that kiss. Tribby, Trian, and Trinan will stay with Big Brother, while the rest of us are going out to travel the world to carry out our mission as messengers. Trisha spoke with her hands on her hips, stating their decision. By the way, Trisha was a little tribios with a single ponytail and big, bright eyes. Omu, go ahead. Lucian nodded and agreed with a smile. But remember, if you run into any trouble, let me know. Janusopoulos will also help you spread the prophecy, as long as they did nothing wrong. He would always support Tribios in whatever she wanted to do. Besides, now that Tribios had become a demigod, yet the script still hadn't been completed, it was clear there was more ahead. Even though he was unsure, he had a feeling that when the flame chase journey began, that would be when the script ended. Butcher of Amphireus in the end, 997 little tribios headed out to the various city-states of Amphireus under the escort of Janusopoulos guards. Mortis also conveyed the prophecy to everyone, and thanks to the current powerful influence of Janusopoulos, the prophecy eventually spread across Amphireus. One should know that in the original story, all the little tribios had lost Janusopoulos' support and even had to escape from being hunted by their own city. So they had to travel the world relying only on themselves, taking a full 100 years to complete their journey. Now, with just a word from Mortis, the other city-states would come to Janusopoulos themselves to hear the prophecy. Lucian estimated that, at most, it would take a year for the prophecy to reach everyone's ears. As for why he allowed the little tribios to be sent out as messengers, it was because Lucian wanted them to make connections with certain special Chrysos heirs and lay the groundwork for the future. Besides, he knew that Tribios always wanted to see the outside world and set foot in every corner herself, so he could not bear to ruin her excitement. Regardless, since every little Tribios was blessed by abundance, as long as they were not cut into pieces, they would not die. And with that, Lucian spent his days leisurely with Tribby, Trian, and Trinan. Every day, he listened to them tell stories about the people and things the other little tribios had encountered, like those who wanted to become heroes, for example. 2 months later, Lucian lay in a rocking chair, sunbathing, or more accurately, basking in the light emitted by the dawn device on Kephael's back, with Tribby, Trian, and Trinan lying beside him in a row. Not good. Big Brother. Someone wants to lock us up. Tribby suddenly sat up and shouted loudly. Hearing her words, Lucian frowned and narrowed his eyes. Who? Lucian asked coldly. It had been 10 years since anyone had tried to pick a fight with him. He had almost started to believe he was just an ordinary, kind person. It's the king of Oleanus. Trian, with her bangs covering one eye, was even livelier than Tribby as she bounced up from her chair, looking furious as she chimed in. He locked Trisha in a room and won't let her out. Trinan, with both eyes covered by an eye patch, spoke in a slow and reserved tone. As soon as Lucian heard Trisha was locked up, he immediately lost his temper. In the original story, the little tribios were hunted by humans and hundreds were killed. Now, after he had changed so many things, there were still people who dared to act out. If this were left alone, today they only dared to confine the Holy Maiden. But tomorrow, it would not be impossible for them to dare to kill the Holy Maiden. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to fight all the way to the end of the world. Let's go. We'll get our revenge. Not wasting time. Lucian immediately left Janusopoulos with Tribby, Trian, and Trinan, heading to Oleanus. Oleanus was a city-state built on fertile plains, and the ruler of the city was a middle-aged man holding the position of king. Watch that little holy maiden closely. Do not let her escape. Inside the throne room, the king sternly instructed the captain of the guards with a fierce gaze. If she escapes, don't wait for my orders, send people after her right away. Try to take her alive, but if that's not possible, just kill her. She cannot be allowed to flee to other city-states. If I can't have her, no one else can. As long as I control her, we'll become the next holy city. This is our first step toward ruling Amphireus. Sitting on his throne, the king spoke of his great ambitions with an air of pride. considering that the Titans themselves had sent the Holy Maiden to him. Was that not a sign to act? Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause suddenly came from the doorway, making the king and the captain of the guards quickly turn toward the sound. In that instant, they saw a black-clad young man accompanied by 4 little girls. However, what surprised the king was that one of them was none other than the Holy Maiden he had ordered to be confined. As the young man gazed at them, his face was expressionless. But what was even more surprising was that with every step he took, golden leaves appeared beneath his feet, clearly marking him as someone extraordinary. Intruders! Snapping out of it, the captain of the guards immediately shouted, and at once a group of guards rushed in, surrounding the young man and the 4 little girls. Having finally gained some confidence, the king left his throne and stood behind the guards' encirclement, but just as he was about to speak, the young man interrupted him. "Trisha, was it he who ordered you to be locked up?" Lucian gently asked the little girl with a ponytail at his side. "Yes, it was him." Trisha nodded, pointing aggrievedly at the king, then at the captain of the guards. "He even threatened us with a sword and said he'd cut off our head if we didn't obey." Hearing this, Lucian gave the 2 men an icy look, which caused both the king and the captain to feel a chill run down their spines. "If you have something to say," before the king could finish his words, he and the guards saw a flash of golden light, blinding their eyes, before dozens of heads flew into the air. In their last moments of awareness, they realized that those heads actually belonged to their own people, themselves included. Splurt, splurt. Dozens of headless bodies sprayed blood like fountains, while the severed heads rolled across the floor, eyes wide open in disbelief. None of them ever imagined they would split up like this. "Did anyone else bully you?" Lucian asked Trisha, his smile returning as if nothing had happened. The others are fine." Trisha shook her head. "It's just the king and some nobles doing bad things." "All right, you wait here for me." Leaving these words behind, Lucian left the hall without looking back. Because of Trisha's one sentence, Lucian went on to kill most of the nobles of Oleanus, 8,000 people in total. On that day, Oleanus was bathed in blood, which caused the city to change hands and soon be taken over by Genyasopolis. Before word of this event could spread, Lucian heard from the 4 little tribios that some soldiers were hunting Trilly, which made him laugh in anger before he rushed to Trilly's location at once. In the great city-state of Calipetra, for hunting the Holy Maiden, Lucian executed all the government officials and 10,000 people. In Aspro, for imprisoning the Holy Maiden, 3,000 people were executed. In Amphilyon, for harming the Holy Maiden, 5,000 people were executed. Big and small, a total of 200 city-states suffered Lucian's revenge and judgment, with the death toll reaching a staggering 300,000. Soon, the news spread throughout Amphireus, and Lucian earned a new title, Butcher of Amphireus. People said this divine envoy was far too ruthless, but only the commoners of those city-states knew that he had only killed those who deserved to die. As a result, after all this, the whole of Amphireus grew quiet, too scared to make trouble. Even the eternal holy city of Okima did not dare to provoke him. In the end, wherever little Tribios went, they became honored guests, well-fed and at ease, peacefully delivering the prophecy. And so, after a year of wandering, in year 3761 of the light calendar, during the month of freedom, humanity's flame-chased journey officially began. Parting ever since Lucian became the so-called Butcher of Amphireus, no city-state dared to test their luck again. As a result, he became completely idle, unable to find anything to do, so he could only spend his days playing with Triby, Trian, and Trinan. A few months later, all the little Tribios finally returned to Genyasopolis, where they merged into one Tribios. Right after that, at the Temple of the Three Fates, Tribios announced to the masses that humanity's flame-chased journey had officially begun. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 1 hour, the script will close, and the host will leave the current world. At long last, after a full 10 years of silence. The long-lost voice of the system echoed once again in Lucian's mind. As I thought, the real key to completing this script was simply accompanying Tribios in starting the flame chase journey. He had clearly completed the script and would be able to return to reality, which should have been something to be happy about since this was what he aimed for all this time. Yet Lucian actually felt a little regret. He regretted that he had finished the script too quickly. Originally, the flame chase journey was supposed to start in year 3870 of the light calendar. But because he forced his way in, it began a full 109 years early. Regardless, that was not important. Mulling over something that had already happened wouldn't change anything and would just be a waste of time. What mattered more was that there was only 1 hour left before he would leave this script, before he would leave Mortis and Tribios. Even though it was just a script, I actually got attached. Lucian could not deceive his own heart. He truly did not want to leave the two women he loved. After a brief moment of silence, Lucian made up his mind. Separation was only temporary, and this world was not reality. So once he returned, he would find a way to reach the actual Amphireus. Now that he had only 1 hour left, he decided to use the remaining time in this script to say goodbye to the mother and daughter. Bang! As Lucian was lost in thought, the door to the bedroom was suddenly slammed open. He turned sharply and saw Tribios and Mortis appear together before his eyes, looking anxious and out of breath, as if they had run here at full speed. What happened? Lucian, as always, wore a gentle smile, graceful and elegant as he asked the two. No one else would imagine that the butcher who had slain 300,000 people could have such a gentle side. You're leaving, aren't you? Tribios' voice trembled slightly, clearly unsteady. Lucian did not hide the truth and gave a simple answer. Hearing his answer, Tribios bit her lower lip and immediately ran to Lucian. But I don't want to leave you. Tribios threw herself into Lucian's arms, crashing into his embrace. Tears spilled uncontrollably from her eyes, soaking his chest. I'm sorry. I'm afraid I have to. Lucian gently lifted Tribios' face and wiped away her tears. My purpose here is now over, so I don't belong here anymore. Looking at Tribios' tear-streaked face, he felt as if a thorn was lodged in his heart, pricking him with pain. When will it be? Mortis slowly walked over to Lucian and took his hand as she asked. She forced herself to suppress her reluctance and sadness, remaining gentle and dignified as always. 1 hour from now. Upon hearing this, Tribios hugged Lucian even tighter, as if she wanted to press him in her own body. They were so close that Lucian could clearly feel the softness of her chest. Needless to say, the 8-year-old girl from back then had grown up in every sense. Thank you for coming. Tribios, burying her face in Lucian's chest, spoke while sobbing. Thank you for saving my mother. Thank you for saving my childhood. Thank you for always staying by my side. Thank you for protecting me. Thank you. Thank you so much for everything. At this moment, the two of them seemed to have returned to 10 years ago. Tribios was still the little girl who always clung to Lucian for stories, asked for candy, and ran to him for help whenever she was bullied. Do you know why I never called you father? Tribios asked Lucian softly, but without waiting for his answer, she answered the question herself. Because I truly love you. But this love isn't familial love. Facing her sudden confession, although Lucian had seen it coming, it still broke his composure. Mortis, on the other hand, appeared calm, without any trace of surprise, clearly had known everything long ago. It was not strange, since Tribios was, after all, her daughter, whom she had raised from birth until now. Fortunately, Tribios was not her biological child, so they could both accept this kind of relationship. Lucian sighed softly to calm his mind, then gently patted Tribios back to soothe her emotions before responding. I won't lie to myself. I love you too. Not as family, but as a man and a woman, just as I love Mortis. Upon hearing Lucian's response, Tribios instantly felt immense joy that managed to suppress her sadness. How stupid of me. If only I'd said it sooner. Tribios tried her best to force a smile, but seeing her mix of tears and a smile made Lucian chuckle. I want to give you one last gift. As she spoke, Tribios' voice grew quieter and quieter. My sweet girl, have you made up your mind? Mortis, who understood her daughter's intent, immediately asked Tribios with a serious expression. At her mother's question, Tribios nodded firmly. Seeing her daughter's resolve, Mortis didn't press any further. In the next moment, she leaned in close to Lucian and kissed him on the lips. He'll always be here waiting for you. You must come back. Leaving these words behind, Mortis turned and left the room, closing the door behind her, but she stayed just outside and did not go far. Only Lucian and Tribios remained in the room. So, what gift do you want to give me? Lucian asked with genuine curiosity. Tribios, however, said nothing, but instead pressed down hard with her feet, rose up on tiptoe without hesitation, and, throwing all caution aside, kissed Lucian's slightly parted lips with desperate resolve. I want to give you my all. Please take my everything with you. Tribios completely crossed the final boundary, offering up the most passionate and fearless confession from the depths of her soul. Lucian was silent for a moment, then nodded gently. All right. Disarm no. Wait, you wore black pantyhose? No, I'm not taking these off. In the end, after using disarm to remove all of Tribios' clothes, except for her black pantyhose, Lucian and Tribios shared an intimate moment. In the quiet room, sunlight poured in, filling it with a bright, steady white light. Just before an hour passed, the bedroom returned to calm. Mortis entered the room and saw Tribios sitting alone in a daze on the bed, a blanket covering her naked body. He's gone. Tribios spoke softly, her tearful eyes filled with sorrow. Mortis sat down on the bed and gently pulled his daughter into his arms, comforting her. Our lives are long. One day, we'll meet again at the far end of the west wind, where flowers bloom. Script, Tribios complete. Returning to reality, reviving followers before Lucian even opened his eyes, he felt the touch of water on his body. He appeared to be in a bathtub. Once he opened his eyes, it turned out to be true. He was back in the bathtub from 10 years ago, before he entered the script. He remembered that back then, he had just spent the night with Cocolia, and after Bronya called Cocolia away, he came to soak in the tub. Did I soak in the bath for 10 years? Lucian found himself a bit confused because the 10 years he had spent inside the script felt completely real, as if it had truly been a part of his life. From his perception, it was as if he had lived through 10 years. Yet the scene in front of him seemed no different from how it was 10 years ago. No, wait, this smell. It was a familiar scent, one that stirred memories of time spent with Cocolia. Lucian suddenly understood. It must have been that the flow of time in reality and in the script was different. Judging by how much the scent had faded, not much time should have passed in reality, no more than 10 minutes at most. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. You have gained a conceptual ability. Disarm. A system notification suddenly echoed in Lucian's mind. Lucian snapped back to reality, got up from the tub, and quickly got dressed, but when he picked up his clothes, a piece of paper fell out. As he grabbed it, he found that it was a drawing of a man, a red-haired woman, and a red-haired little girl holding hands, with a temple, trees, and a dawn device in the background. Needless to say, this was the family drawing Tribios had given him as a gift when she was 8. Is this also a reward from a script? Lucian looked at the drawing, unconsciously smiled, and carefully put it away. As if remembering something, he quickly looked at his left hand, and sure enough, there was a red string tied around his wrist. It had been handmade and tied by Mortis herself. After remembering the mother and daughter pair for a moment, Lucian opened his system panel to see if anything had changed. Host. Lucian ability. Disarm follower. Tribios 3-1000. Mortis 0 script. 0 revive follower Mortis? Lucian raised his eyebrows in surprise. Does this mean I can recruit the script protagonist family and friends too? If that was the case, it was truly unexpected good news. More importantly, there were numbers after each name, clearly indicating something. Lucian guessed from the 3-1000 that it probably represented their life status. 1000 meant 1,000 Tribios, and 3 meant only 3 were left. As for Mortis, 0 should mean there were none, which meant she was dead. What a pitiful mother and daughter. Unlike in the script, in reality, their fates were so tragic. Lucian didn't hesitate and immediately chose Revive Follower. It didn't matter if they had met or not in this reality, better to revive them first and figure out later. Ding! Revival successful. Follower, Tribios 1000. Mortis won, just as Lucian had guessed. The numbers after their names indicated whether they were alive or dead. Unfortunately, he could not find a way to reach Amphireus, so he would have to wait a little longer to meet them again. For now, his top priority was to develop Bellowbog's technology before reconnecting with the outside world. At the very least, he needed enough military strength so Bellowbog could protect itself. Amphireus, Okima, the hero's bath. Aglia took 10 minutes to find Hyacinth, but unfortunately, Hyacinth was busy with urgent matters at the moment, so she immediately returned to watch over Triby, Trian, and Trinan. Castor Ice, on the other hand, was uneasy and paced back and forth nearby. Why are they crying? Aglia noticed that Triby, Trian, and Trinan were all crying, as if they had dreamed of something very sad. But just now, they all looked so happy and they were even smiling. Castor Ice could not understand what was happening to the three at all. Why are they suddenly crying? All her life, her hands had only ever brought death, so now, even though she wanted to comfort the 3 little girls, she couldn't, since she could not even bring herself to reach out and wipe away their tears. As Aglia and Castor Ice grew anxious, Triby suddenly opened her eyes. Right after, Trian opened her eyes as well. Trinan, whose eyes were covered by an eye patch, probably opened her eyes as well. It was a dream. Triby sat up, looking completely lost, still adjusting between dream and reality. We dreamed of our mother. She wasn't dead, and she even became the greatest holy maiden in Genusopolis. Tricia, Trilly, and everyone else were also alive. Trian rambled on, talking about everything at once. And Big Brother Lucian, he was the real hero. Because of his help, the flame chase journey went smoothly, and we had a happy life. Trinan added in a dazed voice. Aglia and Castor Ice were left at a loss by all the information the 3 little girls had suddenly revealed. Lucian again. Aglia frowned. Teachers, let's not talk about that dream for now. Just now, you were all in a strange state. You couldn't be sensed or touched. Did you feel anything unusual? She wanted to hear the stories of her teachers, but her rational side was stronger, so she needed to figure out how that strange phenomenon happened and what effects it might have first. Unusual? Triby scratched her head. We felt extremely comfortable. Does that count? Yes. It was really comfortable. Trian suddenly raised her hand and shouted. Trian doesn't feel any weakness after opening a sentry gate. We think we could open 100 more now. Upon hearing this, both Aglia and Castor Ice fell silent. They knew that the 3 were the demigods of passage, able to open the sentry gate and go anywhere in Amphireus. However, opening a gate alone used up an enormous amount of divine power. So every time they opened a gate, not only was it a huge drain for the 3, but it also could not be reversed. Especially for Trian, she barely had enough divine power to open 3 more gates. And after that, she would die. Yet now, she said she was fully recovered? It was hard to believe. I suspect you were affected by some kind of power and fell into an illusion. Aglia concluded after thinking it over. Maybe it was a Chrysos heir's doing, someone with the power to create illusions. In her heart, she was suspicious of someone named Lucian, but she did not know him, nor did she have any information about him, as if he did not exist at all. Could it be the demigod of trickery played a prank? Castor Ice voiced her guess. No, it couldn't be her. Aglia immediately shook her head. Cyphera has always been avoiding me, so she would never pull a prank right in front of me. Besides, she respects teachers too much to mess with them. Just as she finished speaking, suddenly, a breath of the nether realm spread through the bath before a dark, triangle-shaped portal appeared in front of them. It was a familiar portal they all knew well, the sentry gate. It's Thanatos Ora, I can feel it. Castoras's eyes widened, and she wanted to step forward because she felt that behind the gate was the death titan she had been searching for. But, wait, Aglia, not wanting to see Castorice fall into a trap, quickly stopped her, worried that this was another layer of illusion. However, unlike what Aglia expected, a somewhat familiar little girl's voice came from behind the gate in the next second. Huh, why is the Century Gate I opened so dark? Looks like our siblings are on the other side. Mother, let's hurry over. As the voices fell, a red-haired little girl jumped out. Then a second, a third, a fourth. Is this really an illusion? Aglia watched as a crowd of red-haired little girls appeared one after another before her eyes, utterly dumbfounded. Mystery of Lucian Castorice looked completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the flock of chattering little tribios. Isn't it supposed to require gathering all 12 core flames to trigger Era Nova? Then how could Lady Tribby, Lady Trinan, and Lady Trian bring the dead back to life just by taking a 10-minute nap? Do we even still need to continue this flame chase journey? As Castorice questioned life in her mind, Aglia's fingers moved rapidly, sending out golden threads that shot out in every direction, covering the entire hero's bath. Unless Lucian is a demigod, there's no way he could pull two demigods into an illusion at the same time. Aglia had no choice but to be cautious and suspicious. She carried the future of all Chrysos heirs on her shoulders, as well as the fate of the whole Amphireus, so there was no room for even the slightest mistake. Unfortunately, she found nothing, as every thread told her that everything was normal, with no anomaly. It's Trisha, Trilla, Trilly, they're all alive again. As Trian shouted with excitement, Tribby's eyes widened in disbelief, while Trinan quietly said, "Oh," to express her surprise. Very soon, a red figure emerged from behind a shadowy gate, surrounded by a group of little tribios. She was a tall, red-haired beauty, poised, elegant, and carried a noble air. Who else but Mortis? Tribby, mother. Trian, it's mother. Trinan, mother is back. Upon seeing their mother, the three immediately rushed toward Mortis. Aglia hesitated, unsure whether to stop them. She couldn't help it. In her eyes, the current situation was extremely absurd and illogical, so she couldn't be sure if it was safe. However, she couldn't bear to get in the way of their reunion. As the three little tribios ran toward Mortis, they suddenly began to emit glowing green specks of light before a surge of vibrant vitality burst out, causing the surrounding plants to grow rapidly. In the next second, the other little tribios experienced the same thing, and soon enough, the glowing specks gradually gathered, enveloping each little tribios and forming a sphere of light. Finally, the spheres merged into a single large one, then burst into points of light. Now, the 1,000 little tribios had vanished, replaced by a tall, graceful young woman with long, flowing red hair. Mother, the dream was real. Big brother Lucian too. Tribios threw her arms around Mortis and spoke with tearful eyes. As soon as Tribios returned to her true form, countless memories pieced themselves together, and her own power of abundance was undeniable proof. Meanwhile, Aglia and Castorice were utterly speechless. It was only natural. They had never seen Tribios' true form before only a few portraits in the history books. To actually see 1,000 little tribios merge into the manifestation of the first demigod from 1,000 years ago, how could they not be shocked? Could this not be an illusion, but the work of Thanatos? Aglia murmured to herself, her mind racing. She sifted through all the knowledge she had ever learned, but still found no answer. Suddenly, she recalled a certain lavishly dressed man, a dangerous figure who had tried to use alchemy to bring his dead sister back to life. Upon remembering that man, Aglia couldn't help but think that Lucian was perhaps an alchemy master who had truly achieved resurrection. If that man ever learned about this, wouldn't he turn the world upside down looking for Lucian? As Aglia pondered this, the Century Gate soon vanished, and everything around them became calm once more. Only Aglia, Castorice, Mortis, and Tribios remained in the hero's bath. "Teacher," Aglia called out to Tribios nervously, who immediately looked at her and smiled. "Agi, you've worked hard all these years. It must be exhausting." Tribios walked over and gently hugged Aglia. Aglia, suddenly being hugged, froze for a second before relaxing and closing her eyes. Meanwhile, after observing the surroundings, Mortis looked at Castoris. "Excuse me, what year is it now?" Hearing Mortis' question, Castoris, knowing this beautiful woman was Tribios' mother, instinctively grew more reserved. "It's year 4929 of the light calendar." "I see." Mortis nodded slightly, sorting through the information in her mind. It's been that long. At this moment, she had two sets of memories, one ending in 3750, when she fell off a cliff, and another ending in 3761, when her beloved left her and her daughter. Did I die of grief the day Lucian left? Mortis could not figure it out, no matter how hard she tried. On the other hand, it was Tribios who seemed to know everything that had happened, simply because she had survived until now as Tribi, Trian, and Trinan. However, that was the first set of memories without Lucian, the memories of this life, while her other set of memories with Lucian, just like Mortis, ended in 3761 the day he left. Neither mother nor daughter could understand the truth behind this. Perhaps, overcome with grief, they both cried themselves to death? Otherwise, why would there be no memories at all after Lucian left them? Regardless, there was one thing they could be certain of. Lucian definitely existed. The blessing of abundance they possessed was proof of that. "Teacher, could you tell us about your dream?" Aglia asked Tribios seriously. Tribios didn't hide anything and told the story of herself and Lucian, including Aeon, Emanator, and Abundance. "In that case, he will be a key force in the Flame Chase journey. I think we absolutely have to find him." Soon after hearing Tribios' story, Aglia immediately made up her mind. Someone that powerful could definitely sway the outcome of the war. If that so-called Emanator of Abundance joined them, wouldn't they just steamroll everything? Maybe they could even take whichever core flame they wanted. Could the Council of Elders possibly withstand the might of the legendary Butcher of Amphireus? Castoris also raised her hand in agreement. "Just now, I sense Thanatos' aura behind the gate," Castoris said with seriousness. "Maybe Lord Lucian knows where Thanatos is. We should try to find him. Actually, this won't be easy because he has left this world." Tribios looked downcast, her longing for him obvious. "I don't know when he'll come back, and I don't even have a way to contact him." Compared to Tribios, Mortis wasn't as affected because she had fewer memories and felt as if she had only said goodbye to Lucian yesterday. Tribios, on the other hand, had endured 1,000 years apart. No matter the case, it's worth celebrating that Teacher has regained her original power. Aglia planned to announce to everyone that the first demigod had returned. At the same time, in the Grove of Epiphany, a man known as Anaxa was secretly flipping through ancient books in the archive, searching for records of alchemy. In Amphireus, human alchemy was forbidden, so he could only conduct his research in secret. In the month of balance, year 3761, Divine Envoy Lucian executed over 10,000 nobles and officials, giving commoners the chance to receive an education. I once personally saw the Holy Maiden beheaded, only for the Divine Envoy to casually reattach her head, after which she could surprisingly walk and talk, as usual, as if nothing had happened. Upon witnessing the Divine Envoy's power to reverse life and death, I was inspired to establish the discipline of alchemy. Sadly, my skills never matched his power. If this Lucian was really so incredible, wouldn't everyone know his name by now? How come I've never heard of him? Anaxa searched through more ancient books, but never found the name Lucian again. He concluded that this must be a made-up legend, someone who had been mythologized far too much. Disarms usage. How could there be the path of abundance? When did abundance even appear? At the heart of a vast, ancient hall filled with shattered pillars and swirling cosmic lights, a mechanical robot could not help but exclaim in surprise. He was Ligus, the administrator of the whole Amphireus. He knew very well that Amphireus was entangled by three paths: erudition, remembrance, and destruction. Balancing the three paths was already a tough enough task, but now he had actually discovered the emergence of abundance in Amphireus. Needless to say, this meant that someone from the Abundance faction had gotten involved as well. Why does it have to be her of all people? I can't handle this so easily since she's part of the experiment. Lygus realized that the one who possessed the power of abundance was Tribios, one of the key figures. He did not dare to make any reckless moves, so he decided to play it safe and observe for now. While this administrator was at his wit's end, the cause of all this was busy admiring beautiful women. Yoriluvi, belubug, klipot foot. After leaving the bedroom, Lucian spotted many portraits of beautiful women in the hallway downstairs. Taking a closer look, he found they were portraits of all the supreme guardians of Belobog throughout history, from the 1st to the 18th. Other than the first, who was an old woman, the rest were all young and beautiful ladies. Upon reaching the 18th portrait, he saw Cocolia herself, holding an adorable silver-haired little girl in her arms. Gotta admit, Cocolia is really good-looking and has a great figure, but she just wears too many layers of clothes. If only she'd take a couple off. Just as this thought crossed Lucian's mind, he saw something bizarre happen to the portrait on the wall. Cocolia, who had originally been depicted wearing a conservative outfit, suddenly had her clothes vanish, leaving only the kind of image that would get it censored. One-click strip? Is this because of disarm? So it could be used like this? As he pondered, Lucian noticed that the details were, surprisingly, exactly the same as the real ones. One should know that those forbidden areas were not supposed to exist, but after Lucian used disarm, the details matched exactly what he had seen with his own eyes when he slept with Cocolia, as the image even auto-completed the non-existent forbidden areas. Lucian seemed to have discovered a new use for disarm. It was undoubtedly a miraculous ability for men. In the end, Lucian decided to take the portrait down and enjoy it for himself. However, to test the ability further, Lucian then looked at the silver-haired little girl in Cocolia's arms. Sorry, Bronya, I'm just going to take off your hat. Just as Lucian was about to use disarm, a familiar voice suddenly rang out behind him. What hat? It was none other than Bronya's voice. The real deal was actually here. Realizing this, Lucian quickly rolled up the portrait and hid it in his coat without turning around. He couldn't help it. He knew very well that what he had done was somewhat embarrassing, so he definitely could not let Bronya find out. By the time Lucian turned around, he had already restored his usual refined demeanor and saw the newcomer, Bronya. Bronya's figure always carried a stern resilience that matched the wind and snow of Belobog. She stood as straight as a pine in winter, her silver-gray curls neat and smooth, with a few longer strands naturally falling by her cheeks, softening her appearance. Her face was delicate and sharply defined, with a tall nose and lips habitually pressed into a firm line. As she walked toward Lucian, there was a faint curve on her lips. Lucian knew that only when she occasionally let go of her burdens, or when she was with someone she trusted, would the corners of her lips rise ever so slightly, revealing a smile like a ray of morning light breaking through melting ice. Lord Lucian, did you just say something about taking off a hat? Bronya asked earnestly. She thought Lucian must have some request, and thus treated it with the utmost care. In her heart, he was a hero who had saved her world, so every one of his requests ought to be fulfilled except for the improper ones, of course. No, it's nothing. Lucian waved his hand. I just meant that you look prettier without a hat. Faced with such a sudden compliment, Bronya's face turned red. Thank you. I really haven't worn a hat in a long time, though. Feeling awkward, Bronya shifted her gaze from Lucian, but this act caused her to quickly notice that a portrait was missing from a wall. In that instant, she immediately remembered that empty spot was where the portrait of her mother had been. And just now, it seemed Lucian had taken an object that somewhat resembled a portrait. Could it be? Lord Lucian has a secret crush on Mother? Why else would he secretly take Mother's portrait and keep it for himself? Her guess was not without reason. She had, after all, seen couples do this before hiding portraits of their loved ones to admire in private. Knowing something as big as this, Bronya decided she had to tell her mother. Bronya? Lucian saw Bronya staring absent-mindedly at the wall, so he called out twice. It's nothing. I have a report to make. Bronya snapped out of it and hurriedly changed the subject, not wanting her thoughts to be discovered. There is news from the underworld. Svarog knows the location of the old world's arsenal, but he refuses to negotiate with our people. He said he only trusts you, so I'd like to ask you to come forward. We really need those technologies and materials from the old world. That works out perfectly then. Lucian agreed readily. I've been wanting to find that arsenal myself. Even if Bronya had not brought it up, he would have gone looking for those technologies anyway. 1,000 years ago, Jarilo 6 had actually stood at the forefront of science and technology. Back then, intergalactic civilizations like the Architects, trade commissioners from the IPC, and members of the Intelligentsia Guild gathered here to exchange knowledge. However, after the arrival of Stellaron, they all fled. In the end, the Antimatter Legion invaded Jarilo 6 and took over the surface, while the natives suffered defeat after defeat and were forced into Belobog. Because the collective will of the natives erupted, it triggered the Stellaron, causing a snowstorm to sweep across the planet. Jarilo 6 then entered an ice age, known as the Eternal Freeze, forcing even the Antimatter Legion to retreat because of the blizzard. Sadly, the result was the collapse of Jarilo V's civilization. From the era of starships, it regressed to the era of firearms, retaining only scraps of advanced technology. It's a shame I can't find the coordinates for Herta Space Station, otherwise I'd at least go and nab a few top researchers. In a galaxy, to accurately reach a destination, everyone except the Ians had to rely on outside help. If he kept running around on his own without even knowing where his destination was, who knew how many years it would take to find someone? For this reason, Lucian dropped the idea and decided to look for the old world's technologies instead. If he could dig up a planet destroyer spaceship, that would be even better. Kokolia's decision, just as Lucian left the Clippeth fort. Bronya arrived at the door of the Supreme Guardian's office. She took a deep breath, calming her slightly hurried breathing from running, then raised her hand and knocked 3 clear times on the carved door panel with her knuckles. Wait a moment. Kokolia's anxious and somewhat flustered voice came from inside, and it took quite a while before Bronya was allowed to enter. Bronya, did you find Lord Lucian? Kokolia put down the pen in her hand and tried to compose herself, calming her breathing as she looked up at her adopted daughter. Honestly, she still had no idea what had just happened. But all her clothes had suddenly burst open. When Bronya knocked, she was still frantically getting dressed. Yes, Lord Lucian has already gone to the underworld. Gazing at Kokolia's calm expression, Bronya replied respectfully. I see. Kokolia's tense shoulders relaxed, almost imperceptibly, and the worry she had been carrying quietly disappeared. Seeing Bronya's completely businesslike and unaffected expression, she secretly felt relieved. It seemed that those little secrets between Lucian and herself, which could not be revealed to outsiders, were safe for the time being. Kokolia picked up the glass of water at the corner of her desk, hoping to moisten her dry throat, but Bronya's next words struck her like a bolt from the blue, exploding in her ears without warning. Mother, I think Lord Lucian might like you. Bronya's words were like thunder on a clear day, causing Kokolia's hand to tremble and nearly spill her glass. Ahem, Bronya, nothing is going on between me and him. We haven't done anything, so don't let your imagination run wild. But I saw Lord Lucian secretly keeping your portrait and even putting it inside his coat, Bronya said, looking at her mother with pure, wide eyes. If he doesn't like you, why would he do that? Kokolia instantly fell silent. Bronya never lied, so her words alone were the strongest evidence. As a result, a surge of indescribable warmth, mixed with surprise, embarrassment, and a secret sweetness, quietly filled Kokolia's heart. Even though things have already, he still secretly keeps my portrait? Seriously, that's something only a love-struck teenager would do. As she thought this, Cocolia took out a small portrait of Lucian from the drawer and unconsciously smiled. I see. He's just like me. Soon enough, the corners of Cocolia's mouth lifted higher and higher, becoming harder to suppress. Ever since the Stellaron was removed from her body, her state of mind had shifted, and her personality had gradually returned to how it once was. Bronya saw her mother smiling, but did not know why. Could Mother be thinking about how to keep Lord Lucian in Belobog? Even though she was curious, she dared not speak, much less ask. As Cocolia kept smiling, memories of her embarrassing state last night suddenly floated into her mind. No, there's no way I can keep him here by myself. She understood very well that Lucian was not an ordinary man, so if she could not meet his needs, it would be over for her sooner or later. And when that happened, Belobog's fate would also be doomed. Rather than share him with other unknown women, maybe. Cocolia's expression suddenly became serious as she fixed her gaze on Bronya, sizing her up from head to toe. Bronya has an outstanding appearance, a great figure, and an excellent personality without a doubt. She has inherited all my best qualities. And she's also at that age when she's just beginning to blossom. As the saying goes, keep the benefits in the family. If he helps Bronya, she will surely have a bright future. As Cocolia was lost in thought, Bronya felt a chill under her sharp gaze. She didn't know why, but she could not shake the feeling that her mother was plotting something important involving her. Bronya, Cocolia spoke solemnly, her expression stern. You have already grown up, so it's time for you to help me shoulder some of my worries. Worries? Mother must be tired from working so hard. Bronya thought silently, then made a firm expression and patted her chest with determination. Yes, Mother. I promise to do my best to share your worries. Cocolia immediately smiled and nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Lucian still had no idea that someone was working behind the scenes to help him build up his harem. At this time, he was walking down the streets of the administrative district in Belobog's overworld. Whenever someone saw him, they always greeted him respectfully. Good morning, Lord Lucian. Thank you for your hard work, Supreme Guardian. Lord Lucian, I just made this breakfast. Please have a taste. Supreme Guardian. I picked these flowers for you. People enthusiastically greeted the new Supreme Guardian who had saved their world one after another. If Lucian had not already ordered everyone not to disturb his daily life, he would probably have been surrounded by crowds by now. Soon, Lucian arrived at the entrance to the underworld. It was now fully open, with more than a dozen Silvermane guards on duty. At the entrance, crowds of people were coming and going. The scene looked just like a subway station back on Earth. Supreme Guardian, Jeppard reporting. Everything is normal. Noticing Lucian, a tall man in a white and blue military outfit, quickly came before him and saluted. Lucian looked closely, seeing the familiar, handsome blonde man who was even more attractive than his game model. Yes, I can see that you are carrying out your orders seriously. Lucian raised his hand and patted Jeppard's shoulder, praising him. Good job. He'll find you a wife next year. Thank you for your concern, sir. Jeppard hurriedly responded modestly upon hearing the praise, but then paused. Huh? A wife? Jeppard quickly looked up, only to see Lucian already turning away, hands in his pockets, humming a rousing and unfamiliar song as he strode lightly toward the entrance to the underworld. Even though the humming wasn't loud, it carried a strange resonance, reaching Jeppard's ears and those of several nearby Silvermane guards clearly. We've made a choice. Go fight against your fate. Pain will come with the blade. Pain will wake up the despondent crowd in this dormant world. Somehow note. Lyrics of Wildfire. One had to admit, the melody was stirring, and the lyrics filled people with passion. Jeppard unconsciously started humming along with Lucian. As he kept humming, however, Jeppard gradually felt something was off. That's so. Why does this song make me feel like the former Supreme Guardian is about to get beaten up? A little matchmaker beneath Belobog lay a hollow underground settlement structure known as the Underworld. Ancient relics and buildings from the old world lay buried within the looming rock walls, while massive support pillars connected the city to the surface. Miners gathered here in large numbers, responsible for extracting the rare energy, or known as geomero, which supplied heat energy to both the overworld and the underworld. Even though the eternal freeze had receded and the rift caused by the Stellaron had closed, the role of geomero had shifted from heating to serving as an industrial mineral, so there was still a strong demand for miners. However, with more people, chaos became more likely. So after Lucian liberated the underworld, he let Natasha continue managing it together with the organization known as Wildfire. In the end, he left the management of the overworld to Cocolia and the underworld to Natasha. As for Lucian himself, he simply became a hands-off overseer, controlling the big picture from behind the scenes. Boulder Town. In the underworld, Boulder Town was known as the most populous area, and here stood a clinic, the only clinic in the entire vast underworld. At this moment, a purple-haired girl, carrying a medical kit in her left hand and a giant scythe on her right shoulder, walked up to the clinic door with a bold and heroic demeanor. "Oomph, I'll definitely come back." Bang! Suddenly, the clinic door was slammed open, and a small figure rushed out. It was a blonde-haired little girl wearing a large Ushanka on her head, her whole body looking round and chubby. "Hook!" Seeing the little girl, the purple-haired girl called out with raised eyebrows. Hook glanced at the purple-haired girl, then kept running, as if she had suffered some huge injustice. "Cele, come in." A somewhat helpless voice came from inside the clinic. Hearing her name called, the purple-haired girl, named Seal, walked into the clinic and placed the medical kit on the table. "Hook got into trouble again?" Seal asked the owner of the helpless voice curiously. "She was playing with her mining claw at her friend's house and smashed their wall, so I confiscated it." Replying to Seal was a well-endowed, blue-gray-haired woman in a white layered dress that resembled a doctor's coat. She was none other than Natasha, the manager of the underworld, whom Lucian had entrusted with the responsibility. Her destructive power isn't even a tenth of mine. Seal glanced at the claw shaped like a tiger paw in the corner and couldn't help but chuckle. "By the way, Seal, there's something else I need you to do." Natasha sighed softly and changed the topic. "Go patrol the city, especially where the Silvermane guards are stationed." "Huh? Isn't the underworld liberated already?" Seal asked in confusion. "Why bother monitoring them again?" "Yes, the crisis is over, but still, we must always be cautious." Natasha replied earnestly. "Lucian is a hero, yes, but you can't guarantee others won't try something. Besides, if we ever discover he's a tyrant, at least we'll have a place to shelter ourselves." Seal nodded, then shook her head. "I have no problem watching out for the Silvermane guards, but I don't want to be on guard against Lucian. I mean, he saved all of us. Saved the entire world. In my eyes, he's a good guy, a hero." Upon hearing this, and seeing the determined gaze in Seal's eyes, Natasha was left speechless. "Seal." Natasha smiled wryly. You really should learn to see things in shades of gray, not just black and white." She had watched Seal grow up, so she understood Seal's personality very well. From Seal's perspective, everything and everyone was either good or bad, not realizing there was gray in between. Seeing the world in black and white isn't so bad, though. Seal shrugged nonchalantly. "Lucian saved the underworld, so I see him as a good guy." All right. He's a good guy, okay?" Natasha waved her hand, not wanting to argue anymore. "Go patrol the city first." Shrugging again, Seal lifted her head, shouldered her scythe, and left. On the other side, as Lucian strolled leisurely into the underworld, buildings came into view as he passed through a heavy iron gate. Compared to the bright and glamorous overworld, this place was undoubtedly gloomy and damp. In the distance, glowing orange crystals could be seen embedded in the stone walls. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small figure darted past him before quickly doubling back. "Are you Lord Lucian?" Hearing this, Lucian looked down and saw a little girl whom he immediately recognized. "Ah, I know you. You are the pitch-dark Hook the Great." Seeing Hook's adorable appearance, Lucian squatted down to meet her gaze and spoke in an admiring tone. Hearing her name spoken by the legendary Lucian, Hook became extremely excited and wished she could gather everyone to hear Lucian call her pitch-dark Hook the Great. "Hee hee, I knew you were my kind of person. I was just about to look for you. Hook grinned and then rummaged around for something. She searched her pockets for a while before finally pulling out a sheet of paper from her Ushanka and handing it to Lucian without hesitation. What's this? Lucian took the paper and unfolded it. He could barely make out that it was a drawing of a person, someone with long hair, holding a giant syringe. He couldn't figure out anything else since it was too abstract. HMHM, this is my drawing of Big Sis Natasha. I'm giving it to you, but you have to promise me one thing. Hook looked very serious, which piqued Lucian's curiosity. What is it? I want you to be Big Sis Natasha's husband. Huh? Lucian was completely taken aback. How could this little one make such a strange and bizarre request out of nowhere? Why? I need a reason, or he'll have to refuse. Lucian tried to hand the drawing back, but this scared Hook, so she quickly shoved the drawing into his arms. Because that old witch is too fierce and always punishes me. Uncle Sampo told me that if she finds a husband and he keeps her in check, she won't be so fierce anymore. I think you look the best, you're the strongest, so you definitely can handle that old witch. If you become her husband, she won't scold me again. Upon hearing Hook's innocent reasoning, Lucian couldn't help but laugh and sigh at the same time. Damn Sampo always teaching kids the wrong things. Please, I'm begging you. Help Hook out. Hook suddenly acted cute. As long as you become that old witch's husband, it'll make you an honorary member of the moles. Sighing quietly, Lucian took off Hook's Ushanka and patted her head with a smile. All right, I promise. In a few days, he'll become her husband. He was naturally just joking, humoring a child. However, to Hook, that was a real promise, a promise that good days were coming for her. And to thank you, he'll give you Big Sis Seal too. Hook soon pulled a photo out of her back pocket. It showed a purple-haired girl and Hook with the city in the overworld as the background. It was taken a few days ago when Big Sis Seal and I went to the overworld. It's yours now. Hook grabbed Lucian's hand and shoved the photo into his palm. All right, I gotta tell the other moles the good news. I'm off. Leaving these words behind, Hook hopped and skipped away. So young, yet already a matchmaker. Lucian muttered to himself as he watched Hook leave, then stood up and glanced at the photo in his hand. He had to admit, Seal was very photogenic. She looked beautiful, almost as pretty as Bronya. A photo, huh? I wonder if I can use disarm on this thing too. A bizarre meeting in the end. After the shenanigans with Hook, Lucian continued to walk along the streets of Boulder Town. Compared to the places on the overworld, the underworld had fewer people out and about, and it was certainly much quieter. As he walked, Lucian held up a photo of Seal, admiring it. At first, he was just appreciating it normally, but in the end, men would be men. It was just how men were. If they didn't have the means, nothing would happen. But once they mastered an ability like disarm, it was impossible not to want to explore new territory. Lucian was, of course, no exception. Sorry, Seal. Disarm. As he activated disarm, the photo in Lucian's hand began to change. In the next moment, Seal's jade-like body was revealed in high definition and full glory, nothing censored. Oh, so there's a beauty mark here. That's a nice touch. Lucian enjoyed the view alone when suddenly, clang, he heard the sound of metal clashing from an alleyway ahead. Lucian looked up curiously to determine the direction, then turned and walked into the alley, which happened to be the shortcut to Natasha's clinic. Since he was taking the shortcut, he might as well check in on Natasha first and ask about the current situation here before going to find Sverig. A few minutes earlier, in the alley Lucian would be taking, Seal swaggered in, carrying her scythe on her shoulder as she patrolled casually. For someone who had survived in dark corners since childhood, a place like this was no different from a sunlit boulevard. Besides, in this area, she had already built up quite a reputation, so she didn't have to worry about getting robbed. I don't get why the Silvermane guards have to be stationed down here. Seal looked left and right as she walked, mumbling to herself. Weren't we supposed to let Wildfire manage the underworld? If only Lucian would come lead us in person. Nah, no way. Someone as amazing as him obviously wouldn't want to live in a dark place like this. Besides, Natasha was still wary of outsiders. Would someone who let us see the light of day again really be a bad guy? So what if he's got a few flaws? It's not like he could be all that be a rip dash. As a sudden ripping sound resounded, every noise abruptly vanished. Seal paused as she saw a familiar set of clothes fly past her eyes. As a cold wind blew, she suddenly felt a chill below. At the same time, the scythe in her hand seemed to come alive, as if it were trying to escape her grasp. Clang! In the end, the scythe slipped out of Seal's hand and clattered to the ground. Even her clothes seemed to come to life and flee from her body. One piece, two pieces, three pieces, even her underwear finally burst apart. What the hell? Seal snapped back to her senses, shocked. She was outside, looking like this. If anyone saw her, it would be instant social death. There was no way she could keep living here. Damn it. Don't let me find out who did this. Seal cursed under her breath and quickly looked around. Luckily, no one was around, or she would have died without regrets today. She had no idea why this happened. It was just too bizarre. Am I crazy? There's nobody here, so why did all my clothes just explode? No matter how much Seal thought about it, she couldn't come up with an answer. Regardless, her current top priority was to find something to cover herself. But sadly, the alley was empty, nothing at all except for a trash can. Hope there's something wearable in there. Seal had no issue digging through the trash since she had spent her childhood scavenging and eating out of garbage. Naked, Seal walked over to the trash can, opened the lid, and rummaged through it carefully. But unfortunately, there was nothing useful at all. Having no better option, Seal dumped out the trash, then put the can over herself and started shuffling along, bit by bit. At least this way, no one could recognize her, and she could make it home safely. She still remembered that when she had been chased by fragmented monsters as a child, she had done the same thing. For other girls, doing this would be pure humiliation, but for her, it was just survival. Perfect just like this. Good thing there aren't a lot of people today. I'm totally going to make it home safe. Seal's two bare feet shuffled along the ground since her shoes and socks had exploded the moment her clothes did. I have to find out who's behind this and slice off their head with my scythe. Seal muttered furiously as she moved, but then, thunk, she suddenly bumped into something. She was about to change direction when a great force lifted the trash can right off her. Seal's mind went blank, and instinctively, she curled up, tried to cover her most important areas. Lucian's mind also went blank. He had just seen a moving trash can and casually picked it up to see what was inside, but he never expected that, of all things, it was a naked beauty. Is this some kind of prank? Or maybe a scam? Lucian glanced around, but no one else or cameras were here. Of course, even if it was a scam, he wasn't worried. He would just beat the scammer up if he had to. However, the more he looked at the girl, the more familiar she seemed. Meanwhile, Seal, upon hearing a familiar voice, slowly looked up, and soon their eyes met. In that instant, they both recognized each other. Seal? Lucian. Both of them saw the shock in each other's eyes. Seal was shocked that someone had seen her in such a disgraceful state. And of all people, it was that great guy she always talked about. Lucian, on the other hand, was surprised because he knew this scene all too well. Had I accidentally used disarm on Seal? He paused for a moment, then waved his hand, using the power of abundance to weave a set of clothes and place them in front of Seal. No matter what you're looking for out here, put your clothes on first. Soon after saying this, Lucian calmly turned around like a gentleman. He even used his tall figure to block the light for Seal. Seeing this, Seal's eyes couldn't help but sparkle, because at this moment, she had discovered the world's kindest gentleman. Clueless Seal and angry Natasha, you still haven't answered me. Why are you naked in public? Lucian gazed at the distant stone wall, his tone carrying a hint of reproach as he asked Seal. Behind him came the sound of someone hurriedly putting on clothes. I don't know what happened. Okay? Seal replied in a tense voice. My clothes just vanished on their own. I'm not an exhibitionist. Needless to say, this answer confirmed it. Lucian finally realized that Seal had indeed been affected by disarm. As for the reason, he guessed it was related to Seal's photo. Could it be that if I use disarm on a picture of someone, the effect will also hit the actual person in the picture? If that was true, he could make enemies lose face from light years away. More importantly, if he used disarm on an Aeon, he couldn't help but wonder what would happen. All right, you can turn around now. Seal spoke softly, patting Lucian on the shoulder. Once Lucian turned, he saw a shy girl. At this moment, Seal's face was bright red as she wore fresh clothes, which strangely made her radiate a unique beauty. Umu, this is the Seal I know. Lucian nodded, joking with a smile. Let's hurry up and go. Seal, her face still red, grabbed his sleeve. Seriously, this place is too creepy. She truly was scared. What if her clothes exploded again? What if Lucian's clothes did as well? Wouldn't they end up completely exposed to each other? Seal was, in the end, still an innocent girl. Even though her temper was a bit fierce, Seal still had the sense of shame typical of a teenage girl. By the way, what just happened? Don't you dare tell anyone else. Seal continued, biting her lower lip. Remember, this is our secret, so you must take it to your grave, or else ill. Ill what? Lucian interrupted Seal, raising his eyebrows. Ill. He'll get mad. Seal exclaimed, gritting her teeth in frustration. Seeing her frustrated expression, Lucian found it pretty funny, like he was teasing a kitten. Still, it was better not to tell her the truth, or this little kitten might explode. You're an amazing guy. So do you know why this happened? Seal suddenly asked. Does everyone who goes through there end up losing their clothes? Lucian paused for a moment before answering her. It was probably caused by energy leakage and rising temperatures. Well, there was some quantum entanglement in certain areas, so maybe that's why your clothes exploded. He made up a random explanation on the spot. In any case, he knew that Seal was clueless about science, so it was not hard to fool her. I see. So that's how it is. Seal nodded repeatedly. Well, that's some deep stuff. I don't get it, but if you say so, that's gotta be true. She then grabbed Lucian's sleeve again and pulled him along. I can't explain it well, so come with me and tell Nat about it. Lucian did not resist Seal dragging him away. He actually enjoyed seeing her so full of energy, but while Seal was easy to fool, Natasha was not. Meanwhile, inside Natasha's clinic, a girl lay on a sickbed, barely alive. Not only was part of her skull sunken in, but there was also a hole in her head, still bleeding. Natasha was doing everything she could to stop the bleeding, but no matter what she did, the blood would not stop gushing out. Why? Why won't it stop? At this moment, she was drenched in sweat, not daring to pause for even a second. She had studied medicine in the overworld since she was a child, and in order to save more people, she had come alone to the underworld and become the only doctor here. She truly wanted to save everyone, but now, she could do nothing about such a grave injury. As for what had happened to the barely alive girl, she had been struck by falling ore, and judging from the wound, there might even be fragments lodged in her skull. It was already a miracle that she could be brought here alive. I can't do anything. A sense of powerlessness filled Natasha from head to toe. As a doctor, watching a patient die in front of her and being utterly helpless was pure despair. You've done enough. A gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her. Before Natasha could turn around, a larger hand reached out and rested on the back of her hand. In the next moment, a faint green glow appeared. It felt as if boundless vitality was being channeled into her palm. Soon, a miracle happened. Right before her eyes, the girl's wound stopped bleeding at first. Then her sunken skull began to recover, and the terrifying hole in her head closed up. Seeing such a miraculous scene, Natasha was dumbfounded. Only then did she see whose hand it was. Who else but Lucian? She never expected that, at her most desperate moment, Lucian would appear once again and give her hope. What shocked her even more was that someone like him, whose status could be said to be noble, was actually willing to save the life of a complete stranger himself. A few minutes later, the girl had fully recovered, and her breathing had become steady and strong. Now, all her wounds had vanished, thanks to the power of abundance that could heal and save lives with ease. As long as there was still a breath left, Lucian could bring someone back from the brink of death. Natasha checked the girl carefully and, upon confirming that the girl was completely healthy, finally felt at ease. She let out a long sigh, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and then gave Lucian her usual elusive smile. Thank you, Mr. Lucian. It went without saying that this thank you came straight from her heart. Why thank me? Lucian smiled and gently shook his head. Being able to save a child makes me happy too. Hearing this, Natasha truly saw him as the good guy Seal said. He was a hero who should not be doubted. Thinking back to what she had said to Seal before, Natasha felt like a terrible person for suspecting Lucian's motives. How bad could someone willing to save others really be? Now, she felt Seal had a clearer view of things than she did. In any case, if you need anything, Mr. Lucian, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. As she spoke, Natasha poured Lucian a glass of water. Lucian had to admit, this doctor was indeed beautiful, especially her bosom. They were truly dazzling. Even with thick clothes, they could not be hidden. Any man meeting her for the first time would be drawn straight to her bosom. Moreover, her figure was just right curves where there should be curves and slim where she should be slim. If she took off her clothes, she would absolutely be even more stunning. Damn this stray thought. Blame my vigorous and youthful body. Remembering his purpose, Lucian quickly shook his head and pushed aside these stray thoughts. I'm here to see Sverige and to check on you while I'm at it, Lucian said with a serious expression. I don't have any special requests, but there's one thing. He patted Natasha on the shoulder and took out a drawing. Hook asked me to come marry you, and also told me to keep you in line. Natasha could not believe her ears. Looking at the drawing in Lucian's hand, she could tell at a glance it was definitely Hook's signature abstract drawing style. Oh, that mischievous kid, trying to set me up behind my back? Natasha thought, a vein bulging on her forehead, but she quickly calmed herself. Foo-foo, sorry you had to experience this, Mr. Lucian. Kids say the silliest things. She was clearly annoyed, but out of respect for Lucian, she did not explode and kept smiling. Please wait here for a moment. We'll be right back. Natasha's smile was cold and fake as she walked to the corner, grabbed Hook's mining claw, and headed toward the clinic's exit. By the way, it was Sampo who taught Hook to do that. Lucian quickly added as soon as Natasha stepped out of the clinic. At the same time, in a shabby tavern, a man with dark blue hair suddenly felt his hand tremble as he held a glass of booze. Huh, why do I feel like something bad's about to happen? Accusation, why didn't I get mad? Seal walked into the clinic and curiously asked Lucian. She had just seen the two of them saving a girl, and since she could not help with anything, she waited outside. However, right after that, she saw Natasha carrying Hook's claw, looking like she was about to pick a fight with someone. She understood it well. When Natasha was angry, someone was bound to suffer. At Seal's question, Lucian told her about Hook acting as a matchmaker. With that guy involved, it's no wonder Hook would pull something like that. Seal snorted. Then her expression turned serious. If you need something done, Sampo might be your man, but if you feel like befriending him, do yourself a favor, don't. Agree. Lucian nodded. He knew Sampo was a masked fool hiding in Bellowbog, and he honestly did not want to deal with a masked fool like Sampo. So what about you? Seal asked again. About what? About being Nat's husband? Upon hearing this unexpected question, Lucian looked at Seal with a half smile. Then asked back, why do you care about that? I don't care, I'm just curious. Okay. Seal turned her head away, pretending not to care. If you don't want to say it, forget it. I don't even want to know. As soon as she finished speaking, a wildfire member suddenly rushed in. Not good. A group of vagrants and miners has gathered and blocked Sverige's place. Looks like a fight is about to break out. Upon hearing this, Seal immediately frowned. What happened? At her question, the wildfire member sighed helplessly, then replied, I heard that Sverige sent his robots to steal but I don't really know the details. I came here because the chief told me to notify the leader. That's not here. Go look somewhere else. Saying this, Seal grabbed her scythe and rushed out, but quickly turned back and approached Lucian. You are the Supreme Guardian, so your words matter. Come with me. Not waiting for Lucian's answer, Seal grabbed his arm. I'm worried I might kill someone if things get out of hand, so help hold me back if it comes to that. Hearing this, Lucian raised his eyebrows. He had to admit, Seal's decisive way of doing things was truly admirable. In any case, he needed to find Sverige as well, so he got up and followed Seal towards Sverige's place, the robot settlement. Robot settlement was an area populated entirely by robots. and it was known that only one human could live here. Who? It was none other than Clara. As for why, it was actually quite simple. Back then, Clara had accidentally activated Sverig, a dormant robot from the old world, and when he asked about her wish, she simply answered, "I want a family." And just like that, from that moment on, Sverig and the other robots became Clara's closest family until today. After the Silvermane guards were withdrawn from the underworld, Sverig respected Clara's wish for everyone to live together as a family. Using the name Boss Sverig, he unified the once scattered underworlders and, together with the other robots, protected the underworld. At this moment, a large crowd had gathered outside the iron gate of Sverig's base. Some held pickaxes, while others held shovels. Besides vagrants and miners, Wildfire members were also present on the side, and more Silvermane guards were arriving to maintain order. Damn robots! They stole our ore. All robots are thieves. They're robbers. Let's break in. Take our stuff back. Even the Supreme Guardian will support us. Some people shouted loudly among the vagrants, stirring up the neutral miners. Beside them, some people with red scarves tied around their arms helped the Silvermane guards maintain order. Needless to say, they were none other than members of Wildfire. Wildfire was originally a peacekeeping organization in Bellowbog's underworld, formed to replace the Silvermane guards after Cocolia ordered a complete lockdown of the underworld. Natasha was Wildfire's hidden leader, while Oleg was the one in charge publicly. Calm down, everyone. Don't do anything rash. There might be some misunderstanding. Oleg led the Wildfire members, trying to calm down the miners and vagrants all around because there were not enough Silvermane guards to handle the chaos. It couldn't be helped. Facing at least 1,000 miners and vagrants, the Silvermane guards numbered barely over 100, and even with Wildfire included, their total was only about 500. Not to mention, there were still Sverig's robots. If things really got out of control, they couldn't hold them back at all. Meanwhile, inside the Iron Gate, a little girl in red stood beside a 2-meter-tall, one-eyed robot, her face filled with worry. "Mr. Sverig, why are they saying we stole the ore?" Clara asked quietly. We didn't do anything wrong. She really could not understand. Her family had always helped these humans, and the reason these humans could yield so much was mostly thanks to her family. So why had a huge crowd suddenly gathered at their door, accusing them of stealing their ore? If they wanted the ore, they could just mine it themselves. No need to steal. Clara, human behavior usually has a strong purpose, and there are many reasons why they accuse us of stealing. Replying to Clara was the robot standing beside her, none other than Sverig. He was the third series of the monitoring automaton prototype from the old world, created by Dr. Mearsheimer. Perhaps some of them simply want revenge. Sverig's mechanical voice was steady and deep, giving people a sense of security. Just as Sverig calculated, there were indeed those who wanted revenge, which was why they incited so many people to come and block the gate, pinning the label of thief on the robots. At the back of the crowd, 5 men huddled together, looking sneaky. "Boss, why aren't we leading the charge? I've been itching to rip those tin cans apart. We're just here to stir the pot, not jump in. Let everyone else make the first move. No matter what happens, we keep our heads down, got it? Even if the Supreme Guardian shows up, held back the crowd. Yeah, as long as a robot starts something first, we can just say they attacked people, so it's their fault no matter what. Last year, that tin head busted my leg. I'm getting payback. Damn, that little girl's pretty cute though. Hope she doesn't get dragged into this." Underworld on fire at this moment. The air in the robot settlement was thick and heavy, like congealed oil pressing down on every inch of space. Mixed in were the harsh fumes of cheap fuel and the musty scent of rusted metal. Now, with the crowds gathering, a heavy stench of sweat filled the air as well. Luca, the metal-armed boy, wove through the crowd, trying to persuade everyone to leave, but unfortunately, no one listened. Damn it, why won't anyone listen to me? Luca was so anxious that he spun in circles, having no choice but to retreat and ask his mentor for help. As soon as he reached the back of the crowd, he saw that his mentor was busy as well. "Hey, kid, get back. You shouldn't be here." Oleg grabbed a boy by the collar and shouted harshly, "Uncle Oleg, I want to help." Being grabbed by the collar, the boy, who looked around 13 years old, stared wide-eyed and spoke loudly. "Our new Supreme Guardian saved us and showed us the sky again. He's my benefactor. You want to use Geomero to build a new home, but those tin heads stole the Geomero. I want to help Supreme Guardian get the Geomero back." Foolish. Oleg jabbed a finger at the boy's nose and scolded him. "Did you see Sverig and his robots stealing the ore?" "I didn't." The boy shot back, unwilling to back down. "But if it didn't steal it, how do you explain all that Geomero piled up at the gate?" Just as he said, there were dozens of pounds of Geomero stacked near the iron gate. It should be noted that the miners dug up plenty of ore every day, and the robots did help move it. So if the robots wanted to steal ore, it would be easy for them. However, Oleg refused to believe Sverig was the thief. It was simply because everything Sverig did was always out in the open. If Sverig really wanted that much, or he would just come up and say, "I need it," then list a bunch of calculations no one could understand, and finally walk off with or openly no one could stop him. Stealing? Impossible. Of course, that was just Oleg's reasoning based on how well he knew Sverig. Most others rarely interacted with Sverig, so they didn't understand how he did things. As a result, when enough people said Sverig stole the ore and someone planted evidence, it was easy for many who lacked their own judgment to go along with it. In the end, Oleg tossed the boy aside with a sigh. He had a strong feeling this was someone's crude attempt to frame Sverig. In the overworld, no one would have bought it, but here in the backward underworld, it actually worked. Some people probably don't misunderstand, they just go along with it when it benefits them. As Oleg muttered this, Natasha appeared behind him. Back when Sverig sealed off the exits and used force to keep people in line, he made a lot of enemies. Natasha spoke sternly, explaining the most likely reason for this commotion. Plenty of people disliked him, but had to put up with him just to survive. Now, Mr. Lucian has freed the underworld and solved the survival crisis, and he's put people in charge instead of robots. Some people probably think it's finally time to settle old scores. I see. Oleg's face showed sudden realization. Looks like I was being narrow-minded. Yeah, it's normal. Chiming in from out of nowhere, a dark blue-haired man suddenly appeared behind them with a carefree smile. I mean, people always try to hide their own malice behind some big excuse. Cluck! Suddenly, a cannon barrel swung right up in the man's face. Natasha held up her cannon, her usual elusive smile back on her lips. "Sampo, you've got the nerve to show up in front of me? I was just looking for you. Was it you who taught Hook to find me a husband?" At this question, or rather, interrogation, Sampo surrendered immediately, hands in the air. My bad. Let's just talk it out, all right? I was only messing around with a kid, that's all. Plus, it's not like she really found you a husband, or anything, right? Just playing house, really, ha. As soon as Natasha heard the word husband, Lucian's smile flashed through her mind. In truth, she was looking for one herself, but still hadn't found one yet. Don't let it happen again. Natasha put away her cannon, speaking coldly. She knew what Sampo was like, never someone you could turn your back on. Regardless, after giving Hook a proper scolding earlier, she felt a bit better now. Now, let's keep trying to get some of these ignorant folks to leave. Natasha said seriously. As for those with other motives, let's wait for that man to show up. That man? Luca, who stood nearby and was silently listening to their conversation, suddenly had his eyes light up. Is it Lord Lucian, the one who freed the underworld? Luca asked, excitement all over his face. He's really coming here? Am I actually going to see him? Hearing Luca's barrage of questions, Natasha felt a little overwhelmed, so she could only smile and say, Luca, I know you look up to him, but stay calm and let's handle the trouble in front of us first, all right? Luca nodded vigorously. He still remembered that day when Lucian had come to the underworld and conquered everyone with his sheer power. From that moment, Lucian had won his respect. Oleg had been his mentor, his old number one idol, but now Lucian was number one. If Lucian was really coming here, just thinking about it made Luca excited. My brothers, are you seeing this? These tin cans ain't got a heart or lungs. They don't even have to breathe this nasty air like us. They're stealing the Geomero. They're trying to block our way to a new age. Only one way to beat a tough enemy fight without fear. Do it for Belobog's new era. Suddenly, some people in the crowd raised their fists and shouted, riling up the vagrants and miners. Soon, torches were lit 1, 2, 10, then hundreds. At this moment, the flickering, hungry flames from the torches reflected the madness in countless bloodshot eyes. Rusty iron bars, heavy wrenches, sharpened rebar, anything they could grab, became a weapon. Evidently, the crowd was no longer a scattered mob, but had turned into a single, boiling, sweaty, fuel-stinking mass of metal and flesh, burning with hate and ready to smash anything in its path. Whoosh! Just then, a flaming object suddenly streaked out from an unseen corner behind the crowd. It was a makeshift Molotov cocktail, thrown together with rags and cheap fuel. The fire on the bottle hissed as it flew, tracing a sharp arc through the air. Pung! In no time, the Molotov smashed against the big iron gate. Sticky, burning liquid instantly splattered everywhere, and greedy tongues of flame licked at the cold metal, sizzling and crackling. A bright blaze flared up, instantly engulfing a large area, while thick, choking black smoke billowed up, reeking of chemicals. Dash! Seeing the blaze, the crowd let out a wild, animal-like roar. Meanwhile, Clara, who had never experienced anything like this before, was utterly terrified. Feeling the wave of heat from the gate, Clara clung tighter to Sverig's coat, then spoke up. "Mr. Sverig, I'll go talk to them. Maybe I can clear up the misunderstanding." Even though she was scared, if it was to protect her family, Clara wouldn't hesitate, even if she had to face 1,000 angry people. However, whoosh! Another Molotov flew over the iron gate in a perfect arc. Unless something happened, it would definitely land right where Clara and Sverig were. However, just before the Molotov could hit its target, a cold voice suddenly rang out from all directions. "What's this? Did I not kill enough people? So now you all think I'm merciful?" Overwhelming pressure, another Molotov flew over the iron gate in a perfect arc. Unless something happened, it would definitely land right where Clara and Sverig were. Sverig, with impressive calculation skills, quickly figured out the trajectory of the Molotov's arc and prepared to take Clara to dodge. However, before he could, a cold voice suddenly rang out from all directions. "What's this? Did I not kill enough people? So now you all think I'm merciful?" Even though the voice was not loud, it echoed in everyone's ears, even resonated through the hollow stone walls. As for the Molotov in midair, before it could hit the ground, someone suddenly grabbed it with their bare hand and, pung, it shattered into pieces, and the scattered sparks were instantly extinguished. Only then did everyone shift their attention from the Molotov and see the figure standing in the air. It was none other than the new Supreme Guardian, Lucian. In Lucian's arms was a white-haired girl in a red overcoat. "Clara, we meet again." Lucian tilted his head to look at the girl in his arms and greeted her with a smile. Clara's snow-white hair was stunning, especially since it set off her red eyes in an unusual way. Even though she was just a child, there was a clarity in her gaze that didn't belong to someone her age. Her face was pale and delicate, so close it looked as if it would break at a touch. Her legs were fair and smooth, with a leather thigh band around her left thigh that, despite her young age, left a faint mark on her skin, something that would be called thick by many people from his original world. "It's you, Mr. Lucian. You came to save me again." Clara's voice was soft and modest, sounding like a shy little bunny. Last time, when she was being chased by fragmented monsters, it was Lucian who saved her and sent her home. And this time, she had run into even bigger trouble. Yet once again, Lucian appeared before her and saved her. After greeting Lucian, Clara felt her anxiety fade away all at once. It was as if, as long as he was there, any trouble could be resolved. Just like Sverig, Lucian always made her feel strangely safe. "Mr. Lucian, we didn't steal any, or we really didn't," Clara tried her best to explain, hoping Lucian would believe her. but he extended a finger and gently pressed it to Clara's lips, stopping her explanation. I know everything. Meanwhile, when Sverig turned his head and saw that no one was left by his side, his large eye quickly scanned the surroundings for Clara. Clara? How could someone as big as him let Clara get snatched away? As Sverig looked up, he finally found Clara in Lucian's arms. In Sverig's mind, Clara was even more important than the survival of human civilization. If it had been anyone else who took Clara, he would definitely have gone berserk and executed his purge protocol. Thankfully, it was Lucian. Supreme Guardian, those robots stole the Geomero. Lord Lucian, please punish Sverig severely. Supreme Guardian, those robots are enemies of the New World. They all need to be wiped out, or disaster will follow. You saved everyone, but those robots were ungrateful. They stole the Geomero and tried to oppose you. We couldn't stand by and do nothing, so we took care of these criminals for you. As soon as they saw Lucian, the crowd clung to him like he was their last hope, shouting his name again and again. Especially those 5 instigators, their words were fierce and passionate, every sentence brimming with heartfelt loyalty. If it had been any ordinary leader, they probably would have been forced to go easy on them, since 1,000 people was, after all, no small number. Besides, since things hadn't reached the point of no return, turning a big problem into a small one would have been the natural choice. However, Lucian was different. He knew the plot, he knew Sverig, and he understood exactly who was right and who was wrong in this situation. I saved you all just so you could teach me how to do my job? Lucian spoke coldly, and soon an invisible pressure began to descend. Answer. Whoosh. As soon as Lucian's final word fell, an overwhelming pressure crashed down, pressing on everyone present. Thud, 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 thud. Everyone's knees buckled, and they fell straight to the ground. Damn it, even us. Seal had just met up with Natasha and had barely said 2 sentences before she was caught up in a mess as a mountain-like weight pressed down on her, making her legs tremble. In the end, Seal could not hold herself up and finally collapsed, kneeling with her hands on the ground. It was not just her Natasha, Oleg, Luca, Sampo, Sverig good or bad, innocent or guilty, everyone present was forced to their knees. Even we got dragged in. Oleg felt that even complaining took effort. As so strong. Is this what it means to be a hero? Luca grinned, feeling excited. Ugh, this must only be a tiny fraction of his true power. Natasha felt a little fear, grateful she had not tried anything reckless, or she would have dragged all of Wildfire into disaster. Insufficient combat strength. Peace protocol activated. Evaluating variables. Sverig knelt on one knee, his control unit quickly running calculations as he muttered to himself. I knew I shouldn't have tried to join in. Sampo complained and simply lay flat on the ground. Since he couldn't even stand, and kneeling looked pathetic, he might as well just lie flat. Even though he was joking on the outside, deep down he was shocked. He honestly hadn't expected Lucian to be an emanator. It was his first time meeting Lucian and seeing him show off, so he thought Lucian was just a powerful past rider of abundance. But after feeling this overwhelming pressure with his own body, there was no doubt what else could this be but an emanator? More importantly, considering Lucian was an emanator, the fact that he had not crushed them all was clearly because he had shown mercy. Sampo himself used to be a well-known masked fool, so he had interacted with some emanators before. Based on his experience, he had noticed that this emanator of abundance seemed to have received a lot of Yaoshi's favor. In the end, all he could do now was give up fighting and think about how to cling to a big shot like Lucian. Judgment and massacre as Lucian unleashed his aura. Everyone knelt on the ground, and those who were weaker collapsed completely, losing consciousness. Among them, only one person remained unaffected: Clara, who was in Lucian's arms. Clara looked at Sverig with concern, then, with her small hands clutching Lucian's chest, pleaded to him. Mr. Lucian, please forgive Mr. Sverig. He didn't do anything wrong. Lucian, of course, knew Sverig was not at fault, but someone had to be made an example of, and the Silver Main Guards members of Wildfire and Sverige were all there to play their parts. Lucian responded softly and, with a single thought, made the pressure in certain areas vanish. Sverige, the Wildfire members, the Silver Main Guards, and those responsible for maintaining order were all able to stand up again. Clara looked down at the ground to check Sverige's condition, but then felt a little scared because of the height and unconsciously tightened her grip on Lucian's arm. Lucian, sensing her fear, instinctively pulled Clara closer and pressed her face to his chest so she wouldn't see the unsettling scene that would happen next. After confirming Clara's position was secure, Lucian gazed coldly at the crowd kneeling below. "First, you five." Lucian's indifferent words hung above everyone like a reaper's scythe, floating lightly over their heads. Unfortunately for them, they could not raise their heads, nor did they know who the five were. Bang, 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 bang. At the back of the crowd, 5 bodies suddenly exploded without warning. A mist of blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the people nearby red. "Aha dash!" Someone near the 5 was so frightened he screamed out. However, everyone else was crushed by Lucian's pressure, so they couldn't even raise their heads, let alone turn around to watch. Even though they didn't exactly know what had happened, they all shared a single realization: this Supreme Guardian seemed to know his true purpose. Needless to say, the judgment had begun. "Supreme Guardian, have mercy. I was just coerced into this. I really didn't mean to cause any trouble. Please, my lord, forgive me. I just got carried away for a moment. I never meant for things to get out of hand. Please, Supreme Guardian, spare me." One person broke down on the spot, begging for mercy. Others soon followed, admitting fault and pleading for their lives. Since the main culprits were already dead, no one else dared to stir up more trouble. Faced with Lucian's iron-fisted authority, anyone with a bit of sense wouldn't dare to speak up now, so admitting fault and begging for mercy was their only hope. "TSK, you're not sorry for what you did, you're just scared to die." Lucian ignored the crowd's pleas and continued coldly. "You 3. Bang, bang, bang." As 3 more bodies exploded, another cloud of blood spread through the air, and the stench was replaced by the metallic smell of blood that clung to everyone. At this moment, they had no idea who would be next, since they did not know what action had angered Lucian. Miners and vagrants alike were filled with regret. Why did I get involved in this mess? Why didn't I just keep mining? Why did I listen to the accusation and come here for revenge? As they all more or less thought this, Lucian's cold voice resounded again. "You 7, and you 20. Amid this massacre, Clara did not dare to look and buried her head in Lucian's chest. She could not bear to watch people die, but she also knew her place and knew Lucian had his own reasons for doing this, so she did not say a word to persuade him to stop. In the end, the massacre lasted for a full hour. It was, without a doubt, an hour shrouded in the fear of death. Many could not help but wet themselves in terror. So many people, all dead just like that. Is he a demon? Natasha held her breath, barely daring to exhale. She could hardly accept this situation, never expecting that the elegant and kind young man who had helped the injured girl in the clinic earlier would massacre people without a hint of mercy. No matter who it was, even slaughtering hundreds of animals would have made any normal person's hand shake. However, not Lucian. He did not even blink, and when he said he would kill, he killed. I never saw it before. He's so domineering and ruthless too. Seal found it impossible to connect the gentle hero she remembered with the current blood-soaked Lucian. The contrast was just too stark. From this massacre, everyone immediately understood one thing. As long as you acted like a decent person, Lucian was a friendly and approachable fellow. Even if you joked around, he would just laugh with you. However, if you cross his line, Lucian would become a ruthless demon and kill without hesitation. Some of those people were just ignorant and weak-minded. Luca murmured with a complicated expression. Honestly, they didn't deserve to die. Don't worry, bro, no innocent people died. Sampo Koski guarantees it. Sampo patted Lucas' metal arm with a grin. In Sampo's understanding, if an emanator wanted to slaughter the innocent, they would have wiped out the entire surface and wouldn't need to single anyone out. He understood this better than anyone. At this moment, With so many dead, not a single person dared to speak up. A riot of 1,000 became only 600 an hour later. Now, these 600 survivors knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. You were merely foolish, so your crimes do not deserve death. However, there must not be a next time. Lucian's words, cold as they were, felt like a breath of spring to those who heard them, because it meant they would live. Thank you, Supreme Guardian. We won't dare do anything like this again. Thank you. Thank you. Shouting with big smiles one after another. The survivors, covered in red as if they had bathed in a pool of blood, truly looked unsightly. Oleg, take them away and send them to labor reform. As he spoke, the murderous air around Lucian faded away, and he seemed to revert to his old, gentle self. Oleg nodded firmly, not daring to hesitate, and immediately led the wildfire members to escort the survivors back for cleaning and labor reform. As the crowd dispersed, the Silvermane guards returned to their posts. Seal and Natasha looked at Lucian for a moment, then joined the group, escorting the survivors. Soon, the area returned to its former calm. Several robots poked their heads out from the piles of trash, looking around curiously. Lucian looked down and found Clara gazing at him with her beautiful red eyes. "What is it?" Lucian asked Clara curiously, who then blinked and shook her head. It's nothing. It's just that Mr. Lucian is so gentle and always kind to me, like a big brother. Old worlds are like a big brother. When Lucian heard Clara say he was like a big brother, he couldn't help but think of Tribios. He wondered how she was doing now. Just how much had the script influenced Amphireus? In the first place, did the script even influence the actual Amphireus? Unfortunately, not only did Amphireus have no coordinates, but it had also been hidden by someone powerful. So only the power of Trailblaze could open the entrance. He couldn't help but wonder when the Astral Express would arrive. "Mr. Lucian?" Clara's gentle voice pulled Lucian's thoughts back. He came back to his senses and then walked down from the air to the ground step by step, as if descending a staircase. Sverig's camera-like head moved up and down, following Lucian's figure, with his big red eye fixed on Clara. "Clara, are you okay?" As expected, the first thing Sverig cared about was still Clara. Clara left Lucian's embrace and then walked over to Sverig. "Mr. Sverig, I'm fine." Hearing this, Sverig finally shifted his gaze to Lucian. Re-evaluating target threat level cleared. "Welcome, savior of humanity." Immediately after running the calculations, handing everything over to you produces the best outcome. No one else can do it, so I invited you here. Hearing this, Lucian looked Sverig up and down, then looked up to meet Sverig's gaze. Honestly, Sverig's appearance wasn't anything impressive, but his computing ability was quite decent. If nothing else, just calculating that hugging Lucian's thigh would be the best outcome, that was more than most could do in a lifetime. All right, from now on, you'll be Bellowbog's tech advisor, in charge of supervising all Research Institute projects. Lucian immediately assigned Sverig a new job casually. Do a good job, and in the future, he'll have Xander boost your computational power. Maybe you'll get a shot to ascend like Noose. As a leader, he knew well that he had to promise something big to get his subordinates to work hard. No, there will only ever be one aeon of erudition in the universe, so I cannot ascend. Sverig responded honestly. However, the job he mentioned, I can do it. Eat empty promises? Sverig would never do that in his lifetime. As you wish. Lucian shrugged. Now, take me to the arsenal from the old world. Order received. Protocol confirmed, please follow me. Sverig immediately led Lucian into a hidden passage. Clara, on the other hand, stayed behind to watch the base and comfort the other robots. Sverig was the leader of the robot settlement, and Clara was second in command. Without Clara, this place would fall apart. Lucian followed Sverig for a long time. They went up, then down, making 18 turns until they finally reached a vast underground cavern. At the center of the cavern stood a platform as large as 2 soccer fields. But Lucian could not make out any doors in the surrounding stone walls. Meanwhile, Sverig operated an old machine, and after a few beeps, rumble, feeling the entire cavern trembling. Lucian looked up and saw countless hatches appear in the stone walls. Lucian picked the nearest one and jumped in. Oh, so there's space inside the stone walls as well. Lucian could not help but marvel as he saw that behind each hatch was a compartment of varying size, each holding different things. What stood before Lucian was a railgun with a giant barrel and a spider belly-shaped gun mount. It looked extremely cool and obviously packed a punch, but its surface was covered with a thick layer of dust, showing that it had been stored here for at least 500 years, maybe even longer. I wonder how this compares to the railgun in the movies back home. Starship civilizations are always stronger than mere spacefaring ones. After all, as everyone knew, the civilization of Lucian's original world was only at the spacefaring level, so they could not travel freely across the galaxy yet. However, the civilization of Jarilo V's old world could. Lucian patted the railgun with a satisfied expression before heading to the next hatch. What's this? He found something that looked like an RPG, but much more high-tech and futuristic. Searching database. Sverag, who followed behind Lucian, spoke up. It's called the Imaginary Ion Cannon. It accelerates ions with imaginary energy and fires a blue energy beam. And this one? Lucian pointed to a weapon shaped like a rifle. It's a handheld railgun. Upon hearing Sverag's answer, Lucian picked up the railgun, shook off the thick dust, and pulled the trigger. But nothing happened. Because it has been stored for so long, its energy has already been depleted. Sverag explained. It needs to be recharged before it can be used. Recharge? Well, that's easy. An emanator could control imaginary energy, so recharging the handheld railgun took no time. Lucian saw the railgun light up with purple light. Then he gently pulled the trigger. Zing PEW. A purple bolt shot out, blasting a deep hole in the stone wall a kilometer away. With weaponry like this, you didn't use it to defend against the fragmented monsters? Did you not like them or something? Lucian teased Sverag. Calculations showed that these weapons could not help humans survive the Stellaron crisis. Sverag could not understand the joke and answered seriously. Using them would be a pointless waste. Fair enough. Lucian replied absent-mindedly and moved on to the next hatch, seeing a single machine whose purpose was unclear. It's a quantum communicator, but it's already broken and cannot be used. Sverag explained the machine's functions. Lucian shook his head regretfully and moved on. Surprisingly, the next hatch contained automatons, humanoid robots similar to Sverag, but they were all covered in dust and could not be activated. Coincidentally, Lucian even found a broken star map, something that was useful for the current him. It's busted. Oh well, I can fix it later. As long as he got the star map working, he could reconnect with other civilizations and stop Jarilo 6 from being isolated. Of course, the downside was that the IPC would be the first to come collecting debts. Remembering the astronomical bill from the original story, Lucian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Honestly, there's no way I can pay that off, so worst case, he'll just fight it out. Even though there are 2 confirmed emanators of preservation on their side, I still have the upper hand. Sycophant Sampo, as Lucian checked more hatches, he discovered a spaceship behind one of the hatches on the lowest level. Sadly, it turned out to be an unfinished model. It honestly made sense, since when the Antimatter Legion invaded, every weapon Jarilo 6 had was used in the war, so naturally, every usable spaceship had been sent out, leaving behind only the ones that were never finished. Fortunately, after searching around, he also found blueprints and program data for building the spaceship. So, as long as the researchers from the overworld could study them, it should be possible to recreate it. No need to check further. Let the Overworld's Research Institute take over this armory. You'll supervise and guide them. Lucian patted Sverag's arm, then turned to leave. As long as it could be restored, this armory alone would be enough to arm all of Belobog and push its technological civilization to the next level. Needless to say, this trip had truly been worth it. Lucian planned to return to Boulder Town and immediately had someone inform Kokolia to send Bronya over to manage the arsenal, since he did not trust anyone else with it except Bronya. As for why he didn't do it himself, it was because he understood nothing about technology, let alone those powerful algorithms. Even ordinary researchers in the overworld probably understood far more than he did. Because of that, he came to one solution: he did not need to control the technology and only needed to control the specialists of the technology. Sverig was an example. He was his capable assistant when it came to managing military technology. Now that it's done, time to head back to Boulder Town, have a drink, and wait for Bronya to take over. With that, Lucian bid farewell to Sverig, then said goodbye to Clara. After several minutes of walking, Lucian arrived at the entrance of a tavern in Boulder Town with its rundown sign, and several of the letters in its neon lights were burned out. Whenever someone pushed open the tavern door, the wooden door would let out a harsh screech. So there was no need for a bell, since the noise alone was enough to let everyone know a customer had come in. As soon as Lucian entered, he immediately drew over a dozen gazes, all from the drinkers who recognized him at a glance. "Oh, it's the great hero!" someone shouted in surprise. "I know you. You're the one who broke the blockade and let us go up and down freely, breathing under the sunlight again." Someone pointed at Lucian and loudly recited his heroic deeds. "Please, take a seat, my lord. Everything's on me tonight." Someone eagerly invited Lucian over and offered to pay for his drinks. But he just smiled and waved his hand lightly, declining the offer. He had no intention of drinking with strangers, especially male strangers. Just then, a man with a flattering smile approached Lucian on his own, carrying 2 glasses of expensive wine. "Sir, you really are insanely handsome. Your name's famous everywhere. I've looked up to you for ages." "Oh, and I'm a trader, by the way. Sampo Koski's the name, but you can just call me Sampo." Sampo respectfully offered a glass of wine to Lucian, who eyed him with a faint, ambiguous smile. As Lucian expected, Sampo spoke differently to different people, tailoring his words to fit whoever he faced. Look at Sampo's groveling posture. He was the textbook definition of a sycophant. Of course, Lucian understood well that for the masked fools, being a sycophant was just one of countless personas they could put on. Lucian took the glass from Sampo without hesitation and drank it elegantly. "Sampo something or other, I know who you are. A masked fool hiding your mask. Are you here trying to cozy up to me? Or do you just want to mess with me?" Hearing this unexpected question, Sampo was frozen on the spot. Clearly, he never expected Lucian to know his identity. He had already changed his name, hidden his mask, and besides, who would recognize him here in this godforsaken Bellowbog? Most importantly, to his memory, he had never met Lucian before, let alone dealt with him. So how did this emanator know who he was? "Sorry, sir, but have we met before?" "No need to test me," Lucian said calmly. "We haven't met, but your little secrets can't be hidden from me, so don't try anything that would upset me. Just know, as long as I'm happy, you can live here quite comfortably." Right, you're totally right." Sampo nodded repeatedly, forcing a smile while rubbing his hands together in a flattering manner. "I'm just here to make friends, not to cause trouble. I swear my name, Sampo Koski." He had witnessed Lucian's ways of doing things before, so he had a general idea of Lucian's character. As long as he didn't cross any lines, there was no problem at all. He might even get Lucian's help. Of course, Sampo still stayed alert. He knew well that many factions outside were hostile to the followers of Abundance. If the followers of the Hunt ever invaded, he would definitely be the first to run. Lucian, on the other hand, was quite satisfied with Sampo's attitude. Even if it was just an act, it was still pleasant to see. Although Sampo looked unreliable, he did have some skills and could be of use. As the two continued their conversation, creak dash. Suddenly, the tavern door screeched again, making all eyes turn to the entrance once more. Lucian instinctively glanced over and saw a girl with purple hair. Who else but Seal? "So you were here? I've been waiting for you forever, and you still didn't come back." Seal hurried over to Lucian, then noticed Sampo beside him. "I'm warning you, don't try anything funny with him, or I'll make you pay every time I see you." She clenched her fist at Sampo, looking as fiery and fierce as ever. "Me? ID never." Sampo hurried and hid behind Lucian, acting all pitiful. "Come on, Miss Seal, you've got me all wrong. If you don't believe me, just ask him. Oh, and this drink's on me, and no. He was honestly afraid Seal might start a fight here. If that were to happen, he would have to pay if anything broke. He didn't know why, but Seal always chose her fists over words when dealing with him. So if he said another word, she would definitely beat him. Seal, you need something? Lucian cut off their bickering before it could blow up. Are you in a good mood right now? Seal asked cautiously, her tones softened tenfold. Lucian had no idea why she asked such a weird question, but he still nodded truthfully. Seeing him nod, Seal grew a bit bolder as she grabbed Lucian's arm and pulled him outside. Come with me. I have something to say to you in private. At Seal's sudden change of attitude, Lucian could only give a wry smile as he finally understood what was going on with her. Apparently, it must have been the impression he left from killing people before, so now Seal felt the need to ask about his mood before even talking to him. Meanwhile, as Sampo watched the two leave, the corners of his mouth curved up and his eyes sparkled. Oh my, is that really the same guy who just killed hundreds of people without even blinking? He's way too chill, but with that fast-changing attitude, he and Sparkle are basically a perfect match, huh? As he thought of a certain girl in red, Sampo shook his head. Nay, I can't let that maniac mess up Bellowbog. I absolutely can't let those two end up together. Disciple Seal pulled Lucian into a deserted alley nearby. As fate would have it, it was the very same alley where Lucian had once seen Seal get naked because of his disarm. More importantly, how many girls would ever drag a guy into a dark alley on their own? So, what do you want to say? Why all the secrecy? As Lucian asked, Seal stopped in her tracks, then turned around to meet his gaze. Please take me as your disciple. I want to become as strong as you. Seal declared without hesitation. A disciple? Lucian had imagined other scenarios, maybe a love confession, a secret, some gossip, but he never expected Seal would ask him to take her as a disciple of all things. Just so, not just anyone is qualified to be my disciple. Lucian's face turned serious as he looked at Seal with unwavering focus. He used to call Seal his waifu when playing the game before he transmigrated. But now, Seal wanted him as her master? I know. Seal responded decisively without the slightest hesitation, as if she had practiced this answer thousands of times in her mind. She puffed out her chest, trying to look more imposing, and then, with a move so quick it was almost a blur, she pulled something out of her bulging pants pocket and thrust it at Lucian. Here, my tuition. Her voice was still loud, carrying an odd, almost naive boldness. Lucian looked down at her outstretched hand and saw 5 coins resting quietly in her palm, their edges worn smooth and reflecting a muted, time-worn metallic sheen under the dim streetlights. They were none other than Jarilo V's world currency, known as Shield. If money were enough to make you my disciple, you'd be at the bottom of the list. Lucian drew out his words, his tone taking on a teasing edge, but his eyes were sharp and unwavering, watching every subtle change in Seal's expression. Seal's brows instantly furrowed, but that blue flame in her eyes flared even higher, burning brighter. She clearly hadn't expected that reaction from Lucian, as shown by how her cheeks flushed, as if she were both angry and stubbornly unwilling to back down. What does it take to qualify? Set the rules, and I'll prove myself. Seal nearly shouted, her voice tinged with both the pain of being underestimated and unyielding stubbornness. It was as if she couldn't become a disciple today, she would just become a bandit instead. Lucian stared into those beautiful eyes of hers, thinking it would be a shame if she ever lost them. Whoosh! Time seemed to slow down, only the dripping sound from a leaky pipe in the corner stretched out and echoed. As soon as Seal's final words fell, Lucian moved without warning, without a sound. At this moment, his index finger became a cold, deadly silver line that tore through the scant space between them, aiming straight for Seal's left eye with razor-sharp intent. He was faster than human reflexes, his index finger carrying a chilling aura of death as it stopped just in front of Seal's iris, so close she could feel the faint warmth rising from the surface of her vulnerable eyeball. A tiny move forward, or even a blink from fear, and Lucian's fingertip would have pierced that beautiful eye in an instant. Around them, the silence that permeated the surroundings seemed absolute. Only the dripping pipe echoed, beating against their taut nerves. No scream, no dodging, no collapsing, nothing happened. Seal stood frozen like a statue and didn't even instinctively close her eyes. Her lovely pupils, startled by the sudden danger, contracted, clearly reflecting Lucian's long, pale finger, and that was all. Her long lashes, like butterfly wings resting at the edge of a cliff, didn't even tremble. "Why didn't you dodge?" Lucian asked calmly. "Didn't have time to react," Seal replied quietly. Which normal human could react in a situation like that? If she could, she would definitely dodge. "Ha!" A low chuckle escaped Lucian's throat, breaking the silence. Seeing Seal stay so calm, he almost thought she was some movie protagonist, completely unfazed by any danger, but that clearly was not the case. "Fine, since you're my first with 6 eidolons, I'll accept you." Lucian withdrew his finger and gently patted Seal's head. 6 eidolons? What does that mean?" "It's a way to get stronger," Lucian explained patiently. "With 6 eidolons, you'll become the welding queen of Belobog." Seal didn't understand, but anything with queen in the name had to be powerful. "All right, you're my master from now on." Seal excitedly grabbed Lucian's hand, her eyes full of longing for the so-called 6 eidolons. Lucian smiled and nodded before throwing out a casual tease. "Hope you can become a rebellious disciple who surpasses your master." A rebellious disciple? Seal hadn't read many books, so she didn't understand. It means a student who becomes even stronger than the master. Hearing Lucian's explanation, Seal clenched her fist tightly, her eyes determined as if pledging allegiance. "Don't worry, master. I'll definitely become a rebellious disciple. I'll surpass you." Lucian nodded and smiled in satisfaction, truly looking forward to seeing who would surpass him. Seal wanted to share the good news with Natasha, so she took Lucian back to the clinic. Upon hearing about it, Natasha never expected that Seal would ask to become Lucian's disciple, let alone that he would actually agree. For the underworld, this was without a doubt a huge deal. Seal seemed to get carried away, throwing her arm around Lucian's shoulders, half leaning on him like they were the best of friends. Seeing this, Natasha couldn't help but be startled. She couldn't help it. Lucian was the ruthless demon who had just killed hundreds of people without batting an eye. Was Seal not afraid of offending him by being so casual? She was genuinely worried that Seal's careless behavior would make Lucian angry and turn the whole situation upside down. But luckily, he remained gentle and refined, like a true gentleman, completely unbothered by Seal's actions. Such an outcome made Natasha breathe a sigh of relief. Click! Just then, a striking figure appeared at the open clinic door. Silver gray curls, a delicate face, a tall and beautiful figure. It was Bronya. "Lord Lucian, I'm here." Caught between two beauties, Bronya stood at the doorway, every button on her silver main guard officer's uniform reflecting a cold metallic sheen, just as straight and immaculate as her posture at this moment. Her gaze cut through everything, locking precisely onto the figure leaning close to Lucian Seal. At this moment, Seal rested casually against Lucian's side, her posture deliberately relaxed. However, the tense lines of muscle beneath her soft clothes betrayed a completely different signal. Alertness, like a thin blade hidden in its sheath. When Seal finally raised her unique, textured eyes to meet Bronya's, Bronya caught a fleeting cold scrutiny within them, as if a chill wind brushed her skin. It was not simple unfamiliarity, but a kind of instinctive rejection, almost as if it was built in. Bronya felt a slight heaviness in her heart, but none of it showed on her face as she maintained the impeccable demeanor befitting the commander of the Silver Main Guards. Stepping into the clinic with steady composure. Clack, clack, clack. As Bronya walked, the heels of her boots struck the floor in crisp, regular beats, announcing her arrival. "Lord Lucian, I'm here." Bronya's voice rang out calmly, perfectly controlling both volume and sense of distance clear to the ear, yet never abrupt. As for the Research Institute, They're already dispatching researchers to be stationed here. I came ahead of them to get familiar with the work environment." As she spoke, Bronya's eyes swept over Seal with polite indifference, as if she were glancing at something worth noting, but not worth extra attention, then at Natasha. "And these two are?" "I'm a doctor of this clinic, Natasha." Natasha smiled, showing her own kind of noble grace. "I'm also the leader of Wildfire, and right now, I'm managing the underworld under Mr. Lucian's orders." Bronya nodded to Natasha, showing friendliness before turning her gaze to Seal. It was her first time in the underworld today, yet something like a memory seemed to be budding in her mind. Unfortunately, she couldn't recall it at all, as if a thin membrane blocked the memory. Seal noticed Bronya staring silently at her. So she simply stared right back, just as silently. From the outfit Bronya wore, Seal knew Bronya was clearly one of the Silvermane guards. Coincidentally, she never liked the Silvermane guards even now. Even though Belobog was unified, she still disliked them. After all, it was Lucian who liberated the underworld, not the Silvermane guards or the former Supreme Guardian. So Seal treated Lucian as one of her own, but that didn't mean she accepted others. In the end, the two girls just kept staring at each other, saying nothing. "Well, she's Seal, my disciple." Lucian smiled helplessly and broke the silence. As he had expected, Seal was only friendly toward people she accepted, and since she didn't trust outsiders, her attitude toward them was always bad. "Disciple?" Bronya's expression changed slightly, somewhat surprised by the revelation. Regardless, she didn't press further since her noble upbringing reminded her to know her boundaries. So she would not interfere in Lucian's affairs. Actually, now that Lucian had a disciple, maybe he would not leave Belobog so easily. At this thought, Bronya immediately felt a bit grateful towards Seal, which left Seal confused by Bronya's sudden look of gratitude. "You looked at me like I stole something from you just a moment ago. What's with the sudden friendliness?" Seal thought seriously while frowning, then clicked her tongue. TCH, boring. She didn't want to make trouble at the very least. She wouldn't start anything in front of Lucian. Bronya, on the other hand, maintained her elegant composure the whole time, but Lucian could see she was actually a bit uneasy inside. It was honestly understandable. It was not only her first time in the underworld, but she would also be stationed here for several days until the arsenal restoration was stable before she could leave. Any normal person would feel a little uneasy being alone in an unfamiliar place. Lucian placed his hand gently on Bronya's head and smiled. "You're showing all your emotions on your face. If you really aren't used to it, it'll stay here with you for a few days." It just so happened he wanted to look around and find a good spot to build an elevator. A city this big beneath the ground would be wonderful to develop and use. Upon hearing Lucian's concern, Bronya felt a warm sensation rise in her heart, causing all her discomfort to vanish. Thank you, Lord Lucian." Bronya smiled sweetly at Lucian, feeling grateful. Seal saw their intimate interaction, couldn't help but curl her lips, and turned her head away, as if pretending not to see it would make it less annoying. If one talked about the underworld, the best place to stay was, without a doubt, the Gerda Grand Hotel, so Lucian and Bronya decided to stay there. As soon as the owner of the hotel, Gertie, saw Lucian, she insisted on waiving the bill and gave him the best rooms for free, which were right next to each other. As for the facilities inside his room, Lucian could only say they were average. Compared to the presidential suite-like room in the Clippeth Fort, they fell a bit short. The next morning, as soon as Lucian stepped out of his room, he saw Seal coming out of the room next door. "Seal, why are you here?" "I just wanted to try out the hotel service too. I happened to end up in a room next to yours." As Seal answered Lucian's question, she looked completely serious, as if it really was just a coincidence. Lucian couldn't help but roll his eyes. How many coincidences could there be? Just then, Bronya also came out of her room. Needless to say, the two girls had Lucian's room sandwiched right in the middle. "Good morning, Lord Lucian." "Good morning, Miss Seal." Bronya greeted the two with grace and poise. Seal glanced at Bronya for a moment, then greeted her back. You too." "Master, are you hungry? Let's go have breakfast." As soon as Seal finished greeting Bronya, She reached out and grabbed Lucian's wrist before leading him downstairs. Seeing this, Bronya's eyelid twitched, and she immediately followed. In the hotel's dining hall, Lucian, Seal, and Bronya sat around a round table. Seal sat on Lucian's left, while Bronya sat on his right. Two stunningly beautiful ladies sandwiching Lucian. It was enough to make other men jealous, as shown by how the male guests at nearby tables kept sneaking envious, jealous glances their way. I wish I could learn the skill of being caught between two beauties like that. All the male guests, surprisingly, had this exact same thought. Second script, ever since the underworld had been freed, the variety of food in the underworld had increased noticeably. In front of Lucian was a perfectly grilled steak, its seared brown surface locking in the savory juices. He picked up his knife and fork, just about to start eating, when a faint but unmistakable sound of metal scraping came from beside him. Bronya's wrist was steady and elegant as she tended to her steak. Her silver knife, moving with a nearly mechanical rhythm, sliced cleanly into the tender meat, making almost no extra noise. After she had neatly cut several evenly sized, smooth-edged pieces, she rotated her wrist and gently pushed the knife along the edge of her plate. In the next moment, those pieces of steak slid to the edge of Lucian's plate, right beside his own untouched steak. Lucian had to admit, Bronya's movements were so fluid and natural, there was simply no room for objection. Your steak has too many tough tendons. It's a pain to cut. Bronya's voice was quiet, as calm as if she were stating a fact, and her deep blue eyes did not even lift from the food left on her own plate. Eat this one. She set down her knife and picked up her fork, her posture impeccable, as if that thoughtful gesture had been nothing more than a minor part of her duties as the commander of the Silver Main Guards. Only when the knife pushed past the rim of the porcelain plate did it make a quick, sharp sound, like a needle piercing through the surrounding chatter of the other guests. Lucian paused, looking at the clear dividing line on his plate, one side his own whole steak, the other Bronya's perfectly cut pieces. Well, that's really considerate. Lucian could not help but praise Bronya in his heart. At the same time, he also noticed the envious looks from those around him. Oomph! A short, clear huff suddenly came from Lucian's left, with a hint of nasal resonance. Seal acted as if she had not seen what had just happened, busy with the mountain of specialty roast on her plate, drenched in rich sauce. One hand gripping her fork, the other holding her knife, Seal's motions were nowhere near as delicate as Bronya's, since hers were direct and almost rough. Even her knife scraped along the plate, making a sirarke sound. Seal speared the largest, most sauce-laden piece of meat, causing its thick golden red sauce to nearly drip off before she lifted her arm and, with an assertive motion, brought the forkful of meat across the table, stopping right in front of Lucian's mouth, just a few centimeters from his lips. In that instant, the rich, spicy aroma of the roast hit Lucian head-on. "Master, open up." Seal's words were brief, her eyes fixed on Lucian's face, as if to say, "Stop wasting time, just eat." In that instant, the air grew tense. It felt as if everyone's gaze was focused on Lucian, waiting for his decision. In the next moment, Bronya put down her fork, the sound of metal meeting porcelain ringing out, standing out in the silence. Right after that, she picked up the crystal-clear glass of water at her side and took a small sip. According to the Silver Main Guard's latest physical training manual, Bronya spoke quietly, her tone steady as if reading a daily report, every word clear and calm. "Excess fat and spicy seasonings are unhealthy." As soon as these words fell, Bronya gently slid her glass of water toward Lucian, as naturally as if she were organizing a file. Seeing this, the corners of Seal's mouth curled into a cold smile. However, the fork hovering in front of Lucian's lips did not waver. If anything, it nudged closer by 0.5 millimeter, the sauce nearly touching his lips. Can't fight on an empty stomach. Theories are useless if you're starving. Eat first, then you'll have the strength to cut someone down. Got it? Seal's eyes were sharp as she met Bronya's calm gaze head-on, her words like ice-forged knives, both soft and forceful, carrying a clear provocation. Seeing this situation, Lucian truly could not bring himself to smile. Back in his original world, before he had transmigrated, whenever he watched anime and saw a love triangle turning messy, he always looked forward to things going wrong, seeing a fight break out or someone getting completely destroyed. Now, it was his turn to be in one. Lucian took a deep breath, then opened his mouth wide, taking a big bite of the giant, sauce-dripping piece of meat Seal was holding out. Just as Seal was starting to look smug, Lucian quickly picked up his knife and fork again and finished all the steak Bronya had cut for him. Right after that, he also drank all the water Bronya had pushed his way. Yeah, it's all good. Lucian treated his disciple and his fangirl equally, since he understood that, to avoid escalating the current situation, he needed to keep things balanced. A tribute to Thanos, the legendary master of balance. However, what Lucian did not expect was that, over the next 2 days, this scene kept repeating itself. He was not stupid, so he could easily tell the two girls were competing for his attention. This was just too obvious. Looks like I have influenced them. In the original story, Bronya and Seal would have eventually become as close as sisters, but now, their relationship was getting tangled because of him. Lucian realized that with him involved, there was no chance these two would ever get along. If he remembered right, the chance for Bronya and Seal to resolve their issues and become friends was at the orphanage in Rivet Town. Bronya recovered her childhood memories there, and after she and Seal understood each other, their misunderstandings disappeared. Having made up his mind, after finishing yet another tense breakfast, Lucian immediately sent Bronya and Seal off together to the orphanage in Rivet Town. Even though the two of them did not understand why, they both still listened and went together. By evening, they finally returned, and as Lucian had guessed, the conflict between them was gone. When they left, there was a long distance between them, but when they came back, they were side by side. As the two went upstairs together, they even chatted and laughed. Now, I just wonder if those two can get along with Tribios Immortis. Ding! Script cooldown complete. You can now activate the script again. Script. One inside his room, Lucian's thoughts were pulled back by the sudden notification from his system. As soon as he heard the notification, Lucian knew it was time to get a new conceptual ability. System, start the script. Random character script starting. Fei Xiao randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Absolute hit. Your thrown or launch projectiles will always hit their intended target. Cooler and the Merlin's Claw crap. It's actually Fei Xiao, the Xianzhou Arbiter General obsessed with killing abominations of abundance. Lucian felt uneasy as he realized that the system wanted an emanator of abundance like him to deal with a vengeance-filled follower of the hunt like Fei Xiao. It went without saying that this absurdity was on par with Jerry confessing his love to Tom. And the worst part is, the system didn't give me any conditions to complete the script or any background info, just like the previous one. Lucian couldn't help but sigh helplessly. It'd be fine if I could start raising Fei Xiao from childhood, but if I run into her adult version, who's already become the Merlin's Claw, with her sharp senses and hatred for abundance, ITLL be a fight to the death on sight. Winning or losing aside, the key point is she'll definitely call for backup. It should be noted that there were 6 more generals like Fei Xiao, and although unconfirmed, those generals, including Fei Xiao herself, were rumored to all be emanators of the hunt. Lucian felt this script might become a real headache. He could only hope to start from Feixio's childhood and educate her from the very beginning. Script started entering as the system notification sounded in his mind. Everything before Lucian's eyes began to shift. The sky turned upside down, and he felt himself merging into some unknown place. Soon, his entire being seemed to rise endlessly before a continent appeared beneath his feet, shrouded in a mysterious aura. Suddenly, all the scenery contracted into Lucian's eyes. In a daze, Lucian found himself in a dim, cramped stone chamber, apparently an underground prison. He touched the wall, feeling its cold. Rough texture set with rusty iron bars, while the floor beneath his feet was uneven and damp, scattered with musty straw. With just a breath, he could smell the thick mold dust, and a faint scent of blood lingering in the air. The only bit of light in the chamber came from a nearly burned-out torch high on the wall, casting unsteady shadows across the room and revealing heavy chains and shackles dragged along the ground in the corner. Amid the silence, the only sounds were water droplets dripping from the cracks in the stone and the occasional scrape of chains. Deep in the shadows, torture devices could be faintly seen, and upon closer look, people lay sprawled across the cell. However, what was most important was that all of them had fox ears and fox tails, men, women, old and young, every kind imaginable. Foxians and a prison holding many Foxians. Lucian quickly searched his mind for the plot of the game. A moment later, he remembered. He was apparently in Kuller, a planet inhabited by the Borisans of the Eclipse Pack and their Foxian war slaves. Reality, near planet Sakinchadu. Near Sakinchadu's asteroid belt, many starskiffs marked with the emblem of the Xianzhou Yaoqing floated in formation, forming a fleet. They were none other than the vanguard of the Yaoqing, about to move against the abominations of abundance entrenched on Sakinchadu. In a conference room, a white-haired, fox-eared woman sat at the head of the table, reading reports from the scouts about the abominations of abundance, while the other commanders who had joined the battle sat at the table's left and right sides. Judging by the intel, there shouldn't be much trouble this time. We should be able to handle it easily. A man in a dark violet cropped hoodie, which was the outfit of the shadow guard of the Yaoqing, spoke calmly. Let's stay cautious, Mose. We still need to prepare all emergency plans. As a shadow guard, you should understand better than anyone how important it is to always stay cautious on missions, right? Beside the man in the hoodie, named Mose, a Foxian man with squinted eyes and pale, salmon-colored hair that reached past his shoulders, spoke seriously. Xiaoqiu, you're overthinking it. Mose calmly shook his head. Now that we have General Fei Xiao with us, victory is certain. Upon hearing this, the other commanders all agreed enthusiastically. As for who General Fei Xiao was, she was none other than the white-haired, fox-eared woman at the head of the table. According to the intel, those abominations aren't much different from the usual. Just follow standard procedures in battle. As for emergency plans, of course, we still need them. We can't be careless. Fei Xiao decisively finalized the operation. With that, the Verdant Knights, along with the Cloud Knights, began their descent through Sakinchadu's atmosphere, advancing toward the abominations of abundance on the planet. Rumble. Boom! From space. Explosions bloomed across Sakinchadu's surface as waves of light and blasts of energy erupted one after another. Before long, the vanguard fleet of the Xianzhou Yaoqing returned to Sakinchadu's asteroid belt. Damn it, the intel was wrong. Those abominations had hidden tech and reinforcements. If General Fei Xiao hadn't covered the retreat, we almost wouldn't have made it back. Good thing we had emergency plans ready. There's no such thing as being too careful. A group of commanders grumbled in the conference room one after another. Needless to say, their first assault had failed. They had been beaten back. Fei Xiao was a bit frustrated as well. She hadn't expected the abominations to somehow get their hands on some hidden tech that could neutralize her spiritless attack. Moreover, there were also far more abominations than the intel had suggested. Thanks to that hidden tech, even Fei Xiao couldn't clear out all the abominations on Sakinchadu, even if she went all out. However, the real problem was that using her full strength put an enormous strain on her body. So winning would come at a huge personal cost. Due to being on the verge of losing control from moon rage, she normally would not use her full strength to wipe out all the surface life on a planet. Forget about destroying the whole planet. The Yaoqing relied on its mineral resources to cover the expenses of this war. If the planet blew up, even if they won the war, they would go bankrupt. For that reason, now that the abominations had the numbers and hidden tech to block Fei Xiao, the first assault failed, and they had no choice but to retreat. Well then, it's my turn now. Suddenly, a tall, elegant woman in a luxurious dark blue and white dress and a wide-brimmed black hat entered the conference room. Our strategic investment department heard your operation ran into trouble, so they sent me to Investno to assist with the abomination hunt. Of course, our aid isn't free. Well, split all the minerals on Sakin Chadu 50-50. As she spoke, the woman walked gracefully up to Fei Xiao, a faint smile on her lips. Ms. Jade, hey, you got here fast, huh? Fei Xiao chuckled coldly, her sharp eyes narrowing. I bet you've been planning this from the start. It was clear that this high-ranking member of the IPC Strategic Investment Department, always adept at money-making, had been trailing her all along, just waiting for this moment to grab a share. Only by acting fast can you make money, so I'm always planning ahead. Jade gave a gentle smile. Besides, the Yaoqing and the IPC have aligned interests. We can only win if we work together. Hearing this, Fei Xiao thought silently for a moment before agreeing. All right, if you can deal with that weird tech, we'll split the planet's resources 50-50. Fei Xiao truly had no choice. Even though it was painful to lose half the resources to the IPC, with their support, the Yaoqing would suffer fewer casualties. No problem. Jade smiled calmly. In fact, that kind of technology is top tier, even in the IPC, so it's not easy to deal with. 50-50 is already a great deal. In the next moment, she contacted the IPC's military department, and before long, the IPC's fleet arrived by warp and joined the Yaoqing's fleet. Underground prison, everything went smoothly. I've already talked with the general of the Yaoqing, and we'll be signing the contract soon. Because those abominations of abundance have some devices that can resist even an emanator's attacks, the Yaoqing would have had a tough time without our help, and there might have been unnecessary casualties. As far as I know, General Fei Xiao is a smart person and knows how to make the right choices. In the corner, Jade was reporting her progress to her superior. Because the IPC had deep cultural exchanges with the Xianzhou Yaoqing, the Yaoqing's culture had already merged with the IPC's, so planting moles inside was almost too easy. Every time the Yaoqing sent out an expedition, the IPC would immediately get the news, and then the IPC would send someone to follow nearby. If the Yaoqing won, then that was that. If the Yaoqing ran into trouble, the IPC would immediately show up in front of the Yaoqing's general to discuss reinforcements and the spoils of war. For the past few months, the Yaoqing had kept winning, so there hadn't been a chance, but this month, they finally ran into trouble. As a result, Jade, a director from the Strategic Investment Department, was sent to negotiate. Once the contract was signed, this deal would be a huge win. Yes, a small investment for huge gains. You did well. On the other end of the call was Jade's superior, known as Diamond, the leader of the Strategic Investment Department and also an emanator of preservation. Right after hanging up, Jade took out the contract she had prepared, made a few adjustments, and then happily went off to find Fei Xiao with it in hand. In her mind, this deal was already a sure thing, and there was absolutely no way anything would go wrong. At the same time, in the conference room, the group of commanders who had been full of confidence just moments ago because of the IPC's reinforcements now looked gloomy and anxious, as if they had just lost their parents. Jiaoqiu, still nothing? What's wrong with the general? Mose, who was always a bit gloomy, looked even gloomier than usual. No idea. I just can't figure it out. Jiaoqiu held his forehead and sighed heavily. Honestly, there was no helping it, because now their pillar of strength, the Merlin's Claw Fei Xiao, had all of a sudden fallen into some kind of deep sleep. And the worst part was, Fei Xiao had entered a mysterious state where she was visible but strangely untouchable. Anything that tried to touch her would just pass right through, like an illusion or hologram. If Fei Xiao hadn't been pounding the table just a second ago, everyone would have thought this was some kind of prank. However, everyone trusted Fei Xiao completely, so they were sure she would never joke around right before a decisive battle. In other words, she had run into trouble, and the trouble was something no one here could solve. Helpless, Jiaoqiu could only call Jade over for help. Hiss. Upon learning of Feixio's bizarre condition, Jade sucked in a breath. How would I know? Seeing Feixio's current state, Jade was just as confused, having never seen anything like this before. And even the IPC's database had no record of such symptoms. It could only be a hologram. Yet all the commanders, along with Feixio's healer and counselor, Jiaoqiu refused to admit it, insisting it wasn't. Jade truly had no solution for this. Of all times, why now? The contract isn't even signed yet. She couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. No one other than the general was authorized to handle this business. It wasn't that they were worried the Yao Qing would refuse to pay, but if the contract wasn't signed, meddling would be against the rules, and they would have no justification. After all, this was a business involving half a planet's resources. She didn't want to get herself tangled up in trouble because of it. In the end, Jay decided to wait until Fei Xiao returned to normal. As a result, the IPC and the Yao Qing simply waited in silence. In a conference room, a whole crowd of people kept racking their brains for ways to get Fei Xiao back to normal. What they didn't know was that, at this moment, Fei Xiao was having a dream. She was dreaming of her childhood, dreaming of the occupied lands, the Borisins, the Foxian compatriots, and a mysterious man. Cooler, underground prison. At this moment, Lucian was preparing to break down the cell door and wanted to confirm if things were as he suspected. If his guess was right, this script really was from when Fei Xiao was still a child, back when she was a war slave of the Borisins. However, just as he was about to act, voices came from the prison entrance. This little thing actually showed signs of atavism mutation. What a shame, though. This little thing is so tender and cute. I've been eyeing her for a while. Shed tastes great steamed. You dare eat what belongs to the wolf-headed master? Do you have a death wish? As the voices drew closer, the light of the torches soon cast the shadows of two werewolf-looking beings known as Borisin on the wall. Clatter. Lucian also heard the sound of iron chains dragging along the floor. Before long, the two arrived at the cell where he was locked up. He saw two Borisins standing in front of his cell, noticing that the one on the left was holding a thick iron chain. At the end of the chain was a girl, and behind her was a long trail of blood. It seemed she had been dragged here the whole way. When did this cell get another slave? Seeing Lucian, the Borisin on the right pointed at him, confused. Hearing his companion's words, the one on the left looked carefully, and sure enough, there was an unfamiliar slave. No fox ears, no tail. Sniff, sniff. Both Borisins stretched their necks, sniffing at Lucian through the iron bars. Holy crap, this slave smells great. Hey, the wolf-headed master didn't say anything about this slave, right? Yeah, this one's fine to eat. Let's sneak him for ourselves. Unable to hold back any longer, the Borisin on the left lifted the chain and flung it aside, sending the girl tied up in the chains crashing to the ground with a dull thud. Yet, the girl made no sound. It was unclear if she was dead or just unconscious. Squing, as the cell door opened, the two Borisins quickly entered, ready to feast on Lucian. As Lucian saw the two beasts baring their fangs at him, drooling, he couldn't help but feel a wave of disgust. Scram! Lucian roared in disgust, and a surge of imaginary energy followed his voice. It instantly blasted the two Borisins apart. Splat! Blood splattered onto the wall, looking gory and disgusting. Without even glancing at the two dead Borisins, Lucian calmly stepped out of the cell and raised his right hand to snap his fingers. Snap! With a crisp snap of fingers, all the torches suddenly flared up, flooding the underground prison with light. Lucian walked up to the girl who had been thrown by the Borisin, knelt down, and examined her closely. White hair, fox ears, no tail, and a beautiful, heroic face. No doubt, this girl was none other than the future Merlin's Claw, Fei Xiao. Me? Just a passing savior. Lucian sized up young Fei Xiao. Her small, thin body was wrapped in rags hardened with blood and mud, looking like a bag of trash carelessly thrown aside. Several spots on her rib cage showed unnatural lines and bulges beneath the thin skin, clearly broken. All four limbs had joints fractured to varying degrees, twisted completely out of place. However, the most shocking part was her face. Where her left eye should have been, there was only a bloody, pus-oozing pit, the skin around it twisted and peeled back. Her right eye was open, but lifeless and clouded with a layer of gray, staring emptily into space. Her ankles were shackled with thick, rusted iron chains, the iron ring nearly sunken into the bone, and the flesh around it had long since been ground away. exposing stark white bone. Pus and blood mixed with rust had pooled into a dark stain beneath her ankle. More importantly, she seemed to have run out of strength, her breathing barely noticeable, the breath of life, so weak it was like a candle about to go out. Only that hollow right eye stubbornly stayed open, reflecting Lucian's face. Geez, no wonder you hate Borison so much. If I'd been tortured like this, I'd want to wipe out their whole race. Lucian felt a surge of pity and decided to heal the girl. First of all, the real issue was that he did not know what conditions the script required to be completed, and he absolutely could not let the script's protagonist die. On top of that, his own identity was the opposite of hers, so the best solution would be to make Fei Xiao completely loyal to him from the start, which had to begin now. For that reason, Lucian drew upon the power of abundance to heal young Fei Xiao without hesitation. What are you going to do to Saran? Just then, a weak girl's voice came from the iron cell beside them. Lucian turned and saw a dirty little Foxian girl clinging to the bars, speaking to him. I'm going to save her, of course. Lucian replied to the girl softly. Saran was Feixio's childhood name. She only received the name Fei Xiao after being taken in as a disciple by General Yuyu. Really? You'll save her? Aren't you the cook sent by the Borison? Upon hearing Lucian's reply, the little girl immediately fired off questions in quick succession. What about you? What's your name? Lucian could not be bothered to answer, so he asked back instead. I'm Nirgal, Saran's best friend. Nirgal. Lucian remembered the girl now. She was the one who had tried to escape with Fei Xiao, but sadly failed and ended up being torn apart alive by the Borisone, truly pitiful soul. Be good. They'll save you later. Lucian stopped talking to Nirgal and turned back to heal the script's protagonist before him. In the next moment, the mighty power of abundance surged within him, like a river thawing in spring. Lucian crouched down at Fei Xiao, Saran's side, and carefully hovered his fingertips above her collapsed chest, not daring to touch her battered body directly. A green halo flowed from Lucian's palm, warm and gentle, pulsing with the source of life. Visible to the naked eye, the terrifying dents and bulges began to shift, making tiny, tooth-grinding, bone-creaking sounds. Crack, snap, pop. Saran's bones slowly reorganized and mended themselves. As for that ruined, empty left eye socket, the rotting flesh was purified under the power of abundance, causing new tissue to grow at an astonishing rate to fill the void. Fresh pink flesh covered the gory pit, and a thin eyelid grew, closing over it and leaving a narrow slit. Soon, the rusted iron ring sizzled quietly as the healing energy washed over it, and before long, the rotten flesh around the chain quickly closed up, scabbed over, and fell away, revealing fresh, pinkish new skin beneath. As her wounds healed, a faint but stubborn warmth began to flow again in Saran's once cold body. Just as Lucian was about to pull his hand back, the curled-up body suddenly shuddered. Saran's dazzling eyes burst with a ferocious light, like a wolf pup forced into a corner, before her body moved so fast that only an afterimage was left. In an instant, she arched her back, and her cracked, bloody lips parted, revealing small teeth that sank hard into Lucian's wrist, her teeth biting deep into his flesh. Shortly after, warm liquid ran down Lucian's arm, dripping onto Saran's newly healed cheek. Grr! A muffled whimper came from Saran's throat, like the growl of a wounded beast, full of blood and a hate so dense it almost suffocated. Easy now. Lucian's voice was low, almost a sigh, as he tried to comfort Fei Xiao. It's over now. In truth, Lucian had let Fei Xiao bite him on purpose. If it were any other Borison, he would have smashed them to death the moment those fangs showed. But not this time. He understood that the quickest way to win someone's heart was to make them feel guilty toward you. It was a dirty trick, but it worked. Seeing Saran's body trembling violently, her teeth biting even deeper, as if to pour all her pain and anger into that single bite, Lucian did not move or try to pull away at all. Abundance's power flowed gently inside him, healing the wound on his wrist, while her sharp teeth kept pressing out more blood. Lucian even adjusted his position slightly to make it easier for Saran to bite down as his gaze fell on her tense little face, looking past the hate and tears to something deeper. A stubbornness that had been crushed and forced to rise up again and again, so fierce it made one's heart ache. Brave little one. Lucian's voice was calm, carrying a trace of warmth that echoed through the deathly, still dungeon. Can you see me? I'm not a Borisin. I'm the one who healed you. Lucian let Saran keep biting him, while with his other hand, he slowly and gently rested it on her head and ruffled her hair. Saran's whole body suddenly stiffened. Her bite loosened for just a second, and her fierce glare flashed with disbelief and confusion. Now that her sight was restored, she could see that this good-looking man really did not look like a Borisin. She let go of the hand, but continued to watch the stranger warily. "Who are you?" Saran asked in a cautious tone. Lucian wiped the saliva and blood from his wrist with the corner of his sleeve, then replied in the gentlest voice he could manage. "Me? Just a passing savior. Kill all the Borisins. I want them dead. Ça, vieux?" For Saran, this word was something she had dreamed of hearing her entire life. Saran had been born in a prison. Her mother was a Foxian, and not long after Saran was born, her mother was tortured to death. As for Saran herself, half the blood in her veins was Borisin, so this mixed blood meant she had been born without a tail. Today, she was supposed to be roasted alive and served as food for the Borisins, but when she fought back, her Borisin bloodline unexpectedly awakened, triggering the moon rage. As a result, Saran was then chosen by the Wolf Headmaster as a war slave. But your sin is really similar to the Wolf Headmaster's. Actually, it's even stronger. You're not a savior. Saran took a step back, her eyes once again full of suspicion as she looked at Lucian. Lucian sniffed his own hand, but he found that it didn't smell bad at all. So how could he have the same scent as the Borisin? Oh, abundance, huh? Lucian immediately realized it was because of the power of abundance. Apparently, when Saran bit him earlier, she had smelled the aura of abundance in his blood. As expected, canines only trusted scent, not faces. It's because I'm an emanator of abundance, a messenger of Aeon Yaoshur. Sanctus Medicus Yaoshur is merciful and takes pity on all beings, granting them immortality. But sadly, some creatures are evil by nature, so they do bad things behind Yaoshi's back. Yaoshur found out the Foxians were being persecuted, so they sent me to save you. Lucian lied with a straight face, but of course, Yaoshi's mercy was not a lie. From what he knew, after gaining immortality, the resources of the Borisins were not enough, so for the sake of more power, they grew greedy and started invading everywhere. Because of that, they became known as the Abominations of Abundance. I don't believe you. You're lying. Saran stepped back again, which made Lucian laugh. Use your head, little one. What would I get out of lying to you? How does healing your wounds benefit me? Lucian's question instantly stumped Saran. She mumbled for a while, but couldn't come up with an answer. Seeing her still wary, Lucian spoke again. All right, then tell me, what would make you believe I'm here to help you? Saran fell silent for a moment, then, with determined eyes, stared firmly at Lucian. Help me get revenge. Help me kill all the Borisins. I want them dead. Lucian saw the hatred in Saran's eyes, almost overflowing. Is that all? Yes. All right, I, Emanator of Abundance Lucian, will answer your wish. Lucian vowed, then extended his pinky finger. You know how to pinky promise, right? Saran nodded, then carefully hooked her pinky around Lucian's. Just like that, they gently linked fingers, sealing the promise. Lucian had gone out of his way to emphasize Emanator of Abundance Lucian to plant a psychological suggestion in Phyxio's mind. He wanted her to unconsciously separate Emanator of Abundance Lucian from the Abominations of Abundance and other Emanators of Abundance. Hicks, Lord Emanator, can you, Hicks, save me? Please, I don't want to be abandoned. Hicks. Suddenly, Nergal, clinging to the iron bars with teary eyes, spoke while sobbing softly, looking truly pitiful. She was a black-haired Foxian girl, but her jet-black hair had turned yellowish from living in such filthy conditions. Lucian sighed softly, walked up to her, and with a single tug, tore the cell door right off its hinges. For these Foxians, the cell door had been unbreakable, but to Lucian, it was just like tearing paper. Amazing! Nirgal sobbed as she gasped in awe, sounding almost comical. However, the noise from tearing open the cell had already drawn the attention of the other Foxians lying nearby. What's going on? Someone's trying to escape? Nirgal, you can't run. If they catch you, it'll be terrible. Saran, what are you doing? Get back in your cell. Don't let those Borisans see you. One after another, the Foxians in the other cells kept trying to persuade them, sounding extremely anxious and worried. It was as if going back into the cells was the right thing to do. Needless to say, they had been locked up so long that their minds and common sense had been broken into actual slaves. Lucian had no intention of letting these Foxians out for now, since without even the will to save themselves, they would only slow him down outside. Come with me. See for yourselves as I make your wish come true. Lucian reached out his right hand toward Saran. Saran hesitated for a moment before placing a finger on Lucian's hand, then gripped her best friend Nirgal's hand tightly and followed him out. At the same time, outside the underground prison, in the middle of a village belonging to the Eclipse Pack, countless Borisans came and went. Nearby, they had set up huge cauldrons and stone basins. Here, the sounds of boiling liquid, the hiss of steam, the satisfied licking of the Borisan guards, and the oil dripping down the edges of the stone basins all tangled together in the air. Beside the cauldrons stood many cages made from thick, knotted hardwood, every stake covered in deep claw marks and dark brown stains. Inside one of the cages, an elderly Foxian woman squeezed her eyes shut, her cracked lips moving soundlessly, as if in prayer or perhaps in curse. Her ears drooped weakly, and one was missing its tip, the edges ragged and torn. A little farther away, a few Foxian children huddled together, their frail bodies trembling like leaves in the wind, yet they did not even dare to cry out loud, letting out only soft, dying whimpers like little animals. From their direction came other sounds. A brief, shrill wail like a string snapping was followed by a heavy, dull thud. Then a wet, squelching rip that made one's teeth ache. Hearing those noises, the Borisans around the cauldrons grew even more cheerful, their rough laughter rising a notch. Clearly, the Foxians in the cages were the next food they planned to cook. You too. Suddenly, a massive Borisan over 4 meters tall stepped out of a house and spoke to 2 Borisans nearby. He was one of the Borisan leaders, the one Saran called the Wolf Headmaster. Go drag my new war slave over here. I want her to taste the flesh and blood of her own kind. Awakening a planet you all still busy eating? Suddenly, a teasing voice echoed from the entrance of the underground prison. Hearing the voice, the Wolf Headmaster's eyes turned cold as he glared toward the entrance. But when he sniffed the air, he caught a strong scent of abundance coming from that direction, leaving him confused. Meanwhile, the other Borisans who heard the ill-timed voice immediately stopped what they were doing and turned their gazes toward the entrance of the underground prison. From there, a young man in white slowly stepped out from the shadows, holding the hands of 2 little Foxian girls, one black, one white. Who else but Lucian? Human. Seeing Lucian, the Wolf Headmaster, who had invaded many planets, naturally recognized many species. You carry their blessing. Are you the Sanctus Medicus messenger? He had eaten countless Foxians and Xianzhou natives. So the Wolf Headmaster's sense of smell had become extremely sharp, especially toward the scent of abundance's blessing. Just from the intensity of the scent, he could judge how powerful someone's blessing was, since this was one of the ways Borisan packs measured strength. Clearly, the Wolf Headmaster could smell that the abundance blessing on the human before him was far stronger than even his own. It was even on the same level as Shuhu, someone he absolutely could not afford to provoke. Well, that's right. Lucian nodded calmly. As a reward for guessing right, it'll wipe out your entire pack on this planet. As soon as these words fell, he stomped his foot on the ground, and a massive surge of abundance power immediately poured straight into the planet's core. Because there were far too many Borisins on this planet to count, Lucian could not be bothered to hunt them down one by one. So the fastest way was, without a doubt, to use the power of an emanator of abundance to awaken the entire planet and turn it into a living planet. Rumble dash! Suddenly, the ground shook violently like a magnitude 7 earthquake. Many Borisins could barely keep their balance, swaying unsteadily. But fortunately, they were battle-hardened warriors with excellent reflexes, so not many actually fell. However, the two girls beside Lucian wobbled so much that they could not even stand upright. If Lucian had not been holding them, they would have rolled far away by now. Before long, the light around Lucian dimmed significantly. Turning a whole planet into a living one consumed a tremendous amount of energy, and even for an emanator like him, it took no small effort. Regardless, the advantages of awakening a planet were obvious. It could swallow planets of the same size, it had independent consciousness, and it would obey commands. However, the drawbacks were also significant. First, it consumed energy at all times, and once it ran out, it would become dormant again unless enough energy was provided to awaken it. Second, it followed whoever fed it best. For this reason, emanators of abundance generally would not casually awaken a planet unless it was to wage war. Otherwise, Emanator Shuhu could have awakened hundreds of planets to attack the Xianzhou Luofu, and the Xianzhou Yuk would have long since been devoured by Rahu, just like the Xianzhou Tsanqing. After Shuhu's disappearance, the abundance forces fed vast numbers of their own people to an awakened planet named Keita Mirage, using it to attack the Xianzhou Fanghu. Of course, now that Lucian was inside a script, as long as he, an emanator of abundance, was here, he was the sole master of Kuller, the planet he had just awakened. Very soon, the surface of the earth began to squirm like the skin of a living creature. Lucian could already feel his link with Kuller, and soon, with just a single thought, it would act according to his will. He'll use you as a test subject. Lucian grabbed a nearby Borisin, and then, with a single thought, a bottomless giant maw split open in the ground. Remember the appearance and scent of this food. Lucian muttered indifferently as he casually tossed the Borisin into the abyss. Swallow all creatures that are the same. Needless to say, this was no different from what one called single-click selection, automatic purge. He didn't know if it was because he was becoming an emanator or because he was inside a script, but committing genocide was now as simple for him as drinking water. Meanwhile, the wolf headmaster's face was already twisted with fear. It was only natural, since he knew about awakened, living planets. However, he never expected to run into one now. No, we bled for Lord Shuhu. We've contributed to abundance. Why are you doing this? He was truly panicking. If this planet really was awakened by an emanator of abundance, then every Borisin on this planet would be doomed. He was no exception. There was absolutely no chance to fight back. Rumble dash! After a round of shaking, the earthquake stopped, and everything around them fell silent. Of course, everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. A wood dash! Not one to just sit and wait to die, the wolf headmaster took the opportunity to howl, rallying all the Borisins in the village to attack Lucian. Only the brave survive, while the cowards die. Deciding on the spot, the wolf headmaster shouted and charged straight at Lucian, taking the capture the king approach. Seeing this, Lucian did not panic at all, but instead smiled faintly. He truly admired the courage of these Borisins, yet their efforts were ultimately useless. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred. In the next moment, just like the earlier abyss, the ground split open with cracks, while the surrounding vegetation went wild, mutating into tentacled monsters. Unprepared, the charging Borisins, including the wolf headmaster, were immediately seized by the tentacles and dragged straight into the abyss. No matter how many were cut, the tentacles regenerated instantly, turning them into unstoppable killing machines. In just over 10 seconds, Dozens of Borisins had already been swallowed up. At the same time, Lucian, with a mere thought, made the earth beneath his feet rise and form into a throne. Kuller even thoughtfully laid down 2 thick layers of leaves for him. Lucian sat down, calmly watching the slaughter unfold. Nirgal was so frightened that she covered her eyes, not daring to look. Saran, on the other hand, fared a little better. Her wide eyes stared as the Borisins who had tormented her and killed her mother were tossed into the abyss one after another, their bones crushed, becoming nutrients for the planet. In her eyes, it was exactly like how they had once devoured her Foxian kin. Savior and leader at the same time, the other Borisins who inhabited Kuller also faced the same crisis as the Borisins who had just been swallowed. Numerous plants began to mutate, while the ground squirmed and split open into wide maws, as if mouths were growing inside intestines. A woodash! Countless howls of wolves broke out across the entire planet. They were none other than the Borisins' warning and rally signal. Before long, all kinds of warships and exoskeleton armors were mobilized. Damn it, this is a living planet. Someone turned Kuller into one. It's an emanator of abundance's doing. Only an emanator of abundance can transform a planet like this. Why? We also followed Lord Shuhu to conquer different planets. So why devour us? Many Borisins in various regions began to demand answers. But the only response they received was Kuller's tentacles and moss. Why aren't those slaves getting attacked? A Borisin noticed that the Foxian slaves were actually left untouched by the tentacles. In fact, those tentacles would deliberately avoid the Foxians. Damn it, don't tell me this emanator of abundance is a Foxian. Seeing the untouched Foxians, the Borisin immediately made a bold guess. Otherwise, why would there be such obvious favoritism? Clearly, some Foxian had become an emanator of abundance, seeking revenge on them. Just like that Foxian general of the Xianzhou Yaoqing. Damn those slaves, lowborn as they are, they always get lucky somehow. All the Borisins couldn't help but curse the Foxians under their breath one after another. Some Borisins even grabbed some Foxians to use as shields. But the tentacles ultimately avoided them, snatching the Borisins away instead. Others tried to escape the planet in spaceships, only to be hunted down by the tentacles and dragged out of the sky from tens of thousands of meters up. No one knew how much time had passed until Kuller went quiet. The ground no longer writhed, and those mutated plants all returned to their original forms. Looks like the cleanup is finished. Still in the village, Lucian stood up from the earth-made throne and patted the dust from his coat. He had to admit, this antivirus software-like ability was pretty effective. It precisely wiped out all the Borisins on the planet with just a single order. Amazing, Saran thought to herself, her eyes shining as she gazed at Lucian. She had never imagined that her chance for revenge would come so suddenly and so quickly. At this moment, she could no longer see a single Borisin in the village. Everything was silent. Now, when Saran looked at Lucian, her gaze was not only more trusting, but also carried a hint of admiration and reverence. It was only natural. Lucian was the one who had helped her take revenge. Saran had said she wanted all the Borisins dead, and Lucian really did it for her in the next moment. Just then, a pile of Foxian heads popped out from the entrance of the underground prison, looking around cautiously like a bunch of thieves. Nirgal, upon noticing them, quickly ran over to greet her people and, while she was at it, explained what had just happened. As soon as they heard that all the Borisins on the planet were dead, all the Foxians rushed to Lucian and knelt before him. Still have that slave mentality. I killed your masters, so now you take me as your master? Lucian's mind was entirely on Fei Xiao, so he had no intention of dealing with this group of Foxians. However, the more Lucian thought about it, the more he couldn't help but wonder what if the script required Fei Xiao to become their leader or something. Pondering this, Lucian felt it was entirely possible, so he decided to just let things take their course for now, at least keeping this group of slaves as spares. From now on, you are my people, and she will be your leader, Lucian declared and shoved Saran forward. not caring whether she agreed or not. When the Foxians saw that one of their own would be their leader, and that meant they wouldn't be tormented by the Borisans anymore, who would possibly object? As a result, they all immediately knelt again and cheered. "Thank you, Savior." "Greetings, leader." Saran had never seen anything like this before, so she stood there in a daze, frozen like a statue. Nergal, on the other hand, was more composed as she gently tugged Saran's hand and whispered something in her ear. Soon enough, Saran cleared her throat before speaking up. "You are no longer slaves, but the people of our Savior. Lucian, never forget today's kindness. Repay it with all your effort." "Yes." All the Foxians answered in unison. Just like that, they quickly accepted the Borisans' former lands and prepared to begin a new life under Saran's guidance. Just then, Lucian glanced at the little black Foxian girl, Nergal, and noticed that she also had the makings of a leader. Maybe she could be trained to become a capable helper. "Saran, is this what you wanted? Are you satisfied now?" Lucian walked over to Saran and asked with a calm smile. Saran nodded, then shook her head. "What about the other Borisans?" Saran asked in a hesitant voice. "I mean, there's still a lot of other packs outside this planet. Of course, it will be the same everywhere, none will be spared." Lucian replied calmly, his expression full of indifference. "I want to go and see for myself. Is that okay?" Saran asked with a conflicted expression. "You don't believe me, huh?" Lucian chuckled, then flicked Saran on the forehead, making her clutch her forehead and look a little aggrieved. "I just want to see it with my own eyes." Saran muttered gloomily. "It's not that I don't believe you. In that case, say Emanata Lucian is a good guy 3 times. Lucian curled his lips, wanted to tease the girl a bit. "If you do, they'll take you with me." Upon hearing this, Saran froze on the spot and could not help but wonder why this powerful man could be so childish. Regardless, since she owed him such a big favor and basically could not go against his will, Saran did as she was told. Emanata Lucian is a good guy. Seeing Saran's obedience, Lucian couldn't help but smile. "Heh, don't forget you just said it." Lucian spoke with a chuckle, then took Saran and Nergal on a trip around Kuller. Everywhere they went, they gathered more Foxians. Of course, there were some Foxians who were too radical and savage, thinking Lucian was just another Borisan, so he executed them on the spot. If they didn't know gratitude, keeping them would only cause trouble later on. Saran had no complaints about this, since she also thought those Foxians were hopeless cases too, deeply influenced by the Borisans. Before Saran knew it, she stopped questioning Lucian's words and decisions, especially after she personally witnessed the extermination of all the Borisans in the village. All because of that one promise. Lucian truly wiped out every Borisan just for her. Wasn't that worthy of trust? If all of this was just a lie, Saran really didn't know what to believe anymore. At night, by the campfire, the warm flames cast long shadows of Lucian and Saran. "Does your hand still hurt?" Saran shyly pointed at Lucian's palm. "I bit you back then and misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Now that she thought about it, she really shouldn't have bitten Lucian at that time. Every time she remembered that moment, she felt guilty and always thought about apologizing. Lucian, upon hearing Saran's apology, felt quite pleased, since his tactic had clearly succeeded. Needless to say, the fact that she brought it up herself and apologized on her own meant she already trusted him, which was a good start. I admit that's a very sincere apology, but you still won't even call me brother." Absolute hit brother? What a strange way to address someone. Hearing Lucian wanting her to call him brother, Saran couldn't help but feel a strange sensation. If she remembered correctly, it was a term used only by family. "Can I really call you that?" Saran asked hesitantly, her fingers nervously rubbing together. "Won't you feel offended? I mean, I'm just..." She was, after all, merely a weak slave, a no one. How could she be qualified to call a powerful being like Lucian her brother? Offended? Why? Lucian asked calmly before she could finish her words. "All right, I want to hear your true feelings. If you can, do you want to call me brother or not?" Upon hearing this, Saran fell silent for a moment before nodding gently. "Brother, As Saran called him brother in a soft voice with a somewhat shy expression, Lucian couldn't help but feel pleased. Now, the future Arbiter General, known as the Merlin's Claw, would have to call him brother. It also meant that a future emanator of the hunt had accepted him, someone who was an emanator of abundance, originally her nemesis. In that case, as your brother, they'll give you a new name so you can start a new chapter, Lucian said with a smile. Fei Xiao. It means soaring to the skies, rising above the clouds. He picked up a tree branch and wrote the new name in the ground for Saran to see. Fei Xiao, soaring to the skies, rising above the clouds. I like this name. Saran, no. Fei Xiao followed Lucian, writing her new name stroke by stroke, making sure to remember it. Needless to say, this marked the start of a new journey in her life. She was no longer that former war slave, but the younger sister of an emanator of abundance. Brother, Nirgol told me she wants to learn Borisin technology so she can help you build spaceships and weapons in the future, so I agreed to let her manage the Borisin laboratory. Is that okay? Fei Xiao scooted a little closer to Lucian and casually brought up a new topic. You can decide whatever you want. Lucian did not mind at all and replied bluntly. I don't care about anything else. I only care about you. Hearing no response for a long while, Lucian turned his head in confusion. He saw Fei Xiao with her head lowered, drawing circles on the ground with her finger. Her cheeks were quite red, probably because of the firelight. As the next day came, a mecha beast appeared on Kuller. However, it only seemed to scan the planet's surface before flying away into outer space. Noticing the mecha beast, Lucian, with a sudden idea in mind, decided not to stop it. A mecha beast was a spaceship that belonged exclusively to the Borisin, living biological vessel created with biotechnology, capable of feeding, attacking, and reproducing. From what Lucian knew, this kind of biotech was very common in the Borisin civilization, so it was considered quite ordinary. As for the mecha beast that had just left, it was clearly sent by another Borisin pack on a different planet. In the Borisin civilization system, a tribe was known as a pack, while a coalition of several tribes was called a great pack, which ruled over the smaller ones. Each pack usually controlled a different planet and often interacted with one another, and some Borisins were even sent away to other galaxies to develop new territories. For that reason, the Borisins could never truly be wiped out, as they could be found scattered everywhere. Perfect, I have a brilliant idea, but haven't found a chance to try it. In Feixio's script, the system had drawn up a conceptual ability called Absolute Hit, where any projectile or launched object from Lucian would always hit its intended target. Lucian couldn't help but wonder what if he threw a whole planet. He smiled at what he planned to do next. When he went to the Borisins' laboratory on Kuller to search for information, he found plenty, including the space coordinates for other Borisin Pack's locations. He had to admit, the Eclipse Pack residing in Kuller truly had connections everywhere, knowing the coordinates of many Borisin-occupied planets. Lucian memorized one of the coordinates, then set out into space alone. Lucian arrived at the surface of a gray planet and placed his hands on the ground before giving it a gentle push. Hit the planet at coordinates 7481, 5.89, 44.698, 44.1. Boom! In the next moment, the gray planet started moving through space at quite a speed, like a bull charging ahead. As expected, I do not need to actually throw something. As long as I make the motion, the concept of absolute hit is triggered. Even though Lucian had not used any real force, just made a gesture, the gray planet shot out like a cannonball. Such an outcome meant that in the future, if Lucian did not like someone, he could just use a planet as a missile. Logically, since it will absolutely hit, the projectile will not be destroyed until it hits the target, right? Sure enough, just as he thought, the gray planet collided with another planet, but instead of mutual destruction, it was like a rock smashing an egg the other planet shattered, while the gray planet continued forward as if nothing had happened. Hope you all like my present. Lucian planned to share this good news with Fei Xiao, sharing the happiness. Before that, Lucian also tried to write a letter and throw it to his future self using Absolute Hit, but unfortunately failed. Apparently, The concept of absolute hit could only strike targets that existed in the present. So, since the past and the future were basically not present, the conceptual ability could not be triggered. At the same time, somewhere in the galaxy, a fleet of starskiffs flew toward a certain set of coordinates. A green-haired, fox-eared woman stood on the deck of the largest starskiff leading the fleet, holding a star map in her hand. A few days ago, Kuller sent out a powerful energy wave. It seems to have become a living planet, but there are still too many Foxians who haven't been rescued. Damn it, looks like it'll be much harder to save them in the future. Muttering to herself, the woman frowned, her mood heavy as she wondered whether the planet had been awakened or revived. If it had just been revived, that would mean the followers of abundance had done it. If it had been awakened, that would be much worse, as it would mean another emanator of abundance had appeared. She remembered that the last emanator of abundance had almost destroyed the Xianzhou alliance, costing countless lives to defeat and seal him. Now, with these new signs, her unease only grew. General Yueyu, an unknown planet has been detected heading our way. A Foxian female officer suddenly ran over and reported urgently to the woman named Yueyu. Why are you panicking? Just change its trajectory, it's nothing serious. Looking up at the officer, Yueyu responded calmly, then walked out to deal with the approaching planet. Stunned Yueyu was an arbiter general of the Xianzhou Yaoqing, an emanator of the hunt who possessed a spirit known as Spiritus, granted by the Rainbow Arbiter, Lon the Aeon of the hunt himself. Even though Yueyu did not want to waste her strength attacking a planet, she could still knock it off course with a casual strike, so it would not require much effort. Seeing the gray planet drawing near, Yueyu set down the star map and drew upon imaginary energy, readying her bow and pulling the string as an enormous surge of power gathered on the arrow. Whoosh dash! It was just an ordinary arrow, but once her power was infused into it, it exploded with a dazzling, brilliant radiance the moment she released the bowstring. Like a shooting star, the arrow of the hunt shot forth and struck the gray planet with perfect precision. Normally, the arrow would explode on the planet's surface, releasing imaginary energy to forcibly push it aside. However, what she expected did not happen at all. Instead, though the arrow did explode upon striking the gray planet, the planet remained completely unaffected, not even a dent appeared on its surface. Wait, what's going on? Yueyu was a little stunned. Although she had not used her full strength, there was no reason for it to have absolutely no effect. In the next moment, Yueyu drew her bow again, this time going all out. Soon, her Spiritus appeared behind her, and with sharp eyes, she released the bowstring once more. Whoosh dash! In the next moment, the arrow struck the gray planet again, and although there was no sound, a massive explosion could be seen clearly as the energy from the collision radiated in all directions. Unfortunately, the gray planet remained unscathed, still flying steadily toward Yueyu as if nothing had happened. No way! Yueyu was completely stunned now. Since when had she become so weak that she could not even do anything to a random, deserted planet? As Yueyu observed the gray planet, she felt that something was wrong with it. There was something truly off here. Change course immediately. Yueyu could not afford to think too much and hurriedly ordered the fleet to give way. Everyone just watched as the dim, gray planet flew past, as if it had already chosen a target and was racing straight toward it. Huh, I wonder who's going to be that unlucky. Yueyu could not help but sigh as she watched the departing planet. Fortunately, she had not been stubborn just now and had chosen to avoid it in time, or she and her subordinates would have been finished here today. General, what exactly is that thing? One of the officers asked Yueyu curiously, prompting the rest to look at her with the same questioning gaze. Even after searching through all the records, they could not find an answer. I don't know. Yueyu shook her head. I've never seen a planet like that before. Even I couldn't do anything about it. What a waste of time and energy. If that planet is so tough, if we can make weapons out of it. Someone suddenly voiced the thought. You're right. Yueyu suddenly came to a realization before giving the order. 10 Squad, pursue that planet. You have full discretion. The rest, Keep moving forward. Yes, if even she cannot damage it, just how powerful was that planet made of? If it could be used to develop weapons or sold to the IPC, it would bring a huge profit, but sadly, her mission this time was to rescue the Foxians on the fallen planet, Kuller. Compared to profit, UAU valued lives more. Somewhere in the galaxy, there was a lush planet inhabited by the Borisins of the Eclipse Pack. Today should have been cheerful, with clear skies and a bright sun, if not for a gray planet that had suddenly appeared, flying straight toward their world. What's that? It's about to crash into us. No, we're doomed. Unfortunately, they had no time to mount any defense or escape through spaceships before the gray planet struck. Boom dash! From afar, the explosion of two colliding planets could be heard. Anyone with a brain knew that when two planets collided, shattered, and both were blown into cosmic meteors, there was no hope for any living beings on their surfaces to survive. Just like that, the gray planet that had braved countless dangers on its journey, even having been shot with arrows by someone, yet never giving up, finally struck its target with perfect accuracy. By the time the Yeo King's 10th squad, sent by Yu, arrived, all they found was the aftermath of the explosion and a field of meteors, with no trace of the indestructible planet to be seen. Kuller. Done experimenting with absolute hit, Lucian finally returned to Kuller. He had to admit the Borisins' scientific civilization was no less advanced. Even though many people call them a tribe, there were actually advanced cities on this planet, both large and small. A broodlord was the leader of a Borisin pack and ruled one of the pack's planets. And right now, Lucian had simply taken over the broodlord's home in the largest city. In his original world, this would be called the capital. Compared to the village of the Wolf-Head Master from before, it was far more prosperous. Unfortunately for the Borisins, all this prosperity was now enjoyed by Lucian alone. Brother, some Borisins have sent us a threat. Fei Xiao, standing at the entrance of a tall building, immediately walked up to Lucian when she saw him return. A threat? It's the Eclipse Pack, Fei Xiao said with a glint of hatred in her eyes. They've learned what happened here, so they're going to attack us and take back Kuller. Seeing the hatred, Lucian reached out and rubbed her head. As his palm accidentally brushed her ear, Lucian could feel that it was really fluffy, and when he touched it, it twitched a little. Well then, let's finish them. Yeah, let's do it. Decided on the spot, the two went to the command center, where Nirgal waited for them. Nirgal had found the coordinates of the home planet of the Eclipse Pack, and Lucian quickly memorized them. Not wasting time, Lucian spoke telepathically to Kuller. Little baby, head this way and devour the mytl be plenty to feast on. As long as there was enough energy, living planets could travel through the galaxy. And, thankfully, Lucian happened to be a superpower bank, so it would be no problem for Kuller to move quite a distance. Soon, the ground began to tremble slightly, and then the sky started to change. Kuller was beginning to move, and as they drifted away from the luminous star, the entire planet was plunged into darkness. Several minutes after Kuller departed, UAU and her Starskiff fleet arrived. General, we've arrived. Arrived? UAU looked around, checking if this place really was their destination. Yet as far as she could see, there was no trace of the planet they were seeking. No, we're at the right place. It's just that the planet is gone. It was well known that a living planet could move. So when the Yaoqing learned that Kuller had become a living planet, they rushed here as quickly as possible to liberate the Foxians within. Unfortunately, they had still arrived a step too late. We must report this to the Alliance immediately. An emanator of abundance plus a living planet, and the Borisins. This might turn into another Shuhu incident. 5 years later, when UAU reported back to the Xianzhou Alliance, the Alliance's higher-ups immediately became restless. Plague's author is enlightening all kinds of life everywhere, making those abominations endless. And now, there's actually a new emanator of abundance. We must take this matter seriously. Yes, the Shuhu upheaval is still fresh in our minds. We must suppress them before they are ready to attack us. Now that a living planet has appeared, it's highly likely they'll start rallying all the abominations to form a coalition force. In another 10 or 20 years, the Third Abundance War might break out. General Yao Wang. They'll have to trouble you to divine the coordinates of color. General Yu Yu. Pay close attention while hunting down the abominations. As for the rest, we should prepare as soon as possible and designate that planet as a high-risk target. A high-level meeting of the Xianzhou Alliance ended with that. Yu Yu pinched her brow, a pang of guilt gnawing at her. She knew that the emergence of a living planet meant it was already under the control of the abominations of abundance. In other words, her enslaved Foxian compatriots would likely be almost impossible to rescue now. If she had arrived a little earlier, perhaps more of them could have been saved. Comrades, I'll avenge you. Yu Yu swore in her heart that she would find the traces of color and hunt down every prey upon it. And so, with rage burning in her heart, Yu Yu began her campaign against the abominations of abundance. Some time later, General, the scouts report that the entire Eclipse Pack has been wiped out. What? Are you joking? I'm not. According to the intelligence we received, the Eclipse Pack and their entire home planet have vanished. Unbelievable. UAU was utterly baffled. Who could possibly have such power? The Alliance hasn't even made a move. Some time after that, General, the scouts report that the Bloodwind Pack has been wiped out. What? Again? UAU exclaimed in surprise upon hearing her subordinates' sudden report. They had the largest Mecha Beast fleet, so they should have been able to relocate the whole pack quickly, right? How could they be wiped out so easily? It's true, the scouts saw it with their own eyes. A planet collided with their planet, and the Bloodwind Pack didn't even have time to evacuate before they exploded together. With the Bloodwind Pack's advanced technology, there's no way they wouldn't have detected a planet approaching, UAU said with a deep frown. Weird. How could there not be time? They did detect it, and even sent out their planet destroyer Mechabees to intercept the approaching planet. But it couldn't be destroyed at all, so they were ultimately destroyed along with the planet. You mean, it's another indestructible planet, just like the one we encountered before? UAU scratched her head, unable to figure out. From her perspective, everything seemed connected, yet nothing quite fit together. Later on, every year, her subordinate would bring new reports of planets belonging to the abominations of abundance being destroyed. Unfortunately, she could never find out who was behind it. At the same time, the new emanator of abundance feared by the Xianzhou Alliance also remained completely silent. They couldn't help but think that the emanator was plotting something big. No way an emanator of abundance would destroy their own kind, right? Of course, this was just Yu's casual thought. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. At this moment, Yu was leading the Verdant Knights and the Cloud Knights of the Yaoqing to suppress the abundance forces on a planet called Zell. Both fleets had assembled, locked in a tense standoff. It was certain that the moment the leaders on either side gave the order, a space war would erupt. General, this time they've brought quite a few people, including high-ranking past riders of abundance. It won't be as easy as before. One of the officers spoke to you, a note of worry in his tone. It's fine. They'll handle their strongest. You all just look after yourselves. Yu gripped her longbow, standing proudly at the bow of her star skiff, ready to give the order to attack. However, before she could, an enormous planet destroyer spaceship suddenly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. It bore unfamiliar markings, making it impossible to tell which faction it belonged to. What? Whose ship is that? Yu narrowed her eyes, watching the massive spaceship intently, fully alert. Is it reinforcements for those abominations? Or has a third party come to join the fray? If it were a third party, that was fine, at least they would be here to kill abominations. However, if it were reinforcements for those abominations, that would be a real problem. In fact, the abundance forces on Zell were also curious, wondering whose reinforcements the mysterious spaceship belonged to. In the next moment, as both sides watched the mysterious spaceship with wariness, it moved, heading straight toward the abundance forces. Hey, it's coming for us. Seeing the mysterious spaceship approach, everyone in the abundance forces knew better. If it were truly their reinforcements, it would have stopped and begun firing at the Xianzhou fleet already. Why would just keep coming straight at them? Not hesitating any longer, the Abundance forces opened fire on the mysterious spaceship, all sorts of weapon blasts exploding against its hull. Unfortunately, nothing could damage it at all. Damn it. What the hell is that ship made of? Not a scratch on it. Everyone, retreat dash. Seeing that their attacks were useless, the Abundance forces began to fall back towards Zell, not daring to face the mysterious spaceship head-on. During this retreat, however, some of the slower ships were smashed to pieces as the mysterious vessel rammed through them like a bulldozing machine. Seeing this, Yueyu realized that the mysterious spaceship was here to hunt abominations like them, so she immediately gave the order to join the battle. If she waited any longer, she wouldn't get any spoils of war. Besides, their Yaoqing had arrived first, so there was no way she would let all the resources of such a huge planet slip away to an unknown newcomer. In the next moment, as the Yaoqing fleet began to charge, the mysterious spaceship opened its hatch. Countless smaller ships flew out, charging towards Zell, and at the same time, the mysterious spaceship fired its planet destroyer cannon, shattering the defensive shield covering Zell in a single blast. If not for that cannon, the Abundance forces could have held out for a long time with their planetary defense tech, which would have forced Yueyu herself to act but with just that one shot. The planet's defensive shield was gone instantly. As a result, the full-scale assault began. What should have been a space war was pushed straight into the heart of the Abomination's base by the intervention of this mysterious force. Holy fire blazes bright. Holy light shines forth, together with one heart, together with one will. As the mysterious spaceship took the lead in destroying the abominations, many voices suddenly resounded in unison, shouting the same slogan. Shattered worldview and common sense, what an impressive force. Which faction do they belong to? Upon hearing the mysterious force's slogan, Yuyu's blood boiled with excitement. Just hearing it made her feel the presence of a true military spirit. Soon after, as the mysterious spaceship landed and its passengers disembarked, Yueyu finally saw who they were. To her surprise, all of them were actually Foxians. Some wore exoskeleton armor, some operated mobile turrets, and others held shields, forming a solid defense. There were even those piloting fighter jets, raining down fire from above. Leading them was a white-haired Foxian woman who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Foxians? Which Foxians are these? Why do they seem even fiercer than the Verdanites? Yueyu was stunned, which was only natural. Of all the things she had expected to encounter, she had never imagined meeting fellow Foxians here. Especially that white-haired Foxian, there was a commanding presence about her. As for who the so-called white-haired Foxian was, needless to say, she was none other than Fei Xiao. Just as Yueyu was wondering what she should do, she saw the white-haired Foxian charge straight into the battlefield and join the fight. If the younger generation is already so brave, I can't afford to fall behind. Yueyu, inspired by Fei Xiao's courage, also felt her blood surge and leapt straight into the battle. Of course, Yueyu didn't dare to unleash her full strength, worried about harming her allies. Hovering in the air, Yueyu drew her longbow and launched arrows at the abominations without mercy, each one streaking across the sky like a blazing meteor. After several minutes of a grueling one-sided battle, Yueyu descended and met Fei Xiao's gaze, landing directly in front of her. Fellow Foxian, which faction are you from? Yueyu asked with a friendly smile. We're the Holy Flame Miao Order. Fei Xiao replied proudly, patting her chest with one hand. Holy Flame Miao Order? Yueyu couldn't help but feel uneasy. What kind of bizarre name is that? Does this faction even exist? Even though the name sounds cute, their fighting style is anything but cute. Shaking her head, Yueyu asked again, So, who do you worship? She figured that since they were here to hunt the abominations of abundance, they must also be followers of the hunt, much like the Galaxy Rangers. If not that, then surely they followed the preservation. It was absolutely impossible for them to follow the abundance. Worship? I worship my brother. Fei Xiao replied honestly, her pride growing even stronger. Your brother? Yu raised her eyebrows. And who's your brother? Is he powerful? My brother's name is Lucian. He's an emanator of abundance. He's super strong. Emanator? Yu exclaimed in surprise, then paused. Wait, did you say abundance? She stared blankly at the white-haired Foxian in front of her. Foxian, emanator of abundance, hunting the abominations of abundance. Did these things even belong together? Yu became even more confused and felt she had misheard. Didn't this mean that, all along, this mysterious Foxian force was made up of abundance remnants? However, these abundance remnants weren't actually attacking the Xianzhou alliance, but hunting the abominations of abundance. Was this some kind of conspiracy? Yu couldn't help but feel that something wasn't right here. In that case, why are you fighting the abominations of abundance? Yu, feeling her brain almost short-circuited, asked Fei Xiao with caution. Why? Of course, it's because I hate them. Fei Xiao replied decisively, her face turning cold. I swore to wipe out every abomination of abundance. Huh? Yu's expression went blank again. Wait. So, your brother is an emanator of abundance, but you're hunting the abominations of abundance? Yu asked tiredly, massaging her aching forehead. What does your brother think about this? What do you mean? Fei Xiao frowned, then made a proud expression as her eyes shone like stars. Of course, he's got my back. If I can't handle it, I just call him for help. He spoils me the most, after all. Upon hearing this, Yu genuinely couldn't comprehend it anymore. What had the world come to? What kind of emanator of abundance would switch sides just to pamper his little sister? He was a true oddball. Or maybe that emanator was actually from the Clertwheel Temple? She remembered that there were some Borisins who had always opposed the endless civil war, and after so much kinslaying, their resolve had begun to waver. In the end, they refused to harm any living beings, turning to religious beliefs for a solution and forming a faction known as the Clertwheel Temple. However, that couldn't be right. In the first place, from what she saw, this so-called Holy Flame Miao order only consisted of Foxians and showed no mercy when killing abominations, nothing like the members of the Clertwheel Temple, who avoided killing and were mostly made up of Borisins. Well, little sister, you shouldn't worship the abundance. Yu tried to persuade. You should worship the hunt, which specializes in fighting those abominations. Ah, you mean the path of the hunt? Fei Xiao nodded, then shook her head. Isn't the Aeon of the hunt the one who always shoots arrows that can't tell friend from foe? No way. They even kill their own people. I'd rather worship my brother. A hint of disdain even flashed in her eyes when she mentioned the Aeon of the hunt, Lan. Over the years, she'd seen the arrows shot by Lan One Shot, and everyone, good or bad, ally or enemy, perished together. Compared to her brother, the great emanator of abundance, he never harmed his own people by mistake. Regardless, Lan's efforts to kill the abominations were still something Fei Xiao respected. To eliminate those abominations, sacrifices are unavoidable. Yu tried to defend her own belief. Besides, we are far too insignificant for the Rainbow Arbiter to notice each of us, so that isn't their fault. Hearing this reasoning, Fei Xiao smacked her lips. Yeah, that's why I worship my brother. Fei Xiao said bluntly. I can still wipe out abominations just fine, and I don't have to worry about getting hit by some random one-shot arrow. Yu was left speechless. She couldn't find any words to refute, because what Fei Xiao said was indeed true. It was known that Lan really did shoot their arrows without caring whether they would hit their own followers or not. There was no denying it. Lan's arrows, known as the sky-shattering Lux arrows, were so powerful that every planet struck by them vanished in an instant, turning into cosmic dust. Not every emanator of abundance is like your brother. You should know that the last one, Shu Hu, was a complete evildoer who did nothing but evil. Yu, feeling helpless, brought up history. Yeah, the last one. But what's it got to do with my brother? Fei Xiao dismissed Yu's words with a scoff. It's not like my brother did anything bad. All these years, the only ones he killed were Borisins. I mean, all those packs that got wiped out by my brother are proof. Honestly, he even helped lighten the burden on the universe. Wait, Yueyu froze, her gaze sharpening. You saying, the disappearance of those Borisin packs was that all your brother's doing? Fei Xiao responded calmly, as if it were something insignificant. Now Yueyu finally understood who had been hunting those evil Borisins all these years. She didn't expect it to be an emanator of abundance of all things. It was just unbelievable. At this moment, Yuyu's worldview and common sense were shattered. An emanator of abundance hunting the abominations of abundance, leaving the followers of the hunt with nothing left to do. Doesn't this mean the Alliance has been on alert for nothing all this time? We weren't even in the emanator's eyes. Yuyu's curiosity, even though Yueyu had heard quite a bit from Fei Xiao. She still felt uneasy and feared that this white-haired Foxian might be lying. In the end, as time passed, the extermination campaign against the abundance forces on Zell finally concluded, with every abomination eradicated. Yueyu and Fei Xiao discussed the matter and ultimately agreed to split Zell's resources 50-50. Perhaps this would seem absurd to others, but the Xianzhou Alliance was not made up of reckless brutes who would blindly show hostility to any followers of abundance. Even though the other side believed in the abundance, they had not shown any aggression. In fact, these Foxians who followed the abundance observed discipline, obeyed orders, and conducted themselves with courtesy and kindness. Realizing this, Yueyu instead very much wanted to win these Foxians over and bring them to the Xianzhou Yaoqing. You're pretty good. How about coming to the Xianzhou Yaoqing? No, my savior saved me, so I'll only be loyal to my savior for the rest of my life. Hey, you did great on the battlefield just now. How about joining the Xianzhou Yaoqing? What's the Xianzhou Yaoqing? Is my savior going? If my savior goes, he'll go. If not, I'm not going either. Yueyu asked several Foxians in a row, but all of them gave the same answer. If that emanator of abundance was truly so remarkable, Yueyu felt she had to see it with her own eyes to be at ease. I'd like to visit your brother. Is that all right? Yueyu went to find Fei Xiao, planning to go with her to meet the mysterious emanator of abundance. Upon hearing the sudden request, Fei Xiao looked at the Foxian woman before her up and down. Bright eyes, white teeth, stunning beauty, a heroic air, mature charm, and a radiant, graceful tail. No, you're not qualified. Fei Xiao rejected Yueyu outright, a sense of crisis stirring within her. She was not about to take any chances. Bringing this seductive Foxian back to meet her brother would be far too risky. Well, how about this? They'll give you another 20% of Zell's resources as long as you let me visit your brother. Yuyu's tone was unyielding, her expression stubborn, as if she would never give up. She was even willing to offer an extra share. And this was not just anything, it was 20% of an entire planet's resources. Fei Xiao, who understood the significance of the resource, was tempted and hesitated for a long while, but in the end, she finally nodded and agreed. From what she had observed, this green-haired Foxian had no personal ties and even showed hostility toward the emanators of abundance. So there was no way she would have any interest in her brother, right? It should be fine. All right, come with me, and I'll take you to see my brother. In the end, Yueyu ordered the Yaoqing troops to return and make their report, while she herself followed Fei Xiao to Kuller. Xianzhou Yaoqing. Bang! Inside the Arbiter General's office, when Zhao heard that Yueyu had gone to the territory of an emanator of abundance, he instantly slammed the table. Ridiculous. Abominations of abundance, those monsters eat people alive. And this is an emanator. How could she dare to go alone into a nest of monsters? Zhao was Yu's attending healer, but this time he had been treating patients instead of going to the front lines, which caused him to be separated from her. Who could have expected something this serious to happen while he was away? I think those Foxians were pretty nice. They didn't act suspiciously toward us. At Jioki's words, the female officer who had fought alongside Yueyu against the abundance forces at Zell spoke up to defend Fei Xiao and the others. She had a good impression of the Holy Flame Miao Order, and they were nothing like those other abominations, savage and cruel. In fact, they were as friendly as the Borisins at Clairtwheel Temple. Nonsense. Did you forget about the White Wolf Pack that's known for gaining trust and then ambushing people? How do you know the Holy Flame Meow Order isn't just the White Wolf Pack in disguise? Jiaoqiu was so exasperated that he held his forehead. Look at the name. Holy Flame Meow Order. It sounds so shady and ridiculous. Definitely an evil cult. He nearly died of anger on the spot and wished he could get into a star skiff to look for Yuyu right away. At the same time, while the Xianzhou Yaoqing side was panicking, Yuyu remained completely relaxed and easygoing. Now, Yuyu and Fei Xiao were soaking together in the exclusive bath on the spaceship of the Holy Flame Meow Order. Yuyu poured water over herself, washing away the blood and grime from her extremely sexy body with perfect curves. Under the soft lighting, she looked impossibly alluring. If a man had been present, he probably would have died of a nosebleed on the spot. Right after washing herself, Yuyu glanced at Fei Xiao beside her. After 5 years of growth, Feixio's figure, with smooth and fair skin as delicate as silk, had developed well, though there was still room for improvement. One was mature, the other young. Together, they were a breathtaking sight. Unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate such beauty. Fei Xiao, where did you learn your combat skills? I just trained randomly. Fei Xiao replied casually. My brother says the best combat skills are learned in life-or-death fights. Since he's always around, I can't die, so I just keep picking fights with any abominations. After a while, I figured out a few things on my own. So, does your brother hate the Xianzhou Alliance? Hate the Xianzhou Alliance? Fei Xiao raised her eyebrows. He mentioned them before. They're a group that always shouts about victory and then charges in to kill the abominations. He told us not to provoke them, since the Xianzhou people are just victims suffering from those abominations. Of course, if the Xianzhou comes after us for no reason, he wouldn't mind doing what the previous emanator did. Cough. Yuyu quickly coughed to mask her awkwardness. Now, she was even more curious about that mysterious emanator brother. Listening to Feixio's account, that emanator seemed to hold no hostility toward the Xianzhou Alliance and even pitted its people. She was convinced once again that the emanator of abundance was indeed an oddball. At this moment, Fei Xiao completely overturned Yuyu's old image of the emanators of abundance. Yuyu couldn't help but think of Clairtwheel Temple. Over there, nearly 10,000 monks, mostly Borisins, resided, along with a few denizens of abundance from other races. Additionally, the Xianzhou Alliance's Military Affairs Office strictly forbade the intentional killing of monks at Clairtwheel Temple, treating any violation as the deliberate murder of civilians. Perhaps Feixio's brother was the same, having seen through the dust a mortal life. Well, let's get in touch first. If what Fei Xiao said is true, I should try to win him over, so disasters like the Shuhu upheaval can be avoided. Yuyu was already calculating in her mind how to win over Feixio's brother. In short, she decided to start with friendly contact, then this, then that, and finally win him over. Paradise. When Yuyu once again set foot in Kuller, she was shocked to find that this planet, once drenched in the stench of blood, had completely transformed. Now, the city's main structures were no longer towering skyscrapers, but colossal living organisms. Some resembled ancient trees with sprawling roots, their branches heavy with sparkling crystalline fruits. Upon closer inspection, those fruits were actually vast, semi-transparent living pods, lush with greenery inside and shadows of people moving within. Like the homes of elves in the mythological tales of Lucian's original world. Others took the form of enormous glowing coral reefs, layered upon each other, their surfaces etched with smooth, jade-like patterns that shimmered with a gentle blue-green light, casting the city's basic illumination. Inside those corals lay commercial centers and public spaces, where crowds moved beneath translucent biomembranes. Yet strangely, there was no noise or clamor at all, as if a natural field of silence cloaked everything. Further off, a grand structure shaped like a beating heart dominated the city's center. It was none other than Kuller's headquarters, the core of life. Each slow, thunderous beat seemed to breathe life into the entire city, sending surges of vitality silently to every corner. "What is this?" Yu muttered with a dazed expression. Was this really the same fallen planet once ruled by the Borisin? Back then, my brother single-handedly wiped out all the Borisins on this planet, and not a single Foxian was harmed. Fei Xiao explained and winked at Yu, hinting at a certain aeon. He freed all the Foxian slaves and let us live freely. By the way, all this biotech was seized from the Chiseltooth Pack. Chiseltooth Pack? Yu looked surprised. Isn't the Chiseltooth Pack's tech the Borisin's most prized possession? Attacking the Chiseltooth Pack would have stirred up all the Borisin packs. How'd you manage it? It should be noted that the Chiseltooth Pack was the Borisin pack most advanced in genetic witchcraft, such as mecha beasts and various biological weapons, which they primarily manufactured through their genetic warlocks. Even in times of war, no pack dared to attack the Chiseltooth Pack because they revered its warlocks. Any attempt to strike at them would bring down the collective wrath of every pack upon the aggressor. In the end, after Lucian wiped them out, the Foxians under him took over. As Yu walked into the city, everything she saw left her speechless again and again. Firstly, no slaves were being whipped or herded along the streets. Secondly, the Foxians wore comfortable biofiber clothing that could regulate temperature on its own. Some rested at open-air cafes formed naturally by gigantic glowing mushrooms, holding cups that seemed to be made from biodegradable fruit shells, filled with drinks that shimmered with natural colors and gave off a sweet, fruity scent. More importantly, they laughed and chatted, their faces relaxed and content, with none of the anxiety, hostility, or racism so common in the Xianzhou Yaoqing. Yu couldn't help but admit that this place was nothing short of a paradise for Foxians. "Is this really Kuller?" Yu murmured, absent-mindedly brushing her fingers across a nearby ornamental plant whose leaves glimmered with a soft light. In the next moment, the leaf curled ever so slightly, as if shyly responding to her touch. She suddenly felt like she could live out her days here in peace. Honestly, with so much joy and calm here, who would even want to leave? White Fox King, congratulations on your great victory. White Fox King, don't forget to rest. Along the way, as people noticed Fei Xiao, they immediately waved and greeted her one after another. Fei Xiao was already feeling tired just from responding. White Fox King. Yu glanced at Feixio's fur and couldn't help but smile a little when she saw that Fei Xiao really was all white. Donlog. Beside me, there's also the Black Fox King. My friend Nirgal. Fei Xiao shrugged while rolling her eyes. Most of the biotech here was made with her help, and the two of us one in civil affairs. One in military managed this planet together for my brother. So, where's your brother? Yu asked while glancing around. Living the good life, Fei Xiao smiled and shrugged again. Around this time, he's probably in the park. Soon, the two of them arrived at a large park and saw a group of Foxians, young and old, doing group exercises to music. Among them, the young man leading was not a Foxian, but looked more like a Xianzhou native from the Xianzhou Alliance. He had black hair, golden eyes, and even dressed in a style very much like the Xianzhou natives. Well, that's the person you're looking for. Fei Xiao pointed with her chin, her gaze warm as it fell on the young man. If not Lucian, then who else could it be? Surprised? Why is it the ruler sitting up in some cloud, looking down on everyone, but instead living among us Foxians? Fei Xiao rested her right elbow on Yu's shoulder, her bright eyes fixed on Lucian as she unconsciously grinned. You know, when we were suffering, those Ians never showed up, but my brother did. He came to me and helped me kill all the Borisins on this planet without hesitation, just because I asked him to. For that reason alone, the one we believe in isn't the abundance or its aeon, Yaoshi. It's my brother, Lucian. Yu was left speechless by Feixio's words. Judging from what she had seen with her own eyes, this place truly was no different from a paradise. It was a paradise built by the hands of an emanator of abundance. just as the Xianzhou alliance had liberated other races from the shackles of the abominations of abundance. This emanator of abundance had done the same. What more needed to be said? Lucian was a truly good person. At this moment, Yu Yu's views about the emanators of abundance began to change. In the next moment, she quickly felt the need to inform the Xianzhou alliance and make them reconsider their stance toward Kohler. If the alliance later made a mistake, wronged a good person, and destroyed this paradise, her conscience would never let her rest. By the way, let me warn you, don't think being pretty is enough to catch my brother's eye. I won't allow it. Fei Xiao suddenly shot out this cold warning, completely throwing Yu Yu off guard. Yu Yu studied the young man, leading the Foxians in their exercises for a moment before admitting in her heart that he was perhaps the most handsome and striking man she had ever seen, with an extraordinary air about him. Just then, Lucian noticed Fei Xiao and Yu Yu together, watching him. The Arbiter General of the Yaoqing. Huh? Lucian thought amusedly as he saw the two women standing side by side. I knew those two were destined to meet as master and disciple, but this time, sorry Yu, I got Fei Xiao ahead of you. Cooperation as Lucian gazed at Fei Xiao and Yu Yu. Yu Yu inevitably made eye contact with him, which earned her a slight nod and a gentle smile from him. She could see that in Lucian's behavior there was no hostility at all, not even a trace of unfriendliness. Yu Yu watched the young man stretch out his limbs and energetically lead an exercise routine, with Foxians of all ages, men, women, and children following along behind him. Seeing the children imitate him earnestly, trying their best to copy his movements, a strange sense of happiness welled up in Yu Yu's heart. This is exactly why I've worked so hard all these years to see my own people living so happily. Yu Yu was deeply moved inside, and her impression of Lucian grew quite favorable, even though Yu Yu still felt some aversion toward the abundance. At least she no longer held any hostility and even felt a desire to befriend Lucian. She then turned and walked into the shade of a tree, sending a message to the Xianzhou alliance. She truthfully reported everything she had seen and proposed cooperating and exchanging information with Lucian, while also keeping him under observation. In that case, the alliance approves General Yu Yu's proposal. But only the Yaoqing may make contact, while the other Xianzhou must not follow suit. If anything goes wrong, General Yu Yu will bear full responsibility. And so, after a round of discussion, the Xianzhou alliance's higher-ups agreed to Yu Yu's plan. Although the Xianzhou alliance truly hated the abundance, and merely mentioning it would make their faces pale, if the higher-ups had not heard that Lucian was actually a good person and could potentially be won over, they never would have agreed to any contact. For the Xianzhou alliance, Yu Yu's actions could be said to border on betrayal, but she was someone who did not care what others thought. As long as it was the right thing to do, she would go through with it, even if it meant being cursed by everyone. After a while, Yu Yu returned to Feixio's side, and by then, Lucian had already finished his exercises and come over to greet them. Brother, I brought a Xianzhou general who wants to meet you. At this point, Fei Xiao no longer stood by Yu's side, but instead moved to stand with Lucian, clearly showing where her loyalties lay. Greetings, Mr. Lucian. I'm Yu Yu from the Xianzhou Yaoqing. I've already heard plenty of stories about you, so I want to know what's your view of the Xianzhou alliance? Yu Yu, not wasting time chit-chatting, got straight to the point. Lucian did not beat around the bush either. My view? Simple. If no one messes with me, I won't mess with them. If you want to cooperate, I'd be happy to. But I'm guessing the alliance wouldn't agree to contact an emanator of abundance. No, I've already been permitted to represent the Yaoqing and cooperate with you. Yu Yu paused for a moment, then added, of course. This is just a trial run. For now, only the Yaoqing will be in contact, while the other Xianzhou are strictly forbidden from communicating with you. Fair enough. Lucian smiled calmly and reached out his hand. From now on, I guess we're friends then. Needless to say, the fact that an emanator of abundance made friends with an emanator of the hunt was truly unprecedented, and he was the first to ever do so. For now. Yu Yu shook hands with Lucian, marking a temporary truce and friendly relations between their two sides. However, Seeing that the two were still holding hands after a while, Fei Xiao finally grew anxious. In the next moment, Fei Xiao grabbed their hands and pulled them apart. All right, since you're done talking, let's go eat. With that, Fei Xiao took Lucian's hand herself and led him toward the dining hall. When Yueyu returned to the Xianzhou Yaoqing, Jiaoqiu immediately rushed over, ready to scold her. You, never mind, I can't outtalk you. As long as you're back, it's fine. Don't worry, Jiaoqiu, they're very friendly. Yueyu smiled and spoke casually. And by the way, from now on, the Yaoqing will be allying with Cooler, paving a new path for the alliance. Allying with an emanator of abundance was undoubtedly a new and unusual path, as shown by how Jiaoqiu was so shocked by Yu's words that he nearly froze. You mean you not only want to chat with that emanator, but also got the Yaoqing to get along with those abominations? Was this even something that could be strung into a single sentence? Jiaoqiu, trust me, Yu's expression turned serious. I guarantee they are different from those abominations. Seeing her so adamant like this, Jiaoqiu could only sigh helplessly and nod. Fine, do what you want. I'm done worrying about it. When Yueyu announced to the residents of the Yaoqing that she would be establishing a friendly relationship and cooperation with Cooler, countless people were thrown into an uproar, and some even voiced strong opposition. However, as soon as she led them to Cooler, they fell silent. What? 5 days off every week? And overtime's totally optional? You actually get thrown in jail for making someone work unpaid overtime? Did I hear that right? Wait, minors get free access to the bathhouse after work, and technicians even get a discount? Hey, what's this whole 6 insurances and 2 funds thing about? Janitors get a year-end bonus? Doctor, are you saying treatment's completely free? Soldiers get paid that much? And the families of fallen soldiers get honored everywhere? I remember now. I remember everything. I was actually born on Cooler. Eventually, after living in Cooler for a while, some Foxians started to waver. It was honestly understandable, since life on this planet was simply too good, even unbelievable. And so, with the vanguard paving the way, more and more Foxians and Xianzhou natives from the Yaoqing came to Cooler to travel, do business, work, and even settle down. As a result, the Yaoqing's ties with Cooler grew even deeper. 5 years later, a large number of the Yaoqing residents migrated to Cooler. Another 5 years after that, the cultures of the Yaoqing and Cooler had completely merged and migration stopped. 10 years later, the Yaoqing and Cooler had fought side by side countless times, reclaiming over 200 planets from the abominations of abundance. Yueyu and Lucian's relationship had also become very close, and Yueyu had formed a deep friendship with Fei Xiao as well. Sometimes the three went to war together, traveled together, sparred together, and discussed the future. In the blink of an eye, another 5 years passed. Cooler, in a luxurious, peaceful garden-style courtyard, with only the gentle bubbling of the tea kettle filling the air, Lucian carefully poured tea, his movements fluid and soothing to watch. Yuyu lounged lazily by the stone table, her fingers tapping the tabletop absent-mindedly as her gaze clung to Lucian's hand holding the teapot, her lips carrying a faint, unreadable smile. Perfectly balanced, as all things should be. 20 years have passed, and your tea-brewing skills have left a deeper impression on me than even your abundance power. Yuyu's voice was pleasant, her gaze meeting Lucian's eyes boldly. You know, this Yaoqing specialty, only you can bring out such a clear and lingering sweetness, Lucian. Well, you enjoy drinking it, so I naturally got better at making it. Lucian responded calmly, a trace of gentle helplessness flashing in his eyes. Got better at making it? Foo-foo. Yuyu gave a soft laugh, her foxtail swaying gently behind her. She leaned forward slightly, as if trying to catch the deeper meaning in Lucian's words. After 20 years of fighting side by side and sharing life and death, does all of that, in your eyes, count as just got better at making it? Having spent all these years together, Yuyu believed she knew this man very well, especially since every time she was injured, he was always the one there to treat her. Among all her memories, what Yuyu remembered most was the time when she had almost been pulled into a black hole. Back then, to rescue her, Lucian had risked his own life, rushing forward without hesitation and throwing her into a safe zone. Even for an emanator of abundance, being swept into a black hole meant almost certain death. Yet Lucian had still been willing to risk his life for her. Yu, as a normal woman, had naturally developed a special feeling for him after experiencing something like that. And as the years passed, that feeling had only grown stronger. Yu's fingertips brushed lightly along the rim of the teacup Lucian had just set down, the motion intimate and natural. But at that moment, a gust of wind carrying sharp fighting intent suddenly swept into the courtyard. "Brother, I brought you a present." Fei Xiao strode in, her fluffy white fox ears twitching in the sunlight, a victorious joy lighting up her face as she carried a rare bundle of flowers known as snow lotuses, still glistening with dew. In that instant, Fei Xiao noticed how close Yu was to Lucian, almost leaning against him. And the way her fingertips brushed the teacup was very suggestive. Feixio's steps paused almost imperceptibly, and a sharper light flashed in her emerald eyes. In the next moment, Fei Xiao walked straight up to the stone table and set the snow lotuses down with a crisp paw in front of Lucian, shattering the earlier intimacy with the sound. "Brother, they say this herb only blooms once a century, growing on the steepest northern ice cliffs. I saw how rare it was, so I picked it for you." Feixio's voice rang out clear and bright, impossible to ignore as she casually placed herself between Yu and Lucian, blocking their line of sight. Now, Fei Xiao had already fully grown up. After years of tempering, she carried the aura of a general. Yet in front of Lucian, she still seemed like the young girl from years past, with a certain cuteness. Seeing Feixio's action, Yu's long eyes narrowed, her laziness gone and replaced by a flash of danger. Yu slowly pulled her hand back and sat up straight, but her fox tail tensed a little. "Well, Fei Xiao, you sure are thoughtful, but Lucian has never liked you taking risks just to get this thing." Yu lifted her teacup, sipping elegantly, but her gaze turned sharp. Just like this tea temperature, timing, state of mind all must be just right. You can't rush it. Rush it? Fei Xiao raised an eyebrow, like a startled young beast, then turned to Lucian. "Brother, tell me, do you like snow lotuses? Aren't they way more interesting than that?" "That bland tea?" Fei Xiao asked Lucian in a tone that carried a trace of grievance and stubbornness, then grabbed an empty cup, filled it with piping hot tea in one quick motion, and pushed it in front of him, as if to say, "I can do this too," with a burning gaze, openly possessive in a way unique to the young. "Remember? When I was little, out on that wild planet, the first herb you taught me was the snow lotus. You said it was the toughest one." Hearing Feixio's words, Yu chuckled softly before speaking up. "Oh, so a life-saving favor and 20 years of friendship still can't beat childhood memories." "Huh?" Yu spoke like a teasing elder, but if one listened carefully, there was a hidden edge in her tone. "Lucian, would you say our 20 years of flawless cooperation count as a bond?" Yu deliberately stressed flawless cooperation and bond, her eyes challenging as she looked at Fei Xiao. At the same time, her slender fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, a habit when she was thinking or putting pressure on others. In an instant, the air in the courtyard grew tense. Two pairs of beautiful eyes, both as sharp as hawks, locked onto Lucian as if invisible sparks were crackling in the air. At this moment, the camaraderie of 20 years was suddenly torn open by a raw, more private emotion. Lucian's gaze swept calmly between the two women before settling on the cup of scalding tea and the bundle of snow lotuses. Even without deliberately releasing his powerful aura, the very air in the courtyard seemed to cool. Lucian slowly reached out not for the hot tea, nor the snow lotuses, but instead his fingers lightly brushed the back of Feixio's hand that trembled with excitement, then gently tapped Yu's fingertip resting on the table. "Snow lotuses are pure and proud." Lucian's voice was low and magnetic, carrying an undeniable, calming force as he turned to Fei Xiao with a faint smile. "I appreciate your thoughtfulness, every bit of it." Seeing Feixio's tense shoulders ease, Lucian shifted his gaze to you, his eyes deep and steady. For 20 years, this tea has been brewed with trust and savored as friendship. It has already become a part of me. Hearing this, Yu's taut fox tail gradually relaxed, the corners of her mouth lifting in a satisfied arc. At last, Lucian picked up Yu's cup of perfectly warm tea, then gently took Fixio's cup of scalding tea. Clink! As the two cups touched each other, they let out a clear chime. Oddly, Fixio's scalding tea immediately mellowed, the steam no longer harsh. Competing, huh? Lucian's lips curved into a faint, all-seeing smile as the dignity and gentleness of an emanator of abundance were now fully on display. You know, this courtyard can actually hold both the coolness of snow lotuses and the warmth of tea. Anyone with a brain would know Lucian's implied meaning. Lucian's words simply meant I want both. In this kind of situation, just like the previous rivalry between Seal and Bronya, Lucian believed that following Thanos' wise words perfectly balanced, as all things should be, was the best and wisest choice. Rather than choosing one of them, which would not only make the relationship between them awkward or even torn, but also cause a lot of drama later on, if he could and had the capability to take both and be happy together, then why not? Still smiling, Lucian pushed the now perfectly matched cups of tea toward each woman. Yu and Fei Xiao both paused, staring at the gentle steam rising from the two cups, then looked at Lucian's calm, deep eyes that seemed to see through everything and hold the world. Soon, both Fei Xiao and Yu revealed a flash of embarrassment and realization. Yu was the first to raise her cup, regaining her composure as an arbiter general, though her cheeks flushed slightly red. You're right. It was we who lost our cool. Yu glanced at Fei Xiao, her eyes part reproach, part amused resignation. Fei Xiao also picked up her tea, the fire in her eyes dying down, replaced by a complicated emotion. Who's competing anyway? Fei Xiao lowered her head and muttered quietly as her fingers tightened on the cup. She truly regretted agreeing to bring this green-haired Foxian back then, all for the sake of a little extra resources. At this moment, the setting sun stretched the trio's shadows, while the aroma of tea mingled with the cool scent of snow lotus. A silent battle between women, when faced with deep bonds, became nothing more than a helpless sigh and a shared understanding. In the end, the courtyard grew peaceful once again, with only the curling steam from the tea lingering, telling a story far deeper and more complicated than mere rivalry. Ding ding. Suddenly, an urgent call alert from Yu's communicator, known as the Jade Abacus, shattered the peace. What was a Jade Abacus? Simply put, it was a device in the Xianzhou Alliance that functioned like a personal computer or smartphone. As Yu answered, the urgent call turned out to be from the Xianzhou Alliance. General, the Abundance forces have regrouped. As of now, the roaming planet Keita Mirage has been revived and is advancing toward the Fenghu. Third Abundance Warlord Wingperer. All of our people have gathered. Once Keita Mirage arrives, we can launch a full assault. On a desolate planet, countless creatures known as Wing Weavers were stationed. They were one of the races among the denizens of abundance, what the Xianzhou Alliance called the Abominations of Abundance. They came in many different forms, like slimes, birds, insects, fish, horses, wolves, foxes, trees, and many more. For example, besides Wing Weavers, a race with wings that made them resemble birds, there were also Howans, who looked like centaurs, Borisans, who looked like wolves, Foxians, who looked like foxes, and Cobra kinds, who looked like snakes. The Yaoqing have become more and more brutal, basically a killing machine for our people. If we don't do something, sooner or later, they'll come knocking on our door. A wing weaver with 6 wings grumbled. He was the leader of the Wing Weavers, known by the title of Wingperer. Over the years, he had heard many things about the Borisans. Together with Kuller, the Xianzhou Yaoqing went everywhere, destroying the homes of the Borisans. In his eyes, they were basically no different from the Antimatter Legion, spreading destruction everywhere. In the past, the home planet of the wing weavers, Muldrasil, had been destroyed by a Lord Ravager, and now, with the Xianzhou alliance about to come for them too, he could not just sit and wait to die, letting that disaster repeat. For this reason, several major races of abundance had joined forces to seize Yaoxi's divine miracles of the Xianzhou, called plague marks by the Xianzhou alliance or traces of abundance by the denizens of abundance. As long as we seize the miniature myriads in the Fenghu, I will gain the power of Emanator, and may even catch the attention of our god, Yaoshi. I could become a true Emanator of abundance. Speaking with a deep voice, the Wingperer unfurled his 6 wings, exuding an imposing aura. He claimed to be an Emanator of abundance, but in reality, he was merely a powerful pathstrider who was close to becoming one. Still, this was his chance to soar to the top so that claim would become reality. In fact, the leaders of the other abundance races thought the same way. Previously, they had attacked the Yuk alongside an Emanator of abundance and failed. They had also attacked the Luofuan and failed again. After much discussion, since the Zhuming was known to lack a trace of abundance, the Yaoqing had too much military strength, and the Zuling had a powerful marshal guarding it. The abundance forces set their sights on the Fenghu. Xianzhou Fenghu was self-governed by the Vidyadhara, whose numbers were pitifully small yet they possessed a trace of abundance, the miniature myriads. They were truly a perfect target. A direct assault with the abundance forces' overwhelming numbers could easily crush them. What could the Fangus Arbiter General do, faced with such overwhelming numbers? Even she would eventually run out of strength. Xianzhou Fenghu, seat of Sage Queller. At this moment, a beautiful general with exotic dragon horns on her head, which gave her a striking, otherworldly presence, furrowed her brows as she dialed one call after another, seeking help from every direction. She was General Xianquan, the Arbiter General of the Xianzhou Fenghu, known as the Sage Queller. Unfortunately, after calling everyone she knew, all potential reinforcements were too far from the Fenghu and would need time to arrive. Damn it, there are too many abominations, and it's a joint force of several races, all with high-level fighters. I'm afraid I'll be exhausted before I kill them all. Xuanquan's head throbbed with worry. No matter how strong an Emanator was, against this many enemies, she would be overwhelmed. It was just like when the Galaxy Rangers lured the Swarm to assassinate an Emanator of destruction. Now, things looked about the same, as the number of these abundance forces was no different from the Swarm that had been manipulated by the Galaxy Rangers. It was all Plague's author Yaoxi's fault, constantly enlightening new creatures, causing abominations of abundance to appear endlessly, springing up like weeds after rain. Is this the end? No. As Xianquan was in despair, she remembered there was a Master Diviner here. Master Diviner Jingtian, hurry and calculate our odds of victory this time. In the center of the hall, a man in simple short clothes was fiddling with his divination tools. He was Jingtian, Master Diviner from the Divination Commission of the Yuk, and also Fu Xian's master, sent to assist the Fenghu. 20%. Jingtian thought to himself. And that's only thanks to the Yaoqing wiping out countless abominations in recent years. Otherwise, the odds would be less than 10%. Currently, the Fenghu had fewer than 1 million troops, while the abundance forces had at least 10 million. Moreover, with no other Arbiter Generals able to support them in time, he truly saw no way out. Wait, now that I think about it, over the past 20 years, the Yaoqing has been closely tied with another force of abundance from Kuller? Right, Kuller. Jingtian seemed to remember something important and immediately began fiddling with his divination tools again. Xianquan, on the other hand, paced back and forth, nearly frantic with anxiety as she waited for Jingxin's divination, hoping for a glimmer of hope. At this moment, while the abundance forces were waiting for their living planet to arrive, the Fenghu could do nothing but wait for their doom. A few minutes later, Jingtian suddenly opened his eyes and shouted to Xianquan, "General, there is a chance of victory. Hurry and invite the Emanator of Abundance from Kuller. I can't figure out the reason, but if he helps us, there will be a great victory for us." Hearing Jing Tian scream like he had gone mad, Xian Quan was startled. They were being besieged by the abundance forces, yet he wanted the help of an emanator of abundance? Besides, the Fanghu had no connection with Kuller. Would they even come? Xian Quan was feeling stumped. It would be a miracle if that emanator didn't join the assault on the Fanghu. Yet now they were supposed to ask for his help? Even though it made no sense, Xian Quan, having no alternatives, still followed Jingxin's instructions, since this was, after all, the master diviner from the Yuk, so his words carried weight. "Yu, can you get in touch with the emanator on Kuller?" "Yes. I need his help. Hurry, the battle's about to begin. I'm not sure how long we can hold out, since the Fanghu is severely undermanned. You need the Abundance Forces coordinates?" "Sure, they'll send them to you." Meanwhile, in a small courtyard somewhere in Kuller, Yu ended the call with Xian Quan, then looked at Lucian. "Now that the Alliance and Xian Quan herself have called me, I need to go support them." "What about you?" "I'm going." Fei Xiao immediately reacted. Lucian, on the other hand, gazed at Yu and did not answer right away. He remembered that, according to the original story, this battle would be called the Third Abundance War. Sadly, even after Yu went to help the Fanghu, they still could not achieve victory. In the end, it was only when Lan, the Aeon of the Hunt, personally intervened that the Third Abundance War ended. However, the price was that 1/5 of the Fanghu was destroyed, and Yu, along with the Cloud Knights and the Verdant Knights who followed her, were also caught in the aftermath and died, turning to dust, leaving not even a corpse behind. Ironically, they hadn't died at the hands of their enemies, but at the hands of the Aeon they believed in. Lucian sighed softly, then spoke up. "Where's the enemy? Tell me the coordinates." "Here." Upon hearing Lucian's question, Yu nodded inwardly. Yu knew Lucian would definitely take action, which was why she had asked Xian Quan for the Abundance Forces coordinates beforehand. Even though she could never fully understand his miraculous abilities, she rushed to him and showed the coordinates without hesitation. "Go get ready. We'll be at the battlefield in 10 minutes. Leaving these words behind, Lucian stood up and shot off into the sky. 10 minutes was the time needed for Kuller's army to get ready. As for traveling the 3 million light years to the battlefield of the Abundance Forces and the Fanghu, it would only take 1 second, mainly because Lucian had discovered that Absolute Hit could also be set to strike as specified time. Heavenly Aid right after telling Yu and Fei Xiao to get ready, Lucian used Absolute Hit on himself and arrived in space. Not far from Kuller, a spaceship almost as massive as a planet was docked. It was none other than the flagship known to all as the Xianzhou Yaoqing. Seeing all kinds of spaceships flying back and forth between the Yaoqing and Kuller, Lucian wrapped his voice in the power of abundance and projected it outward. "Everyone, land at the nearest location immediately. We will head to the battlefield in 10 minutes. Right after announcing this, Lucian no longer paid attention to those ships and immediately went off to search for a few useless, deserted planets, the kind that wouldn't affect the environment even if discarded, and held no development value whatsoever. Just imagining all those abominations gathering on a planet, packed densely together, and then smashing them with another planet feels good. Honestly, if this weren't part of script, catching so many abominations and making them work in the mines would be incredibly satisfying. Unfortunately, the protagonist of this script was Fei Xiao, so Lucian cared more about her opinion. Once he returned to reality, he would definitely capture those abominations and make them mine if he ever got the chance. Before long, Lucian found a planet that was neither too big nor too small. As usual, he landed on the planet's surface and placed both hands on the ground. Hit the coordinates 5455.3457.115.4.0 within 1 second. Rumble. In the next moment, the planet was launched and vanished from Lucian's sight in an instant. Lucian couldn't help but marvel at Absolute Hit. As long as the coordinates were locked on or his line of sight fixed on the target, the launched object would inevitably hit. Depending on the time of impact, there were different modes of travel. If the time was short and the distance long, the launched object would teleport directly, But if the time was long and the distance short, the launched object would move slowly. Of course, before hitting the target. The launched object could not be destroyed unless Lucian used absolute hit to launch another object and cancel it out. An Aeon probably couldn't even stop it. Of course, Lucian didn't know the location of any Aeon, nor could he lock his line of sight on them, so he couldn't test if that was the case. Otherwise, he would have definitely smashed Aha and made them come watch what the so-called joy was. While thinking this random thought, Lucian continued searching for other deserted planets. Before heading to the battlefield, Lucian wanted to go on a rampage. At the same time, in the Xianzhou Fanghu, Xian Quan was still anxiously waiting for reinforcements. Reinforcements from the Luofu had already arrived, weapons from the Zhuming had been delivered, and the Yuke's master diviner was present, only the Yao Qing remained absent. General, Keita Mirage has appeared. In this tense atmosphere, the intelligence officer suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately turned to the big screen and saw a pitch-black planet slowly approaching from the sea of stars. They could even make out the black, water-like mud coating its surface. Needless to say, the appearance of K2 Mirage signaled that the war to determine the survival of the Fanghu was about to begin. Everyone instantly tensed. It was only natural, since the number of enemies was enough to give even those without trypophobia a reason to develop it. Xian Quan gripped her spear tightly, her expression sharp and resolute, already prepared to make the ultimate sacrifice when something unexpected suddenly occurred. A desolate planet abruptly emerged from the void, and without any warning, it crashed straight into the barren planet where a third of the Wingweaver army had gathered. Boom dash! As soon as the two planets collided, they immediately caused a massive explosion. What's happening? Xian Quan was truly stupefied. As one of the Arbiter Generals, what kind of scene had she not witnessed before? However, this scene she truly had never seen. Not only her, but the Abundance forces were also utterly stupefied. How did a planet suddenly come flying over out of nowhere and crash into the Wingweaver army? More importantly, the war had not even yet started, but the Wingweaver army had already lost a third of its troops. Who did this? Seeing his kin reduced to ash by the explosion, the Wingperer flew into a rage and shouted in fury. Who was throwing a planet at them? No, more importantly, who could throw a planet like a ball? Chief of Howenham, Wingperer, what's going on? How could a planet crash into your army? Brood Lord of Borisins, do enough bad things, and retribution will come. King of Cobrakines, this is killing me, what is that? As the leaders of the other Abundance races spoke to the Wingperer through their communicators, another wave of explosive energy swept through. It seemed that the planet where the King of Cobrakines resided had also been struck by another planet. In that instant, the entire Abundance force was stunned by yet another bombardment. Why were planets flying over and hitting them one after another? Why not go smash the Fanghu instead? Why were only the Abundance forces being targeted? All at once, terror gripped every member of the Abundance ranks. Whoosh! As everyone remained frozen, still processing what had just happened, another planet suddenly appeared near the planet where the Brood Lord and his army resided. Boom dash! I swear, Borisin curse words. Why? Howenham curse words. Damn! Wingweaver curse words. As planets continued to appear one after another, each one striking with pinpoint accuracy and obliterating the planets occupied by the Abundance forces, the leaders of the three races cursed. A total of 10 planets. In just the time it took to drink a glass of water, only 1 out of 10 Abundance strongholds remained. Seeing such an unbelievable and absurd sight, Zuanquin's despair turned to joy, and she could not suppress a wide smile. The tables have turned. My warriors, follow me and turn the tide of battle. Xian Quan quickly made a move to lead the troops in a charge. Now, the Abundance forces had only a few 100,000 left, and they were nothing but cannon fodder because their leaders were already dead. At this moment, not only were all the Fangdus Vidyadhara full of morale, but the other reinforcements from the other Xianzhou were also boiling with excitement. What had once seemed like a hopeless war had now thanks to the mysterious heavenly aid, completely turned around. They couldn't help but hope that every abundance war could receive mysterious aid like this. Just as everyone from the Fenghu was about to charge toward the rest of the abundance forces, something suddenly changed in the middle of the battlefield. A living planet, along with the Yaoqing, abruptly appeared blocking the center of the battlefield, as if they had come to take command of the battle. At that same moment, Xuanquan's jade abacus rang. It was a voice message sent by Yueyu. Hey, Xianquan, I just want to tell you that the 10 planets Lucian just threw were packed with resources. Kuller paid a heavy price to support the Fenghu, so please settle the bill later. By the way, if you can't pay, you can come work for him. Sudden confession, so that heavenly aid was that emanator's power? Upon hearing Yue's voice message, Xianquan was completely shocked. Since when did an emanator of abundance have that kind of destructive power? Everyone knew that the strength of an emanator of abundance lay in how hard they were to kill, not in their offensive capabilities. It was the emanators of the hunt and destruction who were known for their devastating attack power. Now, there was an emanator of abundance who was not only incredibly hard to kill, but could also casually throw a planet to smash people. Wasn't that a bit too much? Fortunately, that emanator was on their side for now, or else the Xianzhou Fenghu would have been doomed. Amid her shock, Xianquan had now truly seen with her own eyes what above the sky. There's still another sky really meant. Meanwhile, while everyone was still stunned by the sudden appearance of Kuller and the Xianzhou Yaoqing, Kuller moved directly toward Ketu Mirage. As Kuller arrived before Ketu Mirage, a thick tentacle stretched out from Kuller's surface and pierced straight into the core of Ketu Mirage, absorbing its energy with a storm-like suction. Ketu Mirage struggled to escape, but was pinned down by the much stronger Kuller, unable to move until it was completely drained and left as a dull, lifeless wasteland. Meanwhile, Kuller's vitality only grew stronger, and it even produced countless new resources across its surface. As for the rest of the abundance forces, they had already been wiped out by the Holy Flame Miao Order led by Fei Xiao and the Verdant Knights led by Yu Yu. Thanks to them, the Fenghu and the other Xianzhou reinforcements didn't gain a single achievement in this war and could only watch helplessly. Unbelievable. It's fine if we didn't get any achievement. At least we're still alive. Yeah, without them, we probably wouldn't have made it back. All the Cloud Knights from the Luofu couldn't help but feel admiration. Just like that, the Third Abundance War, which was supposed to end in tragedy, ended in a way that almost seemed like a joke. When the Xianzhou Alliance heard about Kuller and the Yaoqing's deeds, they immediately sent a congratulatory message, then decided to increase the number of Xianzhou assigned to cooperate and communicate with Kuller. For example, the Fenghu volunteered. Naturally, the main reason was that their debt was way too high. When Xianquan saw the massive bill for the reinforcements, she was on the verge of tears. Just because they didn't have a cooperation contract with Kuller, they had to pay the fee for reinforcements. Just those 10 resource-rich planets alone were enough to keep the Fenghu working for free for 30 years. Fine, I'll sign the debt bill, Xianquan said decisively. And he'll sign the cooperation contract too. From now on, support is free. If it didn't cooperate now, what would happen if they needed Kuller's reinforcements again in the future? And so, the Fenghu officially began their cooperation with Kuller. Kuller, at this moment, many people, whether from the Xianzhou Alliance or Kuller, were holding victory banquets, celebrating across the entire planet. As the noise of the banquet drifted on the wind, growing faint and distant, Fei Xiao, the famous white fox king, stood alone in Lucian's private courtyard, moonlight outlining her tall figure, her white hair gleaming with a cold light under its glow. Fei Xiao had now shed the ruthless aura of the day, allowing her features to reveal a rare, gentle beauty. Escaping the crowd again? Lucian asked casually, his voice gentle as he handed a cup of tea to Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao accepted it without even looking, her fingertips briefly brushing the back of Lucian's hand before she took a sip. In that instant, the sweet warmth of the tea seemed to drive away part of the night's lingering chill. It just A bit too noisy, Fei Xiao replied in a voice lower than usual, carrying a hint of barely perceptible fatigue. Lucian leaned silently against the railing beside her, saying nothing, just keeping her company as the moonlight washed over them both, casting long shadows that gradually merged into one. Now that he was beside Fei Xiao, Lucian could catch the faint scent on her smoky, mingled with a sharp, cold fragrance. Thankfully, the silence between them wasn't awkward, not after 20 years of shared understanding. Yes, 20 years. 20 years had already passed, yet the script was still not finished. Lucian glanced at Feixio's chest, noting how beautifully it had developed, a sign that she had grown into an adult. Now, Fei Xiao had also become a qualified leader, the highest military officer of Kuller, and her master, Yu, was still alive as well. What else was left to do? Lucian fell into thought, trying to figure out what else was needed for the script to be complete. Before long, as Lucian remained deep in thought, Fei Xiao turned her head to glance at his profile, seeing him still as sharp and handsome as ever. She had to admit, her brother was better looking than any man she had ever seen in her life. Gazing dazedly at Lucian, fragments of memory suddenly flashed before Feixio's eyes. When she narrowly won her first battle, she had excitedly jumped up and hugged her brother's neck, laughing. When she learned how to write by herself, the first word she wrote was her brother's name. Whenever she was hurt, her brother always treated her wounds gently. Amid countless crises, her brother was always there to protect her. All those moments, once defined as family, now rippled through her heart like stones dropped into a lake, stirring up waves called possessiveness and desire. "Brother," Fei Xiao suddenly called out. Lucian snapped out of his thoughts and immediately turned to glance at Fei Xiao. But as soon as he did, she reached out her finger and, with an irresistible force, gently pressed it to his lips. Needless to say, Feixio's gesture was far too intimate, far too bold. As a result, Lucian felt all the blood in his body rush to the spot she touched. Fei Xiao slowly withdrew her finger, stepped forward, and fully entered Lucian's personal space, bringing them so close they could feel each other's warmth, could see their reflections in each other's eyes. "Brother," Feixio's voice was low but clear. "It's been 25 years. From the moment you helped me, I could never accept anyone else. You were the one who pulled me from that hell. You taught me to hold a sword, taught me how to survive, taught me what it means to live." Feixio's eyes locked onto Lucian's, emotion crashing in them like waves, so strong it nearly drowned him. "I used to rely on you, look up to you, saw you as my only family, my only support, but at some point, all of that changed." As soon as these words left her mouth, Fei Xiao leaned forward slightly, her breath brushing Lucian's forehead. "My heart beats out of control when you're near. My eyes always follow you without thinking. When I see you talking and laughing with other women, my chest tightens. I know this isn't gratitude, isn't dependence, and it sure as hell isn't some damned sibling affection." Feixio's voice suddenly rose, hard and decisive. "Brother, no, I'm not calling you that anymore. I want to say your name. I want to have you, to hold you, to kiss you, to spend the rest of my life with you." Feixio's sudden confession was like thunder cracking in the quiet night sky, frank, blazing, with nothing held back, direct and fierce. Lucian didn't know how to respond. In fact, he had long realized that Feixio's feelings for him had changed, but he never thought it would all explode tonight. As Lucian was still processing Feixio's sudden confession and figuring out how to respond, she gave him no time to hesitate. A flash of unyielding light crossed her eyes as she rose on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his lips. A huge white moon hung in the sky, spilling its light over the two of them, wrapping them in silver. A while later, taking advantage of the night, right there in the little courtyard, sounds of conversation drifted out like a melody, filling the entire courtyard. 10-second goodbye, every Kuller's inhabitant knew that the courtyard where Lucian and Fei Xiao were currently staying was Lucian's private courtyard, and there were only 3 people who could enter: Lucian, Fei Xiao, and Yu. At this moment, while Lucian and Fei Xiao were busy bonding in the courtyard, the third person was staggering in, carrying a wine jug. Fei Xiao isn't around, and Lucian's missing too. Not coming to drink with me? Don't tell me they came here for a secret meetup or something. Under the moonlight, Yu's face was flushed red as she muttered dazedly to herself. If anyone saw her, they would notice she was clearly drunk. Plap! Huh? Who's fighting? Yu suddenly heard some strange sounds. Are they sparring? Why didn't they call me? Swaying unsteadily, Yu followed the sounds until she arrived at a patch of flowers and bushes. In the next moment, she parted the flowers and bushes without hesitation, and what she saw was Lucian and Fei Xiao with their waists pressed together, doing some weird moves. Oh, so that's how it is. You two are sparring without me? Is it a hand-to-hand match tonight? Count me in. With hazy eyes and a muddled mind, Yu tossed her wine jug aside and lunged straight at the two of them. By the time dawn broke the next day, Yu, sleeping on a large bed, suddenly jolted awake. As soon as she opened her eyes, everything came back to her. She remembered she had drunk too much yesterday, and because of that, she had done something huge. No way, was I really that bold? Sparring? Sparring my ass. Yu's cheeks instantly turned red, and she quickly covered her face with her hand. Even as a warrior who had experienced countless battles and witnessed many deaths, finding herself in such a situation was still a bit embarrassing. In the end, not knowing what to do or how to face Lucian and Fei Xiao, Yu flopped back down and hid under the blanket like an ostrich. Huh? What's wrong? Playing shy today? Why didn't you act like that last night? Feixio's teasing voice suddenly rang out. She honestly hadn't expected that even after making the first move, this green-haired woman would still catch up. Nonetheless, since she knew Lucian liked Yu, and Yu could also be considered her comrade in arms after fighting side by side for so many years, she honestly didn't really mind Yu becoming his partner now. Of course, the main reason she didn't really mind was simply because she had succeeded in triumphing over Yu, winning Lucian's heart first. Sorry, I drank too much last night. I didn't mean it. Yu mumbled softly from under the blanket. Haha. So, do you want me to take responsibility for you? Seeing Yu act shy, Lucian, sitting bare-chested against the headboard, chuckled before asking teasingly. Of course. I never said I didn't want you to. Yu quickly stuck her head out from under the blanket and exclaimed enthusiastically. Seeing Yu's cute side for the first time, Lucian couldn't help but reach out and rub her furry fox ears. In that case, from now on, let's not make any distinctions between us. Okay, Lucian said gently. You two should get along well. Given that Fei Xiao and Yu were already close after all these years of fighting side by side, he wasn't worried they would truly fall out at most. They would just bicker. Seeing Yu calm down and become docile, Lucian pulled Fei Xiao into his arms as well. Upon feeling their smooth, fair skin that was even softer than before, Lucian couldn't help but feel his heart race slightly. Thanks to the powerful blessing of abundance they had received during their bonding, both Fei Xiao and Yu had become even more beautiful than before. As for how that blessing was received, those who knew. With Fei Xiao in his left arm and Yu in his right, Lucian had never expected he could actually have two beautiful Foxian ladies at the same time. Most importantly, since the two of them were originally master and disciple, their relationship carried a certain thrill. Lucian hoped that when he returned to reality, the two of them would not start fighting because of this complicated relationship. Ding! Congratulations on completing the script. In 10 seconds, the script will close and the host will leave the current world. What? Upon hearing the sudden notification from the system, Lucian froze instantly. Wait, the script got completed all of a sudden, and only 10 seconds? Not 1 hour? Indeed, the previous script had lasted for a whole hour, allowing him to have a proper farewell with Tribios Immortis. But now, with just 10 seconds, there wasn't much he could do. At most, all he could do was say a few words. Understanding this, Lucian didn't waste any time and immediately grabbed Feixio's and Yu's ears, causing both of them to shudder from the touch. It was only natural, since Foxian ears were extremely sensitive. Fei Xiao, Yueyu, listen, I'm going to leave for a while. If you still remember me, come find me on Jarilo 6. The coordinates are 7515.3.1477.1112.10. As soon as Lucian finished speaking, only 2 seconds remained. Both women were caught off guard by Lucian's sudden words and were still trying to process them. Where are you going? How long? Fei Xiao and Yueyu asked the hurried-looking Lucian. Unfortunately, before Lucian could answer, he had already turned into particles of light and vanished. Seeing Lucian disappear so suddenly, Fei Xiao and Yueyu quickly sat up straight and looked at each other in confusion. Where did he go? No idea. Fortunately, both of them remembered what Lucian had said Jarilo 6 and its coordinates. Script, Fei Xiao complete. Yariluvi, Belubok. When Lucian came to his senses again, he found himself back in the guest room of the Gerda Grand Hotel, located in the underworld of Belobog. Lucian looked up at the clock on the wall and realized that only 25 minutes had passed. Just like last time 1 year in the script, only a minute in reality. Lucian immediately opened the system panel to check what had changed. Host, Lucian ability, disarm, absolute hit followers, Tribios 1, Mortis 1, Fei Xiao 1, Yueyu 0 script. 0 revive follower 1 glance told Lucian what was going on. Tribios had gone from 1,000 to 1, which meant she had fused into 1. Yueyu 0, of course, meant she was dead. Seeing Yuyu's name made Lucian picture a heroic, deep green-haired, beautiful Foxian lady. Huh, let's revive her first and think later. Lucian sighed, then clicked revive follower without hesitation, immediately bringing Yueyu back to life. What's this? Lucian suddenly noticed fur on his hand, 1 white, 1 green. In the next moment, he quickly realized they were apparently from squeezing Phyxio's and Yuyu's ears earlier. Lucian was still reminiscing about the warmth of that night when the notification from the system suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Follower Fei Xiao requests to borrow absolute hit. Approve? Lending an ability borrowing absolute hit? Lucian remembered that the system had a function that let his followers borrow his conceptual abilities. However, since his first followers, Tribios and Mortis, had never triggered it, he had no idea how Fei Xiao managed to trigger it. Regardless, since Fei Xiao wanted to borrow it, Lucian did not hesitate and agreed right away. A few minutes ago, near the planet known as Sakin Chadu, the Xianzhou Yeoking's fleet remained at their original position since their general, Fei Xiao, had been in a mysterious state for a full 24 minutes. Everyone had agreed that if Fei Xiao didn't recover after a full day, they would retreat immediately and seek outside help. But thankfully, on the 25th minute, she suddenly opened her eyes. However, Phyxio's current gaze seemed to carry the weight of countless stories deep, distant, and changing. Hey! General is awake. Someone in the conference room suddenly shouted, causing all the commanders who had been waiting quietly to immediately gather around. General, what happened? General, are you feeling all right? Did you fall for some dirty trick from those abominations? Those of higher rank spoke first, while those of lower rank could only stand aside and watch. Fei Xiao touched her ear, feeling as if someone had just pinched it. All right, it was Lucian who pinched it. No, that's not right. Lucian was a dream? Or was it not a dream? Fei Xiao felt a bit dizzy as she felt like there were 2 lives coexisting in her mind. One was the life after she escaped with Nirgal, met Yuyu, became her disciple, and lived in the Yaoqing. After years of training, she became a cloud knight before her master died, struck by an arrow fired by the Rainbow Arbiter Lawn during the Third Abundance War. Later on, she herself inherited the position of Arbiter General of the Yaoqing, replacing her master. As for the other, it began when she triggered Moon Rage for the first time in Kuller, and then met Lucian, who wiped out all the Borisins on Kuller and made it their new homeland, crowning her the leader of Kuller, the White Fox King. Later on, she met her master, Yueyu, not as master and disciple, but as comrades in arms. Under Lucian's command, they achieved absolute victory in every battle, including the Third Abundance War, the very war that should have taken Yuyu's life. At the victory banquet, she confessed her feelings to Lucian and committed to building a life together, only for Yu to join them, becoming one family with them. Finally, Lucian suddenly told her he was leaving, and then, just like that, he was gone. Why did I live through this second life? Did some parallel worlds merge or something? Honestly, deep down, if she had to choose, Fei Xiao truly preferred the second life where Lucian existed. Even though she ultimately ended up with that man, at least everything had been perfect was the outcome she had always dreamed of. At this moment, Fei Xiao truly hoped Lucian was real, so that perfect life could have really happened. No, that won't work. My relationship with Master would get too messy. And then I became involved with an emanator of abundance, and all that. Fei Xiao pressed her hand to her forehead, feeling troubled. A perfect life, tangled with messy master-disciple and faction relationships. Not only had the master who raised her become a sister involved with the same man, but an emanator of abundance who should have been her mortal enemy had also become her beloved man. What the hell is all this? Her love for Lucian in the dream and her hatred for abundance in reality were twisted tightly together, causing Fei Xiao to experience a fierce clash between her inner angel and devil. General? Jioki's voice snapped Fei Xiao out of her tangled thoughts. I'm fine. Just some personal things I haven't sorted out. Fei Xiao waved her hand, then took a deep breath to calm her stirred heart. Now that her mind had somewhat settled, Fei Xiao concluded that regardless of which life was real, the present was her reality. More importantly, she needed to find Lucian and Yu to decide which path she should follow. Could this be an early sign of moon rage? Jiaqiu muttered with a frown. Reminded of her moon rage, Fei Xiao immediately checked her own condition. Fei Xiao would have been fine without checking, but once she did, my moon rage is completely gone. In surprise, Fei Xiao soon realized that the disappearance of all the aftereffects caused by moon rage was because she now had a powerful blessing of abundance inside her. It should be noted that the Borisins had powerful self-healing abilities, allowing them to use moon rage whenever they liked. However, the Foxians were not as fortunate. Because their self-healing abilities were weak, every use of moon rage placed a tremendous burden on both their bodies and minds. If it happened too many times, they would lose all reason, their bodies would transform, and they would become wild beasts without reason. Fei Xiao herself had already reached the late stages of moon rage, so with just a few more uses, she would be done for. Yet now, all the hidden dangers brought on by moon rage had completely vanished without even the slightest trace left, as if it had never been there in the first place, all thanks to the sudden blessing of abundance. Considering the blessing had appeared in the second set of memories she had, or more specifically, she had only received it after she and Lucian reunited. No, moon rage is no longer an issue. Fei Xiao decided not to mention the blessing of abundance. If the Xianzhou Alliance found out, they would definitely take her back for questioning to see if she had defected to the enemy. Given that she had not yet seen Lucian or Yu, she absolutely could not get caught now. So she chose to keep it hidden for the time being. Hearing that Fei Xiao was all right, Jiaqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. General Fei Xiao, I'm so glad you're all right. I've been worried that something happened to you. Just then, Jade entered the conference room with a contract in hand. Hearing that Fei Xiao had recovered, Jade was obviously happier than anyone else because she could finally get the profit she aimed for. Thank you for your concern. Fei Xiao spoke while forcing a polite smile, since she knew perfectly well why the woman before her was so happy. Well, the Yaoqing and the IPC have been partners for many years, so there's a basic level of trust between us. Jade smiled elegantly as she handed the contract. So, are we starting the abomination's extermination now? Upon hearing this, Fei Xiao looked at the contract and saw that one of the clauses stated the resources of Sakinchadu were to be split evenly. Half, huh? Fei Xiao narrowed her eyes, feeling helpless. If only I could have that sure-hit ability Lucian always used. Needless to say, with that ability, no defense system would matter. She wouldn't have to split resources with the IPC at all, since she wouldn't need their help. Unfortunately, she didn't have it. Just as Fei Xiao was about to sign her name on the contract, a notification suddenly resounded in her mind. Lucian has agreed to lend you his conceptual ability, Absolute Hit. Absolute Hit. Your thrown or launch projectiles will always hit their intended target. Conceptual ability? Absolute Hit? Fei Xiao froze as the notification appeared. I see. So the mysterious power he always used is something called Absolute Hit? Parallel world? Nightmare? Fei Xiao had never witnessed such a strange ability before. Even though it was not the power of a path, it was ridiculously strong and useful. Of course, knowing the universe was vast and full of wonders, she did not dwell too much on it. As long as it was useful, that was more than enough. Ms. Jade, please wait a moment. Fei Xiao said calmly and returned the contract. I have decided to try one more time. If I still can't resolve this, I will ask the IPC for help. Honestly, with the conceptual ability she got from Lucian, why rely on the IPC? Besides, so many resources on Sakinchadu, if not split half with the IPC, would be enough to fund the Yeoking's next expedition. Jade, upon hearing Feixio's words, was briefly stunned, not expecting her to change her mind at the last minute. However, she did not show any impatience and smiled calmly instead. In that case, I'll wait here for your decision. Jade wanted to see if this general would truly save resources at the cost of sending her own troops to die needlessly. Wasting no time, Fei Xiao stepped directly onto the ship's bow and drew her specially made longbow. At once, she channeled the energy of the path, stirring up a violent wind around her. Soon, the wind coalesced into a visible force, forming a single arrow behind her. A spiritus known as Flying Aureus manifested, bestowing upon her the power of the hunt. Hit the heads of every abomination of abundance I can see. Muttering calmly, Fei Xiao swept her gaze across the surface of Sakinchadu, then released the bowstring. Whoosh dash! As soon as the glowing arrow was fired, it split into countless tiny arrows, forming a dense rain. On the ground, as the abominations saw the attack coming from above, they immediately activated their high-tech devices and fired powerful energy beams to counter it. Unfortunately, their efforts were useless, as the tiny arrows remained untouched, shooting straight for the heads of every one of them. Wherever they ran, the arrows chased, there was truly no escape. Why did our secret weapon stop working? Are those auto-tracking arrows? Run. Why can't we block them? They don't even look that strong, but nothing stops them. One by one, the abominations had their heads blown apart by Feixio's arrows nowhere near as tough as Hoolai in the game, since the average abomination would die instantly if their head was destroyed. If their head was only cut off, they could still survive by relying on the blessing of abundance. And sewing the head back on would allow them to live. But if the brain was destroyed, there was no saving them unless they possessed an even stronger blessing. While the abominations fled in panic, another wave of arrows rained down, causing their numerical advantage to vanish instantly. In just a few moments, Fei Xiao alone had slaughtered most of the abominations, leaving their forces in total disarray. Lucian's ability is so useful. Fei Xiao curled her lips into a satisfied smile before ordering the Yao Qing to launch a full assault. Meanwhile, Jade, who had witnessed the whole thing, was utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, they had been blocked by high-tech defenses and looked completely helpless. But now, after just a short nap, Fei Xiao was suddenly dominating the battlefield. Was the enemy's tech broken, or had Fei Xiao somehow gotten stronger? Whatever the case, Jade understood one thing: the deal was over. At most, she'd only get a small runner's fee. What happened? How did things change so suddenly? Meanwhile, somewhere in the galaxy, a planet that had once been ruined and barren now brimmed with life. It was none other than Kuller. Yu, who should have died, opened her eyes and found herself in a bedroom. Strange. Ditst ed? No one should survive after being hit by the Rainbow Arbiter's Lux arrow. She remembered going to support the Fenghu and while protecting the Cloud-Peer telescope, she had been caught in the Rainbow Arbiter's Lux arrow. By all rights, she should have died turned to dust. However, why was she now in this bedroom, alive and well? As Yu was still pondering what had just happened, another surge of memories suddenly flooded her mind, and soon, she remembered everything. She was now inside Lucian's bedroom in Kuller, and before he vanished, she had even spent a memorable night here with him. Yu felt a bit confused. She could not tell which was real, or perhaps both were real. Sighing, Yu left the bedroom and stepped outside. As soon as she stepped outside, she was met with the sight of a bustling city, where countless Foxians came and went, all wearing smiles and exuding a peaceful air. Upon seeing this scene, Yu finally confirmed that everything was definitely real. Maybe this is the power of some aeon. As Yu thought this, she quickly made her way to the core of life, the center and headquarters of Kuller. Upon arrival, she saw an old friend from her second memory, the Black Fox King. Nergal. Nergal's hair and tail were jet black and lustrous, her face mature and beautiful, and with her rimless glasses, her entire presence radiated intellect. Yu, why are you here? Didn't Fei Xiao come with you? Upon seeing Yu, Nergal greeted her warmly. Nergal, listen, this world has changed. As she spoke, Yu's expression grew slightly anxious, and her voice carried a hint of unease. I don't think this is the time or world you're familiar with. You can think of it as a parallel world. You, me, and all the Foxians here are figures of the past. We should have already gone. Yu paused for a moment, then sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Damn it, I must find Lucian or I go crazy. Only after I find him can I confirm everything. Meanwhile, Nergal, after listening to his slightly anxious words, nodded solemnly. No wonder I and the other Foxians suddenly had some kind of nightmare. Nergal muttered in a daze. I dreamed that when I was young, I had never met Lord Lucian. I tried to escape with Fei Xiao, but I wasn't as lucky as her. I was caught by those Borisins, had my limbs ripped off and my throat torn out. Hearing this, Yu paused for a moment, then sighed again. Thankfully, it was just a dream. I'm alive and well now. Nergal shook her head. Maybe that's why everyone here, including myself, believes that the world with Lord Lucian is the real one. Honestly, whether this world is a parallel world or not, it doesn't matter. Yu quickly thought of Lucian, then gave a gentle nod in agreement. Truthfully, she couldn't lie to herself. A world with Lucian was, without a doubt, the better one. If she had to choose between a world where she, her knights, and the Foxians of Kuller tragically perished, and one where everyone survived and lived happily, she would choose the latter without hesitation. In that case, I'll go find him. Before he left, he gave me some coordinates. With that, Yu said goodbye to Nergal and immediately boarded a spaceship, setting out for the coordinates of Jarilo 6. At the same time, the Yaoqing finally achieved a great victory and succeeded in securing Sakanchadu. Leaving the post-war matters to Jiaoqiu, Fei Xiao, desperate to figure out what everything she and Lucian had experienced really meant, was planning to head for a certain set of coordinates she remembered. Meeting in reality, Jarilo 6. Velo Bog, Underworld, Gerda Grand Hotel. Well, I still remember all the coordinates, so I can just rely on Absolute Hit to take care of some diplomacy later. Inside his room, Lucian muttered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. Lucian didn't spend his years in the script doing nothing. He checked the star map every day and memorized the coordinates of many different factions in the world of Honkai Star Rail. Even though it was just a script, those coordinates were all real and existed, like Herta Space Station, Interastral Peace Corporation, Penacony, Jarilo 6, and so on. Lucian had memorized the coordinates for all these fixed locations on the star map, so he could go there anytime. As for the Xianzhou Alliance, since all the Xianzhou flagships traveled around the galaxy and had no fixed position, Lucian would only know where they were once he connected to the Interastral Peace Network. Star map means the Interastral map. It's also the real-time signal source for the Interastral Peace Network. I have to go to the IPC and grab one. As long as he had a star map. Jarilo 6, could connect to the IPC's Interastral Peace Network and communicate with other civilizations. No sooner said than done. Lucian prepared to change his appearance, then head to the IPC's headquarters for a robbery. Pay for it? Not a chance. Knowing that the IPC would send someone to Jarilo 6 to collect the debt later only made Lucian even more eager to get a freebie from them. Ding! As Lucian was pondering the location of the IPC's headquarters, his communicator suddenly rang. He quickly answered and found that it was Cocolia calling. Lord Lucian, we took a guest who said she's here for you. Her name is Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao? Lucian froze for a second. How long has it even been? Why is she showing up already? All right. He suddenly remembered something. She used Absolute Hit, huh? Lucian remembered he had not retrieved Absolute Hit yet, so was still being borrowed by Fei Xiao. Fei Xiao must have used Absolute Hit to launch her ship over here, arriving at Jarilo 6 in no time, still sitting inside the ship, completely intact. However, this also proved Lucian's theory. Everything that happened in the script all his followers remembered. Lucian didn't know about Tribios and Mortis' situation, but the fact that Fei Xiao had suddenly come here indicated she remembered everything that happened in the script. In other words, that mother and daughter pair should remember as well. Lucian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In the next moment, Lucian retrieved the ability he had lent to Fei Xiao, then left a quick word with Bronya and Seal before rushing out of the underworld. Now that Bronya and Seal had already gotten along, he could rest easy about Bronya's safety in the underworld. Lucian instantly returned to the Clippeth fort and saw a white-haired, fox-eared woman in the reception hall, with Cocolia keeping her company. Lord Lucian, that's her. Cocolia immediately stood to greet Lucian the moment she saw him enter. Fei Xiao also turned to the door at the same time, spotting a very handsome man. It was the familiar face from her second memory. Lucian, Fei Xiao murmured softly. Yeah, it's me. Lucian responded with a smile. You still remember? Just like that, the two stared at each other, but the scene Lucian had imagined where Fei Xiao would rush over to hug him never happened. Instead, Fei Xiao just stood there, staring straight at him in silence. It wasn't a dream, after all. A while later, Fei Xiao finally spoke, though her expression was complicated. I really did live a second life, didn't I? You could say that. Lucian nodded, his expression calm, but his eyes full of emotion. I can't really explain or say for sure what that phenomenon was, but I swear on everything I meant every feeling I had for you, and everything I did in that life was real. Even if I'm an emanator of abundance, and you are the Merlin's Claw, none of that could change what I felt for you. Meanwhile, Cocolia, who listened silently from the side, was completely baffled. What? What are they talking about? Second life? Merlin's Claw? Regardless of her confusion, as Cocolia looked at Lucian and Fei Xiao, she realized they basically seemed no different from old lovers having a reunion. A touch of sadness flashed in Cocolia's eyes. I wasn't his first. As this thought flashed through her mind, Cocolia quietly left the room, giving the two some time together. At the same time, Cocolia worried whether Bronya could ever catch Lucian's eye. Just look at that fox woman. She had a body that seemed built to seduce men. Bronya didn't seem to stand a chance. Back with Lucian and Fei Xiao, his gaze as he spoke to her was sincere and deep, just as gentle as he had been in her second memory. Fei Xiao started to feel strange, as some instinctive desire suddenly welled up inside her. Hug him! Her body was telling her what it wanted. But Fei Xiao forced down the urge and asked Lucian instead, What about my Masiu? Is she dead? Upon hearing this question, Lucian sighed softly before answering. Yes, she was dead just like in history. But I brought her back to life, so she should be alive now. As long as she remembers the coordinates here, she'll come find me. Fei Xiao remained silent for a while before asking again. Tell me, what exactly did you do? Like I said, I can't say for sure. Lucian shook his head. Honestly, it's hard to explain. No, maybe it can't be explained at all. What I can say for sure is none of this will do you any harm. Your master returned to your side, your hatred was finally released, your moon rage is cured, and you even got me. Huh, you're so full of yourself. Fei Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. But you're not wrong, so I won't ask anymore. It was all about the outcome, not the motive. Besides, the facts were right here. So there was no point in digging further. In the first place, if Lucian had wanted to hurt her, he wouldn't have gone through all that trouble. He could have just thrown a few dozen planets with his broken ability and called it done. At this point, Fei Xiao had almost completely figured things out. So she decided to fully embrace her second memory, her second life, and leave her originally tragic fate in the past. What about Kuller, Nirgal, and Kuller's Foxians? Fei Xiao asked again, with a somewhat uneasy expression. Lucian fell silent, unsure how to answer her question. He couldn't help it, since he himself wasn't sure if Kuller would still be the same as in the script. He remembered that the system had said the script would only partially affect reality, so it probably wouldn't be able to influence Kuller completely, right? Lucian sighed softly, reached his hand toward Fei Xiao, and spoke up. Let's go see for ourselves. Fei Xiao gazed at Lucian's hand for a moment before she stepped forward and took it. Soon, Lucian and Fei Xiao teleported to her spaceship with Absolute Hit. Once inside, Lucian used Absolute Hit again, this time teleporting them to another star system, where they landed at Kuller's outdoor hangar. Lucian had used Absolute Hit to travel countless times by now, to the point where he could do it as casually as breathing. Of course, all of this still required either knowing the coordinates or having a clear line of sight. Together, they looked out at the familiar planet. Kuller, it's still here. Everything is just as beautiful as before. Upon seeing the familiar place and the many people around, Fei Xiao was completely at ease. Kuller's existence once again proved the reality of her second memory. Now, Fei Xiao couldn't doubt it anymore. So her last bit of hesitation was completely gone. Thank you. Thank you for saving me from such a tragic life. Thank you. Fei Xiao suddenly hugged Lucian tightly, thanking him again and again. At this moment, she was not just the Merlin's Claw, but also the little girl Lucian had saved, as well as his lover. In fact, even Lucian hadn't expected Kuller to appear whole and unchanged. He had to admit the system was really something. However, with Fei Xiao pressed against his chest, her big and soft breasts made Lucian recall their intimate moments together. Control yourself. I'm trying to thank you here. Feeling something firm pressing against her lower belly, Fei Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable and whispered with a reddened face. Easy for you to say. Lucian, feeling helpless, complained inwardly. Any normal young and straight man like me has no way to control themselves when the one they love is doing this to them, right? Given the situation, Lucian was in no shape to see anyone. So Fei Xiao had no choice but to quickly lean over and kiss him before kneeling in front of him to calm him down. Thanks to her second memory, Fei Xiao was already used to this. Several minutes later, after calming Lucian down, the two of them left the spaceship and walked around Kuller. As they walked, they found that nothing had changed at all. The inhabitants here were living their normal lives just as they remembered. When they saw Lucian, they greeted him respectfully as savior. When they saw Fei Xiao, they called her White Fox King. Lucian realized that their memories matched up exactly with the day he left the script. As for the first true memory in reality, it seemed everyone just thought of it as a nightmare and did not think much about it. Since they were alive, it was obvious which memory they defined as real and which was fake. Unfortunately, the Yaoqing no longer recognized Kuller's Foxians, so they had to start diplomacy all over again. Before long, Lucian and Fei Xiao met the Black Fox King Nirgal, took care of some matters, and then went their separate ways. Fei Xiao needed to return to the Yaoqing to do some mining on Sakin Chadu, as well as work on plans for cooperation between the Yaoqing, Kuller, and Jarilo 6. If you see Yu, be sure to let me know. I might need to borrow your ability again. I'm off. With that, Fei Xiao gave Lucian a goodbye kiss on the lips, then flew away on her ship. Lucian, on the other hand, got himself a spaceship on Kuller and set his destination for Pier Point, which was none other than the headquarters of the IPC. Of course, Lucian also didn't forget to change his appearance, ready for a heist. Silver Wolf and Opal Lucian used Absolute Hit on his spaceship, targeting the landing port at coordinates 300, 46.00052.41060. Originally, an ability like Absolute Hit was meant for perfect accuracy in attack, but Lucian, with his out-of-the-box mindset, used it instead as a support skill for instant teleportation. In the blink of an eye, Lucian had already arrived at Pier Point, a staggering 2.54 million light-years away from Kuller. As Lucian arrived, what stretched before his eyes was a planetary surface with no traditional land or sea. Instead, it was entirely covered by a dynamic layer of nanomaterial, its thickness impossible to measure. It was not solid, but more like a sea of liquid light, made up of countless intelligent microparticles, shimmering with a gentle pearlescent glow, like programmable matter. Wherever one walked, the surface would automatically form a solid path, a comfortable seat, or even a temporary, exquisitely crafted shelter shaped solely by the traveler's will. Cities, mountains, rivers, every landscape was generated in real time and could dissolve at any moment, nothing more than fleeting illusions. Even after seeing it several times, this view still isn't impressive. Lucian disliked this kind of pure textile since it made everyone live like robots. Soon after, Lucian walked to the plaza in front of a skyscraper, where the IPC's high-ranking offices were located. However, when he arrived, Silver Wolf, what exactly are you? A sudden childish, boyish voice caught Lucian's attention, but more than the voice itself, what truly seized him was the name Silver Wolf. Lucian turned toward the voice's direction and saw a boy in a black fedora hat, a pacifier in hand, pointing provocatively at a girl half a head taller than him. Lucian instantly knew who the boy was. He was none other than Opal, one of the 10 Stone Hearts and the top lackey of Diamond and Emanator of Preservation and the leader of the 10 Stone Hearts. Standing before Opal was a petite, delicate-looking girl. She stood about 1.4 meters tall, with an A-cup chest, silver hair tied in a ponytail streaked with blue highlights, gaming goggles perched on her head, and a game console hanging at her waist. She was none other than Lucian's favorite Stellaron hunter, Silver Wolf. If I just move my finger, every server under Interastral Peace Media will start spitting out items, points, materials, and rewards like they just ate rocket beans, flooding every account's mailbox. Got it? Silver Wolf raised her eyebrows and spoke with disdain. "Huh, go ahead, try it." Opal laughed mockingly, beckoning to Silver Wolf with a finger. Fine. Don't regret it later." Silver Wolf chuckled too and began prepping a hack. Seeing the two of them bicker, Lucian couldn't help but smile. Isn't Silver Wolf a ready-made helper? Stealing funds online was far easier than grabbing cash physically. After all, luck was truly on his side. Lucian knew from the game that Silver Wolf would show up at some point on Pier Point, but he didn't remember when or why she was here. Either way, now that she was here, he wasn't going to waste a chance to use her hacking skills. Not wanting Silver Wolf to cause unnecessary trouble and ruin his plan, Lucian hurried over. "Silver Wolf," Lucian called out as he approached, making Silver Wolf stop what she was about to do and immediately look up at him. You are?" Silver Wolf gazed at Lucian with a puzzled expression. "Who are you? Silver Wolf's helper?" Before Lucian could respond, Opal cut in, glaring at him with utter disdain. "TCH, Silver Wolf, you need a big guy like this to guard you? What a joke. You should just..." Before Opal could finish, he was suddenly lifted off the ground. "Hey, what the heck are you doing, you bastard? You're so noisy, shorty. You should shut up when adults are talking." Lucian mocked casually, then tossed Opal into the air, using Absolute Hit to send him to a random coordinate. Whoosh! Opal, helpless, shot into the sky, turning into a shooting star. Silver Wolf stared at the sky where Opal vanished, her mouth wide open. Her reaction was honestly understandable. Opal was, after all, a high-ranking staff member in the IPC who held a tenth of the Emanator of Preservation's power from Diamond. Awesome. Was that some kind of max-level throw? Silver Wolf sensed that the man before her was maybe even stronger than Blade, definitely a big shot. Of course it's max level. Lucian gave a friendly smile. Well, there's more to it, till you'll see soon enough. At this, Silver Wolf's eyes turned wary. You, You're not some kidnapper, are you? Bruh, you're a virtual hologram. What are you afraid of a kidnapper for? Lucian rolled his eyes and waved his hand through Silver Wolf's body. You know, grinding for game currency is boring. So work with me, Silver Wolf. Let's pull off a big heist and empty the IPC's credits. It'll take 60, you get 40. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf widened her eyes, not having expected this frail-looking man to actually want to rob the IPC. Since Lucian had changed his appearance before coming here, he now looked like a sickly and frail man. No, the IPC security is way too tight. Silver Wolf shook her head. I mean, their firewall was built by members of the Genius Society. I can't crack it. Lucian had already expected this, so he had another plan prepared. No problem. You just need to write a virus program to steal the IPC's credits. Leave breaking through the firewall to me. Hearing Lucian's confident words and seeing his unwavering expression, Silver Wolf couldn't help but wonder, was this man a hacker? Even more skilled than Herta and Skrullum? Intrigued and wanting to see what Lucian could do, Silver Wolf ultimately agreed. Just like that, the two quickly teamed up as temporary partners, relying on Silver Wolf's ether editing skills. Lucian slipped into the building with ease. He stole a box of star maps and stored them in the system's storage space, then found an empty corner and silently watched her coding on her mini-computer. Before long, a casually written virus program was born. As soon as you crack the firewall, my virus can sneak in, drain the IPC's money, and scatter it across countless accounts. No way they'll ever be able to trace it back. Silver Wolf grinned proudly, clearly confident in her skills. But the firewall's the main problem. Herta and Skrullum both worked on it, and, on top of that, some mysterious backer threw in extra layers of protection. I gave it a shot, but I couldn't crack it. They even tracked me. So, knowing all that, you still think you can handle it? Silver Wolf's eyes filled with doubt as she looked at Lucian, unwilling to believe that this frail-looking man could breach the firewall created by members of the Genius Society. Simply put, if even she couldn't, how could he? Regardless, there was still a little hope in her heart, hoping the IPC would get screwed over, especially if she was part of it. Without saying a word, Lucian simply took Silver Wolf's mini-computer and began examining the virus program she had just created. Given that absolute hit was a conceptual ability that could be applied to any projectile defined by its user, if he believed the virus to be a projectile, it should work, right? In the next moment, Lucian began to act. Land a hit on the account's core code through this data link. 200 billion credits, what the hell? Silver Wolf stared at the data schematic on her mini-computer screen and cried out in shock. At this moment, her virus program was acting like it was on drugs. It had broken through 3 layers of super firewalls in one go. Herta? Skrullum? All trash. In less than 3 seconds, it had already infected the IPC's main account, and right now, it was constantly stealing credits, 1 billion credits every second. How the hell did you do that? Silver Wolf asked excitedly, her eyes full of admiration for Lucian. The little scrap virus program she had casually written had turned into something this powerful after Lucian tweaked it. Secret. They'll tell you if there's a chance later. Lucian smiled and said nothing more. Upon hearing his answer, Silver Wolf understood these were a hacker's trade secrets, so she did not press further. Either way, she was more than satisfied to make the IPC suffer today. Silver Wolf sat on the steps, swinging her legs, clearly in a good mood. Half an hour later, just as the two of them succeeded in stealing 200 billion credits, the alarms in the headquarters building suddenly blared. Woo, woo, woo. Warning, warning. Main account is under hacking attack. In an instant, all of Pierpoint came alive as countless nanobots formed a defensive net that covered the entire planet. TCH, now things got a little more troublesome. Silver Wolf quickly shut down her virus program to avoid being traced. Come with me, I'm going to get you out of here. As she spoke, Silver Wolf glanced at Lucian, who, surprisingly, stayed calm and cool, not worried at all, acting like he wasn't even involved. Silver Wolf frowned, feeling like something was off with him, but with her sharp mind, she quickly figured out why he was acting this way. You, don't tell me? You're wearing a disguise. Silver Wolf blurted out, pointing at Lucian's face. Duh, I'm not stupid. Lucian shrugged, looking completely unfazed. If I know I'm about to do something shady, why would I use my real face for a wanted poster? All right, where's the real you? They'll send you home safely. He was planning to use Absolute Hit to send Silver Wolf straight back to the Stellaron Hunter's hideout. Silver Wolf hesitated, but since this man's skills were the real deal, and they were already partners in crime, there was no reason for him to betray her. A second later, Silver Wolf's hologram nodded and disappeared. Right after that, some graffiti on the ground suddenly sprang to life, opening up a space portal. Soon, Silver Wolf stepped out from inside. Apparently, she had been hiding her real body in some kind of pocket dimension. What now? How are you planning to handle this? Silver Wolf asked with a helpless expression. You take the credits for now. Lucian took out a stolen phone and added Silver Wolf as a contact. Help me launder them, and he'll give you 0.5% extra, all right? He'll contact you later. Aren't you worried he'll just run off with all the money? Silver Wolf asked with a speechless expression. No, you can't run. Lucian shrugged casually. If you don't believe me, just ask Elio when you get back. Now, give me your hideout coordinates, he'll send you there. Upon hearing this, Silver Wolf fell silent. Hideout? Didn't that mean the Stellaron Hunter's hideout? Silver Wolf started to ponder, sensing something fishy about the man before her, asking such a sensitive question and recalling the easily breached firewall. She couldn't help but suspect that this man was actually an undercover agent trying to trick her into giving away the location of the Stellaron Hunter's hideout. I get it now, Silver Wolf thought to herself, feeling like she had uncovered the truth. So you're an undercover agent for the IPC? Huh? Why else would you ask a wanted criminal about their hideout? No wonder the firewall got breached so easily. It was on purpose all along. Seriously, she secretly mocked Lucian in her heart, then gave him the coordinates of an IPC branch office instead. Huh? Does he really think he can fool me? No way. I can't wait to see his face when he finds out those coordinates are fake. She was delighted inside, eager to see how this undercover agent would react. He would definitely throw a fit and bawl his eyes out when he realized he had been tricked, and maybe his superior would fire him on the spot because of it. As she was thinking this, Silver Wolf suddenly felt someone grab her arm. Who else but Lucian? In the next moment, using Absolute Hit, Lucian tossed Silver Wolf lightly. Land her on a chair at the marked coordinates within 1 second. Whoosh! Before Silver Wolf could even react, she had already vanished. Done with the heist, Lucian removed his disguise and returned to his original appearance. Now he was nothing more than an unrelated passerby. Lucian swaggered back to his spaceship and then used Absolute Hit to teleport back to Belobog. Meanwhile, inside the IPC's headquarters, everyone was busy tracking the flow of stolen credits, determined to catch the hacker. At this moment, the heads of all departments had already gathered in the conference room. They were the decision-makers of the IPC, holding authority just below the Aeon of Preservation, Clippeth, and the IPC's founder, Madame Scarred Eye. Even the firewall set by the Genius Society members couldn't stop it. Ridiculous. Tara Van Keen, who could break through Herta and Skrullum's defenses so easily. Oswaldo Schneider. Check. Chase. Catch. We must catch the hacker who stole the corporation's money, dead or alive. Erida. Everyone. Calm down. Luckily, we didn't lose much, only 200 billion credits. Diamond, 200 billion. That's not just money, that's our reputation. It's the face of the Interastral Peace Corporation and of Herta and Skrullum. Of course, since there was still a mysterious helper who had not been exposed, it did not count as a complete embarrassment. Just then, Diamond received a call from his subordinate, Opal. Boss, I'm sure it was Silver Wolf. She was at the headquarters just now, bragging that she could blow up our servers with just a finger. Oh, right, I got thrown off Pierpoint by the man she brought. Can you send someone to pick me up? Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Diamond's forehead. Stellaron Hunters again. In the end, upon learning it was the Stellaron Hunters, the IPC made its choice and issued an announcement. We announced that Stellar and Hunter Silver Wolf's bounty is raised to 205.1 billion credits, and she must be captured alive. Meanwhile, at one of the IPC's branch offices, Silver Wolf was surrounded by a group of armed soldiers. I was wrong. I shouldn't have tricked you. How was I supposed to know you were really going to send me home? Silver Wolf regretted it so much she wanted to cry. If only she had given Lucian the actual coordinates, she would have gone straight home in a flash. Instead, she ended up teleported onto a leather chair in the IPC's branch reception room. Not only had her face been caught on camera, triggering the wanted alert, but now she was also surrounded. Fortunately, it was just a branch office, so the soldiers stationed here weren't that strong. As long as support from the IPC's headquarters hadn't arrived yet, she might still have a chance to escape. Silver Wolf had learned her lesson. Next time she met a good guy like Lucian, she would definitely trust him. She would even bow down to him in thanks. Herta done with the heist, Lucian returned to Belobog and pulled out a star map, lighting it up right away. Much like a typical base station, the star map served as a signal source. Now, Belobog's coordinates lit up on the map, which meant other factions could see Drilo 6 on their star maps as well. Of course, with so many planets lighting up every day, hardly anyone cared about the return of Drilo 6 except for certain special factions like the IPC, the Antimatter Legion, or the Abominations of Abundance. What if a hacker breaks in and steals my money? Even though the real world was not all that dangerous at the moment, Belobog's network was, since its network security was almost non-existent. Today, he could steal from others, but tomorrow, others could steal from him. Seems like I need to find a few geniuses to build a firewall for me, too. Herta will be a good choice. With Herta, that meant having Skrullum, Ruan May, Stephen Lloyd, and maybe even Silver Wolf on board. 3 days later, after Silver Wolf laundered 200 million out of his 120 billion credits, Lucian launched himself toward Herta space station. Why aren't the lights on? Why is there no one here? Once Lucian arrived at the space station's port, however, he found it eerily quiet, as if the whole place had been abandoned. The coordinates are right, and the star map shows this location too. Asta and Herta's puppets were nowhere to be found. So with no other choice, Lucian could only explore the space station alone. By all logic, there should still have been some time before the invasion of the Antimatter Legion, so why did it already look like doomsday? At the same time, on the top floor of Herta space station, inside a large laboratory, a young woman wearing a witch-like hat was speaking to a mirror. Fourth mirror, I'm about to activate the device. Get ready. Madame Helta, I'm ready. Please begin your performance. Droid head, I went to all this trouble just to stand before you. You better not ignore me. With that, the woman, none other than Herta herself, activated a strange device before her. In that instant, a wave of energy surged violently, causing Herta to collapse to the ground as her consciousness entered the path space. It was a space that resembled a sea of stars, domain belonging solely to the path of erudition. As long as she could reach the end here, there was a chance she could meet the Aeon of erudition, Noose. Droid head, will you answer me? Herta murmured as she continued walking forward, while her creations, the magic mirrors, followed closely behind. First mirror, Madam Herta, we've picked up some voices in the lab. Herta, oh, let me hear it. Soon, the first mirror emitted a string of garbled sounds. Moshi Moshi. Upon hearing this, Herta frowned. Moshi? What does that mean? Is that some kind of algorithm name? In the end, since she could not figure it out, Herta simply ignored it and moved on. However, after a short while, the second mirror appeared before her, interrupting her. Second mirror, Madam Herta, that voice is back again. What should we do? Herta, what are you panicking for? Play it for me. In the next moment, the second mirror emitted a clear voice. Oh, picked up a wild Herta doll here, and it's even an adult model nice. No, wait, it feels alive. Is this the real Herta? Is she meeting Noose now? At these words, Herta was baffled. Doll? Adult model? Feels? As a genius, she knew this didn't sound like anything an Aeon would say. Something's wrong. Someone must have broken into the lab. Herta became anxious, her tone laced with anger. No, Absolutely not. Whoever you are, don't interrupt me now. I have to keep going. Just a few more steps, and you'll see that droid head. Herta was determined to meet Noose, something that would stand as her greatest achievement as a genius. After all, among so many geniuses in the Genius Society, few ever had the chance to interact with an Aeon. At most, they only received a fleeting gaze from an Aeon, but she would be the genius who met one face to face. Moreover, she also had questions she wanted to ask Noose, and in order to move forward to a higher level, she absolutely could not be interrupted here. For this reason, Herta pressed on, disregarding everything else. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lucian crouched beside Herta's real body, carefully observing the sleeping beauty. Just as the little Herta puppet claimed every day, the real Herta was indeed a stunning beauty with delicate features and fair skin. Even if her breasts were only C-cup at most, they would still be enough to keep a child from going hungry. Especially with the keyhole cut into the clothes at her chest, it was as if inserting a certain key could unlock some soft, fragrant VIP content. Looks like she wants to see news with that device. Lucian mumbled while stroking his chin. What's so great about that? She's not going to see anything anyway. He had waited long enough, so he moved straight to action. In the next moment, Lucian propped Herta up with one hand and pinched her cheek with the other, giving her a shake. At the same time, inside the path space, Herta suddenly felt as if someone were touching her body. Suddenly, the third mirror appeared before her. Madam Herta, bad news. Someone is messing with your body. Immediately after, a voice echoed from within the third mirror. Why are you trying to see that droid head? Come out and see me. Once I'm done, they'll let you see that droid head anytime you want. Upon hearing these arrogant words, Herta's right eyebrow twitched. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Anytime you want? What could be more important than seeing an Aeon? Nobody can shake me, not even an intruder like you. As soon as Herta finished saying this, however, she gradually felt someone pinching her cheeks and shaking her head from side to side. Before long, Herta's consciousness began to fade, signaling that she could no longer remain in the path space. No way. How could anyone affect my mind? As an emanator of erudition, both her mind and subconsciousness were powerful. So as long as she did not want to be influenced, nobody should have been able to sway her mind. Yet now, someone had done it. In the next second, Herta's consciousness vanished with a flash of white light, returning to her body. Soon enough, Herta slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was a face so handsome it defied logic. But right now, in her eyes, that handsome face looked absolutely hateful. Herta took a deep breath to calm her boiling heart, but unfortunately, it was useless. You damn intruder. My plan to meet Droidhead was ruined because of you. Now that her anger had reached its peak, Herta's voice was several times louder than usual. Third script, you trespassed on my private property without permission, disrupted my experiment, and even touched my body. Do you know you deserve death for that? As Herta scolded Lucian, her expression remained terrifyingly calm, yet her voice carried clear fury, like a tigress about to pounce and strike at any moment. And in fact, that was exactly what she did. Herta had little patience for strangers, especially those who dared to anger her, so she gave Lucian no chance to speak and attacked right away. He'll lock you up and let you reflect on your actions. Not everyone can mess with me. Herta's 4 magic mirrors quickly surrounded Lucian, ready to drag him into the world within the mirrors and imprison him. All right, calm down first. Lucian raised his hands. If you work with me, they'll let you meet your so-called droid head. He really did not want to fight Herta. He knew she only acted tough toward her enemies, but was actually good to her own people, so he preferred to reason with her before resorting to force. Work with you? Let me meet Droidhead? Are you right in the head? Herta scoffed. Did you think such a lousy lie could fool a genius like me? If one listened carefully, the anger in her words was obvious. Clearly, she was furious that Lucian had interrupted her attempt to meet Noose. Lucian once again remembered that angry women simply would not listen to reason. All right then, if that's how it is. Disarm. Because reasoning was now pointless, Lucian no longer bothered to argue and immediately used disarm. Rip. In an instant, Herta's clothes burst apart and scattered everywhere. A white lace panty even flew straight at Lucian's face before he caught it. Even Herta's magic mirrors shattered into fragments, scattering across the room. All of this happened so abruptly. By the time Herta came to her senses, she realized she was practically naked, completely exposed in front of a crazy man she didn't even know. Hiss! Herta drew a sharp breath, not screaming, but the sound of her breath was loud enough to make no difference. What just happened? Why were her clothes gone? Now she had been seen naked, completely violated. Chaotic thoughts raced through Herta's mind, freezing her for 2 whole seconds. In those 2 seconds, Lucian got a full view, committing every detail of Herta's body to memory. Soft, pink, and supple all over. Lucian could not help but praise Herta inwardly, giving the highest rating. It was hard to believe this was the body of a woman who had lived for so many years. Needless to say, the de-aging technology Herta created truly lived up to its name. In 2.0004 seconds, Herta shook off her scattered thoughts and immediately used her path's power to conjure new clothes, covering herself. You damn pervert. They'll gouge your eyes out. Triggered again, Herta was about to attack, but before she could, Lucian calmly pulled out his phone. Try anything and he'll do that again, but this time he'll start taking your photos. Lucian threatened casually. Herta's movements froze. It did not matter if he had seen her naked, she could simply kill him. However, if her naked photos made it online, her reputation, her purity, everything would be ruined in an instant. Huh. Herta took a deep breath, suppressing her anger. All right, speak. Who are you? And what do you want? Seeing Herta calming down, Lucian smiled in satisfaction. My name's Lucian. I'm here to work with you and also become your friend. Work with her? Become her friend? Herta's lips twitched, and her anger spiked again. Who do you think you are? Work with me? Become my friend? Do you know how many people won't work with me? Who are you anyway? What gives you the right? Do I need to remind you again? Im Genius Society 83. Herta, the scholar who solved the mystery of the imaginary leakage phenomenon and the solitary waves theory. You think I need to make friends with you? Your handsome face is the only thing you have going for you. And that's it. Besides, you just try to act like a creep with me. Even if I had to jump out this window and die, I'd never be friends with you. Herta unleashed a barrage of insults at Lucian, her fury spilling out. To her, it was like a stranger barging into your lab at a critical moment and, without a shred of shame, demanding to borrow money, completely oblivious to what they had done. Is my identity as an emanator of abundance good enough? Lucian asked as he lazily dug his ear. Ah, so you're just some leftover of the abundance? Not even close. Herta let out another mocking laugh. Seeing Herta so resolute, Lucian felt a bit stuck, since he couldn't really just beat her up to make her accept his demand. Sure enough, angry women were impossible to reason with unless you could somehow make them feel satisfied. Just then, Lucian noticed a device in the corner, projecting a hologram of Noose. It looked like something Herta had made, modeled after Noose. I got an idea. Lucian suddenly thought of a plan, one that would make Herta eat her words and accept his demand. In the next moment, Lucian turned his back on Herta and glanced toward the hologram of Noose in the corner. If you want to be friends with me now, then don't come begging me to be your friend later. Upon hearing this, Herta looked at Lucian with utter disdain, as if he were a lunatic. Beg you? You must be crazy. If I ever have to beg you, I must be an idiot. Lucian merely nodded and hummed, then gazed at the hologram of Noose before using disarm on it. In the next moment, still facing away from Herta with his hands behind his back, Lucian spoke loudly. Droidhead, come here. I have a question for you. Hearing this, Herta instantly froze. Was this guy actually insane? He had just barged in spouting nonsense. And now he was casually asking Noose to come? TCH, what are you even pretending for? Herta scoffed, realizing that the man before her was wasting her time. What a joke. Even she, an emanator of erudition, could not meet Noose, so what made this nobody who did not even follow the path of erudition. Think he could? Rumble dash! Suddenly, the space station trembled violently. Feeling the shock, Herta instantly realized it was a reaction to a surge of energy from the path of erudition. In the next moment, the entire space station vanished, replaced by an endless galaxy. Now, Herta and Lucian were no longer inside the space station, but within the path space, and above them loomed a gigantic robot head, shining with a blazing red light. Herta's mouth fell open, her eyes widening in utter disbelief as she stared at the robot head. She had to admit, this might have been the first time in her life she had ever been this shocked. More importantly, she knew exactly what this situation meant. The man before her had caught Nu's attention. Not just a fleeting glance, but true, unwavering focus. Aeon Nus was about to speak to someone. No way. How is this possible? In the emanator of erudition here, so why? Herta was shocked to her core, her scalp tingling. Droidhead, are you his dad or something? He calls, and you come running to him? At this moment, Lucian's back suddenly looked unbelievably imposing and Herta's eyes bathed in red light. He appeared like a giant. Unfortunately, before Herta could say anything, Lucian suddenly disappeared, and right after, Nus vanished as well. What? Herta stared in disbelief. Did they go off to chat in private? Without me? Realizing this, she became agitated. Hey, friend, where'd you go? Friend. Unfortunately for her, no one answered. What she did not know was that Lucian had not gone to have a private chat with Nus, but had instead entered a character script. Earlier, when Lucian used disarm on Nus' hologram, just like what had happened to Seal, it also affected Nus themselves, making them lose a piece of the metal layer of their body. However, since Nus' body was just a culmination of energy, it did not really matter because they could regenerate it again. What mattered was that when Nus were struck by Lucian's disarm, they naturally traced the source to figure out what was going on, and that was how they noticed him. Nus tried to analyze everything about Lucian, but were unfortunately blocked by the godly script system. As a result, Nus tried to imprison Lucian and examine him more closely, but just then, the script's cooldown finished at the exact moment. Fearing Nus would get angry and obliterate him on the spot, Lucian immediately activated the script and vanished. Random character script starting. Castor Ice randomly drawing a conceptual ability. Godly Bandage. Consumes life force to produce bandages. Anything completely wrapped in these bandages, living or non-living, will be restored to the prime state as recognized by the user. The Curse that Kills, the Blessing that Heals Amphireus, eternal holy city of Okima. A chaos had just ended in the city. It was caused by the Titankins of the Strife Titan, who had charged into Okima, causing destruction and killing people everywhere. Luckily, this chaos wasn't too serious. It should have only been Nycator testing the waters this time. Aglia closed her eyes, using her golden threads to sense the entire city. Ever since Strife Titan Nycator had gone mad, they would send their Titankins to harass Okima from time to time, so she had already grown used to it. It will not be many years before Nycator launches a full-scale attack on Okima. We must obtain the core flame of strife before then. Castor Ice stood behind Aglia, her expression troubled. Whenever she saw people injured or killed, Castor Ice could not help but feel sorrow. For 1,000 years, she had witnessed too many deaths and had even sent off countless lives herself. Nycator is Kephael's mortal enemy. As a god, Nycator now behaves like a wild beast. A handsome man with messy white hair and bright cyan eyes spoke solemnly. He was Phanon, one of the Chrysos heirs. The rear is secure already. Honestly, that fight wasn't satisfying at all. Just then, a burly man with beige and red hair, wearing only half a shirt and exposing one side of his chest with a red tattoo on his torso, dragged a Titankin along as he slowly walked over with a confident, even arrogant, smile. Mighty Eye, if you wanted to have your fill, how many civilians would have died? Phanon shrugged, his face practically spelling out provocation. You were just too weak, Deliverer. If you were strong enough, no civilians would have been hurt. Mighty Eye immediately fired back, his own face also full of provocation. Enough, you two settle down. Aglia quickly put a stop to the two men's bickering. Because both Phanon and Mighty Eye were Chrysos' heirs, important figures on the flame chase journey, and both served under Aglia's leadership, they obeyed her words. Ag cast Snowy Doe were back. At that moment, several sentry gates opened up around the four of them. Tribby, Tryan, and Trinan were the first to appear, then a whole group of little Tri emerged. Seeing so many sentry gates appear at once, everyone couldn't help but marvel at them. Teachers, is it really okay for you to open so many gates? Aglia asked the three little Tri, looking worried. She knew her teacher had grown much stronger after some adventures, but opening so many sentry gates always took a toll, so she couldn't help but worry. Please take care of yourselves. Castor Ice chimed in gently, genuinely caring for Tribby and the others. Try not to open unnecessary sentry gates. It's fine, Tryan replied with a big smile. With Lucian's blessing, we don't feel any drain at all. Hee hee. Trinan nodded in agreement, and the others echoed her words. Tribby glanced around at her many split selves, feeling they took up too much space, so, with a flash of light, the crowd of little Tri merged into the tall, beautiful Tribios. No need to worry about me, everyone. I really can open the sentry gate freely now. As she spoke, Tribbios' tone shifted back to that of an elegant, mature woman before she walked over to Castor Ice and took her hand. Everyone watched as Tribbios' hand began to turn black and disintegrate into purple butterflies upon contact with Castor Ice. Everyone knew that this was Castorus's innate curse, where anyone who touched her would die, dissolving into butterfly-shaped motes of light. However, what amazed everyone was Tribbios' condition. As soon as Tribbios' hand disintegrated, it rapidly regenerated, completely unaffected by Castorus's curse of death. How nice, Phanon said enviously. If I had Lady Tribbios' miraculous regeneration, I'd just handle Nicotter myself. Mighty Eye, who overheard him, couldn't help but scoff. Heh, not everyone gets a miracle. Besides, I'm immortal too, why aren't you jealous of me? Everyone knew that Mighty Eye had an immortal trait where even if he died, he would come back after a while. Phanon naturally would never admit he was jealous. Heh, you take a while to revive after dying. Phanon scoffed back. Look at Lady Tribbios, she literally can't die. Just like that, the two men stared each other down, neither willing to give in. Seeing them start to bicker again, Aglia decided not to say anything else and just let them be. What truly caught her attention now was the special and miraculous ability her teacher had obtained. If even Castorus's curse of death could not threaten her teacher, then it only meant that Lucian's blessing was far stronger than Castorus's curse. If all the Chrysos' heirs received such a blessing, why would they ever fear not obtaining the core flames? It's now the 7th day of hoping for Lucian's blessing. Just thinking about how, after all this time on the flame chase journey, they had still not secured even half of the core flames. Aglia couldn't help but feel helpless. Lady Tribios, you really don't need to do this, Castor Ice said with a sorrowful expression, weighed down by guilt. It's all right, Tribios smiled gently. In the first place, this is exactly what this power is meant for. Upon hearing this, Castorus's eyes welled up with tears. She had been cursed since birth, unable to touch anyone. Holding hands, hugging, being close, these were all luxuries to her, because anyone she touched always died without exception. It was only thanks to Lucian's blessing, his divine power, that she could finally make contact with someone. However, she knew that even though Tribios would not die, she would still feel the pain of disintegration. Every second of contact was like having her bones scraped away. It's enough, Lady Tribios. I'm already content. Castor Ice, sobbing, shook her head and let go of Tribbios' hand. Please don't suffer for me anymore. You know what, if it were Lucian, he would definitely do the same as I do, without hesitation. Tribios said with a gentle tone. He would definitely hold your hand, hug you, and make sure you're never so lonely again. I mean, that's just the kind of gentle person he is. Everyone could see the light in her eyes as she spoke. This female demigod had truly fallen deeply in love with that man called Lucian. Why do I smell the sour stench of romance? Phanon joked while scratching his head, but his words were met with a cold glare from Aglia. It's sweet. Get it right. Aglia firmly defended her teacher's reputation. As soon as Aglia's words fell, Castorice suddenly felt her eyelids grow heavy as overwhelming drowsiness washed over her. Styxia, Death Titan, Polixia, Castorice mumbled in a daze before collapsing. Tribios reacted first, immediately moving closer to check on Castorice. What's wrong? What happened? Alarmed by Castorice's sudden collapse, Phanon asked anxiously. Maybe she's just too tired and fell asleep? Gazing at the unconscious Castorice, Mighty Eye guessed with a frown. No, my golden thread connection to Cass has disappeared. Aglia shook her head. It seems she's entered some kind of mysterious state, just like Teacher. As she spoke, when Tribios reached out to touch Castorice, she found she could not make contact at all. It was as if Castorice were an illusion or a hologram, just like when Triby, Trian, and Trinan had entered this same state. Aglia remembered clearly that after waking up from that state, her teacher had suddenly obtained a miraculous power, a power from beyond this world. It must be Lucian again. Aglia spoke calmly. I believe he has chosen Cass. This is her chance. Hearing that Castorice was all right, Phanon breathed a sigh of relief. But then he let out another, this time a helpless sigh. Why wasn't I chosen? Phanon thought with regret. In the end, after some discussion, Aglia sent Phanon and Mighty Eye to help the civilians, while she and Tribios stayed to watch over Castorice. At the same time, Castorice began to dream. She dreamed of wandering the lands of Amphireus alone after the fall of Idonia. She encountered conflict and death again and again. In her dream, she had just sent off 1,000 fallen soldiers with her own hands. Exhausted in both body and mind, she came to a deserted riverbank, took off her clothes, and prepared to wash away the dust of the journey. An absurd meeting as Lucian entered the script. He succeeded in avoiding Noose. He had known the fact that, just like in every web novel, a system was more often than not always above the most powerful being in the world the protagonist had transmigrated to. If not for that, Lucian would never have dared to take the risk of provoking Noose. As it turned out, he was right. Now that he was inside the script, even Noose couldn't come after him. No doubt, the godly script system's standing is higher than that of an Aeon. Even Noose failed to calculate my existence with their godly brain. No wonder they wanted to trap me. Thankfully, Lucian had waited 3 days until the script's cooldown was almost over before seeking out Herta. He needed to make sure the script was ready the next time before doing something reckless like that again. Amphireus again. And this time it's Castorice. Lucian recalled that Castorice was that pitiful young woman who had never had a friend since childhood, living in loneliness for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, as always, he still had no idea what the script's completion conditions or requirements were. Just as Lucian was thinking about it, his field of vision suddenly pulled away and zoomed out, just like before. It was as if all the scenery flooded his eyes at once, bringing a momentary sense of disorientation. Gulp, what's going on? Water? Am I underwater? Lucian noticed that his whole body felt icy cold, as if he were soaking in water, while his mouth, nose, and ears were all filled with water. As soon as Lucian opened his eyes, he was instantly stunned, because what he saw was a figure leaning toward him from above. A slender hand, dripping with water, suddenly shot upward at an unbelievable speed and angle. It was frighteningly accurate, reaching out to block the unsuspecting, but that was about to press down on his face. Bah! As soon as Lucian's hand touched the butt, the feeling against his palm was soft and delicate. With surprising elasticity and a hint of warmth, the sensation was like an electric shock, making his nerves tingle. Kyadash! In that instant, the butt's owner let out a piercing scream. instantly springing up and spinning around to see what was happening. As a result, she saw a man emerging from the water. Just like that, their eyes met. Lucian saw a young woman's face, so beautiful it was breathtaking, twisted in shock, anger, and shame. Oh, it's her. Lucian instantly recognized the woman as the protagonist of this script, Castor Ice. At this moment, she looked about 18, though maybe a bit older. Since Castor Ice was, after all, an immortal, and her appearance after reaching 18 would never change from then on. Under the sunlight, Castor's unprotected breasts gleamed brightly, boldly showing the charm of their pink cherry to Lucian. Did she get so shocked that she forgot to cover them? Lucian couldn't help but wonder in his mind while his eyes appreciated the beautiful scenery. Castor Ice, who was frozen in shock, finally realized that the person in front of her was a man. Did this man hide in the water to spy on her? Having lived all these long years, Castor Ice had never once been caught off guard like this, so her mind went completely blank, and she did not know how to react. Swish! Instinctively, Castor Ice raised her arm high, her slender palm cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as she used all her strength to slap Lucian across his face. The gust from her palm was so fierce that her fingertips seemed wrapped in a visible aura of death that could chill one's soul. However, just before touching Lucian's face, Castor Ice suddenly stopped her hand, because she remembered that anyone she touched would die. As a kind-hearted person, Castor Ice could not bear to kill someone who did not want to die, even if that person was a pervert. It was not a crime worth death. However, Lucian reacted quickly as well. Just as Castor Ice stopped her hand, Lucian's left hand shot out like a snake, his fingers closing like steel claws, swiftly and accurately grabbing her slender wrist that carried a curse of death. Castor's wrist felt icy cold, frail, and so thin that it seemed it would snap with just a little force. More importantly, Lucian realized that when he grabbed her wrist, she had already eased her strength, which meant she hadn't truly intended to slap him. All right, listen first. I swear with every fiber of my being, this is just a misunderstanding. Lucian explained quickly, trying to justify this absurd meeting. I swear I just happened to show up here by accident. Indeed, it really was a misunderstanding. Yes, he did see plenty of VIP content, but this situation was force majeure. He opened his eyes, and it was right there. What could he do? As Lucian's words fell, Castor's shame and anger were instead replaced by a surge of surprise, not because of his excuse, but because of their physical contact. Castor Ice widened her eyes, and all her struggles and all her shame froze in an instant as she stared at Lucian's hand. Now within her purple eyes, the flames of shame and anger were suddenly extinguished, replaced by disbelief. Looking down at her own wrists, Castor Ice saw that Lucian's hand was firmly covering skin she had never allowed anyone to touch. No desintegración, no withering, no sign of death spreading across his skin. Clearly, the man before her was still alive and well. Soon enough, as the icy river water wrapped around her waist, chilling her to the bone, it finally yanked Castor Ice out of her soul-shaking shock. "I'll let go of me. Don't look." Castor's voice trembled, carrying both the relief of surviving some disaster and the struggle to hold back the raging storm inside her heart. Lucian immediately let go. As long as Castor Ice did not slap him, he had no reason to keep holding her. He was, after all, a gentleman, not a pervert. On the riverbank, a white dress, underclothes, and long white socks lay quietly on the grass like abandoned butterfly wings. Castor Ice almost pounced toward them, moving with a kind of panic she had never felt before. In a hurried manner, Castor Ice grabbed the soft fabric, wrapping it around her wet body, and when the cold fabric clung to her chilled skin, it made her shiver, yet it also gave her a fragile sense of security. As sunlight outlined her tense profile, Castor's fingers shook slightly, failing several times to slip through the tiny laces while her lips pressed tightly together, as if she were enduring some great hardship. Every rustle of the fabric and every gentle tug at the laces echoed her chaotic emotions. That man who appeared so suddenly from the river bottom. Is he still there? How much did he see? No, more importantly, why is my curse of death useless on him? Splash! Right after Castor Ice finished getting dressed, she heard the sound of water splashing behind her. Lucian climbed ashore at just the right time, because he had purposely waited until Castor Ice finished dressing before coming up, so this introverted and shy princess wouldn't feel threatened. He understood, well, that after going through something so crazy, she was bound to feel uneasy. He did not want to scare off the script's protagonist and end up having to chase her down to complete the script. Rip! In the next moment, Lucian tore off his wet clothes, then used the power of abundance to instantly form new ones. Nodding to himself, Lucian then looked over at Castor Ice, seeing that they now stood 10 meters apart. Lucian had originally thought Castor Ice would leave or remain silent, but he did not expect her to approach him on her own. As Castor Ice stopped 5 meters away from Lucian, she spoke up with a tense expression. "Who are you? Why didn't you die?" Upon hearing this, Lucian smiled wryly. Rather than caring about her naked body being seen by a male stranger, Castor Ice was far more concerned that the stranger who had touched her was not dead. Yep, she really is a kind woman. Lucian thought with emotion, then answered Castor's question. Simple. Because I'm an emanator of abundance, so I can't die. He then stepped forward, reached out his hand, and continued in a gentle tone. If you don't believe me, want to try again? Castor Ice did not know what an emanator of abundance was, but from the sound of it, it should be something very powerful. Castor Ice looked at Lucian's earnest face, then at his hand. She honestly wanted to try, but she was scared, because if she failed, this man would die by her hand. As Castor Ice hesitated, a warm yet firm hand suddenly reached out and grabbed hers without hesitation. See? You can't kill me. Lucian grinned brightly, his eyes shining. Godly bandage, you can't kill me. If these words had been spoken by someone else, they would have sounded like provocation, even mockery, but in Castor's ears, they became an incredibly gentle promise. Since childhood, she had been trained as the Holy Maiden of War, using her own hands to send off the severely wounded, the dying, those begging for death, and even the freshly dead. Because the nether realm no longer received souls, the dead could not be reincarnated, nor could they find peace. Coincidentally, Castor Ice possessed the ability to grant true death, which was why she became the Holy Maiden of Idonia. Later, after the destruction of Idonia, Castor Ice became a wanderer and remains so to this day. I'm so glad. You really can't die. A bright light appeared in Castor's eyes as she observed Lucian's body closely and saw not a single scratch on him. Such a revelation made Castor Ice feel excited and genuinely happy. Since after hundreds of years, Lucian was the first person able to hold her hand. Lucian felt Castor's grip on his hand tighten even more. Because those fair, soft hands had not yet been covered by gloves, Lucian got to savor the wonderful experience of holding them. Still, to hold hands so seriously with a man she had just met showed just how much Castor Ice valued touching someone who could not die. Not just holding hands, even if you hug me, I still won't die, you know? Want to try? Lucian, still grinning, spread his arms wide. In truth, it was not that Castor's power had no effect, but rather that Lucian's abundance power was canceling it out, so there was no visible result. If Castor's curse of death had been at the level of an emanator, Lucian would probably have been like Wolverine, constantly being wiped out and regenerating at the same time. Fortunately, she was not, so he could hug her as he pleased. At Lucian's offer, Castor Ice quickly shook her head, looking a little flustered. We don't even know each other yet. And you also did that kind of thing to me? Yes, Castor Ice cared about Lucian's immunity to her curse of death, but she was not foolish or naive. She still understood the differences between men and women. So to start hugging just after meeting? Wouldn't that be way too daring? Besides, she still remembered the feeling of being slapped on the butt, so her vigilance toward Lucian still lingered. Well, let's introduce ourselves then. My name is Lucian. By the way, now we know each other. Lucian smiled calmly. but quickly switched to a serious look. What happened earlier was not my intention. I know this sounds absurd, but when I woke up, I was already there. Seeing him so serious, Castor Ice remained silent for a moment before nodding. All right, my name is Castor Ice. Castor Ice thought Lucian did not look like someone who was lying, and besides, she was also not really good at talking, so she decided not to dwell on it. Suddenly, Castor's stomach let out a soft, almost cute growl. In that instant, she quickly covered her stomach with both hands, her face flushing as she turned away and snatched up a fruit from the ground. Do you want one? Castor Ice shyly held the fruit out to Lucian. Seeing her like this, Lucian chuckled, then took the fruit and swallowed it in a single bite. It was honestly sour and not tasty at all. Is this all you eat? Lucian asked casually while tossing the fruit up and down his hand. You don't eat meat? Castor Ice nodded softly, looking somewhat pitiful. I can't catch any. Lucian blinked, then realized she truly could not catch any, because of Castor's curse of death. The moment she touched any living being with a soul, be it chicken, duck, fish, or even an insect, it would be erased, leaving not a single trace of meat behind. So how could she eat meat? What a pitiful woman. Lucian suddenly felt a deep sympathy for Castor Ice. Perhaps it was because of the abundance's compassion for all beings that even the usually indifferent Lucian began to feel sentimental. Sighing softly, Lucian walked to the river and looked around. He wanted to catch a fish, but they had just caused a commotion in the river. So all the fish and shrimp had already gone into hiding. Luckily, just then, a plump fish swam down from upstream, and Lucian, who noticed it, quickly grabbed it in one swift motion. Not wasting time, Lucian immediately piled up some branches and lit a fire, then sat on a stone to clean the plump fish. Meanwhile, Castor Ice quietly stood by, watching Lucian from the side. She recalled how, when she was little, every time she wanted to eat meat, it had always been her foster mother who cooked it for her. However, in the end, after she had set out on her journey to seek the Death Titan and wandered from place to place, she could only eat meat once she reached a city. Out in the wild, all she had were wild fruits, and sometimes she even went several months without tasting meat at all. Just like her current situation, she had been surviving on wild fruits for 3 months. So when her eyes fell upon such a plump fish, she was honestly more than a little tempted. Soon, Lucian brought his hand down in a single chop, severing the fish's head from its body. He then skewered the body on a stick and set it over the fire to roast, before pulling out a white bandage from who knew where and wrapping it around the severed fish's head. What are you doing? Castor Ice asked curiously, not understanding what he was doing. Is this some kind of burial ritual? Nope, I'm just trying out my new ability. Lucian grinned with pride as he gazed at the white bandage. Needless to say, the white bandage was something he had made from his own life force by using the godly bandage. Godly bandage consumed its user's life force to create miraculous bandages, where anything completely covered by them, whether living or non-living, would be restored to the prime state as recognized by the user. As an emanator of abundance, Lucian could grant blessings and self-healing to living beings, but these bandages could even restore non-living things, making them far more versatile than the power of abundance itself. Of course, the bigger the thing to be restored, the more bandages and life force it required. Anyone else would have been troubled by this, but Lucian simply ignored it, for an emanator of abundance like him was never short on life force, even had more than enough to restore an entire planet. Surely he wouldn't be asked to restore a galaxy, a universe, or even the imaginary tree someday, right? Before long, the fish head wrapped in the bandage began to swell, and the bandage expanded with it, gradually returning to the complete form of the fish. Bah, 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 bah. Following a crisp sound, the fish's tail slapped up and down, signaling that it was clearly alive once more. Lucian immediately unwrapped the fish and saw that it appeared exactly the same as before. Even so, Lucian felt both half satisfied and half disappointed with the result. So, the prime state isn't just limited by what I think, but also by the target's own limits. Earlier, Lucian had wished to restore the fish to the state of an emanator-level existence. Yet the result was merely a restored, plump fish. Its own limits could not be surpassed. In any case, Lucian now had a clearer sense of how this ability could be applied. How can its body be restored and even come back to life? Castoris leaned in with surprise, her beautiful eyes fixed on the fish that had just returned to life. Is this alchemy? Are you an alchemist? In her eyes, only alchemists could bring back the dead or restore flesh. Yet what shocked her even more was that this revived fish was exactly the same as the one Lucian had just skewered. Even the wound on its tail was identical. Rather than healing, it seemed more like resetting the fish's time back to before it had been killed. Nope, it's not alchemy. Lucian shook his head and curled his lip. I wouldn't use that stuff even if you paid me. Alchemy was about equivalent exchange. Whatever you gained, you had to lose the same amount. But look at him, what had he lost? Just a tiny bit of life force, nothing more. In the next moment, Lucian brought his hand down and chopped off the fish's head again. If one isn't enough, just tell me. Lucian said casually, I can restore the fish again, so you can eat as much fish as you want. Upon hearing this, Castoris couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, she felt as if the Death Titan was nothing more than a rookie compared to Lucian. And no, it's enough. Castoris quickly waved her hands, looking flustered. One is plenty already. Seeing her so flustered, Lucian chuckled, then ate 10 fish in one go. Of course, the 10 fish were still the same fish. In other words, the same fish was killed 10 times and restored 10 times. At last, on the final restoration, Lucian restored the fish and put it back into the river, granting it freedom. With just a dozen rounds of suffering in exchange for its life, the fish totally comes out ahead. Lucian nodded like a wise sage. If that fish ever gains sentience, ITLL owe me big time. Is that so? Castoris was at a loss for words. What Lucian said did not sound quite right, but on second thought, it made a strange kind of sense. Trading suffering for life, it really didn't seem wrong. Styxia and Thanatos in the end. After eating and drinking their fill, Lucian and Castoris sat by the campfire together. Castoris, knowing that Lucian was unaffected by her curse of death, no longer kept her distance from him like before. Now, they sat facing each other, staring into the fire in silence. Where are you headed next? Sir? After several minutes of silence, Castoris took the initiative to ask. Seriously, don't call me sir, just call my name. Lucian replied while poking at the fire with a branch. As for where, I'm just a wanderer, so I have no real destination. In truth, he had only one goal for coming here: to stay by Castris's side and complete the script. Naturally, if his intentions were too obvious, he worried she might get suspicious, so he simply played the role of a wanderer to get closer to her. I see. So we're the same kind of people. I'm wandering too. Castoris, mimicking Lucian by picking up a branch and poking at the fire, said softly. In that case, Lucian, would you like to travel with me? She had finally met someone she could touch, so she really did not want to let this chance slip away. Who knew how long it would take to meet the next person who could touch her? Well, I never say no to an invitation from a beautiful lady. Lucian reached out with his branch to tap the one in Castris's hand as he voiced his agreement. Castoris smiled and tapped Lucian's branch in return, showing she appreciated it, though inwardly she breathed a sigh of relief. It was only natural, since this was, after all, the first time Castoris had invited someone to travel together, and the one she invited was a man at that, so it had taken her a lot of courage to ask Lucian. Luckily, Lucian agreed, and he even seemed quite happy about it. So, where are you headed? Still watching the fire, Lucian asked casually. I'm going to look for the Death Titan, Thanatos. Castoris replied softly. I want to ask why they curse me. Upon hearing this, Lucian was silent for a moment before speaking up. Let me tell you a story. Lucian already knew the plot and what was going on. Castoris had a younger sister in her previous life named Polixia. Both of them were successors to the previous Death Titan, but to pass the trial to obtain the power of the Death Titan, They had to take the life of a family member with their own hands. In other words, one of them must have taken the other's life. In the end, the older sister willingly offered up her heart so the younger could become a god, becoming the next Death Titan. After Polixia became the Death Titan known as Thanatos. For some unknown reason, she didn't lose her memory, so the first thing she did once Era Nova arrived was use alchemy to revive her sister, and even gave half of the Death Titan's authority to her. As expected, the unexpected happened. With only half her authority, Polixia died tragically upon entering the mortal realm, and Castoris was left with only the authority to grant death. As a result, both sisters led miserable lives. Lucian told Castoris this story to see how she would react, but if that's the case, I would definitely forgive Thanatos. As she spoke, Castoris actually smiled, clearly because she was impressed by Lucian's so-called story. Thank you. I like your story, but thankfully, it's not real. Who could stand to see their own sister die? Such a tragic death. Castoris did not want to believe Lucian's story about her, thinking he had made it up only to comfort her. However, upon hearing Castoris's words, Lucian's temper flared. He couldn't help it. After all that honesty, she called it fake? If you don't believe it, then see with your own eyes. Lucian stood up, his face serious. Let's go to Styxia. Follow the river of souls to its source, and you'll find Thanatos. How do you know that? Castoris looked up, her eyes clear and sharp. Are you actually Thanatos? Bruh, what kind of logic is that? Lucian couldn't help but chuckle, then reached out and flicked her forehead. Anyway, are you coming or not? Castoris held her flicked forehead with both hands, then nodded lightly. I'm coming. Just like that, the two set off together on their first journey. By the way, what year is in the light calendar now? As Lucian and Castoris walked side by side across grassy plains, Lucian asked while observing the surroundings. Year 3900. Castoris answered instantly. 3900. Lucian muttered softly, staring blankly at the sky. It's already this late. What do you mean, late? Seeing Lucian looking distraught for the first time, Castoris raised her eyebrows and asked gently. No, it's nothing. Lucian sighed and shook his head. It's just that. There are some things I won't be able to do in time. He actually wanted to know how far along the story of Tribios in this script was. Unfortunately, by the year 3900, the Flame Chase journey had long since begun, so the Chrysos heirs had already suffered through centuries of hardship, and most of them had perished. I wonder if the godly bandage can restore the split Tribios. If he ever got the chance to meet Tribi and the others in this script, he would definitely give it a try. Of course, this script's protagonist was still Castoris, so his focus had to stay on her. He couldn't get distracted. As they walked, Lucian suddenly stopped and gazed at Castoris. Cass, you have a map? Let me see. Upon hearing Lucian suddenly call her by the intimate nickname Cass, Castoris's cheeks flushed slightly. Castoris silently took a deep breath to calm herself, then quickly pulled out a world map of Amphoreas from her bag, with the positions of all the city-states marked on it. Styxia has long since been destroyed, and the River of Souls now surrounds it, making it an isolated island. Castoris pointed to a location on the map, as she explained. Now, no one can cross the river to enter. It was also because of that. For all these years, she had never gone back to Styxia, her actual homeland. In fact, she only knew from her foster mother, Amunet, that Styxia was actually her homeland. Even if you can't die, entering the River of Souls means being entangled by the dead and dragged into the abyss. Castoris continued, looking worriedly at Lucian, trying to dissuade him from taking the risk. Just give me your hand and close your eyes. I'll give you a surprise. Lucian, paying no mind to Castoris's talk of danger, spread his hands and spoke confidently without a hint of fear. Castoris, however, had her cheeks redden again upon hearing about holding hands, clearly feeling shy. Funnily enough, she always wanted to touch a living person, but she also wanted to act reserved when she had the chance. In the end, Lucian, noticing Castoris's shyness, grabbed her hand, put an arm around her slender waist, and gave her a gentle smile. In 1 second, we'll land on top of the city wall at the marked coordinates. Whoosh! As soon as Lucian's words fell, Castorice hadn't even recovered from the shock of being grabbed around the waist when the scene before her suddenly blurred and dimmed. In the next second, Castorice found herself in an unknown place, Lucian still embracing her as they stood on top of something like a city wall. Where they stood was a dark and gloomy place, with not a single ray of sunlight, only the purple glow from the River of Souls lit up the surroundings. Both of them could also hear the low whispers of the dead, murmuring something unintelligible. Below them, souls indeed drifted through the waters of the river beneath the wall. Some had been dead for so long that they could no longer reincarnate, their consciousness completely erased, becoming mere wandering souls. Can you put me down?" A timid voice came from Lucian's arms. Lucian looked down and met Castorice's beautiful, bashful eyes. Seeing Lucian calmly looking straight into her eyes from such a close distance, Castorice quickly turned her gaze away, a blush spreading across her cheeks. As the heat on her face neared its limit, she gently pressed against his waist, hinting that she wanted to be released. "See, I didn't lie to you." Lucian, chuckling inwardly, spoke calmly while releasing Castorice from his embrace, acting as if nothing had happened. This is the place." Castorice, regaining her composure, looked around and nodded lightly. "But how did you do it?" "Just now. Your speed, only the demigod of trickery could manage that. But the demigod of trickery is... You just need to know that I'm strong, stronger than anyone." Lucian flashed a confident smile. "In other words, you can rely on me all you want." Such confident words were as if there was nothing in this world he couldn't handle, which made Castorice, affected by them, suddenly want to rely on someone for the first time. In the end, the two walked against the current of the River of Souls, walking for a long time, so long that Lucian lost track of time until they finally reached their destination. At the river's source, they found a dragon. It was a massive, pale, purple-white dragon with wings on its back, looking like a Western dragon. Needless to say, the dragon was none other than the corpse of the death titan Thanatos, also known as Netherwing, or Pollux. More importantly, since the corpse was lodged in the current, it had become a barrier across the River of Souls, halting the water's flow. "Well then, watch me work a miracle." Lucian spoke calmly and took out a white bandage from nowhere. "Polixia Thanatos really is here?" Now, Castorice finally believed Lucian. Even after searching for so many years, she had never been able to find the Death Titan. Yet right after meeting Lucian, before even a full day had passed, she had already found the Death Titan without any effort. Castorice could not help but sigh helplessly in her heart, wondering why she had to meet Lucian so late. How nice it would have been to meet him a few hundred years earlier. How meaningless all her years of wandering seemed now. A familiar sensation. Could it be? Lucian's story about me having a younger sister was also true? Castorice did not dare to imagine it. If that were true, just how pitiful had her sister's life been? For her sake, her sister had brought about her own death and also caused disaster for humanity. As Castorice was lost in thought, Lucian was busy examining the enormous dragon's corpse. From what he knew, Thanatos, or rather, Polixia, had only half of her divine authority left, and now that she was dead, she could no longer wield it. Whenever people died, their souls were drawn to the River of Souls. But since reincarnation and resurrection could not be processed due to Polixia's mistake, these souls could only wander and gather nearby. As more and more souls gathered, they eventually merged into the River of Souls, which was why, after every war, when countless people died, the water level of the River of Souls would rise. However, there was an exception. Lucian immediately thought of Mighty Eye. Mighty Eye claimed to be immortal, but in truth, it was simply that his soul could not reincarnate or resurrect after death. By relying on sheer willpower, he resisted the call of the Nether Realm, swam back from the River of Souls, and eventually forced himself back to life. It was just bizarre. Lucian couldn't help but wonder if reviving Castor's sister might be one of the script's completion conditions. Meeting me is the greatest luck you've ever had. Watch as I bring the dead back to life. Lucian teased Castorice as he held a white bandage crafted by the godly bandage, then walked up to the dead dragon and began wrapping it with the bandage. Seeing this, Castorice quickly came to help. She knew just how miraculous Lucian's bandage was. No matter how little remained, even just a fish's head, it could be restored to its original state. As the two of them worked together, the dead dragon was quickly wrapped tightly with the bandage. Lucian planned to restore Polixia to her prime state as the Death Titan. What was her prime state? It meant she should have complete divine authority, a complete soul, a complete body, and a complete consciousness. In the blink of an eye, the dragon's body wrapped by the bandage began to twist and morph. But no matter how the shape changed, the bandage freely stretched and shrank, perfectly matching the internal changes without leaving any gaps. Will this really work on a Titan? Castorice could not help but ask in doubt. Truth comes from practice. Lucian responded calmly. In fact, this was also an experiment to see whether concepts like divine authority, soul, and consciousness, things so abstract and intangible, could truly be restored by the godly bandage. Before long, the bandage-wrapped dragon began to shrink, becoming about human-sized, like a mummy. Lucian looked carefully and saw that the bandage now resembled a skin-tight suit, outlining the curves of a graceful young woman, especially her B-cup chest and delicate toes, all of which were clearly visible. It was obvious this was the body of a young woman in her prime. Suddenly, the mummy's hand moved, and swish, swish, swish. In that instant, the bandage unraveled on its own, revealing Polixia with nothing covering her body, who looked 99 identical to Castorice in every way. Thanks to this, however, Lucian was treated to yet another round of VIP content. Nice. Lucian nodded appreciatively, savoring the unexpected view. Castorice, startled by how closely Polixia resembled her, froze for a moment before quickly shifting her gaze to Lucian. Yet at that very moment, Lucian had already produced a robe and draped it over Polixia with a calm expression. He's really not a pervert. Castorice was moved by Lucian's actions and let out a soft sigh of relief. Now, Castorice was convinced that what had happened before, when Lucian hid underwater, truly had been a misunderstanding, though she failed to notice the subtle curl at the corner of his lips. Who are you? Polixia, after opening her eyes, saw Lucian's handsome yet unfamiliar face, then looked down and noticed a robe covering her body with nothing on underneath. What did you do to me? Polixia's voice was unbelievably soft and gentle. Just by listening, it was clear she was a quiet, reserved woman, but her tone as she questioned Lucian carried a faint trace of panic and surprise. What did I do? Lucian frowned, feigning annoyance. I brought you back to life, and you look at me like I'm some kind of creep? Upon hearing this, Polixia instantly remembered that she had died. She recalled how, on the day she used alchemy to revive her sister, she transformed into a dragon known as Pollux and escorted her sister back home in the mortal realm, but immediately afterward, she herself died, which was somewhat embarrassing. Shaking her head to scatter this thought, Polixia looked seriously at Lucian. Who are you? How can you revive a Titan? Polixia had just asked this when she caught sight of Castorice nearby. Without waiting for Lucian's answer, she immediately sat up. Elder sister, as Polixia exclaimed in surprise, the robe, which had not been put on properly, slid off when she sat up, exposing her naked body again. Seeing this, Lucian sighed helplessly, used the power of abundance to weave a set of proper clothes, and tossed them to Polixia. Seriously, put some clothes on first. Right after saying this, Lucian turned away, acting like a gentleman. As soon as Polixia finished putting on her clothes, she told the truth about what had happened to her and Castorice back then. And Castorice, the more she listened to Polixia's account, the more flabbergasted she became, because it truly matched Lucian's story. As a result, Castorice could not help but believe it. Now, Even though she finally understood everything, especially the curse of death that had made her life miserable, she could not muster any hatred or resentment, since she knew that her sister had done all of this for her sake. Elder sister, I'm so glad to see you again. Polixia, sitting on the ground, spoke with relief as Castorice knelt down and hugged her. But I can't remember anything from before. I'm sorry. Castorice gently held her sister from her previous life, pity stirring in her heart, yet unable to truly empathize. Just then, Polixia suddenly sensed something strange. Why is my authority? Polixia suddenly realized that half of the Death Titan's divine authority she had given to her sister had returned to her. So now, she possessed the complete divine authority of the Death Titan. Yet as she looked at her sister, she could still feel that her sister held half of the divine authority. Thanatos, the Death Titan, represented both life and death. Back then, she had given her sister the half that represented life, so her sister could walk in the mortal realm, while she herself kept the half that represented death, which only allowed her to roam the nether realm. No, this isn't right. Something must have gone wrong. According to my plan, I was supposed to have you represent life with the authority to defy death, so you could live in the mortal realm and wield the power of resurrection. And I would be the one who represents death and keeps the authority to grant death, dwelling in the nether realm with the power of reincarnation and unable to set foot in the mortal realm. Originally, this had been Polixia's plan, but an accident occurred, leading Castorice, who represented life, to gain the authority to grant death instead, becoming a reaper who could walk the mortal realm. Polixia, on the other hand, represented death with the authority to defy death, which caused her to be unable to enter the mortal realm and allow souls to reincarnate. It was also for that reason that, after turning into Pollux and coming to the mortal realm, Polixia died on the spot. Sadly, the plan sounded wonderful, but reality is harsh. Lucian chimed in as he turned around and crouched down, meeting Polixia's gaze. Now, back to the earlier question. Am Lucian, an emanator of abundance, who gave you life again? As for the complete authority of Thanatos you received, that's just a bonus from me, so you don't get yourself killed again. As soon as Lucian's words fell, Polixia looked at him with utter disbelief, staring blankly into his eyes as if he were some alien. What was an emanator of abundance? What did he mean when he said the authority of Thanatos was just a bonus? Just how powerful was this man to speak so casually about such things? Polixia did not dare to imagine, nor could she comprehend it, since in her mind, the Titans were the supreme gods, the strongest of all. And now, a man who could even bring a Titan back to life had appeared out of nowhere. She just could not understand it. Seeing Polixia's stunned and dumbfounded face, Lucian chuckled, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Honestly, even he had not expected the godly bandage to restore a Titan's authority so perfectly. It seemed that this conceptual ability could even be applied to abstract concepts he could comprehend. Yup, not a bad ability at all. At this thought, Lucian suddenly had an idea. If half of Polixia's divine authority could be restored without affecting Castorice, then why not restore Castorice's divine authority as well? As this flash of inspiration struck him, Lucian immediately created another bandage. Cass, come here, Lucian said with a smile, gesturing with his hand. Let me give you a little blessing as compensation for the feast for my eyes you just gave me. Feast for my eyes? Compensation? Castorice was confused for a moment before finally understanding what Lucian meant, instantly recalling the scene when they had first met in the river. In a flash, her face turned red. Please, don't bring it up, Castorice said shyly, dodging Lucian's gaze. We agreed to forget about that. Upon hearing their conversation, Polixia tilted her head sideways, feeling confused. What feast? Just what had this man done with her sister? Ha ha, saw thee. Come on, never mind the small stuff. Not giving Castorice a chance to refuse. Lucian started wrapping her with a bandage, and very soon, a new mummy was finished. 2 Death Titans did. I revive like this? Polixia, still sitting on the ground since her legs were unable to move, asked Lucian in surprise when she saw her mummified sister. Yup, even after being dead for over 1,000 years. As long as there's a corpse left, I can always bring someone back to life. Lucian replied casually, then reached out and pinched Polyxia's calf. By the way, these legs of yours, even after turning into a titan, you can't heal them? He knew that Polyxia had been disabled before she became a titan, but logically, after becoming a titan, which was no different than a god in Amphireus, minor problems like this should have been ignored, right? Death Titan doesn't have the power of healing, so I can't heal myself either. Polyxia shook her head. Only in dragon form can I move around freely. TSK. Can't even heal limbs? Lucian gave her a look of reproach. Is the power of Death Titan this useless? No wonder just a bit of black tide could leave all the titans of Amphireus half dead. Polyxia was left speechless by Lucian's words. Looking rather awkward since this was the first time she had heard anyone call the Death Titan useless. Well, whatever. Let me show you the power of abundance. Lucian shrugged, then placed both of his hands on Polyxia's legs. Remember, you'd better praise the abundance. In the next moment, Lucian unleashed the power of abundance to heal Polyxia's legs. Fortunately, Polyxia had not received the blessing of abundance before, so her legs hadn't been permanently fixed by it. In other words, there was still hope for healing, unlike the denizens of abundance, who inherited the blessing from their parents the moment they were conceived. If any of them were born with disabilities, their genes were set from the very beginning unchangeable, incurable. As a result, the blessing of abundance became more of a curse than a blessing. Of course, things were different now, since Lucian wielded a conceptual ability like the godly bandage, which had to be higher level than the blessing of abundance. Any so-called defect, or even being struck by Mara, would be easy for him to fix. If the Xianzhou natives knew about this, they would probably be begging to be wrapped in Lucian's bandage. As for Polyxia's legs, there was no need to use the godly bandage, since the power of abundance alone was enough. Shortly after Lucian's treatment, Polyxia began to feel sensations in her legs, as she felt his warm hands caressing her calves. His touch wandering along both legs, it felt so comfortable. In all her life, this was maybe the first time she had felt something like this. Polyxia unconsciously moaned, but she quickly covered her mouth, her face blushing bright red. Okay, try standing up. Lucian, as if not noticing her moan, gently patted Polyxia's thigh. Polyxia tried moving her legs, and to her surprise, they really did move. She slowly stood up, but since she hadn't walked in so long, she instantly lost her balance and fell right into Lucian's arms. Don't rush it, Missy, Lucian said with a smile. Get used to it slowly. No need to throw yourself at me so fast. Polyxia, suddenly teased, was so embarrassed she couldn't even look at him. After calming herself, she tightly grabbed his arm, trying to get used to her legs again. But just then, the bandage covering Castorus's body unraveled. Unfortunately, there was none of the VIP content Lucian had imagined this time. What you two doing? As soon as Castorice took off the bandage, she instinctively asked when she saw Lucian and her sister hugging so closely. However, in the next moment, she suddenly lowered her head and pressed her forehead, her face going dazed as if she was lost in thought. Seeing Castorus's behavior, Lucian narrowed his eyes. It was just his wild guess, but it seemed like Castorus's memories from her previous life had returned. Elder sister, it's not what you think. Polyxia hurried to explain as she broke free from Lucian's embrace and walked over to Castorice. But this time, thanks to her healed legs, she didn't fall, she only walked a little awkwardly. Your legs. Castorice looked at her sister standing before her in surprise, then at Lucian. Needless to say, no one but Lucian could have done this. In her previous life memories, her sister had spent her whole life in a wheelchair, and now, seeing her sister actually walk, she felt nothing but joy and excitement. She never imagined that the man she met by chance would have such a huge impact on her life. Lucian, heal my legs, Polyxia said emotionally. Just as these words fell, Castor Ice suddenly stepped forward and hugged Polixia. Now that her previous life memories had returned, Castor Ice couldn't help but cry as she held her sister. Polixia, I remember now. I remember what happened before my sacrifice. Upon hearing this, Polixia's eyes widened slightly, and soon, a relieved smile appeared on her face. Now her sister was truly back by her side again. As the two sisters clung to each other, Lucian, who watched from the side, nodded to himself. Godly bandage can even restore memories. Huh. As expected of a conceptual level ability. From his understanding, since Castor Ice was basically the other half of the Death Titan, with the soul of her previous life, her prime state would be divine authority complete, soul complete, memory complete, body complete. In other words, the current Castor Ice had become a Death Titan, making Amphirius have two Death Titans. Realizing this, Lucian felt that things were about to get interesting. Elder sister, why do you have a core flame? Polixia cried out in shock when she sensed a core flame of death inside Castorus because she herself also carried one, which should have been impossible. For two core flames of death to exist at the same time. How could Polixia not be stunned? Castor Ice, who hadn't expected this either, quickly checked herself and soon realized that she not only carried a core flame of death, but also bore the complete divine authority of the Death Titan. Realizing her absurd situation, Castor Ice swiftly turned to Lucian. Is this the little blessing you want to give me? More or less. Lucian shrugged with a gentle smile. Since your power to grant death can't be erased, but let you have the power to defy death. Cass, from now on, you're not just the Reaper who brings death, you can also save lives. As soon as she heard this, the walls Castor Ice had built inside her heart for thousands of years shattered instantly. In her eyes, Lucian now appeared so grand, like a god bathed in golden light. He was her savior, pitying her tragic fate, coming to her, granting her redemption. Now, Castor Ice was certain Lucian was her salvation. In that moment, she made her decision. No matter what happened in the future, she would always protect his safety, even at the cost of her life. It was because of me that you had to suffer, Polixia said, biting her lower lip. If I hadn't given you half of my divine authority, giving you the hand of shadow that was never able to embrace anyone, you wouldn't have had to endure such loneliness. You should have been able to embrace others freely. If she hadn't crossed that line, maybe her elder sister would have lived a happier life. Castor Ice, instead of being angry, smiled gently and lightly patted Polixia's head. I've never blamed you, Castor Ice said softly. If you hadn't brought me back, I could never have met Lucian, much less hold you again. All of this was destined. Right after comforting Polixia, she walked up to Lucian and stopped right in front of him. But then, her eyes darted around, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare. Seeing her like this, Lucian was convinced she was still the same Castor Ice. Even with her previous lives' memory restored, her personality hadn't changed at all. She was still the Castor Ice he knew. Can I hug you? Castor Ice finally summoned her courage and timidly asked Lucian. Even though her eyes held a trace of shyness, they also carried a spark of determination. It was as if she were saying, I have to hug you no matter what. Of course, Lucian, as a normal straight man, wouldn't reject a beautiful woman wanting to throw herself into his arms. So without further ado, he immediately embraced Castor Ice. Honestly, now that Castor Ice had the full divine authority of the Death Titan, her curse of death her power of death was even stronger than before. Thankfully, Lucian could still handle it. Meanwhile, Polixia, seeing Castor Ice hug Lucian, gave a gentle smile. Because she had never truly experienced loneliness having her sister, her teacher, and her friends before becoming Thanatos, and dying too quickly afterward to ever feel it, she wasn't as desperate as Castor Ice. Still, knowing she would have to guard the Nether Realm from now on, Polixia figured she might taste loneliness later, so she ultimately stepped up to Lucian and hugged him, just like Castor Ice. You're the only one we sisters can touch, so please, let me feel your warmth too, Polixia said softly. closing her eyes as a peaceful smile graced her face. Lucian, with a beautiful woman in each arm, couldn't help but smile as he felt their softness and warmth. Experiencing something like this, what man wouldn't be moved? 5 years later, Castorice, being embraced by someone for the first time in so long, could not bear to part with Lucian's warmth. Polixia, seeing her elder sister refuse to let go, also did not feel right leaving first, not wanting to interrupt her sister's happiness. Just like that, the three of them stayed embraced for a long while until Lucian spoke up. So, are we going to stay here hugging like this for the rest of our lives? Upon hearing this, Castorice snapped back to her senses and quickly pulled herself out of Lucian's arms. Her cheeks turned red, and her heart raced as she realized that she had gotten so lost in it that she had forgotten herself. Honestly, she couldn't help it. Why did Lucian's embrace make her so hopelessly addicted? Castorice could not understand, so she was simply left blushing. Well, I must tend to the river of souls now, Polixia said with a smile, preparing to say goodbye to the two and return to her work. Because of my mistake, the Nether Realm is now in chaos. I need to get back to my duties as soon as possible. I won't let you bear this alone. Now I'm a Death Titan too, so we'll go with you. Castorice immediately grabbed Polixia's hand, then turned to Lucian with an apologetic look. Lucian, can you wait for me in the mortal realm? Once I've finished settling the Nether Realm, I'll definitely come find you. I'll repay your kindness. Lucian immediately frowned, feeling troubled. He had no objection to the script's protagonist going to work, but making him wait in the mortal realm while Castorice stayed in the Nether Realm was another matter. He did not want to leave Castorice, not even for a moment. Besides, what if going to the Nether Realm together was part of the script's completion conditions? Bearing this in mind, Lucian spoke up. I'll just go with you. Lucian said decisively. I can live in the Nether Realm with no problem, right? Besides, if either of you gets lonely, you can always come and hug me. Hearing this, both sisters were speechless. But there's nothing in the Nether Realm. Yeah, it's boring. Castorice and Polixia both protested one after another. Hey, boring? Lucian grinned fearlessly. Who decided that? I mean, it won't be boring having you two on my side. At these straightforward words, Castorice and Polixia couldn't help but blink in surprise. And soon, feeling moved, they smiled in unison, almost bursting into tears. He's so kind, Castorice thought silently in her heart, then finally managed to squeeze out one sentence that came from the bottom of her heart. Thank you. With that, the three of them set off for the Nether Realm, beginning the work of guiding souls to reincarnation. As the Death Titans, the two sisters worked together, attracting souls, waving their hands to determine each soul's fate. A wave of the left hand, and the soul would reincarnate. A wave of the right hand, and the soul would resurrect. A long line of souls formed before them, an endless queue stretching as far as the eye could see. During this, Lucian wandered around, keeping watch for any souls that tried to cut the line or cause trouble, and when he grew tired of it, he would go lie in a sea of flowers beside Castorice and hum a tune that echoed through the Nether Realm, drifting far and wide. Lucian, whenever I hear you sing this song, I can't help but picture someone in my head holding a steel fork with something strange in their mouth. Why is that? Castorice asked Lucian in wonder. That's a matter of great karma. Lucian answered casually while biting a Nether Realm flower in his mouth. Well, it's not something you can bear, so don't think too much about it. Polixia, on the other hand, just listened to his singing quietly, thoroughly enjoying it. Even though the lyrics were always odd, his singing was strangely pleasant to hear, so she did not really care what song he sang, as long as he was the one singing. Sometimes, she would even hum along with him. Just like that in the days that followed. Lucian turned the Nether Realm into his own KTV, passing the time with song. During this time, the three of them always depended on each other, and without realizing it, 5 years went by in a flash. As 5 years passed, the Nether Realm finally saw a period of peace. All the souls that had clogged the way were reincarnated, and it seemed the wars in the mortal realm had also paused for a time. "We finally finished everything," Polixia said in relief, looking deeply moved. "If it hadn't been for you helping me, elder sister, I would have been stuck here for ages." One had to admit, being the Death Titan was truly a thankless job. "Let's take turns from now on." Castorai smiled and patted Polixia on the head. "Now, there's no need for you to carry all the burden alone. We can share Thanatos duty together. 1 year of work, 1 year of rest while alternate." Upon hearing this suggestion, Polixia felt even more moved. "But, elder sister, you don't have to waste your own time," Polixia said with a conflicted expression. "You could have a better life with Lucian in the mortal realm." "Polixia, you're my sister, my only family. We should support each other." Castorais gently shook her head and spoke earnestly. "Yes, the mortal realm is wonderful, but it's precisely because it's wonderful that I also want you to experience it, not be trapped here in the nether realm all alone." In the next moment, she took Polixia's hand and walked over to Lucian. "Lucian, while I'm in the nether realm, could you look after Polixia in the mortal realm?" Castorais asked with a small smile. "You shouldn't have to stay here with us. You shouldn't be trapped in the nether realm because of us." Hearing her sincere words, Lucian was almost moved to tears. Castorais was truly a gentle, kind-hearted woman, always thinking of others first before herself. "Seeing you being so considerate of me, how could I say no?" Lucian nodded with a helpless smile. Of course, the main reason he agreed was that he realized there was no script condition to fulfill here. 5 years in the nether realm without anything changing obviously, he had to leave this place for progress. However, since the nether realm is empty now, let's all take a vacation, Lucian said with a smile. "Work can wait a few more days, right? Let's go," giving the sisters no chance to refuse. He took Polixia's left hand and Castoras's right, then led them out of the nether realm together. Now, both sisters held the full divine authority of the Death Titan and could move freely in the mortal realm. Having spent 5 years without sunlight, they were incredibly excited, looking around everywhere like villagers visiting a big city for the first time. Polixia was even more energetic than Castor was, as if she wanted to burn through all the energy she hadn't been able to use before. "Lucian, come look," Polixia called out mysteriously. Lucian, raising his eyebrows in wonder, walked over. As soon as he reached her, however, Polixia suddenly jumped into a puddle, splashing water everywhere, then flashed a mischievous, "I know, I was wrong" smile. Lucian grinned, then grabbed Polixia and quickly smeared mud on her face, making Castorais nearby cover her mouth to stifle a laugh. "Hey, look!" Polixia tugged on Lucian's sleeve. "There are a lot of people up ahead." Lucian and Castorais followed the direction of her finger and saw a group of people gathered together, chattering away. Curious, Castorais and Polixia dragged Lucian along, not even asking if he wanted to go. As the three of them got closer, they learned that 5 young men had died. Inalo, Ceradoros, why did those soldiers have to be so heartless? What did they do to deserve such a cruel death? Damn those soldiers. They took our food and killed our villagers. Talanton above, please bring down your righteous judgment. Beside the 5 lifeless bodies, several villagers were talking, some grieving, some angry, some cursing. They're innocent victims of war. They shouldn't have died. Castorai said softly, then stepped forward, under the villagers' surprised gazes. She raised her right hand and summoned the souls of the 5 young men. "I refuse your deaths. Return and walk the earth once more." As these words fell, Castorais waved her right hand, sending the 5 souls back into their bodies. Soon, the wounds on the 5 bodies began to heal, and right after that, all 5 of them opened their eyes at once. Seeing this miraculous scene, the villagers were stunned, jaws dropping and eyes wide. They're alive? No, they've been resurrected. Having never witnessed such a miracle, every villager immediately looked at Castorais with shining eyes. Lucian, however, sensed that in those shining eyes, it was not worship they felt, but a desire to claim Castorais for themselves. A lesson and a growing feeling already seeing through the villagers' true motive. Lucian stood silently, smiling like someone watching a play unfold. It seemed that today, there might be a chance to teach the two sisters a lesson. A holy maiden. You must be a holy maiden, exclaiming in excitement. An old man, apparently the village chief, immediately knelt before Castor Ice like a devout believer. In the very next moment, the other villagers actually followed, falling to their knees in worship. It must be Talanton above, who has seen our suffering and sent a holy maiden to save us. Thank you, holy maiden. As dozens of people bowed and knelt before her, praising her like fanatics, Castor's social anxiety was stirred. Yet, despite her nerves, she felt genuine happiness because, for the very first time, she had saved lives with her own hands and was no longer just a reaper who could only bring death. For once, she truly embraced the joy of saving people. As I thought, elder sister is more suited to be the holy maiden who grants life. Polixia muttered softly as she gazed at her sister. And it'll be the reaper that grants death. Hearing her mutter, Lucian glanced at her for a moment, then reached out to ruffle her hair. You're you, Cass's Cass, Lucian said calmly, a faint smile adorning his face. No need to compare yourself. Upon hearing this, Polixia fell silent. Meanwhile, the villagers, after worshipping Castor Ice for a while, warmly invited her to visit their village. But being someone who was not good at talking, she could not handle so much enthusiasm. So she looked to Lucian for help. Seeing Lucian silently shake his head, Castor Ice decisively refused the villagers' invitation. But, please, holy maiden, come back to the village with us. We will do everything to repay you. Not giving up, the village chief's tone became rather solemn, even somewhat forceful, as he persuaded Castor Ice. No, thank you for your kindness, but my companions and I need to leave. Castor Ice naturally refused. She had already decided that she would only stay with Lucian, so if he didn't go, neither would she. However, as Castor Ice prepared to turn and leave, the villagers immediately spread out, surrounding Lucian, Castor Ice, and Polixia. Sorry, holy maiden, but you made the wrong choice. Wearing a half-smile, the village chief stepped forward and spoke calmly, looking like a completely different person. You see, I'm actually a Chrysos heir. Yes, I'm stronger than ordinary people, but in the end I can still die. And you, being able to resurrect the dead, that's exactly the power I need. As you can see, I don't have many years left, but I don't want to die yet, so I need your power. I'm sorry, but you must stay. Hearing the village chief ramble on and on about his situation for quite some time, Lucian finally understood. According to his words, this old man was a Chrysos heir who had once followed Imperator Saridra to fight the Titans for their core flames decades ago. Unfortunately, they were utterly defeated, with Saridra going missing, while his own life force was drained. As a result, even though his actual age was only 30, the village chief looked like an old man nearing 100, already close to death. Because Chrysos' heirs were stronger than ordinary people, he had gathered a group of them, pretending to be ordinary villagers while robbing passing travelers for money and women, wanting to live wildly and unscrupulously for a few more years before dying. Needless to say, they were no different from a bandit group. It was just that today, while carrying out the same routine to deceive passing travelers, the village chief had never expected to encounter someone who could resurrect the dead, which left him thrilled. I see. So the 5 people who were just resurrected were all your accomplices, killed in a robbery that went wrong. Castor Ice lowered her head and pressed her lips together, quickly realizing she had actually resurrected 5 criminals. Knowing these people had deceived her, she was obviously furious. That's right. Thanks for saving us, holy maiden. One of the resurrected men curled his lips into a mocking smile, which made Castor Ice and Polixia feel nothing but disgust. All right, don't hurt the precious holy maiden. As for the other 2, they seem close to her, so capture them first. I'm sure she will cooperate then. As soon as the village chief's words fell, every villager turned to Lucian and Polixia. An ordinary handsome young man and a delicate young woman, they seemed easy to capture, no matter how you looked at it. Gah, this is your first lesson about having the miraculous power to resurrect. Lucian chimed in calmly, not a trace of panic in his voice. If you bring back the wrong people, you need to be the one to send them off again. At this, the village chief narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lucian. I see you really can't read the situation, little punk. You. Just as the village chief was about to boast, a size 42 shoe suddenly appeared before his eyes, cutting his words short. In that fleeting instant, the village chief heard Lucian's voice. Old fart, you're yapping too much. Bang! With a single kick, everyone saw the village chief fly out like a cannonball, smashing through 2 trees, his body twisted out of shape. In that instant, the villagers, stunned by the sudden scene, knew there was no way the village chief could have survived. What was that inhuman speed just now? Was the young man even human? He had clearly been surrounded. So how did he suddenly appear right in front of the village chief? All the villagers looked at each other, realizing they had kicked a hornet's nest this time. Hey, the chief is dead. With just 1 kick. Are Crusoe's heirs really that weak? No, it's that guy who's too strong. Run. Not seeing even the slightest movement from the village chief, the villagers knew he was already dead. Knowing they couldn't win, they tried to run, but sadly for them, roots suddenly burst from the ground and wrapped around their bodies, leaving them unable to move. Cass, send them off, Lucian said calmly, his eyes full of indifference. Castorice and Polixia exchanged a glance. Yes, they were kind, but they were not saints. They would help those in need. But when faced with enemies, these sisters were not pushovers. Polixia nodded at Castorice, who then walked forward without hesitation. In the next moment, with a wave of her left hand, Castorice claimed the villagers' lives, turning them into glowing butterflies that scattered into the air. In an instant, everything around them returned to calm. Only the village chief's corpse in the woods remained as proof of the murder that had just occurred. When I resurrected them, I was really happy because I wasn't just a reaper anymore. Castorice gazed at the sky, her expression downcast, sorrowful, and heavy with guilt. But they lied. I almost brought some vile people back to life, people who would have gone on to hurt good people. Seeing her standing there, blaming herself, Lucian walked up to her and gently hugged her. Cass, you're kind, so it's only natural for you to want to save those who are suffering. Please, don't blame yourself. Lucian spoke softly, gently stroking Castorice's back. What you did wasn't wrong, so go ahead and help anyone you wish. If someone tricked you like before, just leave them to me. They'll drag them back before you and make them confess their sins. I won't allow anyone to trample on your kindness. Upon hearing this, Castorice's eyes began to blur as tears welled up. Hearing such honeyed words, how could a woman who had never experienced love possibly resist? As a result, Castorice's emotions soared to their peak, to the point where her heart pounded so wildly it felt as if it would burst out of her chest. I'm not a child anymore. But thank you, Castorice whispered softly as she wrapped her arms tightly around Lucian's waist and pressed her face to his chest. Even Polixia, who watched from the sidelines, was so overwhelmed by the sweetness that her scalp tingled. In her eyes, Lucian now shone so brightly, so handsome it was hard to put into words. She even felt an urge to hug him herself. But unfortunately, this was not the right time. Well, we'll go back to the nether realm and continue to work. Polixia chimed in with a smile. Elder sister, Lucian, see you in a year, leaving these words behind. She quickly escaped through a purple portal, feeling that if she stayed a second longer, she might end up doing something unexpected to Lucian. Just like that, before Lucian and Castorice could say anything, Polixia's figure had already disappeared. Seeing the empty spot where Polixia had been, Lucian smiled wryly before glancing at Castorice. So, where do you want to go next? At Lucian's question, Castorice thought for a moment, her beautiful eyes gazing at him. I've been a reaper since I was a child, so from now on, I want to travel to different places and save people, Castorice said softly. her expression slightly tense. "So, would you?" Before she could finish her words, a slender finger pressed gently against her lips. "No need to ask." Lucian shook his head, then gave a gentle smile. "But if you ask, the answer is yes." At this, Castor Eyes smiled as well, her eyes curving like crescents as her tense expression eased. In fact, she had been so afraid Lucian would say no, but fortunately he did not. At this moment, a feeling Castor Eyes couldn't describe began to grow inside her, though she didn't understand it yet. She was starting to notice it. Writing novels in the first year, Castor Eyes stayed in the mortal realm, traveling through every corner of Amphireus with Lucian by her side. Now that she possessed the complete Death Titan's divine authority, Castor Eyes also revived some people along the journey. Some were purely good, some were purely evil, and some were neither. Of course, those evil ones were mercilessly slain by Lucian and cast into the nether realm. During the journey, Lucian had a gut feeling that the script's completion conditions might be tied to Castor's state of mind. As for the specifics, he would have to wait and see. Whenever the two of them passed through fields blooming with wildflowers, Castor Eyes would sometimes insist on picking some, and when she did, her fingertips clumsily pinched the soft stems as she tried to weave them awkward in her motions, yet wholly focused. Lucian, on the other hand, would sit on the patch of grass, silently watching her with a faint smile. Ultimately, with his head slightly lowered, a flower crown would gently fall onto his hair, carrying the scent of fresh grass. Every time this happened, Castor Eyes quickly withdrew her hand. The tips of her elf-like ears tinged red as her gaze drifted toward the distant next city-state. When they passed by a river, Lucian would always catch the fish himself, while Castor Eyes watched quietly from the side. Afterward, as always, Lucian offered Castor Eyes a piece of sizzling grilled fish he had cooked. Castor Eyes, already used to this routine, accepted without hesitation and took small bites, her eyes lighting up just a bit before she gave a light nod. For Lucian, that single nod was already her highest praise. Late at night, Lucian and Castor Eyes stayed overnight near a city-state, each of them taking a wooden cabin that Lucian had created with the power of abundance. As Lucian lay on his bed while casually checking the systems panel, he noticed a letter slip through under his cabin door. Lucian raised his eyebrows, then stood up, approached the door, and picked up the letter. As he read the letter, with the ink surprisingly still wet, it turned out to be a cliché short story about a hero saving a princess from a dragon's jaws, with the ending being them living happily ever after. Judging by the signature of a purple butterfly about to take flight, there was no need to guess who had written it. Well, I didn't know Cass liked to write a story. Lucian muttered with a smile. Did she write this for me? What a coincidence. I'm great at that. Before transmigrating, he had read plenty of novels, after all. After pondering for a moment, Lucian decided to show Castor Eyes what it really meant to be a novel addict. As the next day came, Lucian handed a stack of paper to Castor Eyes. Cass, I wrote a story for you. Want to read? Upon hearing this, Castor Eyes accepted the stack of paper with eagerness, but the moment her eyes fell on the title, she froze. The overbearing emanator fell in love with me for Castor Eyes, whose understanding of stories was as mild as a hero saving a princess. This title was unbearably dazzling. How could you write something like this? Castor Eyes said softly. Her pupils shrank like those of a startled butterfly. As expected of the pure-hearted Castor Eyes, her face instantly flushed just from reading such an exaggerated title. In the next instant, Castor Eyes turned and ran away, though she still carried Lucian's story with her. Lucian silently watched her back, smiling mischievously yet gently. Late at night, with everything gone silent, a sliver of light shone from beneath Castor's cabin door. At this moment, Castor Eyes sat curled up at the head of her bed, flipping through a few papers with a focused gaze. Needless to say, she was reading Lucian's story. The overbearing emanator fell in love with me. As she read further and further, Castor Eyes noticed how the words were exaggerated and the plot utterly ridiculous, with the emanator of abundance portrayed as a wild and unruly man. while the Holy Maiden appeared as a pitiful and delicate woman. Her breath quickened as she read, her fingers unconsciously twisting the corner of her blanket. How could he write like this? Her mouth uttered this, but Castoras's fingertips still slid to the next page, revealing none other than the hottest section of the story, the familiar battle details, the small habits only Lucian would know. All made her heartbeat lose its rhythm. It went without saying that the story Lucian wrote was essentially a fanfiction of their journey, with her as the Holy Maiden and Lucian as the emanator of abundance. Even though she had prepared herself, the more Castorice read, the more her heart raced out of control. Soon enough, when Castorice read about the emanator of abundance domineeringly caring for the Holy Maiden, she suddenly buried her face in her pillow. Her exposed elf-like ears were burning red, yet the corners of her lips betrayed a faint, sweet smile she just couldn't hide. Just as Lucian expected, how could the pure-hearted Castorice, who lived in this ancient Greek-like era, possibly handle the shock of a modern, overbearing CEO-style romance kind of story? Needless to say, she was bound to get hooked. And yet, Castorice strangely never asked Lucian for the continuation. A year went by in the blink of an eye. At the start of the second year, Lucian and Castorice arrived in a grassy region. However, since it had already been a year, it was time for Castorice to go work in the Nether Realm and let her younger sister come up for a year's rest. Take care of Polixia for me. See you next year. Looking reluctant to leave, Castorice waved her hand at Lucian, then headed for the Nether Realm through a purple portal. Yet Polixia actually didn't show up for 2 days, likely listening to her elder sister recount the past year's stories. As a result, with no one suddenly by his side, Lucian suddenly felt an emptiness there, and a sense of loneliness spread. Boring. Now that the script's protagonist is gone, my life feels like it's lost its purpose. Lucian sat listlessly by the river, fishing with a bored expression. Guess I'll write some more stories and tease Cass with it next time. It just so happened that before transmigrating, he had read a lot of stories aimed at a female audience, and he still remembered some of them even after all this time. In the end, Lucian gave up fishing and went back to the little wooden cabin he had built to start writing. Just as he was reaching the climax of the story, Polixia appeared behind him. "Are you writing a story?" Polixia asked while leaning over, full of interest. As soon as she entered the wooden cabin, she saw Lucian writing furiously at the desk, apparently working on a story. "I remember you like reading, right?" Lucian turned his head and asked with a smug grin. "Want to take a look?" Polixia nodded firmly, stretched out her hands in a gesture of etiquette, waiting for him to give her the story draft. Lucian cared little for such formality, so he handed his notebook over right away. Staring at the notebook Lucian had given her, Polixia stayed silent for a moment before flipping it open. In that instant, she saw the title titan flash marriage, the scheming emanator's deep devotion. Just the title alone left her stunned, because in all her life, she had never encountered this kind of literature before. In the past, she had only read classical works like the Orestia trilogy, the history of the Peloponnesian War, and the Epic of Homer. So seeing such an outlandish title now left her a bit flustered. Yet deep down, she felt a strange urge to explore. She wanted to know what exactly deep devotion meant. Polixia turned to the first page and started reading, then the second, then the third. She simply could not stop. Meanwhile, as Polixia was lost in reading, Lucian stayed at her side, watching her expressions and reactions. He was curious to see what kind of impact his original world's female-targeted web novels would have in another world. However, after a while of observing Polixia, Lucian's attention was gradually drawn to her figure. 6 years had passed, yet Polixia was still so delicate and lovely. Her fair skin looked impossibly soft to the touch. Her jade-like feet looked so fresh and tempting. Of course, Lucian had never tasted her feet, but he had touched them, so he assumed they must be delicious. Just like Castorice, Polixia was an extremely beautiful young woman, almost identical to Castorice. But Polixia seemed quieter and more reserved, yet somehow, Castorice was the one with social anxiety. Gentle castor ice has social anxiety. So, does that mean quiet Polixia also hides some secret trait? Lucian stroked his chin thoughtfully as he gazed at Polixia. Soon, after Polixia finished reading the story draft, she looked at Lucian with a longing, unsatisfied gaze. Could you write a little more? I really want to keep reading. Nope, only a bit each day. If I write too much, it'll go bald. Lucian waved his hand. Besides, now my shoulders feel sore. I don't want to write any more today. As soon as these words fell, Polixia suddenly stepped behind him and placed her slender, soft hands on his shoulders. A gentle pressure slowly spread across his shoulders. I'll give you a massage, okay? Just write a little bit more. Please. Lucian had to admit, compared to castor ice, Polixia's voice was even softer, to the point he felt it was scratching an itch right in his heart. Fine. Lucian sighed helplessly. However, just one more chapter today. Which men could possibly resist the sweet request of such a gentle woman? As Lucian wrote the continuation of the story, Polixia quietly stayed behind him, massaging his shoulders and back like an obedient little wife. Half an hour later, Lucian finally satisfied this unfulfilled, not-so-young woman. If the people of Amphireus ever found out that the Titan of Death was willing to give someone massages just to read a novel, they would be utterly stunned. As night came, in her cabin, Polixia tossed and turned in bed. At this moment, her mind was filled with scenes from Lucian's story, especially the part where the scheming emanator pinned the Titan to the wall. Why do I crave that kind of scene? Polixia sighed softly and muttered to herself as she recalled the story. In her imagination, Lucian was that scheming emanator, and she was the Titan being pinned. Just the thought of them being that close made Polixia curl up, clamping her legs around the blanket, her hands covering her flushed face. I feel like I'm starting to get weird. Awakening a kink? Polixia loved to wander and travel ever since her legs had recovered. Unlike castor ice, who preferred to hole up in one place for a week before moving on, Polixia would set off with Lucian every day, acting like a tourist. Even though she did not share her elder sister's obsession with saving people, Polixia still lent a hand to those in need, such as resurrecting those who didn't deserve to die. Likewise, when passing through battlefields, she would also guide the souls of fallen soldiers toward reincarnation along the way. Honestly, it was almost like working odd jobs in different places. Lucian guessed that perhaps Polixia wanted to lighten Castorus's burden in the nether realm. In addition, every day, Polixia would pester Lucian to do one thing, and that was to write overbearing CEO kind of stories. Xia, you've been wanting more and more lately. Maybe you should hold back a little. Lucian grumbled as he wrote at the desk, looking a bit annoyed. However, as soon as his words dropped, a little fruit was popped into his mouth, while gentle, delicate hands kneaded his shoulders. You know, you're the one who showed me this whole new world. Polixia's tone was soft and calm, with a playful edge. As my guide to this new world, shouldn't you take responsibility to satisfy my curiosity? During the day, she always squinted her eyes, but at night, when she looked at Lucian, she would open them wide, revealing her beautiful pale violet eyes just like now. Lucian smiled helplessly upon hearing her justification. It seemed the power of overbearing CEO stories was simply too overwhelming for a young woman like Polixia. He couldn't help but feel regret for having introduced her to this world. Maybe he should stop using it on others in the future. Today, Polixia finally got her much-anticipated addiction fill. By the next evening, Lucian and Polixia, traveling on foot, arrived in a forest. Raising his hand, Lucian summoned the power of abundance, causing two trees to rapidly grow before their branches twisted and wove together, forming two wooden cabins side by side, each complete with beds and tables. It went without saying that these two wooden cabins would serve as their temporary shelter in the forest. Lucian immediately entered one of the cabins, lay down on the bed, and began to count sheep, since he really had nothing else to do at the moment. Even though he didn't need to sleep as an emanator of abundance, it was still a way to kill time whenever boredom struck. Right now, he planned to take a nap for a while and have a nice dream, but Lucian's cabin door was gently pushed open, letting out a soft sound. He glanced over casually and saw Polixia step inside, her movements strangely small and hesitant. "What's up?" Lucian asked calmly, wondering what she wanted now. Polixia blushed and stammered. "About what you wrote today, there's one part one just can't picture. Could you act it out for me?" "What?" Lucian paused for a moment. "Wait a sec. She want me to act out the scene in the story?" He thought speechlessly, then spoke up. "Xia, are words not enough for you anymore?" Lucian sat up, confused as he looked at the lovely young woman before him. At this moment, Polixia had taken off her outer garment, wearing only a thin undershirt. And under the faint light, the little, soft mounds below her collarbone were just barely visible. Was she planning to test an emanator's willpower? "Is that not okay? Just this once, please." Polixia's sweet, delicate face and soft, gentle voice made it impossible for Lucian to refuse. Honestly, it was such a harmless little request, so why not? "All right, which part?" Seeing Lucian agree to her request, Polixia shyly handed over a notebook and pointed to a section describing the scheming emanator pinning the Titan to the wall. "Fuck!" Lucian cursed inwardly and hesitated. Writing this kind of story was one thing, but actually doing it, that was a different matter. Just imagining himself carrying out the act from the story, Lucian couldn't help but feel cringe and embarrassed as hell. However, looking into Polixia's expectant yet bashful eyes, he ultimately steeled himself. Thankfully, except for Polixia, no one else was here to see him doing it, so it shouldn't be that embarrassing. "Woman," Lucian spoke in a deep voice as he suddenly grabbed Polixia's wrist and pushed her up against the wooden wall. Now, his tall figure loomed over her like a collapsing mountain, trapping the delicate young woman between himself and the cold wall. In the next moment, Lucian's burning palm gently seized Polixia's chin, forcing her to look up and meet the desire blazing in his eyes. "Stop with that act to gain sympathy. Your eyes, your breathing." Lucian's thumb roughly brushed across Polixia's soft lips. "From the tips of your hair to the tips of your toes, you were marked by me. Did you really think you could get away from me?" Upon hearing this, Polixia's small nose flared ever so slightly, and her breathing grew quicker and harder.